Welcome to the ultimate Next.js course. In this 19-hour comprehensive guide, we will build a full-featured Slack clone using the latest technologies, including Next.js, Typescript, Supabase, Tailwind CSS, and more. Throughout this course, we will dive into Next.js and TypeScript, leveraging Supabase for our backend, where we're going to work with RPC calls, the Supabase storage, and we are also going to write SQL. And that's not all, because we will also take a look at RLS, where we're going to be working with row level security to add added security to our database tables. You will learn how to style your application with Tailwind CSS and Shadcn UI, and we are going to implement authentication using Google Auth, GitHub Auth, and email authentication with Magic Link. We will also cover React Query, Tiptap React for rich text editing, Zod for schema validation, React Hook Form for form management, Socket.io for real-time communication, Zustand for state management, and Bun as our package manager, and Uploadthing for handling file uploads. Our Slack clone app comes packed with features. Authentication, we're also going to have the ability to create workspace, create channel, direct messaging, video call, audio call, screen sharing, workspace invitation, channel invitation, multi-role user authentications with roles like user, admin, and regulator, dark and light theme, middleware in Next.js, and advanced practices. By the end of this course, you will have a deep understanding of Next.js and a solid foundation in building full-stack applications. You will master essential tools and libraries, improve your front-end and back-end skills, and be able to create robust real-time applications. I have also included timestamps in the description for easy navigation throughout the course. Join our Discord group for mentorship, questions, and recommendations. Plus, you will have access to all the SQL scripts we write during the course. In order to take this course, you don't need any prior knowledge of Next.js. I will guide you through every step, ensuring you understand each concept thoroughly. So get ready to transform your development skills and build amazing Slack clone. Let's dive in and start coding. Hello, and I am super excited to have you right here. Now, first thing I want to do is to make sure that we have Bun installed on our local machine. And if you're new to the Bun ecosystem, Bun is an all-in-one toolkit that we can use for our JavaScript and also our TypeScript applications, which goes on to give us a single executable, a single command called Bun. And with that command, we can go on to run Bun install as a project manager. You see, it can also be used as a test runner with Bun test and also a bundler. Now we need to go on and install Bun, and if you come further down, you see the Bun run, which is a JavaScript runtime. We're going to be running Bun commands on our machine, and Bun is super built for speed. We're going to see how fast we can improve our developer experience just making use of this Bun runtime. So let's come over to the documentation section, and here I'm going to go over to the dark mode, and you can read what Bun is all about right here. And what we want to do is to install. So come over to this installation section, and we have guides based on your OS, your operating system. This is the installation guide for Mac OS and Linux. And for Mac OS and Linux, you have different options. These are your options. And for Windows, you have these options right here. Now, I'm going to be making use of NPM, but normally I'll be making use of Homebrew. But the reason I am making use of NPM is because for Windows is the same command. So npm install -g. So for that, I'm going to copy this and come over to my terminal over here. And if you're on Mac or Linux, before you run this command, you're going to need to add sudo in front. But if you're on Windows, you can just go on and paste in the command. And this is going to ask you for your password. And once you provide your password, you're going to use npm to install Bun, and you should have it installed on your local machine. So we're going to give this a second, and now we can start building out our project. So once you have Bun installed, the next thing you want to do is to navigate into a directory on your machine where you would like to create this new project. And for me, I'm going to quickly navigate to my work directory, and here I have a place for YouTube. And I'm going to come over to the Shadcn UI. Now we are going to be using Shadcn UI to get components, because Shadcn UI has this component library which is going to speed up our developer experience. You see here we have loads of components, and we don't need to install all these components. Let's say we just need a button. Over here, you just see the command that we use to add a button in our machine. Let's come over to the installation section for our Next.js framework, and this is the command. But in this case, remember, we are not making use of npm anymore. We are going to be making use of Bun.x. So Bun.x is the alternative to npx. Okay, and so we're going to copy this command with Bun and come over to our project, and I'm going to be pasting this right in here. And the only thing I'm going to be changing is the name of the application. Rather than use the name my app, I'm going to call this Slack. So this is the name that I have given to the application, and we have Bun.x --Bun create next app at latest. At latest just goes on to give us the latest version, and then you provide the name of the application. In this case is Slacks for me. And then we have this flag for TypeScript, Tailwind CSS, and also ESLint. So do go on and execute this command, and you should have a new Next.js project in your system. But first we need to answer these prompts. Just go with the default. The default is going to work just fine. Yes, we are saying for the source directory. We are also saying yes for the app router, and this for the default alias is totally fine. So I'll just hit enter to say no. And using Bun, we have this template, and we are going to be installing these dependencies into the created application, which we called Slacks like this. And to open it up with Visual Studio Code, I'm going to be making use of the code.command. And here we have the created project. All right, so this is our project. Everything fine and good, and everything in this project should look very much identical to you. There should be no changes, except for this bun.log.b file which you are seeing here, which is a binary log file. Okay, and the reason why we have it in this binary format is because of performance and also for security. Now you might be wondering, how can I see the content of this file, because it is binary? The way you can see it is by generating a yarn compatible file. So to do that, we need to run the command bun install and -y. So this is going to give us a yarn.log file, and we can go on to inspect all that we have inside this file. All right, so we don't need this, and I'm going to quickly move this to trash, and let's run our application to see what we have. So Bun.x run dev. All right, which is going to start up our application. Did we miss anything? Sorry, it's not Bun.x, it is Bun run dev. Okay, so we just need to get rid of the X there. Bun run dev is going to come into our package.json and run this script. All right, so we see our application localhost 3000. Let's visit that in the browser to see what we've got. It actually opened up on my other browser, so I'm going to come here and manually go over to localhost 3000. Here we have our generated application. Super cool. So we have verified everything. Our setup was fine, and we need to continue, or we need to continue with our Shadcn UI integration. The next thing we need to do is to run the CLI. So this command, I'm also going to copy it using Bun, which is going to run, we are going to run the Shadcn UI init command to set up our project. We are going to have this prompt, and the font is fine. Actually, before we go into run this command, I just want us to do one bit of setup here. I'm going to come into the source folder here, and I'm going to be creating a new file which I will call styles, like this. And this should be right inside the source folder. And I'm going to open up my app and move this inside not the layout. I'm going to move the global.css inside of this styles directory we have here. And this is inside app, so it should be right inside the source. So make sure your breadcrumb looks something like this, your source, styles, and here you have your globals.css. We can get rid of everything that we have here. And if we start up our application, we are going to have an error because inside the layout.tsx file here, we are trying to look for the global.css in the same app directory, but we just moved it to @/stars. And there we have the globals.css. So we're going to save this, and now we can proceed with running the shadcn init command. I'm going to paste in the command. So bun x and then double hyphen bun shadcn UI at latest init. So let me make this bigger and execute this, and we should have the prompts in a second, or don't we? Let's see. Just give this a second. Yep, and it's asking us which style would we like to use. I'm going to go with that default. You can go with New York. Your application might just look differently, and for the base color I will also go with slate. And yes, for CSS variables, and here we have a new file that was created, which is this components.json. And if we go into this component.json, you will see it is filled with the answers that we gave whilst we were running this shadcn init command. So we have the components, so we have the components alias, which is @/components, the import alias, and we also have this utils, which is right inside lib, and here we have utils file, and this utils file is giving us this cn function, which is a utility function that we can use to merge class names in our project. All right, so let's see if we are done, and to test if our setup was successful, I'm going to add the button inside of our project to see if it picks up the correct styles. And for the font, we are going to come to the font we would be using in this project, and every other thing should remain fine. So let's go on and come here to add the button. So I'm just going to copy this using Bun to add a button in our project so that we can be sure that our setup was successful. This is just for testing. At this point in time in our project, we don't really need the button. So if we come into our components, you see we have this button.tsx. Now let's come over to our app. And here we have a page.tsx file, and this page.tsx file is the root page, the root route of our application. And if you come over to localhost 3000 and then /, you're going to be loading up this page. And actually, we can just copy this content here. This is for testing. We are surely going to be cleaning this up, and we have the button imported. So this is it. Let's save this and restart our application. So it's going to be bun run dev, should start up our Next.js application. So once we reload our application and our application is done compiling, we should be seeing this button that we just imported to our homepage if we had set up everything correctly. And here we see the button. Super cool. Now, before we proceed with our project, I would like us to do some customization of our layout.tsx and also a tiny change in our Tailwind config.ts. So let's make these changes next. Hello my friends and welcome back. The first thing we would like to do is to come over to that tailwind config.ts file, and over here I just want us to add our own color, the color that we are going to be using in our application. So here where we have this extend, we have colors, we have primary, and we have this default color. We also have this foreground color. I just want us to add our own variant, so we're going to add dark, and the dark is going to be this hashtag 451c49, and I'm going to be saving this. So this is the color we are going to be using. So more like BG primary dark is going to be referencing this color, or text primary dark, anything like that is going to be referencing this color over here. And coming over to our layout.tsx file, which is this file, I want us to customize the title of our application. Rather than give it the name of create next app, I'm going to give it the name of Slacks like this. And for the description, I will come here and say Slack clone and provide code with lari. Now you can give this any name of your choice, but I'm just going for this meta description, this meta title, and this description over here. And for the font, we are going to be making use of the Lato font. So here we have Lato, and we no longer use Inter. We should come here and import Lato. Should be coming in from Next Font Google. So now we have Lato. We are going to be using it over here, and we have an error because apart from subsets, we can define or provide a different font weight that we expect to use in our application. Now this weight can be a string. You can see the different values, or it can also be an array of strings where you go on to provide the different font weight that you expect to use in your application. So in this case, I am just going to bring in all of these font weights that we have over here. And then I'm going to take this Lato font. I will come back to add, or maybe I just add them here. And the reason I'm not getting auto format is because I have this error over here. So this 700 and this is 900 like this. Okay, I get the auto format now. And here I have Lato. I'm going to take this Lato and provide it right inside here like this. And then I can go on to save this file. Super cool. So now if we come back to application, we shouldn't see much change right here, and that is working as fine. So the next thing I would like us to do already in our project is to not waste any more time. Let's head over to Supabase and set up our authentication. And once we are done setting up our authentication in Supabase, we can now come back to our project and see how we can integrate Supabase right inside of our Next.js application. So my friends, let's set up Supabase authentication in our project. And for that, you have to come over to supabase.com. And in case you are not familiar with what Supabase is, you can see here in the documentation that Supabase is an open source Firebase alternative. And with Supabase, we can go on to build our backend without the need for writing our own custom code. So without the need for spinning up our own servers, Supabase is a backend as a service, and it gives us different tools where we can go on to build our backend without focusing much on the inner details of how everything works. And you see over here, it gives us a PostgreSQL database. If you're not familiar with PostgreSQL, you're going to learn all the SQL commands that you're going to need to build a project like this. And we are here right now to work with authentication. It gives us instant APIs edge functions, real-time subscription, storage, and lots more. So you can see all that we get from Supabase. Now you're here, you should go in and create a new project, authenticate yourself, and then you can come over to your dashboard. Now you see in your dashboard here that your dashboard might look differently, because for me I have two organizations, and over here I also have a project that I use for testing. In your case, you should maybe see something blank and you need to create an organization. So you wouldn't see maybe a new project, you would have to create a new organization. And here you have this breadcrumb link, and after creating an organization, then you can go on to create a project. For creating a new organization, all you have to do is to give this organization a name, and every other thing should remain fine. For the type of organization and also the pricing plan, we always want to start with the free, and then you can go on to create the organization. So I already have an organization, so I'm going to cancel this, and within this code with lari, I'm going to be creating a new project. To create a new project, we should come over to this new project button over here, and it prompts you to choose an organization. So I'm going to choose my code with lari organization, and you see the breadcrumb updates now for me to create a new project. And this is the organization, which you can also change right here. And the name of this project is going to be Slacks, like this. And for the database password, I can just generate a strong password here. I don't think we would be needing this, so you don't have to copy this yet. And for the region can remain as it is, or you can select a region that is closest to your users, but the default works just fine. Then you can go on to create new project. Now this is going to take the Supabase engine some time to go on and spin up a new project for us. But while it is doing that, we can just take a thought about the dashboard that we have here. So while you wait, you can browse the Supabase documentation, and here we see the project API keys. And one key we can see here is the anon public key, which is this key over here. And we also have the service role secret, and we have our project configuration URL, and also our project configuration JWT secret. If you come further down, you would see the different client libraries that are supported by Supabase, which is this JavaScript, Lotta, and all of these. So let's give the Supabase engine some time to spin up our project. And once it is done, we can now go on and explore more of these tabs. But for now, we are going to be just taking a look at the authentication tab over here. So I'm going to give this a second to spin up our project. And now it is done, we can come right into authentication. And we are here in authentication, and we see we have configuration, and no worries about all these other sections. We are going to be taking a look at the table editor, the SQL editor, the database, storage, and I think that's about it for this project. And if we would need any of these, we are going to explore. All right, so now we are in authentication. We want to come over to policies, and you can see that we can enable RELS, but that's not where I actually wanted us to come in. We can come over to providers, and here in providers, you see the different authentication providers supported by Supabase. Now you can take a look around. You see for rate limits, you can go on to then this shows you the number of emails that can be sent per hour for your project or from your project. And you see here you have a limit of 3, which is disabled, so you cannot increase this limit. So while we test out, you should have this limit in mind. And you can see others for SMS and token refreshes and lots more. So let's come over to the email templates, and you can see over here you can also customize the email template as we work with passwordless authentication. We're going to be sending an email that looks very much like this, and you can also configure your URL. This is very much okay, and all of these. So now we are here. Let's come back to providers, And we don't need to do any work on email provider. You see it's already enabled by default. We want to come over to the GitHub provider and also to the Google provider. But let's start with GitHub. The first thing we want to do is to make sure that we enable GitHub. It is very much easy to forget to toggle this checkbox. So make sure you toggle this toggle over here. And we want to provide a client ID as well as a client secret. How do we get all these values? For that, I'm just going to minimize this and put my two browsers side by side. And just give me a second. I have my two projects side by side together. And before we come over to the Google Cloud Console, let me come over to my GitHub profile. And over here, I have a link to my GitHub profile. So do come over to your GitHub profile. And once you're here, you can come over to your avatar here. And in your avatar, you want to come over to settings. And here in settings, you want to come down at this left-sided navigation. You want to come over to developer settings. And if you click on developer settings, you see here you have OAuth apps and personal access tokens. We want to click on these OAuth apps. And here again, I have some projects from testing. And you can click on creating a new OAuth application, which you need to give a name. So I'm going to give it the name of Slacks. And for the homepage URL, it is this URL over here. So localhost 3000. I'm going to copy it and paste it right in here. And I'm going to leave the description because you see it is optional. And for the callback URL, now we need to come back to our Supabase project. And right here, you see we have this callback URL for OAuth. Now, this is the value you want to copy and paste in here. And then you want to register your application. So click on this register application. And once you have your application registered, you would see right here, we have our client ID. We can copy this value and provide it to our Supabase project. And for the client secret, let's go on and generate a new client secret. So I'll click here. And now I need to authenticate myself by going on to provide my password. And once I provide my password, I have a client secret. I'm going to copy this. And if you reload the browser, you're going to lose this. So you just want to copy this and paste it right in here. If you lose it, no worries. You just go on and generate a new client secret. So we have all these values and I'm going to click on save. Make sure you have this toggled here. So let's click on save. And next we want to set up for Google Authentication if everything is fine. So everything worked for our GitHub. So for Google provider, you can click here. And the first thing we want to do is to make sure that we have this toggled. And then we want to go for our client ID and also provide our client secret. And these steps are actually, more or less the same for all these other platforms in case you want to enable Slack authentication, or maybe you want to enable Facebook, Discord. It's the same process. All right, so let's come over to cloud.console.google.com. For Google authentication, I actually did use a new browser. So I use this browser, console.cloud.google.com remains the URL you should be visiting. And here I have a project which I am automatically navigated into. If you don't have a project, totally fine. We are going to be creating one together. So we no longer need this GitHub. So for now, I'm just going to minimize this and come back to our project so that we can have a full screen. And here I want to click on this drop down over here. And here I want to create a new project. So you want to click on this new project button and you're navigated to a page where you give this project a name. I am going to give this project a name of Slacks like this and go on to create this new project. So you see the project is being created for you, and once it is done, you should automatically be navigated into the project. And if you're not navigated, as my case, you can just select the project here, or you can click on this drop down and you can also select the project from here. So now you're into your project, you want to come over to where you have APIs and services under your quick access, or you want to come over to this navigation menu and come over to APIs and services, and we are looking for this OAuth consent screen, and after which we are going to come over to this credentials section. So for now, click on this OAuth consent screen, and this is going to take some time to spin up. And once it is done loading up the page, we have our screen here. First, we want to select the user type. There are two users type. One we have internal, and you can see this gives you more information. And you also see this is available for users within your organization. We want to choose external because it is available to any test user with a Google account. And we want to create this. The next thing we need to do is to give this application a name. I'm going to give this a name of Slacks. And for the user support email, I will be providing my email address, and every other thing can remain the same, but you need to fill this developer contact information. So I'm going to give my email address here as well. And once you have that, you can save and continue. So once this is done, next we have to set up scopes, but for scopes, every other thing is the same. We can just save and continue. For test users, we can also save and continue, and then we can go back to our dashboard. So the next thing I want to do is to come over to this credentials section, and we want to click on this credentials section here, which will enable us to generate our API keys. So here we're going to create credentials. So click on this button, and we want to come over to OAuth client ID because that's what we need for our Supabase Google OAuth. We're going to click here and give this a second for it to spin up, and we need to choose an application type. So you know we are building a web application, so I'm going to click on web application here, and every other thing remains the same, but we need to update this authorized redirect URIs. Because if you come over to your Supabase project, you see here we have this callback URL for OAuth. So is this URL you want to copy and use right in here for your authorized redirect URI. So add a URI and paste this right in here. Once you have that done, you can now go on to click on create and give this a second for it to load up, and you see your OAuth client has been created. You have your client ID and you have your client secret. You can also download JSON. So I'm going to click on this copy client ID and paste it right in here in our Supabase project under this client ID. And next we need to get the client secret. So come back to your Google Cloud Console and copy the client secret. Come back to your Supabase project and paste it right in here. And please don't forget to toggle this toggle that we have over here. And once you have all of that done, you want to click on save. All right, so let's give this a second, and we see success updated settings. We have enabled all these providers: Google provider, GitHub provider, and email provider for our project. And once we have detected that you have enabled email provider, it's recommended to set this value to be less than 1 hour. Did we save anything here? I don't think I did. All right, so I don't think I did anything here, so this is totally fine. I'm gonna reload this to see if we still have the error. We do. All right, so this is it for our authentication setup. And the next thing we want to do now is to make sure that we have a way in our project, in our Next.js project, we have a way that we can interact with Supabase client in our project. So let's go on and set that up next. In order for us to have Supabase client inside of our project, I'm going to open up the documentation. So we need to create a client for SSR. So we're going to be making use of the Supabase SSR package, and we also need Supabase JS. So come over here and copy this to install. But remember, we are not going to be making use of npm. We are going to be making use of Bun. So open up your terminal, and I'm just going to quit the development server and paste this in. And remember, rather than npm, it is going to be Bun install. So we're going to be installing these two packages. Now, something I'm going to do, I'm going to come to the root of our folder. You don't have to use this. This is so that when you have access to the project and you want to see the docs that we use in this project, you can come into this docs.txt, and I'm going to be pasting links to the documentation. Now, in case the documentation changes over time, you can come over here and find links to the documentation. So I'm going to call this Supabase SSR, and this is the link. So I'm going to be updating this link as we go through the project together. And once we have that installed, you see we need to set environment variables. And we are using Next.js, so you should be over to this Next.js section. And we need to create an env.env.local file in the root project directory here. All right, so let's do that. Let's come back to our project. And right here in the root of our project, I'm going to open up this create new file, and I'm going to call it .env.local like this. And we need to come back to the documentation, and we need to paste in these two new environment variables. So for our Supabase URL and also for our Supabase unknown key. So let's copy these environment variables, come back to our project and paste them here. So how do we get our Supabase URL and our Supabase unknown key? Remember, when we were setting up Supabase, we saw this somewhere in the dashboard, but now how do we retrieve it from our project dashboard? If you come over to this API docs here, and note that you can come over to your project settings, So come over to your project settings, and in your project settings, you want to come over to API under configuration. So under configuration, come over to API, and here you see your project URL, which is this URL over here. You can copy this and come back to your Next.js project and update this URL to be equal to your Supabase project URL. So make sure you copy your own Supabase project URL and use it right here. And for your Supabase anonymous key, your unknown key, you can see it under project API keys. You're going to see your unknown public key. So do go on and copy it and come back to your Next.js project and paste it in here. It's the longer of the both. So this is your Supabase unknown key. Let's continue with our setup. So I'm going to come back to the documentation, and the next thing we have to do, or we need to do, is to create our client. We are using Next.js, and we need to create a client with the SSR package, which is automatically going to configure it to use cookies. Okay, so you see here, this means that your user's session is available throughout your Next.js stack. So you can use it in your client, you can use it in your server, your app router, pages router. It just works. Okay, so how do we do this? You see, for our client component, we can have a client that looks very much like this, but this client component we have over here is inside of a page function. So it's inside of a page, but we want to reuse this throughout our application, and that's why the documentation over here is recommending to us to create it in a separate utils Supabase folder that we can import them as clients and use in any of our components or page that needs access to Supabase. Let's work with this. And what we're going to do at this point, we're just going to copy this. So this is the Supabase client. We know we are no longer going to be, or we are not using it in a page because we want to use this throughout our application. So let's go on and create our client. And to do that, I am going to come back to our application. I just copied this from line 6 to line 9. Do go on and copy this. And we're going to come over to our project, and right in our source folder, We can create this in our libs and utils, but right in our source folder, I'm going to create a Supabase folder. And inside the Supabase folder, I will create two files. And the first one we need is the Supabase client.ts file. And inside here, we need to create a client. So I'm going to export const and I'm give this a name of Supabase browser client. And this Supabase browser client is going to be equal to a create browser client that we need to import. This package is going to be coming in from the Supabase SSR package that we just installed. This is a function, a method, so we call it as such, and we need to provide two values, which is our Supabase URL and our Supabase key. Remember, in our local env, we have our Supabase URL and we also have our anon key. So here in our Supabase client, I'm going to copy what I copied from I'm going to paste what I copied from the documentation in here. And let's see if we missed out something. So here we have const Supabase. I'm actually going to get rid of these, and we are just providing the process env next public Supabase URL and also next public Supabase anon key, which are these keys that we have in here. So make sure there is no typo, and that's why I just copy and paste from the documentation. Now you have our Supabase browser client. That's not all that we need, because we are also going to have server actions. We're going to have our server pages where we also want to have access to the Supabase client. Now we need to create another file, and in here I'm going to give this a name of Supabase server.ts. If we are working with the client, so let's say a client page, we are going to be making use of this, or a client component, we are going to be making use of the Supabase browser client. But when we work with a server component, we are going to be making use of the Supabase server file. So let's come back to the documentation, and you see over here we have this for our server component. This is a code that we need. And to do this, we can just, we're not going to copy everything we have here, because this also is inside the page, and we have our own utility file that we just created for this. All right, but we are not going to be copying this actually. We are going to be copying what we have over here in route handler. The reason is because we are making use of authentication in our project. And this is just getting cookies, but we also want to sign users out, and we also want to set the cookies when the user authenticates. So for that, we should come over to the route handler section, and here in route handler, you see we have this function for getting cookies, we have this for setting cookies, and we also have this for removing cookies. So this is what we want to copy, and I'm just going to copy everything here apart from this function, this post function. I'm going to copy everything from line number 5 up until line number 23. So go on and copy this, and let's head over to our Next.js project. And I'm going to export our own function. So export async function. And this function, we need to give it a name. I'm going to give the name of Supabase server client like this. And for params, it doesn't need any params, and this is our function. So right in here, I am going to paste in everything that we copied from the documentation, which obviously gives us some import errors, because first we need to import cookies from next/headers. So let's import cookies coming from next headers here. And we also need to import the create server client, which will be imported from the Supabase SSR package. And then we also need to import cookies option, which is a type. As you see here, it is a type for options, cookies option. So here we can just have this type annotation to say that yes, this is actually used as a type here. And that's about it. We just need to export our client. So we call this Supabase, and we just need to return actually. So here we are going to be returning our Supabase client. So this function, if we hover on it, is a promise. So whenever we use this function, we need to use the await keyword, which goes on to return our Supabase client. And I want us to add one thing which isn't in the documentation, but this is going to be throwing some warnings in our console. And to avoid it, we need to call our supabase.auth.getUser like this. And I'm going to comment this out. We're going to see if the kind of a bug, if it has been fixed. If not, we are going to just if it has been fixed and we don't get the errors, it's totally fine. But if at the time you're watching this and you still see the errors, then you're going to need this. So I'm commenting it out, and if we see the warnings on our terminal, then we are going to be bringing this back in. Now we have this, we also need to set up middleware. So here in the documentation, you can come over to the middleware tab, and the middleware example can be used to refresh expired sessions before loading server component routes. So we are not going to be doing any change here. All we have to do is to create this middleware.ts file, and we can copy this and paste this right inside of the file. So back in our source folder, I'm going to create a middleware.ts file, which is a file name that Next.js is aware about. So make sure you don't have any typos here. It is middleware like this, a middleware.ts file. And I'm going to paste this right in here. And this is it. And we just have to save. And once we have this set up, we have successfully set up the Supabase clients. These are the Supabase clients. And for the middleware, you see it is used to refresh expired sessions before loading our client component routes. With all this set up, we want to now go on and work on our login page so that we can now interact with the client and go on to provide the user with a platform to authenticate themselves inside of our Next.js application. We can now come back to our Next.js application, and right here in our Next.js application, we need our login route. So this is our page, and I'm going to be creating a new file, which is an organization layout in Next.js. So I'll call this authentication. Now this file we have over here, this directory, this folder we have with this parenthesis is an organization route in Next.js. It just helps to organize files, and this doesn't in any way affect the URL. Now, one thing it can affect is the layout, and that's why we have this in here. And if we don't have a define a custom layout for this group, it is going to be making use of this layout.tsx, which can be shared throughout our application. Now, since this layout is shared throughout our application, you see we are making use of this meta here, and we are also making use of this font, and this is going to be shared application wide. And that's why this authentication.tsx is going to be picking up this layout and is automatically going to have all this set up for the font, and also have this our globals.css. That's why we can use Tailwind CSS classes in here without having any issues. And in here we also have our HTML and also the body. So that's what is actually going on. And even if we create another organization route and have a layout.tsx, these styles is going to be shared. This is more like our root layout that is used globally in our application. So we have this route, which I said is just for grouping purposes, or if you want this page to have its own specific layout. So that's the work for this organization route here. And in here, I want us to have another folder, which is now the main folder of our application. So localhost 3000/auth, because we gave this folder a name of auth, is going to be coming inside here. But in order for it to load the file, just as we have a page.tsx, we should also come in here and create a page.tsx. So your route should look something like this: source, app, authentication, then the auth folder, and your page.tsx. And I'm just going to have this and call this auth page. And once we save this and we come over to localhost 3000/auth, we are going to be loading this file. So I'm going to start up the application bun run dev and come back to localhost 3000/auth. And this time around, you would see that we are loading the content of our auth page. You can see it is compiling /auth. And once it is done compiling, we see auth page over here. Now to continue, I am going to quickly create a typography component, which is going to save us tons of time in the future. So in our components folder, still inside the UI, this is our own UI, I am going to be creating a typography.ts file here, tsx. Okay. And this typography.tsx, I want it to be like our global typography component that we can use so that we don't have to style every paragraph. We don't have to style every H1, H6 we use in the application. This is going to save us loads of time in the future. So let's have this component here, which I would rename to typography. And we don't need the React.js import. Obviously, this is going to be taking in some props, so we can call this typography props, which is going to be equal to this object. And this typography is going to be of type FC. Now, FC should be imported from React, and it stands for functional components, for function component like this. And this FC is a generic type, as you see over here, is a generic type of props. So this here is a generic type of props, which by default is an empty object. So here we have an empty object, and we are going to pass the generic type like this, and we can customize the type by providing additional props that this component is going to need. If we come here and we try to destructure, you see we don't have anything, but one prop we are going to need here is the variant. And this variant is going to be optional and is going to range from H1 all the way to H6. And I'm just going to let Copilot help me and remove all of these that we don't need right in here. So this variant, you see H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6, and I'm just going to add a P tag over here for paragraph. And in here, you see now we can go on to the structure variant. The object we saw before is no longer empty because we have provided an additional property to it. And we are going to have text. Text could be children prop, but in this case, I'm going to accept it as a string right in here. And next we need class name, because we also, though we are going to be providing class name to this component, we also want to give the user the ability to customize or to change the different default classes we are going to be providing to this typography component. And because we also have some HTML props that we cannot define, we cannot go on and define on click, on change. There are so many HTML properties. And for that, we are going to say and this and is we are going to add this HTML attributes like this, which should be imported from React. And this HTML attribute is a generic type. You see, it requires one type argument. So in here, we are going to provide it and say what sort of HTML attribute. We say this is HTML elements like this. And you can see now we can go on to get all of these. That's obviously there's no way we could have defined this ourselves. Cool. And now we can define we can bring it in by spreading it the props like this. And this spread over here we are doing, or rest, is taking in the rest that is coming from this HTML attributes or even this text and class name. But we want to bring them in ourselves, so we're also going to bring in text. And lastly, we are going to bring in class name. And that's about it. And right in here, let's go on and give the different class names that we want for this component. So class names is going to be equal to an object, and we can define the class name we want to apply for a H1. And every H1 in our component is going to have this scroll -m-20. These are Tailwind CSS class names. We're not going to get auto completion because we are not typing it right in here, where we can get the scroll 20 like this, which if you hover on it, you're going to see what this means, which is a scroll margin. Now, if you want to go on to get this auto completion when you're using Tailwind CSS, there's a helpful extension. If you come over to the extensions tab here and you type for Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, this is the extension. So Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, do go on and install this dependency inside of your project. And Once you have it, you're going to get this Tailwind CSS in IntelliSense, which is going to give you syntax highlighting, linting, and also autocomplete. Alright, so let's continue, and this is just one class name, and any class name you want to know the meaning, you can just put it right in here as we did previously. So you can just do like this and hover on it, and then you're going to know the actual CSS that you get from that class name. And also we're going to have text for XL, and we are going to have font not bold, font extra bold, and we are also going to have tracking -tight like this. And lastly, on larger devices, so for LG like this, we are going to have text 5XL. I'm going to bring this down a couple of times and then change this to H2. And for H2, we are going to have scroll M16. And after that, we are going to have text 3XL. Then we are going to give it a font bold, tracking tight, and on LG, it is going to be text 4XL. And next we have a H3, and for H3 we are going to give this scroll M12, and after that we are going to give this text 2XL. And for the font, we are not going to go for font extra bold, we are going to go for font semi bold like this. And after that we also have tracking tight, and on LG this is going to be text 3XL. Next, we have our H4 over here, which is going to have a scroll M10, after which we are going to give this text extra large, and the font is going to be font normal. So here we have font normal. This is going to have tracking tight, and on LG we can go on to give this text 2XL like this. And actually this is not font normal, this is font medium over here, should be font medium. And then we have for our H5, which is going to have a scroll M8, and after which this is going to be text not 4XL, this is going to be text LG. And now we can give this our font normal and normal. This is also going to have tracking tight, and this is going to have text extra large. And we are going to bring this down 2 more times for also our H6, and finally for our paragraph tag over here. So let's customize the class name for the H6. This is going to be scroll M6, and this is going to be not text LG, it's going to be text base. The font is also going to be font normal, tracking tight, and on LG is going to have text extra large. And lastly, for our paragraph tag, this is going to have scroll M4, and then this is text XM, this is font normal, this is tracking tight, and on large devices this is going to text base. Now we have this, we are going to assign, we're going to say const tag is going to be equal to variant, the variant you see here, which is ranging from H1 to H6. And right on top here, we can provide a default variant in case the variant is not provided. And by default, we are going to be making use of this H1 as our variant. The reason why we are assigning this to tag is so that over here, we can use it because it has to be in uppercase. You can also use the react.createElement if you feel comfortable creating that with your own, as your own tag, and then you provide the class names. But I find this way very much convenient. And after that, you can also now assign a default class name, and this default class name here is going to be equal to, give me a second, is going to be equal to the class names and here variant. So what is this doing over here? Class names, you know, is an object, and variant is also this H1 up onto paragraph tag here. So if we come over to class names, and over here we are trying to pull out H1 here, so this is what we are doing, trying to access the H1 from this class names object. So we are trying to pull out this H1. Okay, so in this case, the variant is going to be passed as prop. If it's H1, we take these class names. If it's paragraph, we take these class names and all of that. So this is the default class name. Now the user is also going to have the ability to bring in their own class name. So here we're going to have combine class name. And this combined class name, we are going to be making use of the cn utility, which remember I said by default earlier is used to combine class names in our application. So we're going to combine the default class name and then class name. Any class name that is being passed in is going to override. Let's say the user wants to update the text 4XL to text 5XL. This one that is coming in here is going to override the one we have in here. And now we have our combined class name. We can use it as a class name in here. So the class name is going to be equal to combined class name. And we shouldn't forget to spread all the props, all other props that we are bringing in here so that it can be used right inside here for the tag. And we don't want to have this hard-coded here. We want to have the text. This is our typography component. It's going to save us tons of time in our project. Now we can proceed to setting up our form in our application. To do that, let's come back to our page.tsx. And in this div, we can give it some class names already. Give this a min height of screen to take the full screen and give this a paragraph of 5. I'm going to give this the display of grid over here and give this a text center and give this a place content center as well. And you can also give it a text white. Now, after this div, we are going to have another div in here, which we are going to give a class name of maximum width to be 450 pixel. So we're going to say maximum width, and the maximum width, because we want to provide our own value, we are going to provide it in the square brackets, and in here we write the value, so 450 pixels. Now, if you install the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense extension, if you hover on this, you can see this is maximum width 450 pixels. Now inside this div, we are going to have another div, and we're going to give this div a class name of flex justify center and also items center, and give it a gap of 3, and lastly give it a margin bottom of 4. Now this div is going to have a React icons component and also going to make use of our typography component. To install React icons inside of our project, I'm going to open another tab. I'm going to split terminal here. And this is also going to give me like a second terminal here, which I can use to install commands right inside of our project. So I'm going to say bun install React icons like this. And React icons is going to be added right into our project, and I'm going to leave this in case we need to add others. And my terminal, my project is going to be running on this second or first terminal here. So we want to bring in React icons, and one icon we want to bring in is the BS Slack icon. And this BS Slack needs to come in from React icons /BS, and we can customize the size of this icon and give it the size of 30. Now we're going to make first use of our typography components. So here we are going to have our typography, which can be or should be imported from components UI typography. And I like taking this to the top, the imports, and then our own custom components can come down below. Now inside this typography component, we can give it the text, and the text we are going to provide for it is slacks, and we want to make use of the H2 variant. Remember, the H1 variant is the default. Now after this, we are going to also have another typography in here, and this typography is going to have the name of, it's going to have this text, but it's not going to be signing to your account. It's going to be signing into your slacks like this, and the variant is going to be a H2 variant, and the class name is going to be margin bottom of 3. Let's have a preview to be sure we are actually on the right direction. I'm going to save this, and if we come back to our /auth and let's just give this a reload, we don't actually see anything right in here. So what is actually going on? At least we should see all of these. So what's going to happen is I'm going to quickly quit the terminal to be sure that yes, everything is working fine, and I'm going to rerun it with bun run dev, which is going to restart our application. I'm going to give this a reload to be sure that everything is working fine and it is compiling our /auth route. And once it is done compiling, I expect to see my typography component, and I don't see my typography component. So let me quickly inspect what's going wrong and know the reason why I am not seeing anything right in here. So I'm going to use this inspect tool. Actually, here we have our components. Now, the reason why we might not be seeing something, if we come back here and quickly, this should not be text white. This should be BG of white. Sorry about that. That was why we were not able to see anything. And now we can see this over here. So let's continue, and what we are going to do next is to have another typography component, which is more like going to give the user some additional information. So here I'm going to have a typography component, and I'm just going to bring this in from Copilot here. And rather than give it this text, enter your email and password, I am going to be updating it to say we suggest using the email address that you use at work. And for the variant can be a paragraph tag, and for the class name, I'm going to be updating this to give it an opacity of 90 and also give it a margin bottom of 7. So if we save this and have a preview, this is the text that we want to see over here. Now we're going to continue, and now we are going to have a button, and this button is going to be for our Google Authentication and also our GitHub Authentication. I'm going to give this a class name of Flex Core because it's going to have our 2 buttons, and I'm going to give this a space Y4. Now the first button we need, remember we installed the Shadcn UI, we added the button inside of our components UI button when we were setting up our project. We can now make use of it. So we're gonna import the button inside of this component, and this should be coming in from our components UI button here. And inside this button, we are going to have the children prop, but first let's give this some class names of py6 and also give it a border of 2, and also give this flex and space x3. The reason we are giving this flex and space x3 is because this button is going to have a font which is going to be FC Google. Should be imported from React Icons FC, and this is also going to have a typography component, and that's why we gave it this flex right in here and a space x of 3. Now this is not going to say continue with Google, this is going to say sign in with Google, and it's going to have a variant of paragraph, and I am just going to quickly give this a text of extra large. So you see how useful it is that we gave this class name prop to this component. And after this button, or we can go on to duplicate this button so that we have the same for our GitHub authentication. And rather than give this FC Google, we want to import the RX GitHub logo from React Icons /RX. So I'm going to take these 2 imports and move them right to the top, and we can continue. So this is not going to say sign in with Google. This is going to say sign in with GitHub like this. And for the class names, every other thing can go on to remain the same, but we shouldn't forget to give this a size of 30 and also give this FC Google a size of 30. Let's have a preview. Let's save this, come back to application, and we see that 2 buttons right in here. All right, this is super cool. And we should come back to the application. And if we come back here, you would see that this button looks okay for this black background, but I just want to quickly give these 2 buttons here a different variant. So this other button here like this, and I'm going to hold Alt and hold Alt so that I can have double cursors, and I can give this a variant, and we have different variants, but in this case I want to give it a variant of outline. Now if we save this and we come back, this button looks good to me. The other one also looked good. And now we can continue to have our form for email authentication. Now outside this div, which is holding the 2 buttons, we can just collapse this. So outside this div, we can now have our another div, and this other div doesn't have any class name, and in here we have another div. This div is going to have a class name of flex items center, and it's also going to have my of 6, and in here we have a div, and this div is going to have a class name of margin right of 10 pixels, and it's also have a flex of 1, a border top. It's going to have a border T for border top and BG neutral 300. And I can bring this down, and before I do, I'm going to make this to be self-closing like this, and I can bring this down here. Now, rather than have a margin right of 10 for this, the only difference is this is going to have a margin left of 10, but the two classes remains the same. Now I want to have this line, and in between the line I want to come over here and have this typography, which is going to be saying or like this. So that's all, and we don't need a class name, so we just need this typography component, which is going to be in between these two lines. This is the fill. This is what I try to achieve over here. So we can continue building out our application, and right in here we are going to be having our form. Now we need to install some packages to make sure we validate our form, to integrate our form in here. And for that, we can come over to our Next.js Shadcn UI documentation, and under components we want to look for form. And forms are really tricky, but we are going to see how we can integrate Zord for form validation, for form schema, and we are going to be using React hook form for form validation. No worries, we are going to see how this works. And the reason why, or making sure we validate our form over here, because this page is going to be a client component, is going to be a client page by the time we have our on click on these buttons that we have over here. You might be wondering, okay, we go on to submit the form on the client. Nope, we are going to be working with server actions to make sure we have server side mutation. So no worries, if we are handling validation or working with the client component here, we are also going to be submitting our form on the server side. To create our form, we are going to come over to this installation section, or you can just copy this command here, bunx shadcn UI at latest add form. That's what we want to do. And we are going to be creating a schema, defining a form. We are going to be doing all of these. We are going to build our own form, no worries. So I'm going to open up the terminal, and I'm going to paste this in here. So bunx _bun shadcn UI at latest add form. Now that's not all. We also need bun install. Do I have an error? Perhaps I have some internet connectivity issues. Give me a second. Let me quickly sort it out. Okay, so I did check, and yep, you just run this installation command and it's going to add it into your project, and that should be it. I already have it because I ran this command before to test, and it's asking me if I want to override. I can say no, I can say yes. I'll just say yes to override, and that is it. So we are going to be installing, so bun install. We are going to be installing some packages for our form validation, and one package we are going to be installing is React -hook form like this. And we also need to install Zord. We also need to install @hook form /resolvers like this. So I'm just going to expand this here so you see what we're installing. We are installing bun install React hook form, which is going to help us for our form validation. We have the Zord, and then we have @hook form /resolvers, which is going to just help us for the connection between React hook form and Zord. Do go on and install these, and you see it's installed super quickly. And once you have that installed, I am going to leave this, or maybe I just kill the terminal, and if we need it again, we are going to bring it back up. Now we can go on and define our form. And the first thing we are going to do at this point is to bring in the form component that we just installed from Shadcn UI. So this should come from your components UI/form. So do go on and bring it in. Now this form, we need to go on and create a form. So to do that, we are going to come to the top of our application, and right in here, just about here, we are going to say const form is going to be equal to the use form. Use form should be imported from React hook form, and I'm just going to move this to the top here. And we have this import. We need to define what our form looks like. Now this use form, if you hover on it, you could see here it's a generic type which takes in the field values, and we haven't defined them yet, but we are going to be defining it right now. So to define the schema of what our form is going to look like, in this case we just have an email. We are going to say here form schema, and form schema is going to be equals to z.object. Z needs to be imported from Zod, so make sure you have this import here. And with this Z, we can say z.object, and we provide an object, the shape of how our form looks like. Our form is just going to have an email. So here we have email, and this email we are going to say z.string, and we can just have this validation. So I'm going to remove this that we have here, and everything should be fine, apart from here where we have an error. So no worries, we are going to be fixing that here. So we're saying our form schema is going to have this email, which is going to be a string, and it also should be an email, and this has a nice way of knowing if it's actually an email or not. And you can also go on to make sure that you have minimum character if you'd like, and you can provide more configuration. You can add a minimum length of 2, and if you want to provide an optional message here, you can say email. You can come here and say email must be 2 characters, like this. All right, so this is our form schema. We can now come over to this use form and have this angle bracket here and say z.infer, not XML document, z.infer, and this is going to infer from our type of form schema. So here we are going to say type of, and there we provide our form schema like this. Now we have our form. Inside here we can provide a resolver. So we're going to have an object. We can provide a resolver here, and the resolver we're going to be making use of is the Zod resolver. Zod resolver needs to be imported, so we need to import it from @hookform/resolver/Zod. And we can also provide default values, and this is going to take email because it knows the shape of our form, and by default we are going to have an empty string as the email. We have our form defined here. So this form, if you hover on it, is of type use form return. We can use it here, and the way you make use of it is not just by passing form like this. You need to spread form here like this. So after this, we can continue building out our form. We have our form HTML tag. It's not going to have any action. Rather, it's going to have an onSubmit, which we are going to be working on in a second. So for now, we can just disregard that. And to make sure we don't have any errors, now we are going to be making use of onClicks and stuff like that. We can come to the top of the form and make sure that we have this use client annotation. It's actually a directive that Next.js is aware about. And once it's stated, it knows that we are doing client-side things in our application, because by default, every page is going to be a server page. So we can come down here, and inside this form, I'm going to provide a field set more like grouping different form values or form fields. And in here, we want to have our form field, and this form field should be imported from our components UI form. And this form field can be a self-closing tag. And here we want to pass a form control. So the control is going to be form.control. And we also want to give this a name, and the name should be email. It knows because we have connected this form schema. And apart from that, we also have this render function where we want to render the actual form item. this render function going to take a callback function like this, and here we are going to explicitly return by providing this parenthesis. So if not, we would have to do something like this and have the normal return keyword here. So to avoid that, we are just having this parenthesis right over here. And this render function, we have an error because we need to return a form item, and this form item is going to take a field. How do we get the field? We can get it by destructuring field from right in here, and we get the field. So we need to come here and return a form item. A form item also needs to be brought in from our components UI form. Now this form item is not going to be self-closing because in here we want to have some other properties just as the form control, which also will be coming in from our components UI form. This form control in here is going to have an input. I don't think we have imported the input component inside of our application. So let's open a new tab here. Come back to the Shadcn UI documentation, and right in here we want to look for input. Click on input here, or you can just watch me install it. It's the same, all of the same installation command. I'm going to copy it and come back to our project and paste this right in here. And that should be it. It should add the form inside of the input inside of our project. And I'm just going to kill the terminal and just bring this down here. So inside this form control, we are going to have our input. Our input should be imported from our components UI input, and it's going to be self-closing. This input, we can pass a placeholder, and the placeholder I want to pass here is name at work-email.com. And for the field, I'm going to spread out this field that we are taking from this render function here. So this is our form. We don't have our button yet, and we don't have an onSubmit provided to this form. But if we save this, we should at least see our form rendered in our UI here, and we see our form. Super cool. Now, make sure you don't have any errors. You can just copy and paste the code from GitHub. This is what we have over here. Make sure you don't have any mistake. Here we are defining the form. Over here we define the form schema, and here we render the form. So now let's go on to have our button, and our button also is going to be inside of this field set. So just outside this form field, we are going to have our button component, and this button component, we are going to give it a variant, and the variant is going to be secondary like this. And then it's also going to have some class names, which I'll come back to in a second, but let me say this is of type submit. Submit inside the form is also going to submit the form. Now here we are going to have this typography, and this typography is going to have a text, but it's not going to be continue. It's going to have a text of sign in with email. Sign in with email like this, and it has a variant of paragraph. So let's quickly provide the class names that this button needs. So right inside this class name, this is going to take our BG primary DAC. Remember the DAC that we added in our Tailwind config, and on hover, this is going to have a BG primary DAC, but now it's going to have an opacity of 90. It's going to take the full width margin Y of 5, and lastly, it is also going to take a not to white. It is going to take a text white like this. So let's save this and see what we have. Now we have our sign in with email button, and I think we forgot to add our form message. So just coming back here outside of this form control, we should have a form message because I want to click on the form and see our error message. So here we have our form message. If we come back to the form, we haven't provided any values. We should see our error. Now we don't have the onSubmit, and we just actually go on to reload the page and have this URL. So until we have our onSubmit, we can test that out. Sorry about that, but let's quickly round this up. And just right here, I'm going to have this div, and this div is going to have a class name of px-5, give it a py-4. and give this a bg gray 100, bg gray 100. Give this a rounded sm, and inside this div I'm gonna have another div, and here I'm going to give it a class name of text gray 500, and give this a flex, give this item center, and give this space x3 here. That's because in here I want to have this md outline. I want to have this md outline auto or some like this. Should be imported from react icon /md. And just after this, I want to have our typography components to go on and inform the user that we are going to be sending them an email. So here the text is going to say, we will email you a magic link for a password free sign in, and the variant is paragraph. So to test this out, let's quickly save this and come back to make sure we have our on submit. And I don't see what I have here. I don't see the text. It is actually compiling, so let's give it a second for it to compile, and come back to our form here. And right in our form, I'm going to have this on submit, and this on submit is going to take this form that we are spreading here and call the handle submit. This form.handle submit needs to take in a submit handler, which we are going to define. We don't have yet, so we're going to call this on submit like this, and automatically it's going to get the values that we are trying to submit in this form. So right here at the top, we are going to just come somewhere around here and say const on submit. Is going to take the values, and this values is going to be of type z.infer, type of our form schema. And we have an error here because this we can just make a sync function like this, and the error should be gone. Now the thing we can do here, we can just come here and console.log the values to be sure that yes, we are seeing these values. Do we have an error here? No, we don't. All right, so let's see it. And the first thing we do now, if we save this, I want to see the invalid email. Yes, we have an invalid email because we are validating over here that this should be of type email. And we can also come here and provide a message, and we can just say some message, or please provide a valid email, and that's what we are going to be saying right in here. So we try to submit the form, we see some message. That's how you can customize the message if you want to see something different. And that is to also prove to you that the invalid email you're getting is from this validation that is not passing, and that's why we don't see this. Okay, so if you say this to be, let's say, a minimum of 10, and this goes on to pass, then you'll see this other error message. So let's come back to the application. And I'm quickly going to provide a test at test.com and open the console over here. So right here in the console, when I click on sign in, I want to see the values, and yes, I see the values. We have set up everything correctly. Now at this point, we want to now make sure that these buttons are working for the sign in with Google, sign in with GitHub, and also all of these buttons. But there's something we shouldn't forget to do, and that is to make sure that we have a state when we are submitting the form. So quickly, I'm just going to come right here and bring in this from useState. useState should be imported from React, and quickly I will be moving this to the top over here. All right, so useState from React, and by default is going to have a value of false. And right in here, we're going to give this a name of is authenticating, and then we should have set is authenticating like this. And if we are authenticating, then I want to disable my field set. So this is going to be disabled if we are authenticating, and this form will be disabled as well as this button, so we don't have to manually add the disabled to the form and also to the button. And also these two buttons we have here, so this button and this other button. So again, I'm going to hold Alt to select the two buttons, and I'm going to say disabled if we are authenticating like this. So now we save this, we don't see any improvement. Once we are submitting our form, we want to make sure that these buttons and also this form is disabled, or when we are authenticating right into our application. So up next, we are going to make sure that we can authenticate into our project and we can continue from there. The current state of our application, if we come back here in our page.tsx, you see here we have this on submit, where we are currently logging the value to the console when the user submits the form. And if you come further down, we have this button for GitHub Authentication, and we also have this button for Google Authentication, and this for GitHub Authentication. Now I'm going to come over here to the docs section that we have here, this docs.txt file. And I'm going to paste in another link, which we are going to be taking a look at, which is OAuth for PKCE flow for SSR. So here I'm going to give it Supabase OAuth like this. And now we can visit this documentation together. I'm going to come over to the browser, open a new tab, and paste in this documentation. Paste in the link. And here we see OAuth for PKCE flow for SSR. And the first thing we need to do is set up our SSR client, which is something we have done. So a quick refresher, if you come into your app, so here you see your Supabase folder, and we have two clients. We have the Supabase client, and which is going to be this for the browser. And then we have the Supabase server.ts, and here we have our Supabase server client. Okay, so we have set up our client. And the next thing we need to do is to create API endpoint. So to create an API endpoint for handling the code exchange. You can read more about it here, but you see, in order to use OAuth, we'll need to set up an endpoint for the code exchange to exchange an OAuth code for the user session, which is set as a cookie for future requests to Supabase. Now, how do we do this? We need to create a file at app auth callback route.tsx, and then we're going to populate it with the following. So all we have to do here is to copy this. And remember, this is actually for our OAuth. So to sign up with OAuth, and this one here is for email authentication. So currently we are working with OAuth. So here we have OAuth. Okay. So let's copy this and come back to our application, and let's create the route. And here in the auth, we are going to create a new file, a new folder called back. So I'm going to create a new folder called back like this. And inside there, we are going to have a route.ts file. Okay, so your breadcrumb should be source, app, authentication, callback. And in here, you should have, I don't think it's route. Let's quickly confirm. Yep, it is actually route.ts. And then we are going to paste this in. I'm going to change one thing actually, and what I'm going to change is just right here in this line 32, and rather than have this next, I'm just going to update it to be origin like this. And I'm going to leave a comment here, so in case you come back, you know that this is where I made changes to. Okay, and changed from this. All right. And the next, you see, if next is in a param, use it as a redirect URL. Okay, so we don't need this next, and we can actually get rid of this, or I'm just going to comment this out. So when you come back to the code base, you're going to see how it works. Now, with all of that, let's quickly come back to the documentation. And with that, we need to let our sign in with OAuth method redirect the callback route we create above. So this, and this is all we have to do. So we need to make sure that we have this redirect, which is going to redirect back to /auth/callback. And the auth/callback is this route that we set up. So /auth. And let's be sure that we actually have this inside /auth, and we don't. So you can just move this right inside auth. Okay, so it should be /auth here /callback, and then you should have your route.ts. All right, so we have this, and now we can set it up. And to do that, we'll come right here just below the onSubmit, and I'm going to have this async function. And this function, I'm going to give it a name of social auth. social auth like this. And this function is going to be taking in the provider. So in here, we are going to be taking in the provider. And this provider is going to be of type provider. And provider should be coming in from Supabase at Supabase/ss, no, Supabase.js. Where is it? So this, and I'm going to move this right to the top. So now we have our provider. If you hover on this provider, you would see the different strings, provider strings that we have access to. And in here, we are going to do something first. Before we start authenticating the user, we are going to set is authenticating to true. And once we set is authenticating to true, we need to get our Supabase client. Now, the Supabase client we are going to be using in this instance is going to be our Supabase browser client. And that's because we have this as a client component. So here, let's go on to await our Supabase browser client, and please do go on and import your Supabase browser client, and there we can call .auth method, and .auth method we can call this sign in with OTP. So sign in with OTP method. Now this sign in with OTP needs the provider and the options as we saw in the documentation. Now the provider is going to be equal to this provider that we are accepting over here, and it also needs the options. So here let's have options, and options here is going to also be an object where we are going to specify the redirect URL. So here we have an error. Let's see if we have an error. We don't. So here we have redirect to, and let's be sure, actually it's not OTP, it should be sign in with OAuth like this here. Okay, so once you fix that, you should now have your auto completion for redirect to. And this redirect to is going to be our location.origin. So we're going to be using interpolation here, string interpolation, because we want to concatenate two strings together. And to concatenate two strings, we are going to be making use of the $sign and curly brackets. And in here, we can make use of the location.origin like this. And then we are going to go to /auth/callback. And this /auth/callback is going to be looking for this route. So /auth/callback, and here inside this file. And once we have that, let's not forget to set is authenticating back to false. Okay. And we have our social auth function, and this social auth function is going to be called by this Google button and also this GitHub button. So let's link them up. On click of this button, which is our Google button, we are going to call the social auth and then give it the string of Google. Now, if I just remove Google from here and control spacebar, you see we have different providers, but we know that we set up only the Google provider and the GitHub provider. So let's copy this function and also pass it to this other button, which is helping us for our GitHub authentication, but we should also update the provider to GitHub. Now with this, we have successfully set up OAuth in our application. We're going to come back how we can see if a user truly was authenticated into our project, but one way we can definitely find out is taking a look at our Supabase dashboard. Let's come back to the browser, and here in the browser, I will come back to the page, and let's keep an eye on our Supabase project. So we are going to come over to this authentication section. And for now, let's see if we have any users, no users in your project. So let's try to create one user. We're going to try with the Google authentication. So click on sign in with Google. And then you see we are kicked into the Google OAuth flow. And now we need to choose our email that we want to authenticate with. And I'm going to choose my email address. And once this load up, we are asked if we want to sign into our project. I'm going to click continue and give this a second, and we should be redirected back to our application. So let's give this a second for it to load up, and you see we are back to localhost 3000. Now we don't get any hint or information in our application, but let's head over to our Supabase dashboard. And while we are here, we can hit this reload tab, and you see these are the credentials of the user that just authenticated into our application. Let's test out the GitHub authentication, and for that I will be opening up my GitHub account I'll be opening up this application on another browser which makes use of GitHub. I have opened up my GitHub on the project on this other browser so that I can test authenticating with GitHub. And I'm going to click on sign in with GitHub so that we are going to be kicked into the GitHub Auth flow. And here we are being told to authorize our application. I'm going to authorize this application and then give this a second. We should be redirected back to localhost 3000 and we are. So now let's head over back to our Supabase dashboard to check if we truly have this user with the GitHub credentials. So I'm going to come over to the dashboard and here we see our email and we also see the provider is GitHub. So successfully, we are now sure that Google provider and GitHub authentication is working in our project. Now let's test the email authentication. We're going to come back to the documentation we are taking a look at, and this is the email auth for PKCE flow. So click on this link and we have done the setting up of our Supabase SSR client as our SSR client. And we need to go on and create an endpoint for handling the token hash. Now you're going to be redirected back to this page with our query param where code is going to be equal to some gibberish. But you see here, in order to use the updated email links, we will need to set up an endpoint for verifying the token hash along with the type to exchange the token hash for the user session. And again, we know that this session is a cookie for future requests made to Supabase. So we need to create this confirm, which is still going to be inside this auth route. So confirm route.ts file. So let's do that. And I'm going to come back here inside this auth and I'm going to create a file, a new folder for confirm. And inside here, I'm going to create the route.ts file and we can just populate it with the following. So let's copy this and paste it right inside of our project. Now, I'm not going to make any change here, but you can see how everything is working. And yep, so let's save this. And that should be it for our email. But now we need to write a function that is going to handle the form submission, because currently we are just logging this value to the console. And now we can quickly test out that everything is still working fine, but we need to come back to /auth. And then I'm going to open the console and then I'll quickly provide a test email. So test@test.com and click on sign in with email. Now, the important thing you should see here is that this email is logged on the user's browser. We are going to change that because we want to make use of server actions to do server-side things. I want this email to be logged on our terminal to be sure that yes, this email is being, or this function is going to be called on the server. One way we can go on to do that is to create a server action. So let's go about and do that. And to create a server action, we are going to come into our source folder, and right into our source folder, I'm going to create a new folder which I'll call actions. And inside this folder, I'll create a new register with email file and here .ts. And right on the top, I'm going to be adding a directive that Next.js is aware about, and I'm going to call this use server like this. And inside here, we are going to be exporting an async function. Now this function, we are not going to give it the name of get, we are going to give it the name of register with email like this. And this is not going to be taking in the request. This is going to be taking an object which is also going to be of type object, but this is going to be having the email. So over here, we are expecting this to have the email, and the email should be of type string like this. Now, to be sure that this is actually called on the server side, we are going to console.log email over here. And we are for now not returning anything. So what's going to happen is I'll come back to this page.tsx, and on this on submit, where we are logging the value to the console, I'm going to set is authenticating to true. And just below here, I will set is authenticating back to false. So set is authenticating, and I will set it back to false. Now in between, I want us to go on and call this function. Okay, so how do we call the function? Is as simple as importing the function inside here. And for now, we don't have any response, but we are going to say const response is going to be equal to, and now we need to await the register with email function that we just created. So do go on and import this function. And this function needs the values, okay? And we know that this value is going to be this object because, it's an object with the email, and the email is going to be a string. We are not doing anything with the response yet. So let's save this. And now again, I'm just going to come over to the browser and click on sign in with email. I'll clear here. And once I click on this button, you see the field set was disabled, and also these buttons were disabled for a few seconds. And if we come over here, we see now we are logging this right here. The next thing we want to do is to get access to our Supabase client. And to do that, we're going to say const Supabase client, or we can just say Supabase is going to be equal to await our Supabase server client. We are making use of our Supabase server client because, as we saw earlier, we are just calling this function on the server side. This is a function, this Supabase server client, so we have to call it. And you see here it returns a Supabase client to us, which we are now assigning to this variable we call Supabase. The next thing we want to do is to have our current origin, because we want to redirect the user after sign up to our current origin. And we can go on to hard code this here. So we can say const current origin, something like this is equal to, and then we can post our localhost, http localhost 3000. But as you know, when we deploy our application, we are no longer going to be on localhost. For that, I don't want to scan through my files checking for our localhost. So in that instance, I will come into the process.env, where I would create a new environment variable. And we need to give this the name of next public. So here I will say next underscore public. And this is going to be our current underscore origin like this. And now the value for this is going to be our localhost 3000. Anytime you make changes to your environment variables, you see you need to go on and restart your project so that it starts up with our latest environment. So I'm going to rerun and bun run dev to restart our application and give us a local preview on localhost 3000. So I'm going to close the terminal here, the console, and give this a reload. And while that's reloading, we can copy this next public current origin and make use of it here. So now the current origin is no longer going to be hard-coded here. It's going to be coming in from our process.env, and now our next public current origin. The next thing we want to do is to get our response. We're going to store this in a response here. And this is going to be equal to awaiting the, so here we're going to await Supabase, and we can call .auth, and we can call sign in with OTP like this. And now signing with OTP is going to take the credentials. We are making use of the email credential, which we are destructuring from up, so we can just make use of the email credential here. And the second option is not this redirect to. It's going to take in this options object, and this option is an object, and inside this object we need to pass the email redirect to, and the email redirect to is going to be equal to our current origin. Rather than assign to reassign as we are doing here, we can just copy this value, process.env next public, and just use it right here, and then save us a few lines of code like this. And this is going to give us an error, and the reason why I'm getting this error is because we took off something. Let me see. Yeah, so everything is fine. We have our response, and if you hover on this response, or if we try to destructure here, you would see we are going to be getting data. You see, we have data. And if you hover on data, what is data going to look like? You see, data is going to look like this object with user, which is null, session, which is null, and the manage ID. But we know we have data. We also have error, and error is going to be of type auth error, or it could be null, because it's either you have data or you have error. Now we are assigning it to this variable called response. So that means if we go on to do something like response.data or response.error, we are going to be accessing those values. We have response. We are going to return this response back to the client, but we're not going to return it as a plain object. We want to return it as a string. So for that, I'm going to call this, and we can say json.stringify to convert the object to a string. And then once we have it back to our client, we are going to json.pass to now make use of it as an object. So this is going to be json.stringify, and we are going to be stringifying the response. Let's head over to our page.tsx, which is the client component that is sending over this request. Now we have response, and you see here response is of type string. Let's convert it back to a JavaScript object, and converting it back, we know we can destructure this, which will be coming in from json.pass. So here we have json.pass, and we can now pass the response. If you hover on pass, you see it's going to do what? Converts a JavaScript object notation string into an object. Cool, so we can go on and get our data, and we can also go on and get the error. We have data, we have error. We want to know to provide useful information to the user in case we have some errors and for also debugging purposes. So what we're going to say, if we have an error, let's console.error, not console.1, console.log error. And to give ourselves a hint of what is actually going wrong, we are going to have a sign in error in here. So sign in error, and then what follows up is going to be error. And we should make sure we return. Now we don't have any code that is going to continue, but let's make sure we return in case we have other line of code that follows next. So in case we have an error, our code execution just stops here. All right, so let's go on and test this out, and we don't do anything with the data. That's totally fine. So let's see. So come back to the project and just give this a reload so that you're sure you're working with the latest changes, and we need to provide ourselves an email. So I'm going to provide my email address. So do go on and provide your email address, because then you're going to be sent a redirect link. So this is my email address. And once I click on sign in with email, I expect the field set to be disabled. And I should actually go on and provide my actual email address. So click on sign in with email, you see everything is disabled, and there's no UI confirmation, there's no pop-up, which you can go on to add in your application. But quickly, let's go over to email and check if the email actually arrived. I have my email over here, and you see this email arrived 0 minutes ago. So it's a fresh email, and follow this link to login. So this is the login link. And if you just check on the bottom left corner here, you're going to see that this link is redirecting back to our application, and just right at the end you would see here we are redirecting to localhost 3000, which was the redirect link that we provided. Let's hit login, and we should be back to application and take a look at the query parameter here. We have this query parameter with the code which is equal to this, and super cool. Now this gives us one hint that the authentication was successful, and I'm going to close over this I had for preview. Now let's come over to our Supabase, and remember we had this email that we use for Google authentication, and I used the same email to sign up for email authentication. So I'm going to give this a reload, and we don't actually see the email provider here. Now let me quickly change that. I'm going to delete this user, and I will also go over to my email to delete my email. And once we are done with that, we can give this another trial to actually see that the email authentication is working. So let's come over to localhost 3000/auth. And here I'm going to provide my email address again. And I'm going to click on sign in with email the second time. So keep an eye on your Supabase dashboard, because here you have some rate limiting so that you don't send too much emails. So let's come back to my email, my inbox, and check if the email arrived. Yeah, so a fresh email arrived, and I'm going to confirm my email. Give this a second, and I am redirected back to application. Let's come back to our Supabase project, hit the reload button, and yes, we see now we have a provider with email which was created right now. Super cool. So make sure you are aware, because if you come over to rate limit, you would see here the rate limit for sending emails is 30. That means number of emails that can be sent per hour from your project is actually 30, and I guess that's because of the plan we are on, which is the free plan. Super cool. We have been able to authenticate users into application using the social authentication, that's Google, GitHub, and also making use of email magic link. That's all awesome, but whenever we authenticate users in our Supabase project, Supabase automatically creates auth users not auth users table, but we actually want to save the user in our table editor so that we can associate these users to other different tables that we are going to create. That's the next thing we're going to work on together. When a user signs into our application, we want a way to store the user in the table we are going to be creating. Now, Supabase gives us two options when it comes to creating tables in our project, in our application. And here we are taking a look at the table editor. We can click on this, create a new table, give this table a name, some description. And we're also going to be taking a look at RLS, row level security. And even when we make use of the SQL editor, we're going to see how to enable RLS for our different tables. And here we can go on to define the columns. So in case of user, we can say this user is going to have an ID, and we can give a default value, but for ID, you can also come somewhere around here and assign foreign key relationship where you can select a schema. We have the public schema here. We also have the auth schema. So this auth schema is a schema that Supabase makes use of internally to help us manage authentication. So when we create a new user, or when a new user signs up into application, the user is stored inside of this auth schema within a users table internally used by Supabase. And here you can then see the you can select a table to reference to, and inside this auth schema, if you scroll further down, you see the auth users table. And in the auth users table, you can then go over there to select the ID. We're not going to be using this, however, but it was important that I show you this auth schema and users, because when we are trying to create our own user, making use of this SQL editor, we are going to see how it works. The reason I am actually making use of this SQL editor is because of the fact that we also want to define functions. We also want to define triggers. Now, triggers are called based on certain events that occurs within our database. And in this case, when a user authenticates into our project here, we see the users that we have. Now we want to make sure that these users are stored within our table so that we can have some relationship towards other fields or other tables we'll have in our database. Let's get started already. And before we create our trigger, which we can do somewhere around here, let's go on and define the user table. So we're going to define a table called users. And inside parentheses, we have the different columns that is going to be inside this users table, such as an ID. And the type is going to be UUID. And we're going to say this is our primary key. And this primary key is going to be referencing another table, which is coming from the auth schema. So we saw the auth users schema not quite long, and now we are associating it with this ID that we're going to have in our users table. And of course, we want the ID not to be null. After the ID, every user is going to have an email. An email is going to be of type text, and definitely it's going to be unique. And the email of every user should not be null. We also have the name, and the name is of type text. Now, this is quite surprising, or because when we come over to authentication, we see we don't have any display name here for email as well as for GitHub. We do actually for Google provider. Perhaps you might have seen it when we authenticated via Google, but for GitHub and email, we don't have the display name. To avoid potential errors, that's why we are not setting this field to not null. Now, if you want the user to have, obviously you want your users to have a name. We are going to see how to create a user profile and update. Give the user the opportunity to provide themselves with a name. And after the name, we want to have a type. Now, this is more like an enum type. It's going to be of type text. I want to give this a default value, and so a user is going to have 3 types, but by default, a user is going to be user, but we want to check to be sure that this user is going to have the type that is in one of these types we are going to define. So a user is going to have this type user, is also going to have this type admin. And also it's going to have this type regulator like this. So this is it, and regulator should also be a string. And after this, I'm just going to format with Shift Option F. It's going to auto format. And after that, I'm going to have the avatar underscore URL. The avatar underscore URL is going to be type text, and this is not null. Now, this has the same, more like the same format as the name, because if we come back to authentication, you see over here, or perhaps you don't see, let's see if there's a place where we can view user info. And this is the user information. And if we check around for an avatar URL, I'm not sure, you might find one. Or maybe if I avatar underscore URL, you don't find an avatar URL here. And let's check for GitHub. You can click here, view user info, and for avatar underscore URL, perhaps the search doesn't work here, but I know GitHub does have an avatar URL. Or maybe I check carefully and it should be somewhere here, but yeah, this is it. Raw user underscore metadata. Here we have avatar URL. So let's quickly confirm if it's the same for email. And you see, we don't have any avatar here. So that's why if we come back to the SQL editor, you see here, we are saying not null. And if the user authenticates via email, we're going to definitely have an error. So we are going to have a check later to make sure there are no errors. And then we have the created underscore at, which is going to be of type timestamp. So here is of type timestamp, and it's going to have a default, which is going to be the current timestamp like this. And we also have this is underscore away. So is away is going to be of type boolean. And we can give it a default value of false, and then you say not null like this. And we also have phone, and phone is going to be of type text. And we also have workplaces, and workplaces is going to be of type text array. And we also have the channels, and channels is also going to be of type text. Now, this might not be all the different columns you're going to have in the user table, but this works for now. And for these channels, you can, please don't add a comma here, else you're going to have some errors. And please come over here and have your semicolon. This is our table. Now we can go on and have our trigger. As I said earlier, triggers are functions that are called based on certain events. And we have this create or replace. So create or replace is going to create or replace. And we call it our trigger, and we can say on underscore auth underscore user underscore created. So this is the name of our trigger here. And now it needs the event. So after what? After insert query. Insert is the query. So after insert on what table, and the table is on the auth users table. So which is this table we are using over here. And if you take a look at the URL, you see auth/users. So this is the auth/users table. And we are saying after insert on auth/users for each row, so just run this every time, do go on and execute procedural like this on the public. Now public what? So one hand call a function that we haven't defined yet, and we can already give this function a name, handle underscore new underscore user like this, and we call the function without any argument because this function doesn't take in any arguments. We don't have this function defined yet on our public schema. That's what we are going to be defining together now. But before we can define this function, I want us to enable arrayless on our users table. And how can we do that? So we're going to say alter table, and the table is the users table. We just say enable row level security like this. And please don't forget to close this up with a semicolon. We have enabled row level security here. Now let's go on and define some policies. I know we're about to create this function, but quickly let's just define some policies so we don't forget for our users table. Now these policies are more like giving the user permission to handle certain operations within their table. And we're going to say here create policy, and we then give this policy a name. We can say can view, where is it? Can view on user data like this. And this policy, we can say we want it to be on users, okay, which is this users table that we just created, this users here on users. And then we're going to say the query. So we say for any select query, we are going to be using auth like this, auth.uid. Now auth.uid is a function, and we're going to say if it's equal to id, a function that is going to return the ID of the currently authenticated user, and then we are comparing it with the ID of the caller of this query, in this case the select query. This is one query, and I'm just going to format this and then duplicate. So the duplicate is just as though you're working with the shortcut in Visual Studio Code, Shift, Option, and then the down arrow key. And rather than create, now this is going, create policy can update on user data on users for no longer select. This is going to be for the update query using the same auth.id to be equal to id. Now we are going to have a function. So let's define the function, which is this function here, handle underscore new underscore user. So I'm going to copy this to make sure I don't have any typos in between. And we are going to say create or replace function. Then we give this function the name, which is public handle new user. So this is a function, and what we are doing here is creating a trigger that is going to be called after insert on the auth users table for each row. This is a function that's going to be executed. So we are now defining the function, else this is a function that doesn't exist. So this is the function that is going to be called. I hope it actually does make sense. And this function, we can say, is going to return a trigger like this. Okay, so this is how we have the return. Please, there's an S there, so it returns trigger. And we can say as, and we have our $sign, which marks the beginning of the function. And we also have the $sign here, which marks the end of the function. Now we have this function that is doing nothing here. Sorry about that. I'm going to close this up like this. We have this function that does nothing, and we have the begin, and we also have the end like this. Now in between the begin and the end, we are going to more like write the content of this function. So the first thing I want to say is if new dot raw underscore user metadata like this, and then we have this operator. Now this raw user metadata, if you quickly come over to authentication and you try to have a look at one of these user info, we should have raw underscore user underscore metadata. So that is what we are trying to access there. And new is the new, more like the JSON object that's going to be created. Okay, so from there we are trying to say new dot this. So if new dot this, and then we are looking for the avatar URL. In the case of email, it's not going to be there, but as we saw for GitHub, we are going to have the avatar URL just right here. You got it here, it's inside here, so it's nested. And that's what we are trying to do here. So we're saying if new dot raw user metadata, and then we have this operator which goes on to access the particular field, which is the avatar underscore URL. And we are saying if this is null, or we check again. So I'm just going to quickly copy this, if this, and paste it right here, or this is equal to an empty string, then we want to do something. We should reassign it to a value, and that's how we are going to make sure that this avatar URL, in case of email, is not going to fail, is going to have a default value. Okay, then what happens next? Then I'm going to paste again, then the new underscore new raw user metadata avatar URL is going to be equal to this JSON B underscore set. I'm going to come back to the JSON B underscore set. But here it needs the new, I'm going to paste this in again, new raw metadata, and then we are going to have the path, and the path is going to be equal to this avatar. Hope I can zoom in a bit so that it's clear. Is going to be equal to this avatar underscore URL. No worries, I'm going to actually copy and paste this complete SQL inside the code. I'll create a new SQL.txt file, so you can just copy and paste. And in here, we are going to have the new value, and the new value is going to be this image. I will just get it from, can't even verify the link. Give me a second. Let me verify where this image is coming from so that I can actually reference. And over here, this is the avatar URL. And this avatar over here, so I can just click on it and copy image address. And as you see here, this avatar is coming in from Pixabay. All right, so that's the default avatar that the user is going to have, and I'm going to paste it right in here. So these are single quotes outside, and inside we have the double quotes. So I'm going to paste this right in here like this, and then we can continue with this. So we are saying this is equal to this, and then we are going to just have this double column JSON B over here. And we shouldn't forget to cover this up with our semicolon. So what is actually going on here? What is this JSON B underscore set? Now this JSON B underscore set over here is a function that is used in PostgreSQL to modify the JSON data that is stored in the JSON B column. And now this function here takes in 3 arguments. And the first argument we are passing here is the JSON data we want to modify. So we want to modify the new raw user metadata. And then this is the path. So this is the avatar URL which is inside here. Remember, we did use this operator before to get access to the avatar URL. But in this instance, this is the way we're going to provide the path. And the third argument is the value we want to set, which is this value over here. And then this double column here, and then we have JSON B, is a casting operator in PostgreSQL, and we're just using it to convert the expression to this JSON B data type. Okay. Yep, so that's about it, and we can continue. And what we're going to have next after this is to end our if. So here we have our if, and just after this we are going to come here and end if like this and have our semicolon. So that's it, and that's not all we did here was to give this inside this function was to give the avatar URL a default value if it has nothing. So now we can go on to do the actual insert. So here we're going to say insert into, and we have our public.users. We want to insert the ID, we also want to insert the name, we also want to insert the type, we also want to insert the email, we also want to insert the avatar underscore URL. So this is it. And most of these values, of course, we don't just assign a channel or workspace or a phone, or we don't even want to give our users a default name. All right, so are we missing anything? Yes, we are. After this, there is a typo. Please make sure there are no typos. This should be insert into public users and this. Now we need to provide the values we would like to insert, and it actually has to be in the same order that we defined up here. So insert into public users, the ID. Here we are going to provide the ID, and the ID is going to be new.id like this. And then we need to provide the name, and the name is going to be new.raw underscore user metadata, and there we access the full name like this, full underscore name. And next is the type. We can actually leave out the type since we are given a default of user, or we can just provide a type here again. And next is email. So the email is going to be new.email, and lastly the avatar URL. So we are going to say it is a new.raw underscore user metadata, and there we access the avatar URL. We know it's there because up above in our if statement we have assigned a default value. And we shouldn't forget to return our new like this. And here, just after this, we are going to have a language and PLPGSQL like this. And then we have our security definer over here. Now this is indicating that the function, so this language PLPGSQL, that this function is written in PLPGSQL procedural language. And this language is an extension for storing stored procedural functions in PostgreSQL. And then lastly, we have this security definer, and this is just going on to make sure that the function is executed under the actual security context of the user who created the function, regardless of who calls it. And the last thing we want to do is to make sure we run this off, because everything actually looks good to me at this point. So once we run this off, we should have created this user table. And then this user table is automatically going to have this arrayless row level security. And then we have this function, and this function is going to be called whenever a new user is inserted into our database. Let's try it out. Let's click on run, and hopefully we don't have any errors. And yes, we do. And we have the error, we're at line 31. And this error is saying what is it saying? Pixabay. Let's double check. The error is here. Then new.raw user metadata. We shouldn't have this, okay? We shouldn't have this because we are not directly trying to assign this. So this should fix our errors. Then new.raw user metadata is going to be equal to JSONB set, and here we are actually going to be updating. So let's run this again, and we see success, no rows returned. And I'm going to copy this and come out to application so that you can have this for your reference. And right inside this docs.txt, or I'm going to be creating an sql.txt where you're going to have access to the different SQL commands we are going to be running here. So this is create new user, and then you can go on to copy the SQL and just paste it right in here. So this is the first one, and then I'm going to save this. All right, so let's come back to our application, and if we come over to our table editor, you should see here we now have a users table, and this users table is made up of these columns: the ID, the email, the name, the text, avatar URL created at is away, phone, workplaces, channels, and that's about it. And we need to try it out. For us to try it out, I'll come back to this authentication and get rid of the two users we have. I'm going to delete this user, and I am also going to be deleting this user right over here. And one thing I also want to show you, if you come over to this database section, and in this database, you come over to functions, you're going to see that we have this function handle new user. We see the return type of this function is a trigger, and we see the security is the definer, and you also see it takes no arguments. We're going to see a RPC calls that takes in arguments later as we continue with the course. But if you check here, you can see they have the option to edit this function, which we are not going to be doing right now. We have all of these. Come back to the table editor, take a look at this users table. You see we have two auth policies. And these are the policies that we define: can update own user data and can also view own user data. And it's going to apply to the public schema. And these are the queries for update and also for select. All right, my friends, it's time for us to try it out. And for us to do that, I'm going to come over to our application, and in the /auth route, I'm just going to give this a refresh. And then I'm going to try to authenticate via Google. So let's click on this and give this a second, and we should automatically be authenticated because we have gone through the OAuth flow. And this actually gives us an error that's code error saving new user. So this wasn't successful. And if we come back to our Supabase project, and I'm quickly going to reload here to see if we have a new user. No, we don't. So we definitely broke something right here in this user data table. So I'm going to take some time to debug this so that I don't bore you trying to figure out what went wrong. And if I figure it out, then we shall come back and I'll tell you what went wrong. I did find the error, and the error was just a silly mistake over here where we had avatar without the avatar underscore URL. So this was the error we had. And to make sure that you get the updated SQL, I'm going to copy and paste this right over here so that you get the updated SQL. And if I come back here, we can run this, which will give us an error. And we have an error because relation users already exist, and that's the SQL we are trying to run here. So I'm going to cut this temporarily so that I can run this query. And now it is successful, no rows returned. I'm just going to undo so that we also have this here. Or you can just move this to another query and just run it. That's about it. And now if we come over to the table editor, we have the user table, and this is totally empty. We don't have any users. And same if we come over to authentication, we don't have any authenticated user. So we can come into our application and click on sign in with Google and give this a second, and you see now we are authenticated. And if we come back to our Supabase project and reload over here, we are going to see our created user. And if we come now to our table editor, our user table, you see the table, the user that just authenticated into our project. And this user comes with an avatar URL, and this is coming from the Google provider. Now let's try to authenticate via email, because authenticating via email, you know that we don't have an avatar URL. And if we copy this, this is the one that actually comes from Google, and that's what we see over here. Now I'm gonna come back here and delete this user so that we can try to authenticate via email with the same email address. So I'm going to come here and delete this user, and the user wouldn't delete because first we have to come to the table editor, the users table, and delete this row. So once we delete this row, we can now come back to authentication and delete this user, and it's just going to work fine. All right, so let's come over to back to our application and go over to /auth. And now we are in /auth. We need to provide our email, and I'm quickly going to provide my email. And once I have my email, I'm going to click sign in with email and then come over to my Gmail account to see the email. So this is the email. This email came in 0 minutes ago. And now I'm going to click to confirm my email. And once I confirm my email, I am redirected back to the application with the code. And coming back to our Supabase project and just give this a reload, we should see our user here. Super cool. But right now we want to come over to the table editor and come over to users, and here we should see the avatar URL, which is the default picture that we took from Pixabay. So our you see this picture, so our if statement and everything is working fine. Now we have seen how to create functions that returns triggers, how to listen to certain events in our database. We have seen how to make use of the SQL editor to write SQL, create users table, enable row level security RLS on our table. We have also seen how to create policies, and we have then seen how to obviously create table, have if statements and all of that. Now we are going to be focusing more on our application, and one thing I would like us to improve upon is if as a user you come over to /auth, as we are currently authenticated, you see that we are able to visit this authentication page. I want that to change so that this page can only be visited by users that are not authenticated into our project. Now is the time for us to protect our auth page from users that are already authenticated. And to do that, let's come back to application, and right inside here, I'm going to be bringing in a new state which has nothing to do with authentication. This is going to be is mounted, and here we're going to say set is mounted like this. Set is mounted, and this is going to have a default value of false. And what's going to happen is if it is, we're going to bring in use effect later, but right here before our return, we can come and say if it is not mounted. So in that case, let's go on and return null. All right, so this is it. And then we are going to bring in our use effect, and we can bring in the use effect just somewhere around here from React. And now we have our effect callback. And inside this use effect, we want to check if we have a user that is already authenticated, then we want the user to go back to our root page. And inside this use effect, we are going to have a function that is just going to help us to retrieve the user session. And this function, we can call it get current user like this. And this is going to be equal to this async arrow function right over here. Now, to get the current user, we are going to have this const where we are going to be making use of our Supabase browser client. So let's await our Supabase browser client.auth, but it's actually not going to be .user like this. It is going to be .auth and then get session over here. And get session is going to return to us some data which we can destructure here. And from this data, we can go on to destructure session as well. Now we have access to this session. Let's go on and check what's actually in there. Let's console.log this session object. And right here, we need to log this to the console just inside this function, get current user function. And then this get current user function is going to be called right here. And what we are going to do is to set is mounted to be true. So here we are going to set is mounted to have the value of true. So let's save this, and if we come back to our application, I'm going to open the terminal and let's see what we have inside of our user session. And you see over here, we have null. Okay. And that makes sense. So let's come back to our project. And if we have null over here, we are going to authenticate so that we can have the session object to be true. Now, as we have null, we can come here and say const router, and router is going to be equal to use router, which will be imported from next/navigation, not next router actually. So go on and bring in this use router that will be coming in from next navigation, and let me quickly move this right to the top. And now we have access to this router. We can use this router to push the user to another route. And just right here, I'm going to check if we have session. In that case, then do go on and return router.push, and the user is going to be going to our home page. Now we need to update our dependency array with the router right in here. With these changes, let's save this and come back to application. Nothing should change because the user session is currently null. Let's try to authenticate via Google. I'm going to click on this so that we authenticate ourselves. And once we successfully authenticate, we should now be redirected back to our home page. And you see that's the case. We are now in our home page. Let's try to visit /auth route again. So I'm going to come back to /auth, keep an eye here, and we should be redirected back to the home page, and that's the case. So here we have a session now, and we are currently correctly blocking this page from users that are already authenticated. Now I'm going to get rid of this console.log, and we are done with the authentication section of our application. We are going to enter a different phase of building out our Slack clone, which is creating of workspaces, creating channels, and all of that. I can't wait to work on all of these together with you, so let's dive in. Hello my friends, and welcome back. Now we are at this point of our project where the user, we have authentication being set up. The next thing I would like us to do is to make sure that we follow some steps, which I will be pasting, and we now need to integrate the Supabase types inside of our application. Now I'm going to create a new file, and actually you don't need to create this file with me. I'm going to be deleting this. Right after now. So this is steps.txt, so that you know where we are at every point of the project. And these are the steps that I will be going through. Now, the first thing we want to do is to get the user data. So we're going to create a function that is going to help us to retrieve the user data. And for us to do that successfully, we don't want to go on and define the types ourselves. We want to integrate or pull in the Supabase types right inside of our project. And to do that, you can just Google Supabase types. And I'm going to, again, copy this link to the URL and update our docs.txt. And over here, I will have Supabase types like this, and then I'm going to paste in the link. So in case you come inside here, you would know where to find the link. So we're going to be generating types, making use of the Supabase CLI. And this is the first thing we need to do. We need to run this installation. So let's go and copy this installation. And remember, in our case, we are going to be making use of Bun to install. So rather than npm, this is going to be Bun install, and then we are going to install this. And once you're done with that, the next thing we would like to do is to come back to the documentation, and we need to log in with your personal access token. Now, for us to log into our Supabase project, it's very much important that you have your Supabase project open so that you can automatically be connected into your application. So we're going to first log out. It's just best practice that we run npx supabase bunx supabase logout before we go over to login, just so we remove any user or any auth that we might have. So bunx supabase logout like this, and this is going to log us out. So I'll go on and say y for yes and hit enter. Now we have our access token deleted successfully. We are logged out. We now need to log back in. So we run the command bunx supabase login, and remember to have your project right over here currently open. So go on and execute this, and you see here we need to press enter to open the browser and automatically log in. So I'm going to hit enter, and you should be redirected back. And once you're logged in, you see you can close this window and go back to the terminal. So I'm going to close the window, and then I'm going to copy this. Okay, I'm going to copy this, and we can go through what all of this is all about. So let's go back to the project, and you see here that we have this token CLI that has been created for us. So what's going to happen next is I'll paste in this command that we just copied from the Supabase. And rather than npx, remember it is bunx. And here we have Supabase, and next is gen types, Typescript. And you see over here, we need to present our project ID. This project ID has to be in double quotes like this. So let's come back to our Supabase project. And here in our Supabase project, we can come over to project settings. And here in project settings, we can come over to, yeah, this is our project ID right here. So do go on and copy this, and you can now paste this right inside here. And you see the schema is a public schema, and here we are trying to save this in types. Can I zoom out a bit? Yeah, so just so you see it in one line. So we're trying to save it in types Supabase TS. So what's going to happen is I'll zoom it back in. Is right inside the source folder, I am going to be creating a types folder. And inside these types, I am going to be creating a new file, which I'll call supabase.ts. Now, make sure you have this directory open. And inside here, we are going to go into types, as you can see, but our types is not in the root folder. It first has to go into the source folder, and inside the source folder into types, and into types, then supabase.ts like this, which is this file. And once you hit enter, you're going to see your types pulled over from your Supabase project right into this file, which is super cool. So go on and hit enter and give this a second, and you see we have our types right over here. Now this is our types, and if you come into here, you will see that you are exporting this type database. And if you just expand this further, you see we have public, tables, user, and these are our rows. Okay, and then we have the insert and we have the update, and then these are the relationships. So what we can do over here is to copy this. So please don't cut this. You see this file was automatically generated for us. So what we can do is to cut this, and in here we're going to create a new file which I'll call app.ts. And inside here, I'm going to export a type called user, which is going to be equal to an object like this. So these are the types of our user. As you can see, these are the columns we just defined not quite long in our Supabase project. So now we can go on to save this, and we can exit this. So what these mean in general is whenever we make changes to our table editor here, maybe we add a new column, or we change the type that we have here, we are going to come over here. And I'm saying this test.testemail.com. So we are going to come over here, and when we come over here, we are going to be, we are going to be running this command again. And when we run this command, we are going to update our Supabase types, and we also need to update this. All right, so this is what we have, and this one step towards this steps.txt. Now we need to go on and get the user. Now we have our Supabase types inside of our project. We want to come over to our source folder, and right in our source folder, I want to come into the actions folder, and we are going to be creating a new action, which is going to be get user data.ts like this. And in here, we are going to be importing our Supabase server client, and the Supabase server client is going to be coming in from at Supabase. It's not Supabase option, Supabase server client like this. We have our client. Let's have our const get user data. Get user data is going to be equal to this async function here. And this is going to be returning a promise. So over here, we can say this function is going to be returning a promise that can resolve into a type user. So it's either we get a user, and now we can import our user type, or we can go on and get null. So I'm going to separate this that we have here, and we have an error because we are not returning anything here. So in here, let's have our const Supabase like this, and this Supabase is going to equal to await our Supabase server client. And now we have our Supabase client. We can use it to get our user. So here we're going to say const is going to be equal to await Supabase.auth. And now we have our get user like this, and we should go on to call it. Now this is going to return to us data, and from data we can go on to get the user object. And what we're going to do over here, we are going to say if we don't have any user, then we want to go on and console.log. We can say no user, and right here we're going to have the user like this. And we also want to go on and return null. So we're just logging this for debugging purposes. Now, in case we have a user, they want to go on and get the data that belongs to that user. So we're going to have another query like this, which is going to be equal to await our Supabase client, and then we can say from users, we want to go on, and from users we want to run this select, but inside this select we're going to have this star to select all, and where the ID is going to be equal to this user that we have here, so which is going to be equal to this user.id. And in here we are going to take data, and we are also going to take error. Now we're going to check if we have an error, then in that case we want to go on and also console.log the error and return null. So we're going to console.log the error, and we also want to come down here and return null. Now lastly, if we have data, we want to return the data if it's there. So data, we're going to take 0, otherwise we're also going to return null. So this is going to return here the first element here. And now we have this function get user data. We can export const get user data and bunx run dev like this, which is going to start up our development server. And we have an error. Now I don't know why I keep making this mistake. It's actually bun run dev. So bun run dev like this, which is going to be starting up our development server. We have this get user function. What we're going to do now is to come over to our new layout. So we're going to be creating a new layout. And this new layout is going to be right inside of our app, because the app is where we handle routing within our application. And we're going to create a main layout like this within parentheses. And inside this main, we are going to have a page.tsx, which is actually this page. So we're going to move this page right inside here. Now our home page is still going to work. So if we come over to localhost 3000 and we just reload this, we're going to see here it's going to take some time to compile. And once it's done compiling, it's still going to load that page. So we didn't change anything technically about our home page. We just added it within this organization route. And the reason why we are doing this is so that we can have a layout that is going to be specific for our page and it's going to be different from authentication. So that's the main reason why we are just having this organization route here. So inside this page.tsx that we have, let's come in here and get access to the user data. So right here, we are going to say const user data, and user data is going to be equal to get user data. Now let's go and import get user data that is going to be coming in from our actions. And what we're going to say here, if there is no user data, then we want to navigate the user to authenticate. So to navigate the user, we are going to say if no user data, we want to return redirect, and redirect should be imported from next navigation. Remember in our authentication page, to redirect the user, we are making use of router, and that's because we're on the client. So this other instance, we're on the server side, so we are going to be using redirect, and we want to redirect the user to /auth, which is our authentication page. So that's the first thing we want to do. And after that, we want to go on, and if we have a user data, so if we have a user data, then what is the next step we are going to be doing? If no user data, redirect to /auth, and that is what we are doing over here. And the next step, we're going to say find any workspace this user belongs to. Okay, so what we're going to do now, which is definitely not going to work because we don't have workspace, we're going to come here and say if, let's have it like this, so const user workspace ID is going to be equal to our user data. So our user data dot workspaces, so it's going to be workspaces like this, and here we have dot id. Oh, we want to take the first, so, and we have errors here because we don't have any workspace. If we quickly come back to our Supabase, our types app.ts, we don't have, okay, we actually do have workspaces here, so it makes sense. So what we're going to do here is this, and let's just have this check over here because it can go on to return null, and type workspaces. What would we call it? Workplaces. So this was actually a typo on my end. For now, I will just go with workplaces, but when we are creating a workspace, I will do well to go on and update this. So workplaces does not exist on type user or null. So isn't it what we named it here, workplaces? So, and that's because over here we need to make use of the await keyword. So it's a promise, and here we need to await, and because we are using await here, we need to make this function to become an async function. So right here we need to have async like this, and we should no longer have any errors. So let's not forget to update this. Rather than workplaces, it should be workspace. And this is about it. And I'm also going to, okay, so we're going to have a check next that if we don't have any workspace, then we should redirect the user to create a workspace. So what's going to happen is here, we're going to check if there is no workspace ID, then let's return redirect, and redirect is going to take the user back to / and then we're going to say create -workspace like this. And the last thing we want to do, if we come back to our step, is redirect the user to the first workspace that this user belongs to. So right here, and that means we have a workspace ID, we are going to say if user workspace ID, then we are going to return redirect, which will take the user to, we're going to have string interpolation here. So workspace, actually, yeah, I want it to be workspace. So workspace, and here we have workspace ID, and here I'm calling it workspace, but here we are going to be updating this to be workspace, not workplace. So this is what we're doing, and we no longer need our steps.txt. If we keep this side by side, you see we are getting the user data. We are checking if there's no user data. We should redirect the user to the authentication page, and we can also just write this one-liner. So the user goes on to authenticate, and then we're going to find any workspace that this user belongs to, which is what we are doing here. Okay, we're trying to get any workspace that the user belongs to. And then if there's no workspace, then redirect the user to create a workspace, which is what we are doing here. If there's no workspace, then the user is going to be going over to the create workspace route, which is definitely a 4.4 route for now. And if we find a workspace, then we are going to redirect the user to the first workspace this user belongs to, which is /workspace and then the ID. And that means over here, we don't even need this because we are not going to be displaying any JSX. Okay, so, and then we can also get rid of this button. Now, if we save this, we should be redirected either to create workspace or to the workspace ID. But in this case, we are definitely going to be going over to the create workspace because this user has no workspace. So I'm going to save this, and if we come back to the application and we have to reload, yeah, so you see we are automatically in this 4.4 page cannot be found. So before we work on this page next, I will just quickly do this. So come over here, and I'm going to be editing this. So this should not be workspace. Where is it? Yeah, this should not be workplace. How can I'm going to click here and click on edit table, and I want to edit this column. So now we are making use of the table editor, and rather than workplaces, this is going to be workspaces like this. And I'm going to come over here and click on save. So give this a second to update the column. Channels from users. Did we update channels? No, workspaces. And then quickly, I'm going to be deleting this other user here. So a recap of what I just did, you can click on these dots, click on edit table, and don't edit the name. We still want the name to be users. We just want to come over here where we have workspaces, and we want to update the name. So before it was workplaces, and once you're done, you can click on save. So that's all, and now we have made a change in our Supabase project. We can come back to our Next.js application and want to pull in the types inside here. So I'm going to rerun this command to bring in the Supabase types, and this is going to be updating our schema. And once it is done updating our schema, I will restart our application. And then I'm going to come back into our source folder and here into our types, supabase.ts. And now this user role should update. You see, it is now workspaces. So I'm going to copy this and quickly come back to our app and also update this inside here. And then I'm going to click on save. And definitely we have an error because now we can make use of workspaces inside here. So that's a tiny change I wanted us to make. And if we come back here, we still have this 4.4. The next thing we're going to be working on is for the user to go on and create a workspace. Let's work on that together. Currently in our application, we have this 4.4 page, and it comes as a result of trying to navigate the user to create a workspace. That is, if the user doesn't have a workspace. So up next, let's create this page rather than have this 404 page. And to do that, I'm going to delete this steps.txt because we are not going to be making use of it right now. So I'm going to quickly delete this file. And let's come into our page, and here we have our main.tsx for our main route. We are going to create a folder, and this folder actually is not going to be inside this main.tsx, but in here, inside this app, we are going to have, and inside here, we are going to have the page.tsx. So here we have create workspace, and here we're going to have page.tsx. We have create workspace, and this folder is because of here we have this create workspace, and then we're going to have the page.tsx, which is the actual component. So we can give this a name of create workspace. space. And then we can get rid of the React.js input. With this change, when we come back to the application, we should no longer have a 404 page. We should have a page right now. And if we still have a 404 page, that means we have a typo here, and this should be create workspace like this. And this time around, we should not have a typo. We see create workspace. So how is it going to be? We're going to have a form to give the user an opportunity to create a workspace. We're going to come inside here. So inside this return, and let's give this a width of screen. And I'm also going to give this a height of screen, and give this a display of grid, and give this place content center, and BG neutral 800. And lastly, give this a text white. And inside here, we're going to have another div. So I'm going to have this div here, and this div is going to have this class name of p3 for padding, and give this a max width of, let's say, a max width of 550 pixels like this. And then inside here, we're going to have a typography component, and this typography component is going to be having a variant, and the variant is going to be paragraph. So rather than have a h1, which is a default, we're going to have this paragraph here, and we need to provide a text. Now this text is going to be showing the user the current step where they are in creating a workspace. So it's going to be dynamic. We're going to have this step, and then we're going to have more like a current step. Okay. And this current step, we are going to define it in a second, but for now, let's have this current step like this. And now we're going to say of 2. So this is going to be, let's say, step 1 of 2 or step 2 of 2. And if we save this, now we see step 1 of 2. Okay. And here we also want to show the user the step in view. Now this step in view is going to be dynamic. So right here, we are going to have this let step in view, and step in view is going to be equal to null. And what we're going to do next is have this switch statement inside here to determine which step the user is going to see. So I'm going to have this switch statement, and the key is going to be based on the current step. Now we don't have the current step yet, so we're going to work on that in a second, and then we have the value. So I think we should go on and work on the create workspace values right now. And to do that, we are going to come right inside of our source folder, and we're going to create a new folder for hooks. And then we are going to have a create -workspace -values.ts. The idea is to have this hook, which is going to hold the position we are in, and also some other values we're going to need to create our state, our workspace. So let's go on and Bun install Zustand like this, and do go on and run this installation. And once it's done installing, we can start up our application Bun run dev. And in here, we are going to export const, and this is going to be create use create workspace values like this. And this is going to be equal to create. So here it's going to be equal to create, and create should be imported from Zustand. So this is going to be equal to create, and create is a function like this. So we're going to call it as such. And here it's going to have this callback function where we're going to return our state. So here we're going to have this set, and inside the set, we're going to have this function where we return our state. State obviously is an object. So in here, let's have the type. So we're going to call this type create workspace values. And this is going to be equal to an object, and we need a name because the workspace is going to have a name. A name is going to be of type string, and it's also going to need an image URL, which is also going to be of type string. And then we have the function to update the image URL. So we're going to give this a name of update image URL, which is going to take in the URL as a parameter, which is a string, and then it's going to be returning void. And then we're going to have this other function, which is going to be updating the values. And this function to update values is going to take the values And this values is going to be a partial type in TypeScript. So we have this partial, and this partial of what type is going to be of this type create workspace values right here like this. And we also need a current step. So here we're going to have the current step, which is going to be of type number. And lastly, we're going to need a function to set the current step. So we're going to say here set current step, which is going to take the step of type number and return void. We have this type. I'm going to take it and pass it right into this create function like this. And here we are having errors because now we need to return these types, the default values. So by default, name is going to be an empty string. Image URL is also going to be an empty string. And then image URL, which is going to take the new URL and then set it like this. And then we need update values, which is going to take the values and set values. And then we have the current step. By default is going to be on step 1. And lastly, we have this set current step, which is going to go to take the step and then call this set to update the form. So this is what we have over here. And now we have this hook. We can now go back to our page and make use of it. So we're going to come back to our page.tsx, and right here we can now bring in the current value. And to read off this value that we have in state, so I'm actually going to do this right at the top here. We're going to have this const, and we're going to be destructuring this from, which is going to be equal to our use create, where is it? Use create workspace values, and we have to call it like as such. And from here, we just need the current step, and the current step, we are going to be using it right here rather than hard coding 1. Remember, we gave this a default value of 1, so by default, we are going to be in step 1. Now, in our switch statement, we are going to also have this current step, okay? And then we're going to have our case. So for a case where the current step is equal to 1, which is the case because here we have the default value to be 1. So in that case, we want to show another component. And to do that, we're going to say step in view is going to be equal to component and not set like this. So we're going to have this step in view, which is going to be equal to step 1. We don't have this component yet, and that's why we are having this error. We're going to be working on that yet. Next, and here we're going to have another case. And the case is if step in view is equal to 2, then we're going to go on and assign step in 2 to be equal to step 2, which is another component we don't have as well. And then finally, for the default, we are going to just say step in view is going to be equal to step 1 like this. So the step 1 is going to be the default. And here, after the typography component, we then want to go on and render the step in view. All right, so this is what's going on here. Currently is null, and when the component loads, it goes on to assign it to be step 1 or step 2. So here it's going to have step 1, and this is more like the layout for depending on which step we are currently viewing. So after that, I'm going to come here and give this typography component quickly a class name, and I'm going to give it a class name of text neutral 400 like this. And that's about it. So let's quickly work on our step 1 before we go have a preview. And I'm going to do this right inside here. You can create another component for this, but since this is just once when the user is about to create a workspace, I'm happy that it lives inside here. So we're going to say const step 1, and step 1 is going to be equal to this function, and we should no longer have the error for step 1. If we do it because it's not JSX, so cannot be used as a JSX component because it is returning void. So let's go and return JSX in here, but first let's take some values that we are going to be needing from our use workspace values. And we're going to be needing the name. We are also going to be needing the update values. And lastly, we are going to be needing the set current step. So next here, let's have our return, and I'm going to return fragment like this. And inside this fragment, I'll have series of typography components. And this typography component is going to have the text of what is the name of your company or team. And again, we are going to give it a variant of h1, or h1 is the default variant, so we can also You see somewhere here, h1 is the default variant, so we can not pass any variant to it. And then I'm just going to give it a class name of margin y of 4. Now quickly, so that we can have a preview, I will have this step 2 over here. So const step 2, and step 2 is going to just be this function, and in here we are going to return an empty fragment for now. And this should be uppercase S, and we should no longer have the errors on top. And then I'm going to save this, and let's quickly have a preview. And then I'm going to refresh this over here. And what is actually going on, it is compiling our create workspace, and now it's done. We have an error. Yes, we have an error because this is a client component and we are making use of hooks. So we are going to need to make this a client component, making use of the use client directive up the top here. With this change, if we come back, we see what we have here. So what is the name of your company or team? And we have here step 1 or 2. We're going to have come back here, and just after this typography component, we are going to have another typography component. So in here, let's have our typography component. And also the text is going to be, this will be the name of your Slack's workspace, like this. So choose something that your team will recognize, like this. So anything like this is going to work. And then I'll just have a full stop here. And after this, I also want to give this a class name. And the class name I'll be providing here is text neutral 300, not 400. And I also want this to have a variant of paragraph. Now, after this, we are going to have our form. And this form is not going to have any action. Rather, it's going to have a class name of margin top of 6. And inside this form, we are going to have a field set. And we are also going to be bringing in the input component that we use for authentication. And just close it up like this. So let's give this some class name. I'm going to give this a class name of bg neutral 700. Give this a text of white. And give this a border neutral of 600, like this. And that's not all. We are also going to give this a type of text. And after that, we are also going to give this a value, and the value is going to be equal to name. So remember, we are just bringing this name in from the hook. And after that, we can give this a placeholder. So here, I'm going to give this a placeholder. And the placeholder is going to be enter your company name. And then we need an onchange for this input so that we can store the values. Event.target.value. And I'm just going to quickly rename this to be event and also update it right here. Now let's just have a preview again what's happening. We have these update values, and if we come back here, we have update values. It takes in the values and then it sets the value. And you see over here, we are just setting this object name, and that means it's going to come here and look for this name and update the name, because that's what updates is working. You see here, it's a partial type. So because it's a partial type, we can call it and not provide all the types that we have here. And we are just providing one, it could be two, as much as we want to update. So that's about it for the onchange. And then we are going to have a button. So let's bring in our button component. That'll be coming in from components UI button. And this button is going to be disabled if we don't have any name. So it's going to be disabled if we don't have any name. So if the user hasn't typed in here, and name by default is an empty string. And this button is going to have the text of next. It's not going to be inside any typography, or we can just give it inside, not put it inside typography, and give it a variant of paragraph like this. And then this button is going to have a type of button because it's within a form. So let's not forget to give it a type of button. And then this button is going to have this class name of margin top of 10, which is going to be equal to 40. And on click of this button, we want to go over to the next step. So here on click, we are going to be updating the current step, and to do that we are going to call set current step, and we want to set it the value of step 2. So now what's actually happening if we set the value to step 2, and remember here we are taking the current step. So once current step updates to step 2, is going to come inside here, and the step in view is going to be step 2, and here is going to assign it's no longer going to be null, and you see by default actually it shows step 1, and once it is not null, is step 2. Step 2 is going to be rendered here like this, and also this is going to update to step 2 of 2. So if we save this and come back to application, here we see this and we see the input here, and you see the button is disabled, and the application is also responsive for mobile as well as for desktop. So this is the application we have yet. And if we provide code with lari as the name of the workspace and we click on next, we should be redirected over to step 2 of 2. That's what we're going to be working on right now. So let's go on and work on the step 2, which is just right here. Now this step 2 is going to be somewhat complicated than we have in step 1, because in step 2 we want to submit the form, and we also want to have some image, which we are going to be making use of Uploadthing for our image upload, and we also want to submit the form. So let's get started first, and inside this fragment we are going to have our button, because we also want to give the user the ability to go back to step 1. And this button can take in a size prop, and the size is going to be SM for small. And then I'm going to give this a class name of text white, and give this a variant of link. And lastly, I am also going to give this an onClick, and on click of this I want to set the current step to step 2. Now we haven't brought in, or we haven't made use of our hook to read the values, so we don't have this function. Let's quickly bring it in, and here we have brought in the set current step. So here on click of this function, we are going to call this callback function, which is going to set the current step back to step 1. And inside this, we are going to have this typography, which is going to have the text of back and a variant of paragraph. And after that, we want to have our form. So if we save this and we come, we should have this back button here. You can also add an icon. And if you click on it, you're back to step 1. And if you click, you're back to step 2. So what we're going to do next is to have our form. I'm going to have this form here again without any action. And inside this form, we are going to have a typography component. And this is going to have a text of not upload avatar. It's going to say add workspace avatar. I remember it was logo it was showing previously. And we wanted to have a variant of H1, and every other thing is fine. Then we're going to have another typography component, and this time around is going to have this text of saying this image can be changed later in your workspace settings. And we have our full stop here. And also we're going to give this class name of text neutral 300 like this. Let's give this a variant of P, and that's about it. Talking about variants, I remember here in the components typography, and here this should be semi-bold. All right, so I believe I kept an update just to make sure that this is fixed. And after that, we are going to have our field set. So let's quickly have a preview, and here we see our add workspace avatar. So let's quickly have a field set, and after the typography, we are going to have the field set, and inside this field set, we're going to disable it if we are submitting, and I'm going to give it some class names for now, and this is going to have a class name of margin top of 6, give it a display of flex call, and also give it items center, and give it space y9 like this. And after that, we are going to have our upload image component, which is something we don't have yet. So I'm just going to have this placeholder for now. And the reason being, we are going to be making use of upload thing. So after now, we are going to set that up. And then we are going to have this div, and this div is going to have a class name of space x and 5 like this. And inside this div, we are going to have a button. And inside this button, we are going to give it an onClick. And the onClick is going to be this function. And inside here, we are going to have two functions. One is going to handle the submit, and the other is going to update the image URL back to an empty string, because this is going to give the user the opportunity to skip for now. So in here, we're going to have this typography component, and it's going to have the text of skip for now like this. And inside here, let's also give it a variant of paragraph like this. And inside this button, we want to go on and update our image URL, which is going to give us an error as we haven't brought it in. So update image URL, and it's going to be an empty string because the user wants to skip this step for now. And to avoid this error, let's bring this update image URL from here. So here we're going to have our update image URL, and the error is gone. So we're also going to submit the form. So here we are going to have our handle submit, and handle submit is going to be defined up here. So here, let's quickly define this const handle submit. And handle submit is just going to be equal to this empty function for now. And if we save this and have a preview, we just have this button to skip for now. And then we also have this, which we haven't fixed yet. Okay. And after this fix for now, we want to have a check if there's an image URL, we want to show the submit button. Otherwise, we want to tell the user to select an image. So what we're going to do is come over here and bring in the image URL. And then down here, just inside this field set after this button, we are going to have this check here and say if we have the image URL, and if that is true, then we want to show a button. Otherwise, we want to show another button like this. So this first button we want to show is going to have the text of submit. So here, let's bring in our typography component and give it a text of submit. And then inside this button, we are going to give it a type. So inside this button here, we're going to give it a type of submit because this button is within the form and we want to submit the form. And on click, we are going to call this handle submit. Okay. And then the size is going to be SM. The size of this button is going to be small. And then we're going to give it a destructive variant. So the variant is going to be destructive. And then we have our typography. Otherwise, we want to show this other button and give it a size of SM. Then we're going to give it a class name of text white. And we're going to give it a BG of gray 500. And inside this button, we are going to have a typography component, which is just going to tell the user, give the user this text and say select an image. So select an image like this, and that should be it. So let's save this and have a preview of what we have here next. So we have this select an image, which is quite big, and we gave it a, yeah, that's because we didn't give it a variant. So I'm going to give it a variant, and the variant is going to be paragraph like this. And we have this. So skip for now, or you can go on to select an image. The next we're going to work on is to make sure we have Uploadthing. And with Uploadthing, we are going to use it to upload the avatar, so the workspace avatar. Then we can come over to our Supabase project to make sure that it is ready to accept the form values. At this point in the application, we want to give users the opportunity to come over here to the step 2 and provide a workspace avatar. And for our image upload, at least for now, we are going to be making use of Uploadthing. So you can Google Uploadthing, and right here in the search results, I'm going to click on Uploadthing, which is going to take us to uploadthing.com. Now, no worries. If you come over to the project, and here in the project, you come over to our docs.txt, I have already included the documentation for the Uploadthing URL and also for the docs. And now you're in Uploadthing, you want to go on and authenticate yourself, create an account. I did create one with my GitHub, and then you can come over to this Get Started section. This is going to bring you over to a workspace directory where you would have to create a new application. And you can click on this Create New App button here, and now you need to provide the application name. I'm going to give this name of application as Slacks, and then I'm going to go on and create this app. Now we need to set up the Uploadthing in our Next.js project. And for us to do this, you can just right click here and come over to this documentation, to this tab. So let's come over to this Get Started section, and here we have two versions. So Next.js App Router and also Next.js Pages Router and other frameworks that are supported by Uploadthing. In this case, we want to make use of Next.js App Router, and one way you can know is if you come over to the application, you see here, we are making use of the App Router just right here. And first thing we need to do is to set up our environment. So we need to install packages, and in this case, these are our options, but in our project, we are making use of Bun. So we can just copy this and come over to the terminal, and I'm going to quit the terminal for now. And then I'm going to paste in this command. So bun add uploadthing /react. Once you have that installed, the next thing you want to do is to add the environment variables. So we can just copy this Uploadthing secret, which is going to be equal to a secret key from your app. Okay, so let's come over to our application, and here we need to look for our .env.local file. And right here, I'm going to paste in this Uploadthing secret. Now we're already given a hint that it starts from sk live. So let's come over to our Uploadthing project, and under API keys here, let's look for our Uploadthing secret. So these are Uploadthing secrets. You can just go on and copy this, and I'm going to paste it right in here. So now we have our Uploadthing secret, and we also have our Uploadthing app ID. So I'm going to save this and come back to our documentation where we need to do the next step. The next step is setting up a file router. Okay, and we are going to see the permitted types, which is going to be image, video, PDF, etc. And then the maximum file size, and then optional middleware to authenticate and tag request. And we need this on upload complete callback for when uploads are completed. Now this is what it's going to look like, and we need to go on and create this core.ts file. As you see here, it says it's inside the app, API, Uploadthing, and here we have the core.ts. So let's go over and create that. I'm going to come here and come over to our app, and inside our app, I'm going to create a new folder which I would call API. And inside this API folder, I'll be creating a new folder called Uploadthing like this. And inside this Uploadthing, please make sure there are no typos or there are no errors. We need to create a new file, and this file is going to be our core.ts file. Now we have this created. I'm going to come back here and copy this. So remember, we need 4 things, or 3, because the middleware is optional, but we need to authenticate ourselves. So here we need the permitted types, and we also need the maximum file size. So I'm going to come back to our project and paste this right in here. And then we have some comments which I will get rid of. Above here, you see the file router for your app can contain multiple file routes. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of this, and I'm going to get rid of all of these. And here we have this image uploader. I think I'm quickly just going to get rid of everything here. So we can go on to define our own file route. And now we have this fake auth function to get the current user. No worries, we are going to be defining our own in a second. And I'm going to get rid of this upload thing error. So in here, let's have our workspace image. That is the name of our route. And this is going to be equal to this f. And this f is a function. Okay, and this function, we're gonna give it some configuration like this one, which is the image. Okay, and this image is going to be an object where we can configure the maximum file size, and the maximum file size we are going to go with is 4 MB as a string like this. 4 MB. Please make sure there are no typos. And then the next is going to be the maximum file count, because we just want to have one upload over here. Now after this, we need to chain the middleware. So here we're going to have this middleware, and this middleware takes this function. So if you saw the former here, this fake one, you see here it's returning this ID, which is this fake ID. So let's go on and have our own implementation. So we have this function get current user, and get current user is going to be equal to this async function like this, where const user is going to be await, and then remember we have our await get user action. And then I'm going to bring this to down like this. And this is not all, because we need to return something from here, and we're not going to return the user. We're actually going to return an object with a user ID, where the user ID is going to be user, and then we just have this optional chaining like this, and then .id. So now we have this get current user function. We can make use of it in our middleware by calling this function that is going to call our current user function. Now we're still going to have an error because we need to add what happens when upload is complete. In our case, we are just going to have this empty function, which is going to do nothing for us. All right, so this is it. This is our workspace image, and now we can go on to save this. Let's come back to the documentation, and the next thing we need to do is to create a Next.js API route using the file router. Okay, so this is going to be API, and here we're going to have upload thing. All right, so let's go on and do that. And this is going to be inside of our app API upload thing route.ts file. So I'm going to come here in our project, and right inside this upload thing, we need to create a route. So route.ts, and this is going to be pretty much straightforward. We can just copy this and paste it here. Just like this, and we can remove these, and everything here is fine. So I'm going to save this, and let's come back to the documentation. And once we come back to the documentation, we need to add upload things file styles. First, to do that, we're going to come into our Tailwind config, and we need to wrap your Tailwind config with the auth with the with ut helper. Pretty much straightforward. So let's do that. Let's come over to our tailwind config.ts file, and inside this file, just right below where we have our config, we are going to wrap it with the with ut function. So I'm going to cut this and import the with ut function. And if we don't have auto completion, no worries, let's go right up top and import it. So here we're going to import the with ut, which will be coming in from upload thing /tw. Now, if we are getting errors still, that means we need to, I think we have it installed, so we should not be having any errors. And it's with with router, not config. I don't know what's changed, but quickly I'm just going to update it here with ut, and everything should be fine. Cool, so let's continue with the documentation, and next thing we need to do is to create upload thing component. So we need to create this upload thing component in our source utils. It's just recommended, so we're going to be doing that now. I'm going to copy this, and then we can come back to our application, And right here in our project, I'm going to do this actually in our lib. So let's come over to our lib, and here in our lib, we are going to be creating a new file. And we're going to call this file uploadthing.ts like this. And then we can paste all of these in. Okay, so we are having this error for our file router. So I'm going to get rid of it and let the IDE help me bring it in here. Then I'm just quickly going to reorder these imports. Cool. So what else are we need to make a button and upload it. So we need to do this and all of this. So from here, I'm going to pick it up ourselves so that it doesn't get confusing. And we are going to continue doing the upload thing by ourselves. Okay. And then I'm going to close all to the right. The next we're going to do is to create a component that is going to help us to upload. And for us to do that, we are going to come into the components here. And right in here, we are going to be creating this image hyphen upload.tsx. All right, so inside this image upload.tsx, we are going to have our image upload component. If you remember here, we are expecting this component right here. So in here, we'll bring this in and call this image upload like this. And already I will just quickly import it here like this, image upload. And let me see, yeah, everything is okay. So now we have this. I'm gonna be passing some props, or maybe not, but we're gonna see. But right in here inside the image upload, let's come here and get the image URL, and which will be coming in from our hook. So our use create workspace values like this. And here we need the image URL, and we also need what? We also need the update image URL. Okay, and inside this function, before we go on to return, we want to have a check. And the check is going to be if we have an image, not image like this should be image URL. So if we have an image URL, then we want to go on and return. And we're going to return this div. And this div is going to have this class name of flex items center, justify center, give it a height of 32, and also I'm going to give it a width of 32. And then I'm also going to give it relative. Now the reason I'm giving it relative because I just want to have a cancel button right up on the top. So here we're going to bring in image from next image, which is going to give us an error, but we're going to fix that error when we get it because we haven't configured the domain name. So this image is going to have a source, and the source is going to be this image URL, and it's also going to have some class names, and the class name is going to be object cover. And then we are also going to give it a width full and give it a height full and also give it rounded MD. Now this image component is also going to take in the alt, and the alt is going to be equal to workspace like this. And then it's going to take a width, and it's also going to take a height. So I'm going to give it a width of 320. And I'm also going to give it a height, and the height is going to be equal to 320. And after this image component, we are going to have the cancel button. So we're going to be making use of React icon, and this is going to be the IM cancel circle like this. And in case we don't have the import, let's manually import it ourselves. So I'm going to import this, which will be coming in from React icons /im like this. And this is going to have, we gave this relative. Now this is going to have a class name of absolute, and it's also going to have cursor pointer. And then we're going to give it right -right 2 like this. And the same thing for the top, so -top 2 like this. And then I'm going to give the Z index of 10. And lastly on hover, I'm just going to scale it 110. And then I'm going to give this a size. This is going to have a size, and the size is going to be equal to 30. And lastly, on click, we are just going to update the image URL back to an empty string. So this is when we have an image URL. Now, in the case where we don't have an image URL, we want to show the upload drop zone, and that's what we the gist we are trying to get over here. So this upload, where is it? This is the upload button. In this case, we're going to make use of the upload drop zone. Perhaps it's not here, but I'll walk you through with it. I'll walk us through together. So this upload drop zone is what we actually created. If you come over to the lib, and in this lib, we have this upload thing over here. And we gave it the name of, see it right here. So this upload drop zone, that's what we actually want to make use of, and not the upload button. So here they're trying to say, okay, we can use the upload button, but in this case, we want to make use of this drop zone so that we can also support drag and drop. So let's come back to our page.txt, sorry, to the image upload. And what we're going to do is just right after this if here, we also want to go and return. And now in this case, we are going to return the upload drop zone, which will be coming in from our lib upload thing. Now we can pass some props to this, and this is going to take the endpoint. And the endpoint is just one endpoint we have because that's what we created, the workspace image. And that is coming in from our API and our core.ts, this workspace image. Now, if we go on to add more endpoints, you're going to see the option there. All right. So after that, the next one to pass is the on client upload complete, which is going to give us a response. And here, with this response, we get the image URL. And with this image URL, then we're going to use it to update our image URL. So now we're going to call update image URL, but it's not going to be res.url. You can log to the console because response is actually going to be an array. And from there, we can just take the first element from the array, and then we want to assign or get access to the URL like this. And you can see it right over here. If you hover on the response, we don't get the type, but you can see here it's going to be of type array. So that's one. And in case we have an error, let's just log it to the console so we can be able to debug. So this is going to be on upload error. And this is going to take the function which gives us the error. And in this case, we just want to console.log the error like this. So that's it here. And I'm just going to remove this. That's it for this upload .tsx. Now we can come back here. And if we save this and come over to our application, and let's make sure that our application is actually up and running. So I'm going to open up the terminal and run bun run dev to restart our application on localhost 3000. Then I'm going to give this a reload, and then we can keep an eye on this over here to be sure that we have our avatar URL that has been correctly mounted. So once this is done compiling, we can come back here and just have a quick preview. So let's wait for it, and it's done. And now I'm just going to provide a name. And once we go next, here we have our image upload drop zone. It supports this button where we can go on to pick an image. And over here, we can also have drag and drop. And if you skip for now, nothing happens. Okay. So this is what we have. We have this button to select an image. And once we do, it's going to be showing submit. Okay, so here we are going to be selecting that image. Okay, this button does nothing. It refreshes the page. So that means we can quickly come back to our page and make this button to be of type button. Where is it? Give me a second. Let me get it. So this is it. Submit. Select an image. Yeah, so this button should be of type button. And then it shouldn't go on to refresh the page anymore. So let's come back to our application, and here, let's give it another try. So no longer refreshes our app, and now we can come here to choose the image. All right, my friends, with this done, we can just make sure that we are logging the values and make sure that we also disable this field set when we are submitting the form. And for us to disable the field set, I'm going to come right in here and have a state value. So here we're going to have const is submitting, and then we're going to have set is submitting, which is going to have a default value of false. And we should go on and bring in useState from React right here. And I'm just going to move this to the top here. And the next thing we want to do is to make sure that when we are submitting, we want our field state to be disabled. So here where we have our field set which has all these buttons here, is going to be disabled when we are submitting. All right, and the next thing we want to do is to work on our handle submit, just at least so that we can log the values to the console. So this is going to be equal to an async function, and inside this function we want to set is submitting to true. So set is submitting to true over here, and then we want to get the properties that we can use to store or to create our workspace. So let's go over to Supabase so that we know the values that we need when we are creating workspace creation logic. Let's go back to Supabase project and create the schema, a table for our workspace, and now we can come back here and test it all out. So I'm going to see you over in the Supabase project. Let's head over to our Supabase project, and here in our Supabase project we have just one table which we created with the SQL editor. So this is the users table. Now we're going to be making use of the table editor, and it's so important that you know the best of both worlds, how you can make use of the SQL editor and also make use of the table editor. Now we are here, we are going to create a table by clicking here because we don't want to select the users table. So click on create a new table, and then you need to give this table a name. Now I'm going to give this table a name of Workspaces, and the description is optional, and we want to enable arrayless policy for this table. Now you see we need to create an arrayless policy before we can query data. Okay, and it's the same for different queries, for fetching, for updating. And without the policy, it is just going to return an empty array of results, even though you have data in it. So that's just a side note, something you should have in mind. Now, this is going to have an ID, and this ID, I'm just quickly going to, you don't have to exit as you're following up. I just quickly want to show you, because we are going to be having this foreign key relationship with this user, and you see this user ID type is of type UUID. Now, this is very much important as we create a new table. So I'm going to click here to create a new table and have the name of Workspaces again. And now this ID is not going to be of type int8. It's going to be of type the UUID, like this. And this is going to be our primary key. And next we're going to have created at. And our workspace is also going to have a name. And this name is going to be of type text, like this. And we're going to click on this gear icon here where we can have some extra options, and the name is definitely not nullable, so we need to uncheck this, and we want the name for every workspace to be unique. Okay, so that is it, some extra options that we have here. And outside of the name we also have the image underscore URL. So here we have image underscore URL, or you can call it avatar URL. Anything is going to work fine. And this is also going to be of type text. We're going to click on this gear icon again. And for that, you see over here is nullable, because in our application, we are also giving the user the option to not create, to not provide an avatar URL or an image URL. So the next we're going to have is going to be the invite underscore code. And the invite code is going to be of type text, and it's also nullable, at least for now. It's nullable, and it's going to be unique. Okay, and next we're going to have is the members. Now members is going to be an array, so here we can click on add column and give this name of members, and members is going to be of type text, that is an array of text. And in here we're going to click here and say is nullable, because we might not have members, and we also want to go and define this as an array like that. So this is going to be an array of strings. And outside members is the same with channels, and channels is also going to be an array of text. And here it's also going to, we are also going to define this as an array, and it's very much likely that channels could be null. And the next one I have is slug. So here we're going to have slug, and slug is going to be of type text, and the default value for slug is going to be null, but we don't want this to be nullable. So here we're going to say is unique and is not nullable, because we just need every workspace to have a slug. And next, if we're going to add a new column, is going to be super_admin, and superadmin is going to be of type UUID here, and this UUID is going to have a default. We're going to come back to this for now, and just right inside here we are going to remove this is nullable like this. Okay, we're going to get rid of this is nullable from here. And the next we're going to have here is regulators like this over here. Now this is going to be a text, so an array of strings, and this text is going to be the IDs of the different regulators that we have in the application. So here we're going to say it's nullable, and we are also going to come here and define this as an array. So the next one to do is to have this foreign key relation, and we're going to click on this add foreign key relation, and this is going to be between the public users for the superadmin. Okay, so here where we have the schema, we are going to choose the we're going to choose public as a schema, and then we're going to be making reference to the users table. And from our public workspace is going to be the superadmin. So here you want to look for the superadmin, and it's important you see the type is UUID. And here for this public users, which is our users table, we want to associate it with the ID. And you see over here that this ID also has a type of UUID. So that's it. And for action, if referenced role is updated, we are going to say cascade. All right, and if it's removed, we are also going to say cascade like this, and then we can click on save. So this is all the setup we need. At least we have enabled ArrayLS, but we haven't defined some policies. We are going to be defining policies later. So we can go on to click on save, and then we're going to give this a second to add our 10 columns to Workspaces, and once it is done, we can just have a preview right over here. So you see here we have our new workspace, which has been created with all of these columns that we have defined. Now the next thing we want to do is to add ArrayLS row level security, and we're going to add a create policy here. And to create a policy, we are going to give this policy a name, and this name is going to be for insert. So we're going to say enable insert for authenticated users. I'm going to just say for auth users. Okay, or for authenticated users like this. Now the next thing for the policy command is going to be for insert over here. Okay, and after that we want to have this target rows, and this target rows is going to be for authenticated over here. So this is the policy, and with this with check we should provide a SQL operator, and here we're just going to provide true like this. So just have true over here, or you can just click insert here to enable insert for authenticated users. If you click on this, it's just more or less the same thing that we typed out ourselves. So you click on this, it's the same thing. So we're going to click on save policy, and now we have one policy created. We're going to create two more policies. So next, click on this create policy again, and this policy is to enable read access for all users. So you want to click here, and every other thing should remain the same. We don't need to change anything right in here. We also already have selected for us, and we can just save this policy like this, and this successfully adds a new policy. Now that we are done creating our policies, the idea is for us to come back to our Next.js application and work on this workspace creation logic. And we have just created a new table inside of our database, which is this workspace table over here. Now we are going to sync, or we need to update our Supabase types that we have inside of our project. Now I did clear or stop my application from running, so I'm going to go back to the documentation so that we can copy over the code for syncing our Supabase types in to our Next.js project. So once more, this is a command and we have gone through all of these previously. And I'm going to copy this command so that we can now execute it so that we have our latest workspace. So this is it. And I'm going to change from npx to make use of bunx. So here this should be bunx Supabase generate types. And then we need our project ID. Quickly, I'm going to go over to the Supabase dashboard, and here I'm going to go over to project settings, and in project settings this is our project ID. I'm going to copy it and paste it right in here, and for our schema it's inside types, and it's inside the source folder, and there we have types and we have supabase.ts. So once we execute this, we are going to have the workspace types right here in our source Supabase, our source types, and here supabase.ts. So this for our users. So I'm going to collapse this and we should have one for our workspaces. So right here, I'm just going to copy this object. And once you have that copied, here where we have app.ts, we are going to export another type. And this is going to be a type for our workspaces. And our workspace is going to be equal to this object that we just copied. So to go on and save this, and with this saved, we can now try to create our workspace. So let's work on this burn run dev. So next, let's work on this handle submit to make sure that once a user comes over to this create workspace section in our application, they have the ability to create a workspace. Now to create a workspace, we need these different fields. We need the workspace name, some required fields here. The image URL is not required. The invite code is as well not required. Let's take a look at it here and take a look here. You see it's actually nullable. So for that, I'm going to edit this to make sure that it is not nullable and click on save. Again, I'm not going to go into updating our types, at least for now. Once we get more updates here, we can just update for that, and every other thing should remain the same. So this is the state of our application. Now inside here, we have this is submitting that is set to true. And the next thing we need is a slug. So for the slug, we are going to be using a library called slugify. So here we're going to say bun install slugify like this. And for the invite code, we will also be making use of UUID. So we need to also install UUID as well. So run this installation command to have your slugify and to also have UUID inside of your Next.js project. And we need to come right at the top here to bring in these new imports. So we're going to import slugify. And slugify is going to be coming from slugify, and here I'm going to fix this typo here. And the next thing we need to import is the UUID. And to import that, we are going to be importing v4, and then we say as UUID, and this is going to be coming in from UUID. If you have an error here, it's because we need to install the types. So as you see here, it even tells us to try npm install save dev at types UUID. So let's copy this, or you can just watch me type it out in the terminal and come back to the terminal. I'm going to have bun install, and then I'm going to paste in this. So that's types UUID, and once you install the types, the error should be gone. Let's restart our application at bun run dev to restart our development server, and then I can build it so that it can compile. So we're going to come back here to where we have is submitting, and after it's submitting, the next thing I want to do is to create a slug. So I'm going to get rid of this, and we're going to have slug, and slug is going to be equal to slugify, and we want to slugify the name. So I'm going to have a name here. And remember, okay, we are not bringing in name. So from here, we need to bring in name, which is the workspace name. And the next thing we need to do is to also create an invite code. So here we're going to have invite underscore code, and the invite code is going to be equal to UUID v4, just as we imported it. And if UUID v4, what did we import? Okay, as UUID. All right, so here we're going to update this to be UUID, or you can import as UUID v4. Anyone is totally fine. And then we are going to const error, or maybe we have success. Now we're going to have a function that is going to enable us to create a workspace. So here we're going to await create workspace, which is a function that we don't have. So this function, this create workspace function, is going to be an action that we are going to define right in the actions folder. So let's come over to our application here, and here where we have actions, we are going to be creating a create-workspace.ts file. And inside here, we are going to have this const. We're going to export const, and this is going to be the create workspace like this. And this is going to be equal to this async function right here. And now we have this create workspace function. We can now import it right in here, which will be coming in from @actions create workspace. So this create workspace, we need some values to create the workspace. So here we are going to be receiving some arguments, and this is going to take in the image URL. It's also going to be taken in the name, and this is going to be taken in the slug, and lastly the invite underscore code. And for the types, we can just define the types right here and say this is going to be of type object, where we have image URL, and image URL is going to be optional, and it's also going to be of type string. And then we're going to have the name. The name is going to be of type string. And then we're going to have the slug. The slug is going to be of type string, and then the invite code is also going to be of type string. So we need access to our Supabase client. Now here we're going to make use of our Supabase server client. So we're going to mark this as use server like this, because right in here, this is a client component, and we want to make use of server actions for our form submission over here. So in here, we are going to just log these values to be sure that yes, we are actually bringing in these values. So we are going to console.log image URL, name, and invite code, at least for now. And we're going to come back to our page.tsx, and here we need to provide the argument that this function needs. So it needs this object for the image URL, the name, the slug, as well as the invite code. That's all for now. So we can save this, and we are not doing anything else. And we also need to come down here and set is submitting back to false, at least for now, so that we have our form enabled. So with this saved, and come back to our workspace, I'm also going to save here so that we can console.log the image URL and all of these. Remember, we haven't tested out our image upload, so now is a better time for us to test it out. Let's come back to our application, and I'm going to just reload to be sure that we are working with the latest changes. And I'm also going to open my terminal over here because we are logging this on the server side. So let's come over here, and here I'm going to give this the name of code with lari. We are just logging this to the console. The only thing that we are doing right about now is the image upload. Then I'm going to click on next. And Uploadthing is going to load, and once it is done loading, we can now have the privilege for choosing a file or dragging or dropping our file. In order for me to pick a file, I'm just going to click here or click on this choose file, and then I'm going to be navigated to my directory to pick an image, and I just have this AI image that I generated right here. I'm going to select this image and click on open. And now we're going to give this a second to upload the file. We're going to click on this upload one file. So let's click on this, and then we're going to see Uploadthing go on to upload this image. And once the upload is successful, we are going to have a preview here where we can preview the image. So let's give this a second. And for a moment, we should see our image. If our setup with Uploadthing was obviously successful, then we're going to see the preview over here. And while this is previewing, if we come back to our application, you would see over here that we actually saw successful simulated callback for this file. Okay, and you saw the Uploadthing server that was up and running, and we see this post here. So this is our API endpoint. So if we come back here, we have an error. Remember I told you we are going to have an error, and the error is quite a straightforward one, that we should add this. We should add this host name under our images in our next config. Now this also can change over time. So quickly, I'm going to come over to the next config. I'll open up our docs, and here in our next config, give me a second. Where is it? Next config. So this is our next config file. And what I'm going to do here, first, I'm just going to quickly paste in this host name. So for some reason, so I don't miss it. And once we have it there, you can just follow this link. Okay, I'm going to right click and open link in a new tab so that I can just copy this URL and paste it right in our docs. So this is going to be for Next.js image config. Then I'm going to paste the link here. So what's going to happen next, you see here, we just need to have this images remote patterns, which is an array. And here in this array of objects, we're going to pass the protocol and the host name. So let's do that. I'm going to come back to our Next.js config, and in here, we are going to provide images. And images is an object where we go on to specify remote patterns. And remote patterns is going to be an array of objects where each object is going to have the protocol as well as the host name. So the protocol is going to be HTTPS, and then the host name is going to be this string over here. So I'm going to cut this and paste it right in here. And with this, all we have to do now is to stop our server and restart our server with bun run dev. So for some reason, I have this error here. So let's come back here. I'm going to close this off and then just give this a reload. Now, also, if you open your Uploadthing project, you're going to see right in your Uploadthing project that you have that image over there. So give me a second, let me just open it up. So this is my Uploadthing project, and if you come over to overview or you come over to files, here you're going to see this AI image.jpg, which is this image that we just uploaded to Uploadthing. All right, so let's give it another shot. I'm going to come back to my Next.js project and quickly get rid of this. And then come back to my Next.js project, and over here I'm going to provide a name of code with lari, and then I'm going to click on next. And again, for the image, I'm going to be choosing the AI generated image. So here I'm going to click on choose file and choose this file and click on open, and then I'll say upload one file. And if you take a look at your terminal, you see Uploadthing server is up and running, and then this post request is sent, and once it is successful, you'd see it right here on the terminal. So let's give it a second for it to go on and upload, and you would see right here that Uploadthing successfully simulated callback. So the upload was successful, and here we see our preview. We can go on to get rid of this image, but what I wanted to see now is once we click on submit, if we come back to our terminal, I want us to see that we are actually logging these values, which I don't see over here. So come back to our page.tsx to be sure that this handle submit is called. And yes, this handle submit is actually called. And what else? And then we generate the slug and this, and then this is called create workspace. And inside of create workspace, we are console logging the values, which we don't see in our console. Okay, so let's try it out again. And for now, I am going to get rid of this await, because we are not getting any response. We are just logging this to the console. I'm just going to get rid of that and save this. So once it compiles, let's keep an eye here and try this out again, because if we open the terminal here, we don't see anything because we're actually calling this on the server side. So I'm going to click on submit once more and come over here, and I'm actually not, yeah, so this is it. So this is it actually. This is the image, and then this is the name, and then this is the slug, and as well this is the invite code. So if we try this again, and I'm just going to go back and let's try the name with spaces to see if our slug is actually working. So something like this, I will click on next and we click on submit. If we come back here, you see the slug is now, we have the name like this, and then we see the slug. So now we are sure that all of these is up and running. We need to continue with our upload logic to with our create workspace logic. And back in here, we are sure that we are getting these values. We are no longer going to be logging them to the console. We need to have access to our Supabase client. So we're going to say Supabase is going to be equal to our Supabase server client, which should be imported. And this next thing we need is our user data. So const user data is going to be equal to await user data. So here, and user data also needs to be imported from our get user data file. So get user data. Now we have this, we just have a quick check. If we don't have any user data, then we're going to return this error object here, and this is going to say user not found or no user data, something like that. So here we're going to say no user data like this. And the next thing we're going to do just right here, we're going to have this const, and we're going to be structuring this from awaiting Supabase. And then we can say Supabase.from workspace. So our workspaces, we want to go on and insert like this. But what do we want to insert? We want to insert an object with these following keys. So the image URL is going to be, and remember it's image underscore URL. So image underscore URL is going to be equal to image URL. Now let's quickly confirm. If we come back to our Supabase here, is it image URL? Let's be sure. Yeah, so this is image underscore URL. And next is going to be name. And then next is going to be the super admin. And the super admin is going to be the user that created this workspace. So it's going to be not super admin ID. So super admin is going to be user data.id. And next is going to be slug. And next is going to be the invite code like this. And here we're going to have this select to select all like this, so that we have this data returned back to us. So we're going to select all like this. Now we can have an error, and I'm going to also get data, but we can rename data to be workspace record. Now, without this select all, we're not going to be having this workspace record. And let me see if we get rid of this, if we have an error here. No, we don't. So we're just going to go on and select all like this. So let's have a quick check. And here we're going to see if we have an error. So in case we don't have the user data here, this workspace record, in case we have an error, let's return this object, which is going to be with this key insert error. And then we're going to have the error like this. And the next thing we're going to do is to update the user's workspace array. Okay. And to update the user's workspace array, to make sure that this workspace we have created, the user, so right here, this is the next thing we want to do. We want to make sure that now we have created the workspace, we want to update this user workspace array to make sure that we have a user ID here. And in order for us to do that, we are going to come here and say const. We are going to be destructuring this from await update user workspace. And this is going to take the user ID, which we haven't defined yet. So user data.id, and also the workspace record. Then we'll take the first one and the ID. Now we're having an error because we don't have this update user workspace. So let's go on and create this other action to update the user workspace. And come here to the actions. I'm going to be creating a new file, and this file is going to be update user, and then we're going to have workspace.ts file. And this is going to introduce us into the world of RPC, remote procedural call, and we're going to see how this works. So here const, we're going to say const update user workspace, and this update user workspace is going to be equal to this async function, which is going to take the user ID, which is of type string, and we're also going to take the workspace ID, which is of type string. Now this is also a server action, so here let's make use of our use server like this, and inside this function we want to make use of our Supabase client. So const Supabase is going to be equal to our Supabase server client, which should be imported from at Supabase from at /Supabase server. So the next thing we want to do is to go on and update the user record. And here we're going to say const, we can get data or we can get error, but this is going to be equal to, then we're going to await supabase.rpc. So here you see we have rpc. Now this is definitely going to fail because we don't have any remote procedural call yet. So let's see how we can work on that, how we can fix this, but we can give this a name of add workspace like this. And then this function can also take in arguments. So we're going to stop here, and then we're going to come back and continue to make sure that we create this remote procedural call. And so we can see how everything is connected. Remote procedural calls are actually functions that we can define right inside of our Supabase project and call as you see here. So we are going to give these functions names, and we are also going to pass arguments to these functions, and these functions are going to go on to alter the state of our database. And to get started, we are going to be making use of the SQL editor once more. So let's come over here. And here we're going to click on this new query to create a new query. Okay, so let's start create or replace, and then we're going to give this function a name. So create or replace function, and I'm going to give it the name of add workspace. Now this name, add workspace, please make sure it is the same as we have over here, add workspace. If you want to call this maybe add workspace to user or anything like that, I think this name is more descriptive. That's the name you're going to be using over here. And then this is going to take in arguments because we want to add a workspace to the user. We need the workspace, the new workspace ID, and we also need the user ID. So here we're going to say the user underscore ID, and the type of this user ID is going to be UUID. Now it's important that it is UUID because that is the type of ID. If we come over to your table editor and for your users, you're going to see the type is UUID. If you use the wrong types, you most likely have errors. So let's come back to our SQL editor, and the next argument we're going to be receiving is our new workspace. So here we can, or workspace ID, whatever we want to call it. So yeah, we can say new underscore workspace like this. Now this user ID is the value we are going to be using right here in this object. So I'm going to pass user ID like this, and the value is going to be equal to this user ID string. So here we're going to have user ID like this. And the next argument is going to be the new workspace. So here we give it the name of new workspace, and this is going to have a type, and the type of this new workspace is going to be text. Why is it going to be of type text? Because we are trying to update our user record. So if we come back to your table editor here, you see that this workspace takes in an array of text. So that's why we are passing the type text. And we have two auth policies, one for update and one for select. Now without this update policy, this is definitely going to fail. So make sure you have this policy. Quickly, I'm just going to click on edit policy so you can have a preview of what we have over here. And maybe you can pause at this point in time to make sure you have the same. We covered this when we were creating user table to make sure we have triggers that is going to work when we authenticate our users. So that's it. Let's come back to the SQL editor, and now we have this. We are going to say that this function is going to be returning void because we don't want to return anything. So here we're going to say returns void like this, and there we're going to have our function beginning and also our function ending, and then I'll hold shift option F to just format it like this. And inside here, let's also have the begin, and here we can have the end. All right, and quickly, I'm just going to add the language, and the language is going to be PLPGSQL like this. Now inside here, we're going to say update users, and they want to set workspaces because in the users table, you see we also have auto completion here. We want to set workspaces, so we are saying update users, and they want to set workspaces. And what we want to actually do is not to replace the works. Remember, it's an array, so you don't want to set it in a way where we replace. So maybe the user has one array of string, which is the ID. We don't want to update, replace. We want to add to what the user already had, because the user can belong in multiple workspaces. So this is going to be equal to workspaces, so what it is already, and then we are going to concatenate an array like this, and in here we're going to have this array where we pass in this new workspace, so this new string like this. And here we're going to have a condition or a clause, and this is going to be where the ID, which is the, you see here, is of type UUID. So where the ID is going to be equal to this UUID that is passed here. So where the user's ID is going to be equal to this user underscore ID that is being passed here. And here we're going to end this with a semicolon, and after end we also need a semicolon here. This is our RPC function as easy as it is. And then we can give this a name. We can just click here, rename query, and let the Supabase AI give us a suitable name for this function, which is add workspace to user. And then we're going to rename this. And to be sure everything is successful, and then we can click on run. And we have a syntax error. Now let's quickly look at this. So create or replace function, add workspace to user. We take the user ID or type UUID, and here we have the new workspace of type text, and it returns void, and we need to add as like this here. And if we run this query one more time, we see success, no rows returned. So I'm going to copy this and come back to our application, and here where we have our sql.txt, I will be adding this new SQL. So this is going to be create or add user to workspace, and then I'm going to paste this in here. So this is for it, and now we shouldn't forget to pass the workspace ID. And what name did we give it? We gave it the name of new workspace like this. So here we're going to pass new workspace, and the value of this new workspace is going to be equal to this workspace ID. This is it, and we can go on to have data, and we can also go on to have error. But I'm quickly going to update this to the name of update workspace data, and then we can have error, which I'm going to say update workspace error. And after this right here, we are going to return these. So we can return the updates workspace data, and we can also update this. And let's come here and export this. So this is the function that we are going to be making use of in our create workspace. So let's come back to our create workspace.ts file, and right in here we have an error because we need to go on and import this. Super cool. And we now know inside of this array we can have our update workspace data, and here we can have our update workspace error. And what was the first argument here is the data and error, and here we're getting data and error. Cool. Now in case we have an error, we are going to return error like this and say update workspace error. Now the next thing we want to do is to add the user to the workspace members. Now, this one is going to require us to do two things. First, it's going to require us to have another RPC call, and second is going to require us to also have another RLS under row level security. So that's what we're going to do. So we want to go on and add user to workspace members, because it makes sense once a user creates a workspace. So if we come to the table editor and we have workspace, we want to make sure that these members over here, where is it? Do we have members? Did we skip members? Yeah, so here. So we want to make sure that here we also have members. All right, so we can quickly do this. Let's come back to right here. We're going to come over to our SQL editor and we need to create a new query. So right here, we're going to have our create or replace function, and we're going to call this function add_member. So add member to workspace, and this is going to take the user ID. So user_ID, which is going to be user_ID, and this user ID is going to be of type text, and then we need the workspace ID. So here we're going to have workspace_ID, and the workspace ID is going to be of type UUID. Why? Because if we come to our table editor and here in workspace, we see the ID is UUID, and here the members is going to be an array of text string. So that's why we have this over here to be text and we have this to be UUID. And let's continue. So we're going to say this is going to return void, and we shouldn't forget our as this time around and put our $$ and here $$. And right in here, we're going to have our begin, and just right here, we're going to have our end and close this up. And here we're also going to say the language is going to be PLPGSQL like this. And in between the begin and the end, we are going to have our updates, workspaces. And here we want to go and set members, okay? Set members is going to be equal to members, and now we just want to concatenate with the array, and we want to add the user_ID like this. And then we have our clause where the ID is equal to workspace. Where is it? This workspace ID right here. And we should also cover this up, and I'm quickly going to format this and use the Supabase AI to rename this query like this. And then I'm going to click on rename query and click on run. And now we see success, no rows returned. Remember, we are doing an update here. So this is an update on the workspace. But if we come over to our table editor and here in the workspace, we take a look at the RLS policies that we have. You see, we have for insert, we have for select. So this is definitely going to fail. To avoid that, let's come back to our SQL editor, and then we need to create a new RLS for the workspace. So quickly, we are going to say create policy, and this policy is going to be, we can give it a name of super admin can update, any name of your choice. And this is going to be on public like this. It has to be inside of a string. So this is going to be on public.users, okay? And then we're going to say as permissive, where is it? Permissive, like this. Please make sure you don't have any typos like this. And here we're going to say for update, I want to update to public, and then want to use, and then inside here we have our condition, and we want to go on and use this string where we have the super_admin, and where the super admin is going to be equal to auth.uid, which returns the currently authenticated user like this. And then we can go on to just cover this up here. So quickly, what are we doing here is the same. We are creating this policy on public users as permissive for update to public, to public using this. So we're the super_admin, and this super_admin in our is not public.workspace user is public.workspaces, please, because we are trying to add this to our workspace. Sorry about that. It is public to public.workspaces for updates, because in public.workspaces we are checking where the super admin. Okay, because if we quickly come here and we come to workspace, you see this super admin, this UUID type here. So this super admin, we are checking if that super admin is equal to the currently authenticated user, because that's the user that created the workspace. And that's the way we can go on to allow this update. And then we click on run selected. And now we have an error, and the error is public.workspaces.not exist. Okay, so that's because we have this here. This should be public like this, and then we should have .workspaces like this. And now if we run this, success, no rows returned. All right, super cool. And if we come back to our table editor, and here for workspaces, we should have three policies. And this is the policy that we just created here. Now you can right click here, you can edit this policy, and this is the policy that we just created here. So this is our condition, and this is it. Cool. So now we have these two set up. We can continue in our application for creating our workspace. And at this point, we are trying to add member to workspace. So what we're going to do next is come over here, and we're going to say const, which we are going to be destructuring in a second. This is going to be equal to await add member to workspace like this, which we don't have currently. So let's go on and create this add member to workspace function. Here in our actions, we are going to create a new file, which we are going to call update-member or add member to workspace. Let's just go to the name add member -to workspace like this .ts. Cool. So here we are going to have const add member to workspace like this, which is going to be equal to this async function. And again, we're going to need two things. If we come back to our RPC, so quickly, let's come over to our SQL editor, add member to workspace. Here we need the user ID, and we also need the workspace ID. So here we're going to get the user ID, which is going to be of type string, and we also need the workspace ID, which is also going to be of type number like this. So in here we are going to have const Supabase, and const Supabase is going to be equal to await our Supabase server client, which should be imported from our file over there. And the next we want to do is to go on and update the workspace members. And to update the workspace members, we're going to say const, which we are going to have our data, or we can have our error. So this is going to be equal to await supabase.rpc function like this. Now the name of the function once more is going to be this add member to workspace. So we can copy this and paste this over here, add member to workspace. And the first argument it is going to be receiving is going to be the user_ID and also the workspace ID. So this user ID is going to be equal to this user ID, and next is the workspace ID, which is this workspace_ID over here, and this should be workspace ID. And that's about it. So here we're going to have our error, or we are also going to have data. So here we can have data, and we can rename it to be update, or we can call it add member to workspace error. And we can also have a, so that's not error, that should be data. So I'll copy this and use this here and rename this to be data. And we also should not forget to export this function. All right, so this is it. Let's come back to our create workspace.ts. So right over here, we need to first of all import this option, to import this function And we have an error because it requires 2 arguments. And the first argument it requires is the user ID. So we're going to pass the user ID, and the next argument is going to be the workspace record. So this is going to be workspace record like this. And this user ID is of type what? Is of type string. So if we come here, this needs a string. Cool. And here we can get the add member to workspace error. What is the first thing we are taking? So add member to workspace data, we can have it here. And they are both grayed out actually. So I think our work there is not done yet. So it's not done because we are not returning. So here we're also going to have these, and this should be member, not meme. So here I'm going to update this and also quickly update this here. Now in our add member to workspace, we forgot to return, so we shouldn't forget to return this array where we have the data and we have this. So now we can safely save this and we can continue to create our workspace. Now I'm going to have a check as always. If we have an error, then we are going to come over here and return this error, which is going to be equal to this. And Copilot made me miss something here. So we are going to have this error just like this. And we don't need the data. All right, so let's save this. And now we're going to come back to our page.tsx. And inside this page.tsx, we were just trying to create a workspace. And you see from this create workspace, this is all we have done. The first thing we did was to go on and create the workspace. Okay, with this data. And after creating the workspace, the next thing we had to do was to update the user workspace. So the user that created this workspace automatically became the super admin, which is this update user to workspace. The user just became, we made the user the super admin with this RPC call here. And after which we also came here to add the member to workspace. So if we visit this, what we did here was to call this add member to workspace RPC function. And then we gave it these details, the workspace user ID and the workspace ID. And then it went on to add this user as a member to the workspace. I implore you to actually watch this over again in case you got things mixed up in between. Okay, but here we are now. We would most likely have an error. If we do, we are going to have the error. We don't really need the data at this point. And then we're going to set is submitting to false. So let's quickly check for the case if we have error. If we have error like this, and we're going to have this check to say error.error like this. Or remember, there's a place we have the insert error. So here I'm going to change it back to error like this. So that's right here. We can only have error like this .error. So if we have error, we want to log it to the console. So here I'm going to say console.log error like this. And then I also want to come here and return a toast. So to do toast in our project, I'm going to come over to Shadcn UI. Over here in Shadcn UI, quickly, I'm going to come over to components. And inside components, we are going to come over to the Sona over here. And we need to install this. So I'm going to copy this to install with Bun. Come quickly back to our project, and then I'm going to split my terminal into 2 and paste this right in here to go on and install. So once we have that installed, the next thing we need to do is to add the toaster component like this. So I'm going to copy this toaster component, and it has to be inside of our app layout.tsx or any layout that we are using to control the layout of that page. So quickly, let's come over to our app. So this is our app, and in here we're going to have this layout. And inside this layout, I will paste this right here. And I'm also going to have a main tag. I'll cut these children and render it inside of main like this so that we have this. Now this toaster needs to be imported. So let's go ahead and import this from Sona like this. And it needs to be taken to the top. And then we can save this. And then I'm quickly going to quit the terminal over here. So with that saved, we can now show a toast notification, toast like this. We can say toast.error and stuff like that. So quickly, let's come back to our application. And here we don't just want to console.log the error, we also want to return toast. Toast should be imported from Sona here. And quickly let me check if it's right at the top. I'm going to move this right to the top over here. And now we have this, we need to say toast.error because something went wrong. And then we're going to have this test of couldn't create workspace, please try again. And in case we don't have any error, we want to do two things. The first one to do is to have a toast.success workspace created successfully. And then we want to push the user to our home page. So what we're going to do is we're going to get the router. So here we're going to say const router is going to be equal to use router, and use router needs to be imported from next navigation. And then we want to say here router.push to push the user to the home page. So we're going to say router.push, and the user is going to go to our root page. Now what happens, a quick refresher of what happens when the user goes over to our root page. So our root page is this page that we have inside main, and here we have our page.tsx. Well, first of all, we're going to get the user data. And if there's no user data, we're going to tell the user to authenticate. And then we're going to go on to fetch the workspaces from this user data, the first workspace. And then we're going to check if there's no workspace, then we'll tell the user to go on and create the workspace, which is the point where we are at now. Now, the next time the user comes here, if our creation is successful, we are going to redirect the user to a 404 page, which is workspace and the ID of the workspace, which we don't have yet. All right, so with that out of the way, let's try this now. I'm quickly going to reload this, and we wrote so many codes, so hopefully everything works smoothly. Quickly again, please, it's important that you know how things are working here. We are sure that these are getting the values. We are very much sure that this create workspace is getting these values. So this is the first Supabase call to insert to create the workspace. And once we are done, we need to update the user workspace like this. And then once we are done, we're going to add the member to workspace. So we're actually doing about 3 things over here. So first, I'm going to give it my name code with lari over here. Then I'm going to click on next. And next, I'm going to add a workspace avatar. So I'm going to choose file. And then I'm going to choose this AI image. You can use any image of your choice. And then I'm going to click on upload one file. This is going to kick the Uploadthing servers to go ahead and upload this workspace. So we're going to give this a second. And then once this is done, we are going to have a preview of our image. So this is something we have gone through before now. Or you can also skip for now to create a workspace without an image. So once this image is done and populates our image URL, you see we now have submit, and over here we also have a little preview, and we can also exit from here. So now I'm going to click on submit, and the form should get disabled. And now the form is disabled, we see workspace created successfully, which is super cool. Now we have our workspace created. Cool. You see we are redirected to /workspace and the ID of the workspace. Remember I told you we were doing 2 other things apart from creating the workspace. Over here, if we come back to the page.tsx, to the create workspace, you see we have next also updating user workspace. And that means we were trying to update the user record and give add a workspace ID to the user workspace array. And then the last thing we're doing is to add the user to the workspace members. Let's confirm if these 2 operations were also successful. We're going to come back to our Supabase project here, and then we're going to come over to the table editor. And first, let's start with the workspaces, and over here in workspaces, let's take a look at the members. So the fact that we already see a workspace shows that the workspace creation was successful, and that's why this ID we have here matches this ID that is over here. And the next thing we want to check is the name. We see the name is called with lari, and we see the image URL is the AI image that I provided. And then you see we have the invite code, and yes, we have the members. Now these members, you see 1D64 is the ID of the user that created this workspace. So automatically it has 1 member, and we don't have any channels. And this is the slug. And also you see the super admin is also 1D64, which is the admin that created this, okay, the user. And then we have regulators as null. All right, so if we come over to users, we want to check the members. So here, we want to check the workspaces array. So let's come over here and look for workspaces. Super cool. So here we have the workspace ID 6B0E, and if you come here, that is the ID of this workspace. So we have seen how everything is connected with our application. Now we are going to dive more deeper into building our Slack clone. We now have the ability to authenticate users into our project, and now we also have the ability to create workspace. At this point, we are going to dive deeper and start creating the layout of the workspace. Please take some time to review the code we have written so far to be sure you don't have any bug or you don't have any errors. And if you do, don't hesitate to ask in the comment section. I am actually looking forward to helping you overcome the challenge. I'll see you soon. We just went through the flow of creating a workspace, and currently we have a 404 page. I would like us to focus on having an overall layout for our application and making sure that we no longer have this 404 page. Let's come back to our project, and I'm going to close all these tabs that we have opened right here. And first thing, to make sure that we no longer have the error, I'm going to come into the main.ts and I'm going to create a workspace directory. And inside this workspace directory, we need another folder here. Now, this is our workspace, and here I'm going to have in square brackets ID. Now, this square bracket is a dynamic type in Next.js for routing, and the route at this point is going to look like /workspace, and any ID of sort is going to come inside this folder. So in that case, /workspace, and then this random ID or any ID of choice, it could be workspace /1, is going to be coming inside this folder, and here is going to be looking for this page.tsx file. So make sure this page.tsx is inside this workspace and inside this square brackets. So here we're going to bring in React from React, and then I'm going to call this workspace like this. And we don't even need a React.js import. Now, if we save this and come back to application, we should no longer see a 404 page. I'm going to reload this and give this a second for it to compile. And once it compiles, over here we see a workspace. The next thing I would like us to do is to come inside this layout.tsx file. And inside this layout.tsx file, I would like us to export a const. And this const I will call revalidate like this. And this is going to be equal to 0. Now, what this means, or what it's doing, is for every request, we are going to go on and fetch fresh data. So make sure there are no typos. It should be revalidate like this. Then we're going to come inside this main folder, this organization folder, and you would see here that we have this our layout.tsx. Now this is the layout that affects this page because it doesn't have its own layout, and even if it does, it will also inherit these properties that we have in this layout. And then over here in this create workspace, it is also using this layout. Now I want this main to have its own separate layout to be close to what we have over at Slack. So right here, I'm going to be creating a layout.tsx file, and it shouldn't be a folder, so it should be a layout.txs file. And inside this layout.tsx file, we are going to define the layout that is going to be for our main route here. And in here, I'm going to have this component, which I'll call main layout like this. And this main layout is going to be of type FC, should be imported from React. And this is going to be taken in the children prop. And children is going to be of type React node. Now, React node should also be imported from React. And over here, we can now destructure children. And since we destructure children, inside here, we can now have return. For now, I'm just going to return a div. And this div that would say main layout like this. And then I noticed that we have a typo over here. It should be main layout here. Now, if we come back to the application, we see just main layout and we don't see the content of this page. And the reason why is because inside this main layout, we are not rendering children. Now, children here is going to be all the pages that we have inside this organization route here. So with this change, and if we also have our main layout text here, and we come back to the application, you're going to see main layout here, and you also see workspace. Cool. So let's now build out our theming feature in our application. And for that, we are going to be making use of Shadcn UI once more. So come into Shadcn UI and you want to come into components, and right inside components, you want to look for not components, just right here in this getting started navigation, you want to look for theming. Now theming here is going to, let's go over to dark mode here. Yeah, so here in dark mode, we want to add dark mode to our website, and we can click on Next.js. The first thing we have to do is to install Next theme. So let's copy this command and come back to our project, open up the terminal, and I'm going to quit it for now and run the installation. While that is going on, the next thing we need to do is to create our themes provider. Now this theme provider is going to be inside our components, and inside the components we are going to have a themes provider. So let's do that, but in this case I'm not going to be doing it inside the components. I'm actually going to be doing this inside a separate provider folder which we are going to create. So come into the source, and right here in the source, let's create a provider folder, and inside this providers folder we are going to be creating our theme-provider.tsx file, and then we can paste this in. So this is what we have, and we don't need to do any other change here. The next thing we need to do is to wrap our root component. So our root layout is going to be this layout that we just defined right here. So this layout, which is inside this main folder here. You can always take a look at this link so that you don't mix things up. So rather than have this div, I'm going to bring in that theme provider, which will be coming in from providers theme provider file, and then I'll have the closing tag over here. So theme provider, and here should be theme provider. And this theme provider can take in subprops such as attributes, and the attribute is going to be class. And also the default theme is going to be equal to system here, like this. And we can also pass more, like enable system, so that we can enable the system theme. And we're also going to disable transition on change, like this. So this is one theme feature we have. We are also going to have our color preferences provider, which we are going to be making use of to set the different colors that we are going to be using in our application. You're going to see what I mean, because Slack have the overall dark purple color, and we want to be able to customize that as well. Now for us to do that, let's come over to the providers folder, and in these providers I'm going to have this color -preferences.tsx file. And inside this color preferences.tsx file, let's have a const which would have a color preferences context. So this is going to be our color preferences context, like this. And this is going to be equal to the create context, and create context should be imported from React. So let's go on and import create context from React, like this. And create context can take in an initial value or a default value, which is going to be undefined. For us to have better Typescript, right here we're going to have a type, and this type is going to be for our color preferences context, like this. So here I'm going to add the context, and this is going to be equal to object, where we're going to first have the color, and this color is going to be of type colors. We don't have this colors type here, so let's go on and define this. So color is going to be of type colors. So right at the top here, we are going to say type colors, and colors is not going to be light and dark. We are going to have blue, or we are going to have green over here. Now if you want to add more colors, it's super simple. You just come over here and add as much colors as you want to support. You're going to see where this is going to come in handy, so you can define more colors as you wish. So this is going to be of type colors, and we also need the function to select color. So here we're going to have select color, and select color is going to be equal to this function that takes in the color and returns void. Now we're going to come here and say this create context is going to be of this type. It's going to be of this type colors preferences. To avoid errors, we can also say it's going to be undefined like this. Now with this change, let's have this export const, which is more like a hook that we are going to be making use of. And this is going to be use color preferences like this. And this first, we're going to get the context. So const context, and context is going to be equal to use context should be imported from React. And use context is going to take the color preferences context, which is this color preferences context here. The next thing we would like to do is to say here, if there's no context, then we're going to throw this error that use color preferences must be used within a context provider. And then we want to return the context. So that's just what this hook is doing, is giving us access to the context and then is returning the context. So with this, we are going to have a provider that we are going to use to wrap our entire application. So here we are going to have these, and maybe I just let Copilot bring it in and we'll see if we want to edit it. So I'm going to close this. So first we're going to have this color preferences provider, which is going to be of type FC for function component. And this is going to take in the type, and the type we are going to pass here is going to be this object where we'll have children, and children is going to be of type React node like this. And here we are coming on to over here to destructure the children. And we have an error, and the reason why we are having this error is because FC needs to be imported from React, and that's about it. So here we're going to be setting some state, and the state isn't going to be as straightforward as it seems here. And we also need to import useState from React. Now this state is going to be color, and then we have the set color, but inside here we are not just going to set it to an empty string. We're going to make use of this function right inside here. And inside here we want to get the stored color. So stored color, and stored color is going to be equal to, first we're going to check if we have the first we're going to check if local storage is not undefined. So we're going to check if type of local storage is not equal to undefined. Then we want to go on and say, so if type of local storage is not equal to undefined, if that is true, then we're going to say local storage.get item, and we're going to get item as selected color like this. And otherwise here it's not going to be an empty string, otherwise it is going to be null. So that's about it. And what we are doing here is saying stored color is going to be type of local storage not equal to undefined. Then we are saying local storage.get item by this, or set it to null. And the reason why we are having an error is because we need to return a value. So here we are going to return the stored color, and we are going to be returning it as colors like this. Otherwise we are going to be returning an empty string. So this is what we have, and color is going to be of type colors here, and set color is going to be the function that gives us the ability to update our color. So here what we're going to do next is to have a state value where we're going to check if it's mounted and if it's not mounted, so that we can avoid an issue or a problem of trying to update our application when we haven't mounted the client component. And talking about client component, we can mark this as a client component making use of the use client directive like this. So let's come back here, and we are going to say this is going to be equal to useState, and the default value is going to be false. And what we want to set here is to say is mounted, and then we want to go on and set is mounted like this. So set is mounted. So this is it, and now we're going to have our use effect. So here we're going to have our use effect, which also should be imported from React. And inside this use effect, we're going to set our color from local storage. So we're going to set item selected color, and the value is going to be this color over here. So that's what we are doing. And remember that set is mounted is false. Sorry, is mounted is false. So now we want to set it mounted back to true. And then we need our dependency, so that color would be part of our dependency array like this. And after that, we need the function to set our color, and we also need the value that we are going to pass over here. So we already passed the value here, which is this color, and set color like this. So what we're going to be doing next is const, we're going to say select color, and select color is going to be equal to this function, which is going to take the selected color like this. And here we're going to have colors like this as the type. So here we're going to have the type colors, and inside this function we just want to go on and set color, and we're going to set the color to the selected color. And now we have an error because why? We cannot redeclare. Oh, we already have the color here, so it's more or less the same thing. So I'm going to just get rid of what we have here. Alright, so with this done, what we're going to do next is to have the value. So const value, and this value is going to be equal to our color preferences context, or our color preferences store, and this is going to be equal to this. And what we're going to say here is going to be color and also set color. Now, if we are having errors, which we are not, we're going to take this value, and now this value is going to be just like this. So we are, rather than have this object, we are just going to pass it right in here. And it's mounted is not used. So right here before return, we're going to say check if it is not mounted, go on and return null. And then this is our use color preferences that we can now use. We have our color preferences provider, which we are going to be making use of to wrap our entire application inside of our layout. So let's go ahead over to our layout, and right here inside our layout, I'm going to cut this, and here we're going to have our color preferences. So we're going to have our color preferences provider, which should be imported, and now we're going to have this content right inside here. So this is it. I'm going to save this, and much shouldn't change in our application. If we come back and just give this a reload, we need to restart our server. So I'm quickly going to run dev to start up our application, and then I'm going to give this a reload. So once the application is up and running, we shouldn't have much change as of now, because we don't have the ability to go on and toggle if we're on a light mode as well as if we're on a dark mode. So this is it, and the next thing we're going to do now is to have an overall layout that is going to wrap our entire application. So in order for us to do that, I'm going to come right here, and here in the components, I'm going to be creating a new component, and this component name is going to be our main content.tsx file. And here we are going to have our main content like this. So this main content is going to be of type FC, should be imported from React. And this main content is also going to be a client component. So here we're going to have use client. No worries. You can see our layout is a server component, and if we wrap it over here, even this component is a client component, this client is a client component, it doesn't mean that we are not going to have server components in our server pages in our application. So here for now, I'm just going to have this div, and this FC is going to obviously be taking in children. So here we're going to have children, and children is going to be of type React node, which should be imported from React. And over here, we can go on and destructure children like this. And now we want to have access to our theme. We want to have access to our color as well. So here we're going to have our theme, which is going to be equal to the use theme hook, which will be coming in from next themes. And in here, we can have access to the theme which we are currently on. Or it should be theme, not themes. All right, so next we also need to have access to the available color. So here we're going to say const, we're going to be destructuring this from our use color preferences hook, which should be imported from our providers folder. And inside here, we want to have access to our color like this. So here we're going to have our color. Now let's have a variable that we are going to store here. We're going to say let background color. And this background color is going to be equal to BG primary dark. So remember our primary color that we had in our Tailwind config. And then we're going to primary dark like this. And then we're going to have this check. And this is going to check if we have color that is equal to green. So if color is equal to green like this, then we want to go on and set our background color. If color is equal to green, then we want to go on and set our background color to be something. Okay, I'm just going to bring in, but we're going to change the color. We're going to say else if, if color is going to be equal to blue, then we want to set it to this. And that's how you can go on to add as much colors as you want in your application. All right, so if the color is equal to green, we are just going to go with this BG green 700. So here we're going to go with BG green -700 like this. And if color is equal to blue, then the background is going to be equal to BG blue -700 like this. So this is it. And now we're going to be making use of this background color right in here. What we're going to do now inside this div is to give it a class name, which is obviously going to be dynamic. So this div can have this class name. And for that, we need to bring in the cn library from our libs utility. And I'm going to give this on medium devices px2. And also on medium devices, I'm going to give this padding bottom of 2, because right in our application, we want to have this layout, where we have the background, more like a Slack layout. You're going to see that in a second. And then on medium devices, we want the height to be screen. And then inside this div, we are going to have our main. We are going to have the main tag like this. So make sure there are no typos here. This is medium, px2 on medium, padding bottom 2. And we also need to add on medium. We want to give this a padding top of 14 like this. And if you hover on it, you see padding top of 14 is 3.5 rem approximately, or 56 pixels. All right, so inside this main, let's continue. I'm going to give this a class name, and the class name is going to be equal to this object where we're going to have this cn. And this is where building our Slack layout comes in handy, and we shouldn't forget to come here and return our children prop like this. So inside this cn, we are going to have this medium devices. We want to give this a margin left of 280 pixels like this. And the reason why we are giving it this 280 pixels on medium devices is because we are going to have a space right about here. And this space is going to be for our navigation. We're going to have some other space here, and here we're going to have our main content just as we have it over in Slack. So we're going to give it on medium devices this margin left, and then on large devices we also want to give it a margin left, but this time it's going to be 420 pixels. And then on medium devices we want to give it a height of full, and then overflow wide scroll like this. And then we're going to have this custom WebKit scroll bar thumb to customize the look of the scroll bar thumb. And to do that, we're going to have this and then double colon, and then we're going to have this -WebKit, and we're going to have this scroll bar like this. Okay, and then we're going to continue and have the thumb. And what we want to set here, we want to set rounded, and it's going to be rounded 6 pixels here. So rounded 6 pixels. And then we need another for the scroll bar thumb. So I'm going to just quickly copy what we have here. So I'm going to copy this and I'll paste this here. And this time around, this is not going to be for making it round. This is going to be for giving it a background. So here I'm going to give it BG-foreground, and it's going to be, just give it an opacity of 60 like this. And next I'm also going to paste this, but this time around it's not going to be the thumb, it's going to be the track. So what we're going to change here is the track like this, and we don't want to give it any background. So we're going to say BG-none. And lastly, I'm going to paste this right here, and this is just going to be the scroll bar. So this scroll bar is going to have a width of 2. So here we're going to give it a width of 2, which is 8 pixels. So make sure there are no typos, else you might just have a different layout than myself. this here has, or you can just pause it. This has a scroll bar thumb and then rounded 6 pixels. And here is the scroll bar thumb again, but we are giving it a BG foreground of 60. And lastly, we have this, not lastly, we still have more. Next is this track where we give a background of none. And then we have this scroll bar, which we are giving a width of 8 pixels. So my friends, let's save this, and if we come back to application, we should just see a slight change. So we're going to quickly reload the application, and we don't actually see a change yet. No worries, we're going to see it in a second. And what we want to do next after these class names is to have a comma over here. So we're going to have a comma, and now we want to change the theme. So this theme, if the theme is equal to dark, we are going to go with dark background. Otherwise, we are going to go with a light background. So if the theme is equal to dark, then we are going to go with this background here. So we're going to say bg hyphen, not hashtag 232529, like this, which is going to give us this dark color. Otherwise, we are going to use this. So here we have our main content, and now I remember that we are not actually using this main content. So since we are not using it, there's no way we are going to see any change. So to make use of it, let's come into our layout, and here I'm going to get rid of this main content, main layout text, and here we are going to have our main content. So here, let's bring in our main content, which should be imported from our components. And right inside this main content, we are going to wrap children. If we save this and come back now, yes, we see the change. Now we are not going to see it fully, but we see this is shifted right to the side. We have the space at the top. And if we try to make this responsive, we are going to see you're going to see how it adjusts in a second. So you're going to see how it adjusts. So our application is going to be responsive, and you see how this width becomes smaller. And if you come here, you see how it becomes bigger. Now, this layout is very much important for us to achieve the Slack layout. So make sure you double check this code. I'll advise you just copy and paste this right into your project. So make sure you don't have any typos. Cool. So now we are done with this. We are going to continue building out our Slack clone and continue building out our layout. Let's close all these tabs and go over to our workspace page, which is in our app. And in our app, we have our main, we have our workspace, and here we have our page.tsx. Now we want to get access to the params, and from the params, we can get access to the ID. Now this is going to be equal to an async function because we want to fetch data right inside this component. And here we're going to have the access to the structure params because this is going to give us params as it's a page, and as it is a dynamic page because here we have this ID. So here we're going to say this is going to be of type params, and params itself is going to be an object where we're going to have ID, and ID is going to be of type string. The reason I know we have ID is because we have ID here. If you name this log, or if you name this IDs or something else, this is what you're going to have here. And right in here, we are now going to destructure params, and from params, we can now destructure ID. Like this. All right, so what we can do now is to just come here, console.log ID, to be sure that we are actually pulling out the workspace ID. And if you run dev restart your application, and you now come over to your workspace page and reload, once it is done compiling, you should come here and see your ID. Now we're going to use that ID to get data, and I'm just going to get rid of the ID. You'll see the ID here shortly. And the next thing I would like us to do, so this is our ID. We can get the user data. So we can say const user data, and user data is going to be equal to await. And then we have a function that's, the utility function that gives us the user data. And with this user data, we can have a quick check if we don't have a user data. So here we can say if we don't have a user data, then we want the user to authenticate. So in here, we are going to return redirect, and redirect should be imported from Next navigation, and we are going to send the user over to /auth, which is our authentication route. And then we can just write this one line like this. And quickly, I'm just going to move this right over to the top. Now we are sure we have the user data. We want to go on and get the user workspace data. And for that, we need to create another action. So firstly, I'm going to have this, which is going to be equal to await our get user workspace data like this, which is a function that we don't have. So let's go on and define this function. We're going to come over to our actions, and here in our actions, we are going to be creating a new action. So here we are going to create a get user workspace data like this. And in here, let's have our function. So we're going to export this const, and this is going to be, I thought I copied it here. So this is going to be get user workspace data. And this is going to be equal to this function like this. And in here, we are going to mark this as a server component or server action, making use of the use server like this. And inside this function, let's have our Supabase client. So here const Supabase, and Supabase is going to be equal to await our Supabase server client, which we should import from the file. And here we're going to have data or error, which is going to be equal to Supabase, and we can say supabase.from, and then we need to provide the workspaces. So it's not workspace, this is going to be workspaces. We want to go on and select everything with this select star, and then we have our condition, which is not going to be equal to like this. So we're going to say in, and in like this, we are going to say in ID, which should be a string, and then we're going to pass workspace ID. Now we don't have this workspace ID because we need to receive it as a parameter. You know, we just logged it to the console not quite long, this workspace ID. So what we're going to do here is say this function is going to be receiving some arguments, and this is going to be receiving the workspace like this, workspace IDs, because we want to get all the workspace that the user belongs to. So this workspace IDs is going to be a string array, which we can define over here like this, and this we should update to workspace IDs. So here we are going to select all the workspaces where the ID, is going to be equal to user ID from workspaces, so that we're going to get all the workspaces that belongs to this specific user. Now this can give us data or it can give us error. Now if we have error, we know that if we have data, we know that data is going to be of type any. Actually, we know that it's going to be an array. So here we are going to return this, which is going to be data and also error. Now if we are having error, is because over here we need to make use of await, and now if we hover on data, you see data is going to be an array of any, or it could be null, and then we are going to be returning this data and error back to the component. So what we can do here is first we need to import this from the action, and now we are going to have error because we need to provide the ID. So this is going to be user data.workspaces like this, and if we still have the error, we're just going to have this to be sure that yes, we have the workspaces here, because workspaces could be null, you see, or it could be null. So we are sure for the user to be in this page that user have workspace, and inside here we're going to have our user workspace data, or we could have our user workspace error. All right, and inside this, we are going to go on and get the current workspace data. That's what we are going to be doing next. So we're going to say, come here and say current workspace data and also current workspace error, which is going to be equal to, and now it's going to be equal to another action that we need to create. And this action, we are going to give it the name of get current workspace data like this, and we need to provide the ID. So now I'm going to provide the ID ahead of time, and then we can go on and define this action. So now I'm going to copy this action and this name and come back here. And actually I'm going to change something inside this action. Rather than give it this name, I'm going to give it this name of workspace or workspaces. And we'll have an error because here we need to adjust the import path, and it's adjusted for us. So in here, let's have the second function, which is this get current workspace data. So here we're going to export const get current workspace data, which is going to be taken in the workspace ID, which is going to be of type string. And also we need access to our Supabase client. So I'm going to bring in our Supabase client here. And the next thing we need to do is to have a query. So here I'm going to have this query here, which is saying await Supabase from workspaces, select everything, and we are going to say equal ID workspace ID, and here we're going to add dot single so that we get a single object like this. And we have our data and we have error, and here I'm just going to return the data and also the error. Now I'm going to save this and we can come back to our page.tsx, and we want to go and import this function from our action, and everything is fine. So now we have this, we can just come here and we are going to console.log the current workspace data. Now, if we save this, we should take a look at the terminal. We should have our workspace data if we have done everything correctly. And here we have our workspace data, and you can see we are fetching this data on the server and not on the client, because if we come over here and open the console, we wouldn't see anything. Even if we refresh, we will just refresh the data on the server side. So sorry, I took that off immediately. And if I expand this, we have some errors, which is not in our could be some extension right over here. It's not from our project. So right over here, we are seeing the workspace ID, the created art, the name, and every information that we need. We also see the members and the super admin, which is super cool. Now we are sure that we are getting our workspace data. We can start building or continue building out our layout. And now we want to focus on building our site navigation. Now we're going to have two layouts, one for the mobile view and also one for our desktop view. So let's get started with our desktop view, and then we can build the layout for our mobile view. The first thing we want to do here is to have this empty fragment, and here we're going to have a div, and inside this div we are going to give it these class names of hidden, and on medium devices we are going to give it a class name of block, because this is our desktop view, and after this we are going to have our mobile view. So here we can have another div, and this div is going to have the class name of md like this. So on medium devices it is going to be hidden, and then we're going to give it block here, and then we're also going to give it mean height of screen like this. So this is going to show on our mobile. So for now we can just have mobile, and this is for our desktop. And inside this we are going to have a sidebar component. So let's go on and create the sidebar component, which we don't currently have. So I'm going to open up come over to the components folder, and inside these components we are going to create a sidebar.tsx. And this sidebar is going to have this layout. So here we're going to have sidebar, and this sidebar is going to be taking in some props. So we're going to say of type FC, and the props it is going to take is going to be sidebar props like this. And right up top here, we can come here and define the type sidebar props, which is going to be equal to this. And we can now come here and define the props and say this is going to take the user workspace data, which is going to be of type workspace array. And if we don't have this type yet, let's quickly define it. Or I think we should. If we come to our source, and in our source we have types, and if we check our app, we have our workspaces, and this should be an uppercase W like this. But we don't have a type for our workspace. So let's define a type for our workspace. This should actually be workspace like this. All right, so let's come back here to our project, and here in Supabase we can now import this workspace type like this. All right, cool. So I'm just going to quickly reorder this, And I hope we don't have an error somewhere because of that change. We shall see. So the next thing I would like us to do here is to come here and destructure this type, which is our user workspaces data. And we're going to have on that type, which is going to be our current workspace data, which is going to be of type workspace. And lastly, we're going to have our user data, and user data is going to be of type user like this. And user should also be imported from our types. And here we can go on and import other types like this. Cool. So here we're not just going to have our return first, we are quickly just going to have our aside like this. Now if we save this and also come back here and bring in the sidebar like this, which should be coming in from our components, we are going to have an error because we need to provide these three props. So inside the sidebar, let's pass our current workspace data, which is going to be equal to our current workspace data. And then we also need to pass our user data, which is going to be equal to our user data. And lastly, we need to pass our update workspace data, which is going to be equal to our update user workspace data, which is going to be equal to user workspace data. So if we have an error, we can say this is going to be as workspace like this. So let's go on and import workspace. And if we have an error, it's because we already have the name workspace. So we're going to change this as user workspace like this. And then I can copy this workspace and pass it right over here. So we still have an error, and that's because it should be as workspace array like this. And everything is fine. So now inside of our sidebar component, we are sure that if we log these values to the console, you would see that we have all these three values, and we should have it here, and everything should be fine. So if we do, yeah, so these are the three values, the user workspace data and every other thing. You see the first is an array, which is this user workspace data. And the next is the current workspace data, which is the current workspace that the user is on. And last is the user data, which is this user data over here. So you would see here, if the user has multiple workspaces, we are definitely going to be listing them right here. And these actions are super helpful because we can just take an action and just plug it inside a component and give it the required parameters, and then we get the data. Now we are sure we are getting these, we shall continue building out our sidebar component. Let's lay out the JSX for our sidebar. Okay, so for us to do that, we're going to give these aside some class names, and I'm going to write this on multi-line. So because of that, I'm going to be making use of backtick. And then I'm going to give this a class name of fixed, and then I'm going to also give this a top of 0, and then I'm going to give this a left of 0 like this. Sorry, let me quickly format this. And then I am also going to give this a padding to the top, which is going to be equal to 68 pixels. And then I'm going to give this a padding to the bottom of 8. And then I'm going to give this a Z index of 13. We can also give this a display of flex, and here we're going to give it a flex call, not none. So here we're going to give it a flex colon. And the next we're going to give it is justify between. And then lastly, we're going to give it, not lastly, we're going to give it items center. And here we're going to give it a height of screen. And now lastly, we're going to give this a width of 20 like this. Now, if we save this and we come back to our application right here, we don't see anything because we don't render anything. Now, something we can see already is at least the background. And if we are not seeing the background, once we come back to our layout and our main.tsx right over here, let's see if we are making use of this background color. We are not. So here we need to assign the background color. And once we do, you know, we have our BG primary dark and we see our background. Now this over here you see is because of our main content and the side scroll that we have. We are going to fix that in a second, and let's continue building out our project. So I'm going to get rid of these and these and these and these as well. And inside this our aside, we are going to have a sidebar nav, which is a component we don't have. So let's create it. I'm going to come here and right inside our components, we are going to create a new component, which I'll call sidebar-nav like this .tsx. Now this is going to be a React a component. So here we're going to have our sidebar nav like this, and we can get rid of the React.js import. This component is definitely going to be taking in some props, but in the meantime, we can come over to our sidebar and bring the sidebar nav. And this sidebar nav, I'm going to update the import so it comes from as/component, and here we're going to have sidebar nav like this. If we save this and we come back to application, right here we should see sidebar nav, and we do. So let's come over to this component, and here we're going to continue working on our sidebar. So this component needs some props. In that case, we are going to bring in FC, and FC should be imported from React. And right here, we are going to provide the type. So we're going to say type sidebar nav props is going to be equal to this object, and we can already assign it to here. And then we're going to need two props. The first prop we're going to need is the user workspaces data, and this is going to be equal to type of workspace, should be imported from types, and we have array like this. And then I'm going to quickly reorder this to the top, and another type we need to bring in is the current workspace data, which is going to be of workspace like this. We surely have errors here now because we need to bring in the current workspace data, which is going to be equal to the current workspace data. And we also need to bring the user workspace data, which is going to be equal to the user workspace data like this, and the error is gone. Let's continue, and the next thing we would like to do here is to convert this div to be equal to a nav. And we're not going to give this nav any styling, but here we're going to have an unordered list, which is going to be having some list items. So let's provide the class name for this UL, and this unordered list is going to have the class name of flex, and it's also going to have flex call, and then we're going to give it space y4 like this. So once we save it, we can just have this tag li for list item, and now we should see li here. Nothing much has changed, but we are going to be changing it right about now. So next we want to show the user avatar, the workspace avatar. So from that, the user can go on to select a workspace. So here we're going to have this div, and this div is going to have these class names of cursor pointer, and it's going to have items, not stat items center. It's also going to have a text white, and it's going to have a margin bottom of 4, and it's going to have a width of 10 and a height of 10 like this, and it's going to have rounded LG, and it's going to have overflow hidden. So these are the class names for this div, and this div is going to be a tooltip. So we need to get a tooltip. Let's come over to Shadcn UI, and here we can come over to the tooltip component, which is this component right over here. And we can just copy this installation to install it into our Next.js project. We're still going to stay in Shadcn UI because we also need to bring in the avatar component. So let's come back here, and here we are going to look for avatar, and we can bring it into our project. So here I'm going to bring this in already, the avatar component, and that should be about it for now. We also need to make use of the card component, so let's also bring in the card component. We are going to come here and install the card component inside of our project. So I'm going to install the card component like this, and that should be about it. We also need the separator component, so let's also come here and add this separator component with Bun and quickly install it inside of our Next.js project, and that should be the last component that we need. And if we need any other components, then we're going to come here and add it. So with all of them installed, we can now continue or focus on building at our project. And this div, we have given it the class names. Next, we need to have our tooltip. So here, We are going to have the tooltip, which should be imported from Next.js UI. It should come in from our components. So let's quickly import it from @/components like this, then UI tooltip. Now this is not just going to be the tooltip, we also need a tooltip provider. So let's import the tooltip provider, and the tooltip provider is then going to have the tooltip. Now this tooltip needs a trigger, and it also needs the content. So here we're going to have the tooltip trigger, should be coming in from our components, and this tooltip trigger is going to be the avatar. And after this tooltip trigger, we are going to have the tooltip content. So here we are going to have the tooltip content like this, and that's it. So here inside the tooltip trigger, let's bring our avatar component, which should be imported from @components/UI/avatar. So we're going to focus on building out our avatar, and then we need two things. We need our avatar image, and we also need our avatar fallback. So here we're going to have the avatar image, and after the avatar image, we are going to have the avatar fallback like this. So this avatar image is going to be a self-closing tag. So here we're going to have the self-closing tag, and inside here we are going to have this source. So this source is going to be the current workspace, because that's what we want to show. So hope we are bringing it in. We are not. So here let's destructure the current workspace data, and let's also bring in the user workspace data. So here we can now bring in the current workspace data and make use of the image URL. If it's not available, we are going to make use of an empty string, and the auth for this image is going to be the workspace data, the current workspace data dot name. And quickly we can also give these some class names. So here I'm going to give it the class name, and the class name I'm going to be giving to this is going to be object cover, and then I'm also going to give it a width of full and a height of full like this. And we can save this, and quickly let's have a fallback, and this fallback is going to have this. So here we are going to give it this class name, and the class name is going to be equal to bg-neutral 700. And inside this fallback, we are going to render our typography component. And this typography component needs a text. So the text we're going to provide to this is going to be the current workspace name. So here we have the current workspace name, current workspace data dot name, and then want to go dot slice and take the first two characters like this. And this typography is also going to have a variant, and the variant is going to be equal to paragraph like this. All right, so let's save this, and we should have an error, or maybe we don't have an error. Let's see. No, we don't have an error. So now if we hover on this, you see we don't see any content here. That's because the avatar content is actually nothing, and our application is beginning to take shape. All right, so let's continue. So here in our tooltip content, quickly I'm going to give you this class name, and the class name is going to be padding of 0, and it's also going to have a side, and the side is going to be bottom like this. So let's provide the content to our tooltip, which is going to be a card. So here we're going to have this card, and the card should be coming in from our components. I'll be fixing that in a second. And this card, I'm going to give it these class names of width of 350 pixels, and give this a border of 0 like this. And then inside this card, we are going to have a card content. And this card content is going to have some class names. So here, let's give it a class name of flex. And we're going to give it a padding of 0. And then we're going to give it a flex call over here. Now let's have the card content. The card content is for us to show it's for us to map and display the different workspaces that the user has. So the user will have the ability to navigate or to switch between the different workspaces. So for that, we are going to have this where we can display the user workspace data, and here we can have .map, which is going to give us the workspace And here, let me close this up like this. Did I have one too many? Okay, let me quickly fix this. So we're going to have user workspace data.map, where we're going to have each workspace like this. And in here, we are going to have our return. So we're going to be returning a div, and this div is going to have a key so that we don't have any errors. And the key is going to, not class name, is going to have a key, and the key is going to be equal to workspace.id. And then we're also going to have some class names, and the class name we are going to provide is on hover. We want to give it an opacity of 70, and then we want to give it a px of 2, and we also want to give it a py of 1, and then we want to give it a flex and give it a gap of 2. Now inside this div, we are now going to display the avatar. So here, let's have our avatar component, and here we have what? So here we have avatar, and I'm going to cut this and make use of this right in here, and this is going to be here. So here we have the avatar image, which is the source, and after the source we have this auth, the workspace name, and then we have this, which is totally fine. And it seems the Copilot suggestion was on point, but for this fallback we are not going to have any class name, and here we have the typography, and everything is totally fine. So let's save up and quickly have a preview. And now if we hover on this, we want to see our card. Super cool. Now we see our card, and we are not displaying our content, or we are not seeing our content. So let's go on and fix that. So this is the card, and here we have the card content, which for now we display only the typography. Now after this typography and avatar fallback, and here we have this, we want to have another div. Now this div is going to be where we display the invite code and the workspace name. So it's not going to have a class name, and here we're just going to have two typography components. And the first typography is going to be of variant paragraph, and it's going to be the workspace name. And for the class name, we are just going to give it a text of small like this. And then the next is going to be for the invite link, and this is going to have a text not of workspace. Is going to have the text of workspace dot invite code, and if it's not available, we're just going to have an empty string. And then the class name of this is going to be let's give it two class names. We're going to give it a text of extra small, and lastly, not like this, text extra small, and you're also going to give it on large devices. We want it to be text extra small like this. All right, so let's save this and have a preview. We are going to hover on the card here, and here we see that we correctly display this. Now the next thing we want to display is a separator, and also have a button that we are going to use to create a new card. So let's come back to our application, and what we're going to do right here, so just after this, is to just have a separator, and this separator should be coming in from our components. And right here we're going to have this div, and this div is going to have a class name of flex, and then we're going to say flex items center, and then we're going to give it a gap of 2, and we're going to give it a paragraph of 2. And inside this div we are going to display a button, and this button should be imported from our components. And then we are going to give this button a variant, and this is going to have a variant that is going to be equal to secondary. And lastly, we are going to have our FA plus right inside here. So we're going to have our FA plus, which is not going to have a margin right of 2, and this should be imported from React icons /FA. No worries, we are going to import it manually ourselves. And lastly, just outside this button, we are going to have this typography, and this typography is going to say not create workspace, is going to say add workspace. So let's update this to say add workspace, and it's not going to have a class name. So we have a couple of things to fix, and the first thing I'd like us to fix is this FA plus import. So right here at the top, I want to import this FA plus from React icons FA, and all these I just want to quickly update them to come from @/components like this. and everything should be fine. So now we can have a preview. I'm going to save this, come back to the application, and once I hover on this, I don't see my button, and now I see the button and I see this. Super cool. All right, so let's continue building out our application, and right after this tooltip, we are going to have two contents. Now the first one is going to display home, and then the next one is going to be displaying the DMs. So just right after this tooltip, so this is our tooltip. I'm quickly going to collapse this. So we have this URL, we have this li, we have this div, and after that we have this tooltip. So right after this div here, we have that contains the tooltip. We are going to be having another div in here. And this div, we are going to give it this class name. And the class name I'm going to give this is flex. And here flex call. And then I'm going to give this items center like this. And inside this div, I am also going to give it a cursor pointer. And then I'm going to give it a group. And lastly, I'll be giving this text of white. Cool. So right inside this div, we are going to have another div. And let's style this div. This div is going to be holding our home icon. I'm going to give this a class name of p2, and then I'm going to give it a rounded LG. And then I'm going to give it this sort of transparent background. That's why I want to use this so that I can have this arrow GBA. And this is going to be 255, 255, 255 like this. And then it's going to have an opacity. So we can say 0.3 over here. And then we don't need this space as well. And then inside this div, we are going to be giving it a arrow I home to fill. And then we're going to close this. And for the size is going to be 20 like this. And we're going to give this a class name. Remember we gave this group. Where is it? So we gave this div group. And inside here, we are going to give it a group hover. So here, let's have our group hover. And on group hover, I want to scale this by 125. And I want to give this some animation. So I'll say transition all and give it a duration of 300. Let's import this, and this is going to be coming in from React icons. So here, React icons /ri. And once we save this, we need our typography component before we have a preview. And here we're going to have our typography, and this typography is going to have a variant, and the variant is going to be paragraph. We're going to have a text of home. And for the class name, I just want to give it text SM, and also on large devices, I also want to give it a text large devices text SM. And lastly, on medium devices, I also want to give it a text of SM like this. So now if we save this and come back, we see our home, and here we should see the text of home. Now this text home should actually be outside this div. So let's quickly fix that. In order for us to fix this, you see here we have this, and then we have this typography. Now I'm just going to move this div and move it right here to the top like this, so that now this div with this background is just going to be holding the icon, and then we're going to have this typography component just right on its own. And if we have a preview, that should update everything here. Super cool. Now we have this for the home. We also want to have more like the same, but for this time around, we want to have it with the text of DMs. So we're going to come right below this L1, and then we're going to have another list item. So that's the first list item we have. Now we're going to have a second list item. This second list item is not going to have a class name, but in here we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have this class name like this. So we're going to give it flex, and then we're going to say flex call, and then we're going to say cursor pointer, and then we're going to say items center, and then give this a group like this. And after that, we are going to get this a text of white. So right inside this div, I'm going to have another div, and this div is going to have this class name of p2, and it's going to have rounded LG, and then it's going to have this transparent background. So we can already copy what we had previously. So we just need more or less this setup right here, and I am going to copy this. So I'm just going to copy this, and use the content right in here. And I'm not going to be replacing this outside div. It's going to be for the inner div here. So I'm going to paste this here, and then I'm going to change this. Rather than use this RI home to field, I'm going to be using this PI charts tier drop like this. And we have the import. No, we have to import it ourselves, but everything here should remain the same, and this text here is going to be saying DMs. So quickly, I'm going to be bringing this in here from React icons /PI, and everything should be fine. Now, if we save this, we should see DMs over here. So I'm just going to give this a second, and I don't see this. Do we have an error? Let's quickly reload, and here we see DMs, we see home, and if we hover on this, we now see this. Now we are making progress. The next thing I would like us to work on, just going to collapse this. After this sidebar nav, you obviously have this code in GitHub in case you missed your DOM tree or you missed the nesting. This is the full code. You'll find it in GitHub, so you can compare your own code to mine. So we're going to come over to this sidebar, and this sidebar, after having this sidebar nav, we want to have these two toggles here, one for the user icon, but then we're going to have a tooltip and then options to update our theme. Let's work on that next. So my friends, our application is currently taking shape, but now we need to have this content over here. And to do that, I'm going to just write, after this sidebar, we are going to have another div. Now this div is going to have some class names, like class name of flex. I'm going to give it flex call, and I'm also going to give this a space y of 3 like this. And then inside this div, I'm going to have another div. Now this div is going to have some class names, and first we have our RGBA, and then we're going to have a 255, 255, where is it, 255, 255, 255, and then I'm going to give this 0.3. And after this, I'm also going to give this cursor pointer, give it transition all for some animation. So transition all, also give this a duration of 300, and it's quite a long class name. Perhaps I could have written it multi-line. Yep, let's see if we can quickly format it to write it multi-line like this. And then I'm going to hit enter, and then I'm going to have the next. So this is the first class name on this line, and right here we're going to have the second class name. And then on hover, I'm going to give this on hover like this. I'm going to give this a scale, and I'm going to scale this 110, give this a text of white. And then I'm going to display this grid, give it a place content center, and then I'm going to give it a rounded full like this. And then I'm going to give it a width of 10 and also give it a height of 10. So what do we need inside this div? Is quite simple. We just want to have this React icons fi plus like this. And if we don't have the import, no worries, we are going to import it manually. And then I'm going to give this a size, and the size is going to be equal to 28. So let's quickly bring this in. So from right here, I'm going to import this fi plus from React icons /fi, and then we can save and have a preview. We should see the icon right here on so this is the icon. Now after this, we want to have a tooltip provider, where we're going to give the user a chance to update their profile, to update the theme, and every other thing. So just right after this div, we are going to have our tooltip provider, not tooltip. So we need our tooltip provider, which will be coming in from our components. And then inside tooltip provider, we are going to have our tooltip, and this should also come in from our components. And then we need a tooltip trigger. So here we are going to have our tooltip trigger, and we are also going to say as child, and now we are going to have the closing tag. So inside this tooltip trigger, we are going to have a div, and this div is not going to have any class name. We need another React Shadcn UI component, which is going to be the pop over component. So where is it? So this component, and if you just click here, you can have, this is something we are trying to do. So let's copy this with Bun and come back to our project and paste it right here for installation. And once it is done installing, we can already import this into our project. So we want to import popover, and popover should be coming in from our UI popover like this. And then I'm also quickly going to kill this terminal. Now we have this popover. We want to have the popover trigger. So here we're going to have the popover trigger, which will be coming in from our components. And here we're going to have a div. We need the content. We're going to come to that in a second. And this div is going to have this class name of height 10, also have a width of 10, and then give it relative, and then give it cursor pointer like this. And inside this div, we are going to have another div, and this div is going to have these class names. Sorry about that. And the class name is going to be height of full, and then we are also going to give it a width of full, and we are going to give it rendered LG, and lastly overflow hidden like this. And then inside this div, we are going to make use of the image component. So let's bring this in because we want to display the user avatar. Sorry about that again. So image should come in from next image, and this image is going to have a class name of object cover, and we're gonna give it a width of full and also give it a height of full. And after this, we need the source. So the source is going to be the user data avatar URL. So let's do that, user data.avatar underscore URL. And after that, we also need the alt, and the alt is going to be the user data.name, and we need the width. The width is not going to be 40, the width is going to be 300, and lastly the height is also going to be 300. We want to have a way of showing if name could be null, and in that case we are just going to use an empty string, or we can just say user. So if we save this and we come back to application, we should see the avatar over here. And do we need to reload? Yeah, we have an error. Now, was this actually wrong? Let's give this a second to see what we must have mistaken here. Is not a function. Are we trying to call something here? What's going to happen is I seriously don't know where the error is coming from. And I'm quickly going to restart our application, and if we see the error, then I would know how to debug this. So I'm going to load this and so that we can see if we have a hint of the error, because user data is surely defined. All of these, the application stopped working at this point. So it seems we still have the error. And the error could be we are importing something from Radix UI. So quickly, I'm going to come to the top and see, yep, that's this tooltip trigger is coming from Radix UI. And we should update this to come in from our own component. So quickly, I'm going to update this import, and this is going to be coming in from UI tooltip. And while I'm at it, I'm going to quickly also update these. I want it to come from @/components and then UI tooltip. Now, if we save this, we have no errors, and right at the bottom left corner here, we should see the avatar image, and we have an error because of this. We need to add this cdn pixabay.com. So we are using Pixabay as the default user image, so let's add that. And if you have this error for some domains we are not covering, it's as easy as coming over to your next config, and then you can just duplicate this object and change only one thing. The only thing you need to change here is the host name. You copy the host name from the error, and then you paste it right in your project. You save, and your project is up and running as though nothing happened. So I'm going to give this a reload, and then come here. And one last time, I promise this time around, we are going to see it at the top left corner. So let's give this a second for it to compile, and once it is done compiling, we should see this. So it's taking some time to compile. Do we have it up and running? Yep, it's done, and we should see this. 1 2 3 go. Let's see. Here we have our user avatar. Super cool. There are two things here. We have this tooltip, and then we have this popover. Now if you hover on this, you're going to see the username. That's if the user has a name. Now the user doesn't have a name. I guess it's because making use of the email provider. But if we use something like Google to authenticate, we should have seen the username here. All right, so once we click on this, we want to show our popover. This is also a tooltip and also a popover. So if we come here, you see the tooltip, and here we have a popover. Okay, and this tooltip, what is it displaying? It is going to be displaying the username. Okay, so we don't have the tooltip content actually. We just have the tooltip trigger, and we don't even also have the popover content. Let's go on and fix that. So after this image, first we are going to have another div to show some icons when the user is away or online, and this class name is going to be dynamic. So let's import cn, which will be coming in from our utils, and then I'm going to give this some class names, and it's going to be the class name of absolute. It's also going to give it a z index of 10 and rounded full, and we are going to give it minus right, and we want it to come minus right. Here we're going to have 20%. And we can quickly format this and make sure that this is written correctly. And lastly, we're going to give this a bottom of 1 like this, and I want to also give this the background color. So I'll just have a comma here and have our background color. Background color. Yeah, so that means we don't have our background color, and no worries, we can just go right at the top and bring in our background color. Now to bring in our background color here, just right here, before we go on to return JSX here, we are going to say let background color. So here we're going to say let background color, and background color is going to be equal to our primary color by default. So we're going to say bg-primary -dark, and then we're going to come here and say if color, and we don't also have color. So let's bring in color. We're going to say const and the structure color, which will be coming in from our hook, which is our use color preferences hook. And with this hook being imported, we can now have access to color. Sorry about that once more. So here we're going to have access to color, and we can have a quick check right here and say if color is equal to, Copilot doesn't give me a hint. So if color is not equal to light, so I want to check if color is equal to green, and in that case we want to go and assign it background color to be bg green, a value of 700. And right here we are going to have our else if, and else if is if color is equal to blue. So in the case where color is equal to blue, background color is going to be equal to this. Now we have background color imported or instantiated right inside of our project. We can come further down here and we are making use of it. So this div is not going to be empty. We are going to be providing some values, and the value we are going to be providing to this is, this has a position of absolute. So right here we are going to say if the user is away. So we are going to say user data.is_away. If the user is away, then we want to display this go.component, which we don't have autocomplete to bring it from React icons. Otherwise, we are going to be also making use of this go.fill, and this should be go. So here we're going to be having go.fill, which we should also be imported from React icons, and this is going to take a size, and the size is going to be equal to 17, and this is going to take some class name, and because the user is away, I'm going to give this a class name of text white, and also give this a text extra large like this. And for this, it's also going to have a class name, but this class name is going to show text green 700 or 600. All right, so let's import these two React icons. Right here, I'm going to import React icon. So we're going to import what name? geofill, yeah. And the error is gone. Now, if we save this and come back, we should see that icon just right about here, and it should be shining green because I think the user is, we are making use of hooks. So we need to make this a client component, making use of use client directive. So here, let's have our use client directive. And if we save this now, we should have that right here. So I'm quickly going to just reload this. And I want us to see the icon right at the bottom there, which is going to be super cool. So after this popover trigger, it's time for us to have the popover content. So I'm just quickly going to give this a second, and it's actually taking some time to compile, and it should be done compiling. All right, so let me give this a second. While it's compiling, quickly just after this popover trigger, we want to have our popover content still inside this popover here. So here we're going to have our popover content, and this should be imported from our UI. And here we are going to have the content. Again, I'm going to quickly save this, and for some weird reason it was compiling for a long time, and now it is done compiling. Right here we should see our dot, which we don't actually see, and that's strange. So I'm quickly going to give this a reload, and we don't see our dot here for some weird reason. All right, so let's check why. So here we have this div is absolute, and the reason why we are not seeing it is because we have a comma right here. So I guess so. So hopefully, my friends, with that taken off, we should see our icon, and yes, we do see our icon. Super cool. Now we're going to continue, and the next thing I would like us to do is to work on this popover content. Now this popover content is going to have a side, so here we can give it a side, and the side is going to be equal to right like this. And in here we are going to have a div, and inside this div we are going to have another div. Now this div is going to have some class names, and I'm going to give it a class name of flex, give it a space x of 3 like this. And inside this div I am going to have our avatar component, which should be imported from our components UI avatar like this. And then we're going to have our avatar image. So here we're going to have our avatar image, and this avatar image is going to be self-closing. So here we're going to have the source, and this source is going to be equal to user data. So here user data, and we're going to say user data.avatar underscore URL like this. And in case the image doesn't load for some reasons, we want to go on and show a fallback, right? So here let's have our avatar fallback, and this avatar fallback is going to be the username. So here we're going to have the user data.name.slides. I want to take the first two elements here, and we have an error. Why do we? Because it could be null. In this case, it is actually null. Okay, so let's quickly say user data.name. If it's available, then use it as a fallback. Okay, now the error is gone, and if we come back to our application and click on this, we see our popover. Super cool. Now we see the user, the avatar over there. We don't just want to display the avatar component, we also want to go on and display a typography component, which is going to show the username. So right after this fallback and after this avatar, we have this div over here. Okay, and this div is going to be actually inside this div, okay, because we are giving it a display of flex. And this div we want to show our typography component. So let's have this div, which we are just also going to give a class name of flexco. So here we're going to say flex and flexco like this. And here we're going to give our typography component, which should be imported, and it doesn't import it with the import alias. I don't know why. And here we're going to have this text, and this text is going to be also user data.name, or we are going to make use of an empty string if the user don't have a name, a default name. And then we're going to have a variant, and this variant is going to be equal to paragraph. And lastly, we're going to give this a class name, and the class name is going to be font bold. And after this typography component, we are going to be having a div. So let's quickly save this and see what we have right about now. Not much should change, because you know, this user, we don't have a username right here, so I don't expect to see any much change. But here we just see the avatar URL. Now what we're going to be doing next is this div. We're going to give it this class name of flex items center, and then give it a space x of 1. And after that, we want to also check if the user is away. We want to display something else. So let's say user data dot is away. If that is the case, we want to display this gi9 sleep and give it a size of 12 like this. And then we're going to have the closing tag. Otherwise, we are going to display not gi, yeah, we're going to display gi.field and give this a size of 17. And then we're going to give it a text green 600. So right here, let's give it a class name of text green 600 like this. Okay, so quickly we are going to bring in these imports here. So let's go on and import this from React icons /gi, and that's what we are using over here. And we also want to update the text. So we gave this a display of flex. So right after this, we are going to have a span, and this span is going to have this class name of text extra small. Our component, our typography component doesn't make use of span. You can add if you need. So if the user is away, you want to display the text away. Otherwise, we are going to be displaying the text of active. So now let's save this and have another preview. Give this a second for it to load, and I actually want to see this time around. So I want to reload this and see the text of active or see the text of away. So we're going to give this a second. Alternatively, where the user doesn't provide a name, then we can make use of the email, right? Rather than use this, it doesn't make sense. So let's quickly change that. Rather than use this, we are going to empty string. We are going to use the user data.email. The email is always going to be available. And here we see the email, super cool. And that's the same thing we can also do over here. So quickly, I'm just going to search where we're doing something like this. Okay, this is okay, and this is okay. All right, so let's continue with our application. And the next thing I want to do is to show give the user the ability to set themselves as active and set themselves away. We are not actually handling that now. We are just focusing more on the UI. So after this text that we have over here, which is coming in from this flex, so this div that we have over here, we're inside this popover content. So this is more or less like the first content, and then we are going to be having the second content over here. So this div is going to be the second content. All right, so let's give it a class name. So I'm going to give this a class name of border, and then we're going to give it a group, and then we are also going to give it a class name of cursor pointer. We are going to give it a margin to the top of 4. We are going to give it a margin bottom of 2, P1 like this, rounded. We are also going to give it flex. We are also going to give it items center, and we are lastly going to give this a space X of 2. So right in here, we are going to have some components and React icons. So the first one is FA reg like this, calendar check. Finally, we have some helpful imports here. And this is going to have a class name, and now we don't have the class name. Yeah, we do. Now this is going to have a class name of group. When we hover on the group, so group hover, we want to go on and hide this. So we're going to give it a class name of hidden, and then we're going to duplicate, or maybe we don't duplicate. This is going to be FA pencil like this. And finally, our auto completion is not fully back because we have FA pencil. And also I'm going to copy this, and when we hover, I want this to be not hidden. I want this to be block. Now I'm going to quickly bring this in right at the top here, or Copilot will help me bring it in, and everything should be fine. So let's save this. Before we go over, why do we have an error? Has no FA pencil. Did it update? Actually, it didn't update. This should be FA6. And now I think we should be fine. Yeah, we are good. All right, so we also, this is for check, this is for pencil, and now we're going to have our typography here. Typography, and right over here, we are not going to say the text of set status. Now this is going to be dynamic. We don't have this yet in our backend, but that here we're going to say in a meeting just as a placeholder. Give us a variant of P. And then we're not going to have this. What we're going to have here is text extra small. So text extra small like this. And then we're going to give it a text gray of 600 like this. So after that, we can save and quickly have another preview. And once we click here, we should see the update. So this is what we were trying to achieve. And so we don't want to show both at once. We just want to show one at a time. And that's why we are going to come back here. And here, this is going to have a different class name. Rather than just always have this block, we are going to have this hidden like this, and it's only going to be visible when we hover on it. So this is going to be hidden. Now if we come back and we see here, it's going to be hidden, and once we hover we see this making sense. So we don't have the ability to update the status yet. We are going to be working on that. And let's come back to after this typography component here and this end of the div, we are going to be having another div. So this is a div here, and I'm quickly going to be collapsing this, and we are going to have another div, and this div is going to more like show if the user is away or if the user is active. So here we are going to give this div some class names. I'm going to give it a class name of flex, and then I'm going to give it a flex call, and then I'm going to give it a space y1 like this. And then inside this div we want to show our typography component, and this typography component is going to be displaying text, and the text is going to be dynamic because we want to check if the user data dot is away, and I'm hoping Copilot will help me. If it's away, then I want to show the text of set yourself away, set yourself away. Set yourself, if it's away, we want to say set yourself active, and otherwise we want to display another text which is going to say set yourself, we're going to say set yourself away, and we can just add as like this, as away, as active. And also I want to give this some class names. I'm going to give this a class name of on hover text white. On hover, I'm going to give it a text of white, and then I'm going to give it on hover, I'm going to give it a BG primary, not dark, BG blue 700. Then I'm going to give it a PX of 2, give it a PY of 1, and then I'm going to give it rounded like this, and then cursor pointer over here. Okay, so let's have a quick preview on what we have over here. And yeah, it's way too big because we need to give it a variant, and the variant is going to be the paragraph variant. So here, let's have the paragraph variant, and it should be smaller. If we hover on it, we see this. Now, the next content we are going to have here is to clear status. So let's do that. And this is going to be the point where I think we can actually do some copy and pasting. So I'm going to copy this and bring it down maybe 2 more times. So this is the first one. And this second one is not going to have anything to do if the user is updating or not. And this text is going to be different. So here we're just going to say clear status. The variant is also going to be paragraph, and all these class names are going to remain the same. And over here as well, we are going to have more like a separator. So I'm going to have this HR horizontal line and give it a class name of BG gray 400. And then we have this typography, and this is going to have a variant of paragraph. And the text for this typography is going to take the user over to the profile. So here we can just have this profile like this. And then we're going to have this other class name here. And obviously we need an on-click and all of that, but we don't have them yet. So I'm going to save this. And here we see profile. Okay, super cool. The next thing, we see clear status, we see set yourself active, we see in a meeting, then we see profile. And after profile, we're going to have some preferences, but we're going to come back to that in a second. And I am actually going to be leaving a placeholder for that. So I'm going to copy this HR. And after this, I'm going to have some preferences dialog, which is the dialog that is going to, more like the theme and stuff like that. So here, after this preferences dialog, we are going to have this HR again, and then we're going to have this div. Now this div is going to tell the user to upgrade workspace, and lastly we are going to display the workspace name. So here I'm going to give this a class name of flex, give it a gap of 2, and then I'm going to give it items center on hover. I'm going to give it a text of white, and then on hover I'm going to give this a bg blue 700. So here we're going to have this bg blue 700 like this. Then I'm going to give it a px of 2, a py of 1, and then rounded with cursor pointer like this, cursor pointer over here. So inside this div we are going to have, hopefully I have auto completion because I want to have this. No, I'm going to type it all myself. So this IO diamond outline, and this is going to have a class name. Let's give it more like a gold class name, and this is going to have this text orange of 400. Where do we have text orange 400? And after this we want to have our typography components, and this typography component is going to tell the user to upgrade workspace. So how do we do this? We are going to come here, have backtick, and here we're going to say upgrade, and here we're going to have this and say current workspace data dot name. And after this div we are going to have the last, and this last is going to be this typography. And to be honest, I didn't even check, I just brought it in. And this is going to say paragraph, and this is going to not say help, this is going to say sign out of current workspace. So here we're going to have backtick, and then we're going to have this sign out of, and then we want to have this $sign current workspace data dot name. And for the class name is going to be hover text white, bg blue 700, px2, py2, and every other thing is perfect. Super cool. And we also have a variant of paragraph. Then after this div and after this popover content, we need to first, let's bring in this. So I'm going to come over here, and hopefully Copilot helps me and everything is fine and good. Yep. So if we save this and come back, we should see our latest changes here. Cool. So this upgrade, and I don't see my class name here for this. So this should be text orange 700, which I don't see for some weird reasons. And we see upgrade. Yeah, it was just taking some time to load. And now we see upgrade, and we see all of these. And we also have this text to sign out. So I'm quickly going to just shift this right here. Super awesome. And right after this, we want to then show the tooltip content. And to show the content, here we have the tooltip trigger. And right after this tooltip trigger, we want to show the tooltip content. Again, I didn't even check it. I just let Copilot bring it for me. And this content is not going to have this. And we also need to bring this in from our component. And then it's going to have some class names. So let's quickly give it a class name. I'm going to give it a class name of text white, give it a bg of black, give it a border of black, and give it a, oh, we actually needed the side right, and here I'm going to give it a side of right like this. And after that, we need this typography component, variant of paragraph, and the text is just going to display the user data.name, and you know the drill. If we don't have the name, then we want to show the user data.email. Now this makes sense because we have this tooltip trigger, we have this tooltip, and inside this tooltip we have a popover. Now what happens when we hover on this? We are going to see the user email because user doesn't have a name. And then what happens when we click on this? We are going to see our popover. The next thing I would like us to work on before we go into this placeholder that we have over here, preferences dialog, I would like us to have a bit of our layout, you know, have this content and have this other section over here. And if we click on profile, I actually also want to see the profile. Now, once we have this done, we are going to see the Slack clone come to life way more. Now, this is already looking impressive, you know, but I think we can do better than we have done right now. So let's continue on these just after this short break. I look forward to continue coding this out with you. We're going to continue with our Slack clone, and this is how far we've come. And you know, it's been pretty much it's been pretty much intensive so far, but yeah, we are getting there. Let's come back to our application, and right here we want to work on this layout. We want to have this more like an info section. I don't actually have a nice name to call it, and then we want to have our main content. And quickly, if we come over to the mobile view, we should know that we haven't even working on our mobile view yet. So I'm just going to quickly adjust this, and you see we just have mobile here. So we also need some layout for our mobile, and we have this for our desktop. Now let's come back here. And the next thing we are going to be working on, as I said earlier, is going to be the main layout, and that's going to be inside of our page.tsx. So after this sidebar, which is what we are currently working on, we are going to have an info section. So here, let's bring in this info section, which we don't have yet, obviously. And this info section is going to be throwing us some errors. Now we're going to lay it out. I'm quickly going to copy this or not. Come over to our components, and here in our components, I'm going to create this info section. Or you can call it the CTA section. I seriously did not have I wasn't creative enough to come up with a name for this. So this is going to be info section, and right here we are just going to have this div for now so that we can quickly import it right inside of the page.tsx. So here we are going to bring in the info section, and yeah. So let's save this, and at least we don't have any text, so no need going over to the preview. So we're going to be making this client component. So let's come here and make this client component, make use of the use client directive. And then we're going to be making use of our hook. So here, let's bring them in. We are going to destructure color, and color will be coming over from use color preferences, which we need to quickly import from our provider color preferences. And with our color, we also want to do what we've done previously, like the background color, which is going to be equal to not BG primary dark this time around. We want to give it this, which is more like a different shade of what we have from our BG primary dark. You can also store this right in your Tailwind config right over here, and here where we have this extend colors primary, we have dark. So in case you want to add a light variant, let's quickly do that together. You can just add this hex code right here. So I'm going to cut this. So this is going to be color primary, but it's going to be color primary light. And then we can come over here and provide the value. Now the value for this is going to be hashtag 311834. I obviously have a second screen where I'm saying this, so I didn't go to store the hex code value in my head while I was on break. So this is the value, and now we are going to say color primary light, and that's what we are doing over here. And the next one we want to check is if color is equal to green, then we want to send it to BG green, not 700, 900. Okay, because it is for this layout, which is going to be this section over here, which is going to be slightly different from this main section. And then if color is equal to blue, we're also going to give it BG blue 900. And then we're going to make use of the background color here. So this is going to have some class names, and this is definitely going to be dynamic. We need to bring in cn from our libs library, and then we're going to give this is it position fixed or display fixed? Is position fixed. So if we hover on this position fixed, and then we're going to give it left 20, and then rounded left, which is going to take extra large. And on medium devices, this is going to have a width of 52. And then on large devices, this is going to have a width, which is going to be equal to 350 pixels. And then let's give it a height. Now we have, if you remember this page.tsx, which has the main content. So let's quickly come over to the layout. And this layout has this main content. And if we quickly visit it, you see somewhere here, it has some, PX, some padding bottom, and we need to watch out for this padding bottom, okay? And that's why we are going to be doing some things here. So we're going to give this a height, and the height is going to be this calc function, and the height is going to be 100%. But now we need to subtract 63 pixels from it. So here we're going to have minus 63 pixels. Please make sure you don't have any space. If you hover on this is what we are doing here. And then we're going to give this z index, and the z index is going to be 20, give this a display of flex call, and then give it justify between, and lastly items center. Cool. So right here we also need the background color. That's why we brought it in. So let's pass it right in here, the background color. And for now we don't have any channels, we don't have any DM, but that's the idea. So here we're going to display channels, and here we're also going to be displaying DMs like this. So here we can have DMs here, or you can just have some text. Maybe we give it a text of channels, and here we give it a text of DMs. And I'm just going to render this in paragraph for now. We're not even making use of our typography components. And here we're going to have channels like this. So if we save this, we are making use of this right in our page. So we should see it, and it looks awful. This is not what I had in mind. So let's change that. But it's beautiful that we see the idea. So we have channels, we have DMs, super cool. So let's come back to that info section. Perhaps we missed something. We gave it display of fixed, left 20. This is cool. Rounded left like this. On medium devices, this is also awesome. And then this, we gave it a height of 100% and not 100 pixels. That was where we missed it. So this should be 100%. And once we save and come back, we should see this. Super cool. So we see channels, we see DMs. Yeah, we see like that because we have this justify between. So let's just save it, and it should be close to together now. And even with a black text, no worries. We are going to be fixing all of these. And this is awesome. Now I would like us to do the same for this section over here. And for this section, so this section we have over here, let's come over to our application, and here in our application, come over to the page.tsx. So this is this, and then we have the sidebar, we have the info section, and here we have mobile. So this is for our desktop, and I'm gonna throw in some typography components. Here I will have the text workspace like this, and then I'm just going to throw in this typography component. No worries about this, please. Over here we are just rendering this to have some content on the screen. So we just have h1 to paragraph, which is displaying some text of hello world, and this is just going to help us for debugging purposes to just see if we see something over here, and yes we do. Now you will see that this is slightly off, so this is not fully extending. So we're going to find a way to fix that. Now if we're having issues with this layout, and also this layout, is better we check out the layout. So we're going to be visiting this in a second, but let's also take a look at this. Now we have these class names, and this should be LG with 350 pixels, and now we see it laps very well. Now for this other section, let's quickly come back here, and that is in our page. Sorry, if we come over to our layout and we visit our main content, this should be the component, and right over here, this is not BG light, so this should be BG white like this. And now if we save this, we have our white background. Super cool. And yeah, we have sharp edges here, and that's because we are going to come right over here. It's going to be dynamic soon, but for now we can just, you don't have to type this with me. I just want to use this for testing purposes. I want to say on medium devices, then I need the I need rounded right, and I'm going to give it rounded right of extra large. And the reason why I'm choosing extra large is because if you come over to the, where is it? So this info section, and you see this, should also have the rounded left. So if this section has a rounded left extra large, then this other section should have for the right, to just make it look cool. So I'm going to save this, and once we come back, now you see we have this, and it's the same for the bottom right here. So cool. I'm quickly going to get rid of this because it's going to be dynamic, and we have our layout, which is a very big win. I'm going to close all to the right, and this is super cool. All right, we just have this type of this hello world for some content, which we are going to be getting rid of once we start having our chat. The next thing I would like us to do is when we come here, we should have an action button to set preferences, and this is right over here. If we come over to our components, and here we have our sidebar, this is it, the preferences dialog. Let's work on that right about now. This should be pretty straightforward. So again, in the components folder, I'm going to have this preferences dialog.ts file, and I will quickly bring this in, or I just do like this. So I don't, okay, I also always preferences dialog like this, and then I'm going to get rid of the React.js import preferences. All right, so we have an error because here we named it TS, it should be TSX. And with this, we can already import this. We can already import this right in our sidebar. So I'm going to get rid of this. And here we're going to have our preferences dialog, which should be imported. And I'll take this opportunity to import. This is coming from Radix UI. And I'm surprised we did not have an error. And I'm going to adjust all of these to come from add/components like this. And we should have an error, or don't we have an error somewhere here? We should have an error. So I'm just going to expand this and bring this in from components, and also bring this in from components, and we should no longer have any errors. All right, so now let's focus on our dialog. So this preferences dialog that we have over here, and we can start with the styling. So for this, we already know that this is going to be a client component. So right at the top, we can have our use client directive, and this is not going to be taking in any props. So from here, we can make use of the use theme. Use theme should be imported from next theme. And this use theme, we're going to get the function to set the theme, and we also need the theme. So let's go on and also import themes, not themes, theme. And then we need our color preferences. So const, we're going to say select color, or maybe I bring it in first so I can have some auto completion. So this will be coming from use color preferences, which is our provider file. And then I'm going to have this auto completion here for select color. Cool. And now I want to make use of dialog. I think we have dialog installed from Shadcn. We don't have dialog installed, so let's bring it in. We'll come over to the Shadcn, and here where we have dialog, this is just what the dialog is. So let's copy this with Bun and install it inside of our Next.js project. I wouldn't want to quit the server, so I'm quickly going to run the installation on another terminal, and then I'm going to bring in dialog once we have it installed. So dialog like this. Yeah, and then I'm going to kill this other terminal. So this dialog is going to have the dialog trigger. So here, let's have this dialog trigger, and dialog trigger needs to also come in from our components, and this we are going to say as child like this. Now here for this trigger, we are going to be making use of our typography component. So let's import our typography component, and this typography component is going to have the text of preferences. It's going to have a variant, but the variant is going to be paragraph. And then we're also going to give it some class names. So this is going to have a class name on hover. We are going to give this a text of white. And then on hover, we are also going to give this BG blue. And this is going to be BG blue 700. Then we're going to give this a PX of 2. We're going to give this a PY of 1 and rounded. Lastly, we are going to give this cursor pointer. All right, so this for the typography component, which is the trigger, and then we're going to have the dialog content. So we also need to import our dialog content, and dialog content should be coming in from our UI dialog here. And this is going to take some class names. So this is going to take max width. I want the max width to be extra small, so it works on also for our mobile and also for our desktop. We would have to reuse this. So the fact that we have different layouts doesn't mean we are not going to be reusing most of the things that we have. So this dialog content, we can provide a dialog title, which should also be imported. And this dialog title is going to be making use of our typography component. We already have that imported, and this is going to take the text, and the text is going to be preferences like this. Text is going to be preferences, and after that we are also going to give this a variant, and the variant is going to be h3, and lastly we're going to give this a py of 5. We can already preview this because here we have the dialog which has this trigger, so we're going to see preferences, and then we have the content which just shows preferences. But before we preview, I want us to have this HR, and this HR is just going to have this bg gray 200 as a class name, so bg gray of 200. And now we are going to have another component which is going to be tabs. But before we have that, let's come over to the browser, and we should see preferences here. So I'm going to click on this, we see preferences, and once you click on it, we see this box. Super cool. We're going to continue, and now we need to install the tabs. So let's come back to Shadcn UI, and you see this is what we have. We are making use of most of the components that we get from Shadcn UI, and you see how this can speed up your development without having to build all these components yourself. You just plug it into your application, and then you can go on to edit it as your project needs. So here we're going to bring in the tabs, and tabs, if it's already installed, will be coming in from our UI. And this tabs is going to take some, I don't think it's going to take class names. You can give it orientation, and the orientation is going to be horizontal, and then we're going to give it some default value. And the default value can be our typography component, but I'm going to give it a default value of themes. And then I'm going to kill this other terminal and hide it so we can have more space. And inside this tab component, we are going to have our tab list. So here we're going to have our tab list, and tab list should be imported from our UI tabs. And this tab list is going to take the tab list trigger and the tab list content. Here, let's have our tab. What do we have? We have the tab list, and after the tab list, we are going to have the tabs trigger, should be imported from UI tabs. And this type trigger is going to take the value, and the value for this tab trigger is going to be themes. And after that, it is going to take the text. So here we're going to have typography, which is going to say themes. Okay, and this typography component is going to be self-closing. You don't have to make it to be to have a closing tag. And this typography is going to also have this text. So here I'm going to give it this HI outline paint brush like this. And then I'm going to quickly give this a class name so that I can give it a margin right of 2. So let's import this from React icons /hi, and that's about it. This should be paint. I'm quite surprised that paint came in. And is this available? It's not available. So we should check. So I'll double check HI outline paint brush. Now this is going to be imported from HI2. Okay. And now we should no longer have the errors, and we don't have the errors. Super cool. So let's save this and have a quick preview. Hopefully everything is fine and okay. We should see our tabs, and here I'm going to click on preferences, and yeah, so we see our themes and we see the margin right too. Now let's continue working on this, and the next thing I would like us to do just right after this trigger, here we have the tab list, and after that we want to have the content. So here we are going to have our tabs content, and this tabs content should be imported from UI tabs like this. And then I'm going to give this a value, and the value is going to be equal to themes again. And what else? And then we can also give this some class name. So I'm going to give this a class name, and the class name I'll be using here is max width of extra small, and I'm going to give this on medium devices. Then I want it to have a max width of fit like this. Okay, so this is going to help it to not look as it is currently. So this tab's content is going to have our typography, and this typography is going to have the following. It's going to have a text, and the text is going to be color mode, and it is going to have a variant, and the variant is going to be paragraph, and then it's also going to have a class name of py2 and font bold. Let's save this and see. So here, this is what we have, color mode, super cool. And after this color mode, we want to have another typography component. And here we're going to say choose if, no, not all of this. So typography component like this. And this typography component is self-closing. So let's give it the text, and then we're going to say choose if slacks appearance, choose if Slack appearance should be light or dark or follow the computer settings. All right, so this is our text, and this needs a variant, and the variant is going to be paragraph. And after this, this also needs a class name, and the class name is going to be padding bottom of 4. So we just want to have this text right here. Cool. And then we are going to have more. And after this, we are going to have a div, which is going to hold the different buttons. So let's do that. We have this div, and this is going to have a class name of flex, and then I'm going to give it flex wrap, and lastly give it a gap of 3. And then inside this div, we need button. Button should be imported from components UI button. And this button is going to definitely have some text in it. But first, we can give the class name, which is going to be dynamic. It's going to have a class name of with full. We need to make use of our CN library. So let's bring in our leaves, and now we're going to give it with full like this. And then we are going to, I'm going to quickly revert to this because we still need our CN library. So this is going to always be with full. And now we can go on to bring in our CN library, which will come from our libs utils. And then we are going to give it the theme and say if theme is going to be equal to, not like this. We're going to say if theme is going to be equal to, now we have lights. Okay. If that is true, then we are going to give it a border. We're going to give it this class name, which is, oh, sorry. If that is true, like this, then we're going to give it a border blue of 600. All right, and that's it for this button. And here we want to have the lights. So here we're going to have a typography component. Typography component, give it the text of light. And here we're going to have this. Hopefully I have the autocomplete. So MD light mode, and yes, I do. And this is going to have a class name, and the class name is going to be equal to, margin right of 2. So it just shifts a little from the text, and then it's going to have a size, and the size is going to be equal to 20. So let's quickly preview. I'm going to give this a second. Hopefully we don't have any errors. We don't. And I don't see it right here. I don't. So I'm quickly going to check. Everything seems to be fine. Yeah. So here we see our lights. Super cool. And I actually don't know why the text is that color, but we shall see. This is the button. Yeah. Let's give it a different variant. I'm going to give it a variant, not value. I'm going to give it a variant, and the variant is going to be outline. Okay. So after this, we are going to have the same button for dark, and then we're going to have the same for system. So what's going to happen is, let's have an on click so that we're going to update this. So on click, we are going to call this function, which we have imported. So we want to set our theme to light, to dark like this. Okay, that's what happens when we click on the light button. Sorry, I want to set it to light. And then I can copy and paste this couple of times two more times actually. So the first button we have is for our light. Now this other button is going to be for our dark. So once we click on it, we're going to set the theme to dark. Okay, and then every other thing here is going to remain the same, but this is going to be different. This is going to be BS laptop, and I'm so grateful I'm getting the auto completion. It makes my life a whole lot easier. And then this is going to have the text, what do we give? This is going to have the text of dark, and this is going to be for dark. All right, so this last one here is going to be for system. I want to click, we are going to set it to system, and here we need to update this check actually. And the text is not going to be light, the text is going to be system. So here we're going to check if theme is equal to system, and here we're going to check if theme is equal to dark. So we can save this, and once we save this, we are going to see this update accordingly. We want to see other colors here. So this is for light because the theme is currently light, and that's why we have this border. And we can make it dark, and you see how application updates accordingly. Super cool. Or we can make it system. So in this case, we want it to be light, and we can actually do way more because we want to change this color that we have here. Let's do that. So I'm going to click here, come back to our preferences, and the next thing I want to do just after this system, so after this button that we have here for this, we want to have a HR still inside the tab content. Now this HR is going to have this class name, and the class name is going to be BG Gray. BG Gray what? We're going to give this BG Gray 200, and then we're going to give this MY5. And after this HR, we're going to have another typography component, and this typography component is going to give a text or have a text, and the text is going to be a single color like this. It's going to have a variant, and the variant is going to be equal to paragraph, and then some class names. It's going to have a PY of 2, and lastly font bold. You see how useful our typography component has been all through building out our application. Here we're going to have a div and quickly give it a class name of flex, and then flex wrap, and give us a gap of 5. And that means inside here, we are going to have a button to choose individual colors. You can have it in the color as Copilot is suggesting where you map, but in this case, we are just going to copy and paste to not bother too much. So here I'm going to give it a text of green, and this button is going to have this class name, which is definitely not going to be dynamic. So here we're going to give it a class name of width full, and here we're going to give it on hover. We're going to give it a border green 800 like this, and then we're going to give it border 2. So this button is definitely going to have a variant and an outline. So here we're going to have a variant, and the variant for this button is going to be equal to outline. And then on click of this button, we want to go on and select our color. So here we're going to set, so on click on this button, we want to select color or set color, whatever you named it. I think we named it select color, so it should be select color for you. I want to select the color of green. Now this is it, and I'm going to bring this down a couple of more times inside this flex for our blue and also for our reset. We know those are the values we have. So for blue, this is going to have for blue, and this is going to be for blue, and for reset is going to have, this is not going, this green has a hover, this is not gray, this is green 800, and for the blue color, this is going to be blue 800. Okay, and then we select color blue, and this is fine. Now for the outline, this is going to have we're going to select color to be an empty string, and this is going to be reset. And when we hover on this, we are going to hover border red 800. So now once we have this saved and we come back to application, we see these. Now I was waiting for I was actually waiting for these gap over here. So now we have this. If we can switch over to the dark theme, we saw that previously, our whole application adjusts accordingly. Even here, you see everything adjusts accordingly. And once we click here, and we come over to preferences and we choose a green, we see how our entire application adjusts. Now this is green on a black background, and you can also swap it as you wish to a light background and it remains green. And it's the same when you reload the page, because remember we are reading off these values from local storage. So once you go on and reload the page, it's going to fetch your data once more, and also your UI is going to update with the color that you chose. So we still have green. And let's check blue out. Come over to preferences and let's click on blue, and we see everywhere blue. And you can also go blue on the dark or on the system. Super cool. Now you can also reset this. Let's try that out. We click here on preferences, and once we reset, it go back to our default. Now this is awesome, and we have our Slack clone built out, to this extent. And we have some hard-coded data here which are not working. You see here the user is always active. We can't even go over to this section to view their user profile. We have way more, but we have made progress. Now we also have this section over here, and if you just hover on this, you can make this to be a pop-up. In our case, it comes in with hover effect. You hover on this, and we have different workspaces. We will also want to have the ability to switch between different workspaces. Now we are going to be fixing all these nitty-gritty details, and once we are done with all these fixes, we are now going to progress to our Slack clone. Now we still have this over here, and this is because perhaps we messed up with the styling when we were working on this. We'll come over to our page where we were working on this. So come over to our page, in our layout. And where can I find it? Yeah, in our layout here, and come over to the main content section here. You will see here where we have these. We probably didn't implement it properly, and to be sure, that is where we are getting the error from. I'm just going to quickly cut this so that we know where to debug this. So I'm going to save, and once I come back, you see it is totally gone. So what's going to happen is I'm going to bring it back in and then see where we have missed it. And once we fixed it, once I find it and come back, because I'm going to take a short break right now, then we are going to continue building out our Slack clone. I'm so excited to continue this journey together with you. Hello my friends, and welcome back. Okay, so far we have made progress, and this is what we have got, but I want us to take it one level forward. And let's start by fixing some bugs which I have noticed. So last time out I made mention of this, and also if you hover here, you see that we have this space over here. So let's fix these quickly, and actually they are little fixes. So first, this is meant to be overflow y scroll, so we missed that, and I'm gonna restart our server. So bun run dev, and then I'm going to come back here and just give this a reload so that it compiles. And while it is compiling for our workspace, so this section over here, this is our sidebar nav. So here in our sidebar, we have this sidebar nav here, and right over here, if we see our tooltip content, and here where we have our card content, this is meant to be a padding 0. So hopefully you didn't make this error, but if you did, this is padding 0, and that fixes it. So I'm gonna close here, and if we come out to application, which is still compiling, totally fine. And one last is for our sidebar. So this section we have over here, I want to add this text white because I want it to always be white regardless. So we have an error, so let's see if everything is okay over here. Yeah, everything seems to be okay. So let's come back, and yeah, everything is okay. So I always wanted this to be, and this is not actually the sidebar, that's our info section. So I'm going to get rid of this and come over to components, and here in info section, yeah, so over here I want this to have the text white, And the reason is, if I get rid of the text white, or maybe you've noticed, you would see right here, this info section, whenever we come over to the light mode, you see here, yeah, it's kind of faded, dark, hard to see, but since we have this background here, I just want to make sure that the text is always white. So for that, I will be leaving this text white here, and now it makes sense also on the light mode and also on the dark mode. Cool. Now let's focus on this section, to give the user the ability to create a workspace or to add a new workspace. And again, you see here it's now properly fitted. Okay, so to do that, right over here, so for a second I'm going to close all of these, and that is going to be in our components and here in our sidebar navigation. So over here in our sidebar nav, we have this tooltip content, and here we have this tooltip provider. Now we're gonna have a form. So here, when the user clicks on this add workspace, we want to show a pop-up, and that won't actually be totally convenient with a tooltip. So we're going to switch from a tooltip to a popover. So please do go ahead and get rid of tooltip provider, because a popover doesn't need a provider, and we are going to be getting rid of this tooltip provider in a second. And rather than make use of a tooltip, you can just change this tag here for the tooltip and replace it with a popover. We have already used popover in our project, so just go on and import it from, and then I'm going to rearrange this to come from @components and then UI provider. And after that, for the popover, this tooltip trigger is going to be the popover trigger, which should also come from our components. And lastly, rather than make use of tooltip content, we are going to make use of popover content here, which should also come from our components. So that's the only change we need, and then we can get rid of all these imports for our tooltip, and everything should be totally fine. All right, so let's save this up, come back to our application. And now on hover, we shouldn't see anything, but yeah. So on hover, we shouldn't see anything unless we click. And now we click, we see our popover. With this, we are going to be creating a new component, which we are going to be calling whenever we want to create a new workspace, which is going to have a form. So to do that, in our components folder, let's create a new component. So we're going to call this create workspace like this. And here, so create workspace like this. And then let's get rid of the React.js input. So we have this create workspace. I'm going to save it. And if you come back to the sidebar nav, so here, where do we have the button? So add workspace. So try to find where you have the add workspace button and text, which is this text and button over here. We are going to be moving it to this new component. So what you do now, just cut this. So cut this div. So I'm going to Control X, and then I'm just going to leave some space to mark where we are bringing that from, and then I'm going to paste it right in here. So we need to bring in our button component, so let's bring it in. And we also need to bring in FA plus from React icons /FA6. And we also need to bring in our typography component, which should come from our UI typography. So quickly, let me fix these imports. So this should come from @components, and also for the typography should come from @components like this. So with these imports, and here we can now bring in the create workspace. And this create workspace should come from one level up, because we have action to create workspace. We also have the file that we use for the authentication to also create workspace. So this should come from here. You can leave this like this, and then I'm going to get rid of the button and also this import. And here I'm going to just update this to come from @components, and then we are going to have create workspace. So let's save this and come back here. At this point, nothing should change. We should still see our button over here. So let's quickly reload to be sure we are working with the latest changes. So we see this button and then we have our typography. So let's come back here and it's still loading up. So let's wait for it. And there's something I want to do. Actually, no, I think this is totally fine. So if you click here now, you see our button and we see this. Cool. So let's continue. And at this point, we need to make use of a dialog. So I'm going to cut this. So I'm not going to delete this. I'll actually cut this so that we can get a dialog. And dialog should be coming in from our components UI dialog. So this. And inside the dialog, we are going to have our dialog trigger. So let's also bring in our dialog trigger. And inside this trigger, I will now paste in this that we just copied. So this is going to be the dialog trigger, and I'll quickly fix this import here. So now if we go back here, everything we have here should be, cursor pointer like this, because now it is a dialog trigger. And since we have a dialog trigger, we need to have a dialog content. So here, let's have our dialog content, and this dialog content will come from our component. Now, what do we want to have inside this dialog? We want to present the user with a form to go on and create a workspace. So for us to do that, first, let's have a header. So we're going to have a dialog header, and this header is going to have a title. So here, dialog title, and this title is going to be making use of our typography component, and this is going to have a variant of paragraph, and here we're going to say create a new workspace or create workspace, any text of your choice, and that should be it. But for this title, quickly, I'm just going to give it a margin Y of 4 like this. So now let's have a quick preview. If we click on this button, we don't see anything because it's still loading up. We just reload this, and let's be sure everything is fine here. Yeah, everything seems to be fine, but did we save this? So I don't know if we saved it. I just saved it now, and we have an error here. Let's quickly preview. I think everything is actually okay. So we're going to go back now, and once we are here, I'm going to click on this and click on this, and now you see our create workspace. Cool. So now we have this. Let me actually try this with a variant of H3. I think maybe, yeah, I think that's better, or H4. Better. So after this dialog header, we are going to be having a form. Okay. So after this dialog header, let's have a form. So here we're going to bring in form, and form should come from our components UI form, not from React hook form, please. So here it should come from @/components and then UI form. Now this is the form, and obviously we have an error, but now we are going to have our HTML form like this, and it's not going to have any action. And then this form is going to take a form field. You know the drill. We have made use of form earlier. So here, let's create the form. So we don't have this, which is going to give us an error. So here we want to come here and spread form like this. Now we don't have this form element here. So let's quickly create it. Here we can say const form, and form is going to be equal to use form. Now, use form needs to come from React hook form, and this use form can take in a schema. We have not defined the schema yet. We are going to define it right now. And in here, we are going to have a resolver, and the resolver here is going to be the Zod resolver. So Zod resolver should come from @hook form resolver Zod, and then it's going to take in the schema, which we also don't have yet. And then we can pass some default values, which is going to be an object. Now let's quickly define this schema. So here we're going to say const form schema, and this is going to be possible with Z from Zod, which should be imported. So we're going to say z.object, and we need to provide the different fields that this form is going to have. And it's just going to have a name, and this name is going to be of type string like this. And I'm just going to get rid of let me see, z.string, string, and just give it a minimum. So here dot min, and I'll give it a minimum of 2. And here I'm going to have this object where I can pass message, and message you say name, workspace name should be at least 2 characters long. So this is totally okay. And after this, we need to quickly rearrange this order. So I'm going to bring this right over here to the top like this. Now we have our form schema. We are going to be using it here, and we don't just throw in the schema like this. We are going to say z.infer, and it's going to infer it from the type of our form schema. Okay, so since we have an error here, no we don't, and now we have our Zod resolver, and we also need to pass our form schema. So now it's going to know that for default values we have a name, and then a name is going to be by default empty in our application. So now this form, we are passing it right inside here. So we can continue, and this form is going to have an onSubmit. And this onSubmit, we are going to call form. This form we just defined now. So we're going to call form.handleSubmit. And then we're going to pass a function which we don't have yet. So we're going to pass this form submit handler, you see, which automatically takes in this object, the name. And then we're going to leave with the error for now, and we'll come back to fix it when we have the onSubmit. And here we're going to quickly have a class name, and the class name I'm going to give here is space y space y8 like this. So inside this form, let's go on and have a form field, and form field needs to be imported from our components, and this form field is going to be self-closing. And in here we're going to have a control, and the control is going to be equal to form.control, and then we're going to have a name, and the name of this form is going to be name because that's the only name we have. And it also has a render function which is going to be taken in this callback function, which we can go on to now return JSX. So here we're going to be returning a form item, and the form item needs to also be imported from our component UI form. And this form item is not going to be self-closing like this. And from this render function, we can also go on and destructure field. So let's bring in field. And this form item is going to have a form label, and form label should come in from our components UI form. And this form label is going to say name, or we can quickly make use of our typography component and give this text, and the text is going to be name, and give this a variant which is going to be called to paragraph. So this is our form label, and after the form label we are going to have our form control. So let's come down here and have our form control, and form control needs to be imported from components UI form. And this form control is going to take in an input. So let's also bring in input, and input should come from our components UI input. So this, and quickly I will go right over to the top and fix the import. So it should come in from @components. Yeah, like this. Let's continue, and now we have our input. We need to give it the field. So before we give it the field, let's have a placeholder, and this placeholder we can just say your company name, anything like that. So your company name, and then we are going to spread out all the field that we just destructured from right up here. Okay, so this is the gist, but you can also provide more if you want, or if you wish for your form. Just outside the form control, you can also provide a form description, and this form description can be, you know, anything of your choice. This is the name of your workspace, or this is your workspace name. You know, this is your workspace name. Anyone will work. And after that, after the description, we can come right here and have the form error in case we have any error, and this should be imported from not form error, form message. So form message should come from our components like this. So I don't know if we're missing out anything, but yeah, so we have this handle submit which we don't have yet. And to fix it, right over here, let's have this async function. And this async function is going to have a name of onSubmit like this. And the params that this function is going to take, we're actually going to destructure it, and destructure it from what type. So here, let's define the type. This is going to be z.infer, and it's going to infer type of our form schema like this. And because we have defined the type, we can just come here and destructure name. And this on submit, we can now pass it here, and automatically it's going to get, it's going to get this value that we are destructuring here. Cool. So right in here, what do we want to do? For now, we are just going to console.log the name to be sure that we have wired everything up correctly. And let's see that work. Let's come back to application. Just open up your console to see the logs, and we have an error, cannot be descended of button. All right, I think it's from the Shadcn UI components. So let's come here. I'm going to click, and if you click on add workspace, we see this warning, and this warning is coming in from Shadcn. So this isn't like an error or our code blowing up, but yeah, we didn't add our button to go on to submit the form. So let's quickly add that. And we also forgot to add our image upload, because to create a workspace, we also have the ability to provide images. So outside of our form field, just right here outside the form field, and we already have a component for that, so we're not going to be writing much code. We just need to bring in our image upload, and this image upload should be coming in from our component. Remember, we worked on this image upload earlier when we were working on authentication. And I'm going to quickly fix this to come from @/components like this. And outside this image upload, we're then going to have a button to help us submit our form. And this button is going to have a type of submit because it's inside the form, and the text is going to say submit. So here, let's make use of our typography component, and here we can say submit or create workspace. Anyone is going to work. And I'm just going to get rid of the variant again. Yeah, so let's save this now and come back here. We should see the upload image component, which is going to be in our upload thing setup. And then we should see our button. If we don't see any of these, that means we just need to reload our application. And while it actually came. So let's quickly check the terminal, and yeah, so it came here, and I'm going to get rid of this. Now we can click here and click on add workspace, and you see we have our upload image, and we also have our submit button. Super cool. So what do we want to do at this point? We want to type a name, or if you click on submit, you see our validation is working. We have our validation right here. And then if we click create a name, and just click on, let's say company name, and click on submit. Just here you see company name. Super cool. So now is the time for us to go on and work on our actual submission, which is super easy because we already have an action for that. So if you come over to our actions folder, you see we already have an action that goes on to create a workspace. So this is super cool. We are going to be making use of this action to create a workspace next. To create our workspace, if we take a look at this create workspace function, you see it needs an image URL, which is actually optional, and then it needs a name, a slug, and also an invite code. So let's go over to our workspace, and now I'm going to get rid of this, and I'm going to say const slug, and slug is going to be equal to slugify. So we need to bring in the slugify library. And then we're going to slugify the name, and we can also add this lower true option. And then we need the invite code. So here const invite code. And for our invite code, the invite code is going to be equal to UUID v4 like this. And then we need to bring this in. So let's come right over here to the top. I'm going to move this right up here. And just after this, I'm going to say import. And I'm going to be importing v4 as UUID, which is going to be coming in from right there. Now with this import, we have our slug, we have the invite code. Now it's time for us to go on and send the actual to create the workspace. So here we can say const result, and this is going to be equal to await, and we need to await create workspace. We should come in from our actions, create workspace. And then we need to pass the object, the image URL we don't have yet. So we're going to come to that in a second, but we can pass the name, we can also pass the slug, and we can also pass the invite code. Now this is going to work fine. Okay, this is going to work so fine. And here, let's see what we have in the result object. So here we have result.error. So let's come here and say if result.error, let's log it to the console. In that case, in the case where we don't have any, so let's add this check right here. So if result.error, let's just log it to the console. Otherwise, we are going to show a toast. So here we're going to show a toast, which should be imported from Sonar like this. So we're going to say toast.success workspace created successfully. And just before we show the toast, we are going to say router okay, we don't have router, so we can also reset the form. We can call form.reset like this, but that's not what I want to do. I also want to bring in router. So let's come right here and say const router, and router is going to be equal to the use router hook. Now this use router hook should be imported, so let's bring it in. Use router should come from next navigation like this, and with that imported, we can come right here and make use of router. So here, just after this reset, we're going to say router.refresh, and we call the method. Cool. And since we have our image URL already in state, let's bring in our state. So right up here, I'm going to say const, and now we are making use of a hook. So this hook is our use create workspace values. So let's bring in the hook right here. And just to refresh our memories, if we go over there, not here, if we come over to this use create workspace values, which seems to not have been imported. Yeah. So now if we come over here, you see what is going on here. This is making use of create from Zustand, and then it has the value to update the image URL. Now, this image component is already making use of all these things, so we don't need to bother ourselves with the logic. You see it's already making use of this update image URL, and once it gets it, it updates. So we just need to take the value if the value is there. So what we're going to do is to come right here, and we just need to get the image URL. And that's all we need. We are not going to be updating or anything like that. That is the work of the image upload component. And here, to create the workspace, we can now pass the image URL. And the image URL is going to be image URL. So let's just have image URL like this. Now let's test this out. Let's come back to our application. And here, please make sure you're in your project so that you can test it out. And come over to your table editor, and here in your table editor you want to come over to your workspaces. Now in this workspaces section, we have just one workspace which has this name of code with lari, and then I'm going to click here and click on add workspace, and then I'm going to give this workspace a name. So I'm going to give this workspace a name of let's just say YouTube channel like this. And then I'm going to click on a file here to select an image. Then I'm going to click on open and give this a second for it to upload. You need to click on upload one file, and you can also monitor this in your application. You're going to see the Uploadthing servers being called, and it's going to go on and upload the image. And once it is successful uploading the image, we're actually making use of the same image we made use of before. So to make sure that is not the case, to make sure we see a different image right here, I'm going to quickly go over to I think it's quickly go over to Pixabay, and here I'm going to get a company image. Yeah, so right here in Pixabay, I just search for company image. And do we have to sort by free? I don't know if but let's see. I'm just quickly going to take this image over here, I'm gonna quickly take this image. You can take an image of your choice. Gonna click here, and I'm going to save this. So I'm gonna download this image and save it in my cool. So I have the image downloaded, so I'm gonna get rid of this, and then I'm gonna come back to Slacks, and then I'll also get rid of this so that we can upload a new image. So I'm gonna choose a file, and I'm gonna choose this new image that I just downloaded here, and going to upload this file. Wait for Uploadthing to upload this image onto their servers, and once it is done uploading, we are going to get back the response, and with the response we can now go on to create our workspace. So here we're going to have a preview, and you can just go on to click on submit. So currently we are not disabling the form. You see we have workspace successfully created successfully, and we have our workspace appear here in real time, but unfortunately we don't close our pop-up. So let's fix that to make sure our pop-up isn't closing, and we still have our image right here. So to do that, I'm gonna come here and also bring in our set update image URL, and I'm gonna update this because we are resetting the form. I'm going to also update image URL over to an empty string. And for us to close the dialog, over here we have the open, and we also have the unopen change. So let's give them the values in states. I'm going to come here, we're going to have const is open, set is open. You can use is dialog open or any name that is descriptive, and I'm going to pass this is open to this open prop over here. And for the unopened change, I'm going to call this function, which is going to set is open. And set is open, we have the previous value, and we just want to, you can set it to false, but it's going to be equal to the inverse of the previous state. Oh, yeah, so like this, inverse of the previous state, like this. Previous value or previous value like this, and that should be fine. So what's going to happen now is we just need to bring in useState. useState should come from React, so let's import useState from React, and everything should be fine. So now we're going to save this, and with this saved, we should, we see our workspace here. We don't yet have the ability to swap between workspaces, and let's try to create another workspace. So I'm going to click here, click on add workspace, and we still see this from previous. So another thing I want to do is to make sure that we disable the button when we are submitting. So const, we can say is submitting, and we can also have set is submitting, not is open. We can have is submitting, and then we are also going to have set is submitting. And what we're going to do is come over here when we on submit, just right here, we're going to set is submitting to true. And once we have our results right here, we're going to set is submitting back to false. And that means on our button, we can update or disable the button based on if we are submitting or not. So this is going to be disabled if we are submitting our form. So let's save this, and now we can give this another trial. I'm going to come here, and we're going to still make use of this. And then I'm going to give this, just get rid of this, give this a name of YouTube channel 2, and then for the image, I'm going to choose this same image and going to upload this image. And once we have the image successfully uploaded, we can now click on submit, and you see the button now is disabled. And once the workspace has been created successfully, we see this. And we also forgot to call this set is open to false. Sorry about that. So somewhere around here, you can also set is open to false. And to try this out, I'm gonna make use of, so let's give this another shot. And quickly, I'm going to first upload the image. I'm gonna use this AI image here, and then I'm going to click on upload one file, and then I'm gonna give this a name of test channel, any name of your choice. And once the upload is complete, this time around, I promise we are going to close the modal. So let's click on submit. Give it a second for it to submit the form, and yes, the modal closes, and now we see the channel here. Cool. And we see this. So you saw the fallback before the image actually loaded. So now we have workspaces. Obviously, if you come over to over here, you're going to see these workspaces created with these names. Now we want to have the ability or the functionality to switch between workspaces. So currently we are at this code with lari workspace, but we also want to make sure that we have the ability to switch between workspaces. So let's go on and work on that next. In order for us to switch between workspaces, it's actually straightforward, because if we come over to our sidebar nav, we have this user workspaces data, and here we are mapping through it to display a list of the different workspace. And just on this div that has the key, we can go on to have an on click. Now on click, we want to have a function that is going to help us to switch workspace. We don't have this function created yet, so we're going to have this error, but then we're going to have this function switch workspace, and we're going to pass the workspace ID. So with that, just right at the top here, but still inside this function, obviously our JSX, we want to have this switch workspace function with the ID. And what we're going to do here is going to have a state, because we want to show a progress bar. So we're going to say const, and then we're going to be managing it here, where we're going to have is equal to useState, and useState should also should be imported from React. And right here we are going to have this, where we are going to say, maybe we'll call it switching workspace, and then we're going to have set switching workspace, which is going to be useState, and by default is going to have the value of false. Now with this, we are going to come here, and then set switching workspace is going to have the value of true. So here we're going to say set switching workspace, give the value of true, and then we need our router. So let's bring in our router here. You can say const router is going to be equal to use router, should be imported from next navigation. And in here we have this router we can call. So we're going to say router.push, and we're going to push the user to workspace. So we want to push the user to /workspace, and here we have the workspace ID. So let's do that. So this, which is now going to be equal to this ID here, and this ID is a number. So because it's the URL, to avoid any potential errors, let's just convert it to string, even though we know automatically it's just going to be a string in the URL. But to make sure we don't have any errors, we can now convert it to a string, and here we're going to set switching workspace, give it the value of true. So this is what we have to do, but when we are switching the workspace, we are managing this in state for a reason. And here we have an error because it's of type string, is not assignable. Yeah, so since it's already a string, we can just make this a string, and we don't need to do this here. So we just pass the ID like this. Cool. So with this, we can now conditionally show this, but because we want to show this conditionally, we want to show a progress bar when we are switching workspace. So let's come back to our Shadcn UI, and over here we are going to search for progress bar. So this is progress, and we need to so this, and it's actually going to be a component that we are going to be creating, a reusable component. So here I'm going to short this and paste in this so that we can now go on to install that, and come over here, and in our components inside the UI, I'm going to be we have this progress. So we have this, and we are going to be doing more. So here inside the components, let's have this progress bar .tsx. So here we are going to bring in the JSX progress bar, and this progress bar, we are going to be having some functions, some states, sorry. So here we're going to have progress, set progress is going to have a default value of 0. Now let's bring in useState. useState should be imported from React, and we can now get rid of the React.js imports like this. And by default, we're going to have 0. And because we want to have the progress bar. So if you take a look at the example here, you see the way the progress bar works, but we want it to just continually keep moving. That's the behavior that we want to see in our application. And let me quickly restart our project and give it a refresh. So while that is reloading over here, we're going to have a use effect. Now, use effect is going to be imported from React, and here we are going to have our effect with a dependency array, which is going to be empty. So inside this use effect, let's have our interval. So const interval, and we're going to have this set interval function like this. And we know set interval takes in a callback function. And in here, we are going to call set progress. And here we're going to have our callback function, or set progress is the function, right? Is our state function to use and update the states. And you know, here we also have the function way of updating our states. So here we're going to have our previous progress. And here we want to just have this previous progress like this. And we're going to add 1 to it, because the idea now is to go on and reset it to 100, reset it to 0 after reaching 100. So we're just going to have this modulo operator here, and after that, this set interval is going to take the duration, and they're just going to pass 100, and you see it's in milliseconds, so as you wish, but I'm just going to pass 100, and then we need to clean up, and that's why we stored this interval key in a variable. So here we're going to return, I want to return the clear interval and pass the interval to it. And here we're going to be returning the progress that we just installed from Shadcn UI. So right here, we're going to bring in this progress, and should come from our UI. And the class name of this progress is going to be, just going to give it a bg of green of 900. And after that, we are going to give it a value, and the value is going to be equal to the progress that we are storing in our states. And we wanted to have a maximum of 100 like this. So this is it. Let's save this, and we can already make this client components. You know, most times it's going to be used on the client anyways, but we can already go on to mark it as a client component. So with that done, over here where we have our card content, so here where we have our card content, we're not going to show it all the time. So what's going to happen is I'm going to cut what we have here. I don't want to always show this map, so in case we are loading, what's going to happen is I'm going to cut, you know, all these from the map, or you can just wrap this up and cut from here like this. And we're going to have a check. So let me get rid of this. We're going to have this check that if we are switching workspace, if that is true, then we want to go on and show the progress bar that we just created. So let's go on and bring in our progress bar. And otherwise, now we can paste in what we had previously. And we have an error somewhere. So otherwise, what's expected, comma. Yeah, and that was because we don't need this. So just get rid of this. We had one too many here, and it is totally fine. So this is what we're doing. So we're saying if we are switching workspace, then go on and show the progress bar. Otherwise, go on and show this map over here. So that's all we're doing. And now we can come over to the browser, and let's try this out together. So I'm going to click here, and then we have these workspaces. And let's say I want to switch over to this YouTube channel. I'm going to click here, and now you see this progress bar, which looks red actually. And now you see our UI has updated accordingly. This is the workspace that we are currently viewing. So this workspace here, and you can also go over to the test channel or any other channel. And let me see how this actually looks like on the light mode. So come here and click on one of these. Yeah, it actually looks red. So let's go on and fix this. So I don't always want this, you know, to be closed, because then it becomes the only card content when we are switching workspace. And because of that, I'm just going to quickly give this some margin. So I'm just going to give this a margin Y of 2 like this. and hopefully it now helps it look better. So let's come back here and let's try to switch, and now this looks way better. And we can also give this a margin of 2 so that it applies all around. So let's try to switch. Cool. So this looks way better, and then we switch, and we can also do more because currently we have no way to show the active route. So what we're going to do is right in here in our map, we can have a check somewhere here before we return. So before these, before I return, what's going to happen, I'm going to cut this so we can have our return keyword. So I'm going to cut this and have the function body, and then I'm going to have the return in here and then return JSX. With this done, before we return JSX, we can have a check, and we can have this const is active is when the workspace ID, so the workspace we are currently looking at, is equal to the current workspace ID. So remember, this sidebar nav takes in this prop, it takes in the current workspace data. And now if the ID is equal to the ID, then we know that we are looking at the active, or we are currently at the active workspace, and we can style our application accordingly. So then this class name is going to be dynamic. I'm going to cut this, and we need to bring in our cn library, which will be coming in from our lib/utils. And here we are going to have a check, but we can paste in this class name. Okay, so the first class name we are going to have here is going to be based on if we are at the active workspace. So if we are at the active workspace, we want to style our application differently, and the background we are going to be giving to this is going to be from our colors. So let's look for where we have that. If we come over to our side navigation, our sidebar over here, where we have this. Now we are doing this so many places in our application, and this can be reused. So it can be a good practice to make this reusable. Perhaps if I see us do this 2 more times, then I would move this so that we can always have the current background color in some states that we can access. But for now, I'm just going to copy this and paste it right in here. So with this, we need to bring in our use color preferences hook. So let's go on and bring this in. It will come in from our providers library, and with that brought in, we now have our background color. So what we're going to do now, if it's active, we are going to make use of our background color, and then we don't even need this check here. So I'm going to get rid of this and just retain the comma, and this, rather than have this question mark, I'm going to use this like this. So if it's active, let's make use of our background color. Otherwise, we are going to have this. So we can also get rid of the hover effect and give it a cursor pointer like this. So let's save this, come back to application, and the current workspace should now be highlighted. So if we come back here, you see we have this, and the text looks kind of weird. So if it's active, then we can also not only have our background color, we can also give it a text white. So now let's save, and now you see it has a text white. It makes more sense. And if we switch back to another workspace, we are going to see now the workspace is active and our application is being styled accordingly. Everything is working fine and good. So now we have this section done. We can now switch between workspaces, and soon we are going to have, when we are at the invite functionality, so that we can invite users, because this is the invite link. We're just going to have a small tweak to the UI, but we are not there yet, so let's keep going. The next thing I would like us to work on now is our info section, so that we can accordingly display our channels, have the ability to create channels, and then gradually we are going to go into the fun part of the application, which is this direct messaging. So let's continue building out our Slack clone. Hello my friends. So the next thing we're going to be working on is this section over here, which is our info section. And last time we completed this section for creating a workspace. So we have this form that we created together to go on and create a workspace, and also having the ability to switch between different workspaces. Now we are going to be focusing on this section right here, and that section is going to give us the ability to list channels and to also have private messages right over here. So let's start up with that, and for us to get back to it, over here we are going to start by coming over to, I'm going to close everything we have here and come over to the info section, because this is where we have the channels and DMs. For now they are hard coded, but we are going to be working on that. So what we want to do is to bring in another of Shadcn UI component, which is the collapsible component. So this is it, the collapsible component, and we can install it into application. So this is the functionality that we get by making use of it, and that's because we want to have not really an accordion, but a collapsible experience for the channels and also the direct messages. To install this, you can copy this installation. We are making use of Bun in our project, and right in here I'm going to stop the terminal for now and paste in the command to install or to add the collapsible component into our Next.js project. And once it is done, permission denied, seems I had an error. So let me try again, and this time I guess it should be successfully added to our project. Oh, it was already added, but I'll just say yes to override. So this is it, and then we can restart back our project. So let's continue, and while it restarts, I'm just gonna reload because it takes some time most times to compile, and we can get rid of everything we have here. They're just placeholders, and now we can have a div. This div is going to have some class name of with full, and it's also going to have flex and then flex call, and then it's going to have a gap of 2, and lastly it's going to have a padding of 3 like this. Now inside this div we're going to have another div, and this div is going to be having the collapsible components. And over here we have this flex, and here we have flex call. So here we're going to have 2 divs. Okay, so but for now we are going to be working on this first div that we have here. So let's bring in our collapsible, and right in here we can bring in the collapsible, which should be coming in from our UI collapsible. And I'm quickly going to update the import path to come from @/components and UI collapsible. And in here we are going to be managing this from state. But before we do that, let's give this some class names. So I'm going to give this a class name of flex, and then flex call, and lastly it's going to have a gap of 2. Because we are gonna use state to manage this collapsible, let's define some states right in here. So here we're going to have some states which we're going to be managing, and we're going to say is channel collapsed like this, and set is channel collapsed. And the reason is because we are not just going to be managing DMs over here, we are also going to be managing channels. So we're going to be managing channels, and we are also going to be managing DM, and that's why we have this first div over here for the channels, and this is going to be containing our DM. So this is the state, and now we can change that state to this is collapsible, which needs open, and open now is going to be bounded to is channel collapsed. And because we are making use of open, we also need to have this on open change. So on open change is going to call this function from where we get to from use state to update to state. And because we are making use of the previous state, it's always good practice to do something like this, where we have the previous state and we just want to go on and return the inverse of the previous state. Cool. And with this done, let's now continue with the content of this collapsible, which is going to be a div, and this div is going to have a class name of flex items center and justify between. And inside this div we are going to have the collapsible trigger. So let's bring it in. Collapsible trigger, which should be coming in from our components, and also this is going to have some class names such as flex items center, and it's going to have a gap of 2. And we can close off the collapsible trigger right in here. Now we have this. We want to have a check because if it's collapsed, we want to show an arrow down, else we want to show an arrow right, and that's why we have this. And then we are going to have a typography component still right in here. So first, let's have the check if his channel is collapsed. If it's true, then we want to have the FA arrow down. We should confirm React icons /FA6. Otherwise, we are going to have this FA arrow up, which we also need to import from React icons. And just after this icon, we are going to have our typography, and this typography needs to be brought in, and it can be a self-closing tag like this. And this is going to have a variant, but the variant is going to be paragraph. And we also want to make sure that we bring in our typography component. It's actually brought in, just that it needs the text, and the text for this is going to be channels. And lastly, we give this a class name, and we can just say font bold. So make sure that it's bold. Now, if we save this and we come back to application, we shouldn't see these. So now we see channels, and by default it is up, and when we click on it, you see it changes and it comes to down. But we are not just showing any content for now, which is something we are going to be fixing right now. So outside this collapsible trigger and still inside this div that has this flex, we want to have a plus icon so that we can go on to create icons when we click on it. So this is flex, and just right after this, we are going to have a div, and this div is going to hold our FA plus. Now FA plus should also be brought from React icons FA6, and then let's style this. So give this a class name, and the class name is going to be dynamic. So let's bring in make use of our CN library. We're going to give this cursor pointer. We are going to give this a P2 and rounded full, and then we want to give this dynamic, more like a dynamic color when we hover on this. So we're going to have another variable, another state, which we are going to call hover bg. You know, we haven't worked with something like this before, so let's go on and define it. So just right here for the background color, what you can do is to duplicate this. So I held shift option and then down arrow key to go on and duplicate this, and I'll copy this name hover bg and make use of it right here. So we're going to say let's hover bg, and by default we want to have this class name because it's going to be on hover. So all we need to do is to just add this hover here and add it here, but I'm going to give this 700 and also add it right here and give this bg blue 700. So if we save this and come back to application, you see we have this button, and if we hover on it, we don't see this. And the reason we don't see it is because, let's see, because we should actually be, you know, seeing this hover bg right on this FA plus. So let's try it again. If we hover, it's actually not working. So let's see if we are doing everything correctly. And this should be primary dark like this on hover, bg primary dark, and on hover here and hover. So you know we are currently on our bg primary. So yeah, so let's see if we hover. Yeah, now it works. Now we see the hover effect. And if we come over to preferences and let's say for our green color, now we see it is dynamic. We can also make this blue over here because this blue is always blue, so you can also make this dynamic, but for now we are just focusing on this section. Now we want to have the trigger content, collapsible content. So coming back here, just outside this, still inside the collapsible of course, but outside this div which is holding the collapsible trigger, we are going to be having the collapsible content. So let's bring it in. Collapsible content should come from our components, and in here we are going to have the channels. Okay, so let's see how I have a preview of how this can be. So we're going to make use of our typography component, give this a variant of p, give this a text of, we can just give this a text of hashtag, and now we're going to have channel name 1 or something like that. And then we are going to give these some class names, and the class name we are going to give to this is going to be dynamic. So we're going to make use of our CN library, and firstly we are going to give this a a px of 2 and a py of 1 and rounded sm, and give this cursor pointer like this, and we are going to pass our hover bg right in here. And that's about it. We can just duplicate this to fake that we have more than one channel, at least for now. And let's update this to channel name 2 and also update this to channel name 3. So we can go on to save our application and quickly have a preview. Now we should click here and we see the different channel names looking super cool with this hover effect right here. And after channels, we want to have next we want to have is inside this div. So please, you can always check the GitHub in the components info section. Any component, any file we are working on, you're going to see the completed code base, so you can easily follow along. So now we have this other div, and this other div is going to have the collapsible. So let's make use of collapsible, and I don't know, ChatGPT gave us loads of code, so Copilot. So I'm going to get rid of it. So we have our collapsible, and this collapsible is going to more or less, let's give it a class name. So this is going to have the class name of flex call, and it's going to have a gap of 2. Okay, so that's inside this collapsible, and because now we are managing another state, which is going to be our direct message const, we can say is direct message collapse, and then set is direct message collapsed. And in here in the collapsible, we can now chain it to this open, and open is going to be equal to is direct message collapse, and then we are going to have the on open change, which is definitely going to be doing this, making use of the previous state to update this. Okay, and in here we are going to have our div, and this div is going to more or less, we can even duplicate what we had from previously, but it's okay. Flex items center, and then we're going to have justify between, and then we're going to have our collapsible trigger, or maybe I just copy this to save ourselves some stress. We're going to have our collapsible trigger, so let's copy the collapsible trigger here, and we're going to make use of it right in here. So what do we change? It's not going to be is channel collapse, it's going to be is direct message collapse. Then I want to show this, and for the text is going to be direct messages like this. And we have the class name, everything is okay, everything stays the same. We can now save this. So let's save, come back to application, and now we see direct messages, but obviously direct messages has no content for now, so we don't see anything when we collapse it. Let's change that, and just right after this div, but still inside this collapsible. So this is the first div, and then we're gonna have the next div, and this div is going to actually not going to be a div. This is going to be our collapsible content. Okay, so here let's have our collapsible content, like this, and this collapsible content is going to have our typography, and this typography component is going to have the, let me bring this in and see. So this is going to have a variant of paragraph, and the text is going to be user1, username 1, anything okay, and then the class name is px2, px1, everything remains the same. Now we can save this, we can just duplicate this 2 more times to fake that we have chats with these users. So let's save this, come back to application, and we see it here. So we can now manage this state. Cool. Manage these channels, see all the channels, and see these direct messages. Quickly, if we come here to the info section, we are not taking any prop in here for now. And where do we use this info section? So this info section is being made use of right here in the workspace page. So that's this main this workspace info. And if we just log this current user current workspace data, or no, this user workspace data, because we want to display the we want to display the channels that this user belongs to, because the user needs to be added to a channel for him to be for the user to be part of this channel. So what we want to console.log is the user workspace data. So we see the channels that this user belongs to. Now, this is a server component, so we should expect to see the logs here. And here we should take a look at channels. And what did we log to the console? What did we log? User workspace data. And this user has 3 workspaces. So the user has this workspace, and you see the channels null, and the user also has this workspace, and you see here the channels null, and also channels null for all the workspace that we just created. Now we're going to give the user the ability to create a workspace, and then once we get the workspace, the channels, give the user the ability to create channels, and then they can see the channels that they belong to here. The workspace definitely has more channels, but they need to be invited to the channel to be part of the channel, right? So let's continue building out our Shadcn. I am super excited to continue building out this awesome application with you. Don't forget to subscribe. Let's dive in more. The next step in building out our Shadcn is the ability to create our channels. And currently we just have these dummy channels that we list here. And so let's go ahead and change it. So come back to our application, and then I'm going to close all other tabs. And here in our info section, just outside this div that we have here, we want to have a new component which we are going to call our create channel dialog. So here we can have our create channel dialog, which is going to give us an error for now because we don't have this component. So let's create it, and we are going to come right into our components, and here we are going to have the create channel dialog.tsx file, and this is going to be the component like this. All right, so let's get rid of the React.js import, come back to our info section, and now we can bring in the create dialog component, which should be coming in from @/components and create channel, and the same for this should come from @/components, and this should be moved to the top. Just little refactoring here. All right, so this component is going to be taking in some props, and because we're going to have a dialog, we're going to have the set dialog open prop, and this is going to be equal to a set dialog open that we don't have here. So set dialog open, and then it's going to receive another prop, which is dialog open, to keep track when we open and close the dialog, and this is going to be equal to dialog open like this. And then we need 2 more props, which is the workspace ID, which is going to be equal to this is going to be our current workspace data, workspace data.id, and then we are going to have the user ID, and the user ID is going to be equal to user data.id. So once we save this, our application is definitely going to blow up because here we don't have all these props. So let's define these props, and here if we take a look at this info section, you see it doesn't have the user data and also the current workspace data. So we also need to pass it to this info section. And here we're going to say this is going to be of type FC. FC should be imported from React. And we're going to say the props is going to be equal to this object where we have user data, and user data is going to be of type user, and we are also going to have our current workspace data, and this is also going to be of type workspace like this, should be imported from our types. All right, so we have these, and the user should also be coming in from our types and then app, and that means from here we can destructure the user data, and we can also destructure the current workspace data. Now we would have errors for two more props, which is for the dialog open and the set dialog open. So here, just after this state, we can define that. So we have here dialog open and set dialog open. And here we shouldn't have any other errors. We're still going to have errors because this component is not expecting the props, but we're going to be fixing that in a second. So let's head over to this, to the info section, not the info section, the component that is wrapping or making use of this info section, which is in our workspace ID page. And here we can pass the prop that this info section needs. We're kind of doing some prop drilling, but I feel it's okay. It's just here and here, maybe 2 levels down. And we actually always want to fetch data on the server. So, and then we can also get rid of these since we are not using them in this component. So inside this workspace, it needs the 2 props, the current workspace data and also the user data. So this is going to be equal to current workspace data, and the user data is going to be equal to this user data over here. So now the error in the info section should be gone. It should still be there, but that is for this create channel dialog page. So what we're going to do now is to come here, and here we're going to say this is going to be of type FC function component. And we can now also define the props for this component, which is going to be the dialog open prop. And this is going to be of type boolean. And then we're also going to have another prop, which is the set dialog open prop. And now for this type, this is coming from our state. And one hack I usually do for states like this, if you just hover on this, you're going to see the type. So then you can copy this type and use it here like this. And we need to import dispatch from React, and we also need to import setStateAction. So this is a function, which is this dispatch you see here. And this dispatch is a generic type where we say we are dispatching a setStateAction, and this boolean is the type of action that we are dispatching here. All right, so we need 2 more props, which is the workspace ID, which is of type string, and then we have the user ID, and the user ID is also of type string. All right, so with these we shouldn't have no more errors there. And now we can destructure the dialog open, the set dialog open, the user ID, and the workspace ID. All right, so as you have seen, we are going to be making use of a dialog in this component, and I don't think if we have already brought in dialog here. So we don't have dialog. So let's go on and bring in the dialog, and I'm going to close the terminal because we should come over to Shadcn UI. So head over to Shadcn UI. I'm already here in the documentation for components dialog, which is just right over here. And then you want to install it. So let's copy this. We are going to be obviously making use of Bun. Come back to application, and then we need to paste the installation command. And while that's installing, you obviously can see how to make use of the dialog. You have the dialog, trigger, content, and stuff like that. We're going to be making use of it in a second. And here we have this, which once we start making use of a dialog, oh, it already exists. So I'll just say yes to overwrite. And if you had it before, no worries, you can just skip the installation. I wasn't quite sure on, obviously we had it because we have been making use of dialog so far. So sorry about that. You just didn't need to install. If you had the dialog, I skipped it when I was checking in our components. So what we're going to be having here is a dialog, and dialog should come from our components UI dialog. I will just separate this here and update this to come from as/components, and here UI dialog. And now we have a dialog. The dialog is going to have or make use of these states. And the state is this dialog open and then the set dialog open. So here we're going to say open, and open is going to be equal to dialog open, and then the function to update it, which is this not this on open change, and on open change is equal to set dialog open like this. And we're not going to call it like this. We're going to use the function way of updating. We're going to call this function, and then we're going to call set dialog open, because we want to have access to the previous state, and then we want to return the inverse of the previous state like this. All right, so we are not making use of the user ID and workspace ID yet. We're going to be needing it when we are submitting the form to create our dialog. And in here, we're going to have our dialog content. So let's bring in our dialog content from our components UI dialog. And Copilot was suggesting a form here, maybe a form component, but we're just going to have the form right in here. And this content, we can now have our dialog header. And this dialog header is going to be having the title. So here, let's have our dialog title, and the title should come from our component. And this title is going to be taken in a class name, and the class name for this title is just going to be a margin y of 4. And the create a channel is going to be making use of our typography component, which should be brought in from our UI, from @4/components UI typography. All right, so let's continue. We have an error because obviously we need to provide the text, and the text is going to be create a channel, or you can just say create channel, any one of your choice. And next is going to be the variant, and the variant is going to be a paragraph tag. And that's about it for the title. So let's save this and have a first preview. And so we can give this a reload, which sometimes takes a while to compile. So while that's compiling, we can already start building out our form. So just after this dialog header, we are going to have our form, and a form component should come from not React hook form, it should come from our UI form component. So let's also update this to come from @/components, and we have our UI form. Now I'm not going to save this because we already have an error, so we can have a preview. Now if you click on this, you're obviously not going to see it because we haven't wired it up to this plus button over here, and that's something we should do. So come back to your info section, and here where you have the plus button, where do we have it? So yeah, so this FA plus, this div over here. So what's going to happen is we can keep it on this or on this button, any one of your choice, but we can say on click here, we're going to call this function, which is going to set dialog open, and it's going to set it to true like this. And then we can save this and have our first preview. Come back to the browser, and once you click on this, you see our dialog here, create channel, which I think can make use of H for variant. And now I save this, we're going to have an error because of our form. Okay, we don't. So this is way better, or H3. All right, so inside our form, we need to build our form. So let's go on and build our form right on the top here. We are going to, we have done this so many times now, so let's walk through it together. We're going to have our form schema, and the form schema is going to be equal to Z, which needs to be imported from Zod, and also needs to be moved right to the top here. And then we're going to say Z.object. And this object is going to be an object where we define the shape of our form, and our form is just going to have a name, and the name is going to be a z.string, and the string is going to have a minimum of 2. So here we're going to have a validation where we say the name is going to have a minimum of 2, and then we can also pass an object with a message, and this message is going to be the error message, and the message can be channel must be at least 2 characters long, and Copilot gave me too many than I needed, so I'm just going to end this, and this is totally fine. And after that, we now have our schema. So let's build our form based on this form schema. We're going to have our form, and our form is going to be equal to use form, which should be imported from React hook form. And also I'm going to cut this and move React hook form right over here at the top. And React hook form is going to need a type, so we can say it should infer the type from the type of our form schema. So here we're going to say type of form schema, and now we are going to define the signature for this form, and this form is going to have a resolver, and the resolver is going to be of Zod resolver, and it's going to take the form schema. Now Zod resolver also needs to be imported from hook form resolvers Zod. Sorry, give me a second, let me move this right over to the top. And we can also pass default values to the form, and the default value is going to be this object where we have a name, and the name by default is going to be an empty string. So now we have defined our form. We can take this form, and now we are going to pass it to this form. And the way we pass it is by spreading out the form like this. And in here, we're going to have our form, and the form is going to not going to have an action, and it's going to have an onSubmit, which we are going to define in a second, but we can already call the form.handleSubmit. And here is we're going to pass our own onSubmit, which we haven't defined. So this is going to error out right now, but we're going to fix it. And right inside this form, we are going to have just one form field. So here we're going to have our form field, which will be imported from our components UI form, and form field is going to be self-closing. Now the name of this form field is going to be name, because that's the name that we have here. It needs to match. And then I'm not going to give the label like this, so I'm going to actually cut this right here. And after the name, we can also pass a control, and the control is going to be our form.control, and then we are going to pass the render function right to this form. So here is our render function like this, and we need to return JSX. So I'm going to have parentheses here, and the alternative would have been to have our function body and have the actual return keyword right here. But I'm just going to have parentheses here, and here we can already destructure our field from right here. So in here, in this parentheses, we want to return JSX, which is going to be our form field, and form field, so this shouldn't be form field, this should be form item. Sorry about that. So we should import form item, and form item is not going to be self-closing, it's going to be taken in some children prop. Now this form item, we can now build our form first by having a form label, and the form label needs to be imported, and here we're going to make use of our typography component, and I'm going to get rid of this input here. So here for this typography, we're going to have channel name. You can just have name, whatever. And then after the label, we are going to have our form control. So here, let's have our form control, which needs to be imported from our components UI form. And then the form control is going to take the inputs. So let's bring in input as well. Input needs to be from our UI input. And here we are going to pass the field and also have a placeholder. So the placeholder can be any name. So here we're going to just give this channel name. You see, we're making use of a label, we're making use of a placeholder. It's just to show you what you can use to build your form. If you need to know all of these, you can also pass a description. We're going to be doing that in a second. So here we need to spread field like this. All right, so to continue, I just quickly want to update this to come from @components UI input. And with our input component, what do we do next? We can have a form description. So just right after this form control, let's have our form description, and form description needs to be imported from our components UI form. And this form description, we can now have our typography. So let's bring our typography, and this is not going to take in this text. Okay, so here, in case of errors, we need to pass our form message, not this. And here for the text, we are going to say, we're going to have this string and say this is your channel name. So this is your channel name like this. And after this form description, just right here, we can have our form message. So here, let's have our form message, which needs to be imported from our components UI form. So we are just building up our UI here. And lastly, so we don't forget, just right outside this form field, okay, but still inside our form, we are going to be having our button. So let's bring in our button, and button needs to be imported from our components UI button. And here we're going to have a text. If we are submitting, they want to show another text, otherwise we want to show another text, right? And for that, let's have our state right here. So just in here, we're going to have our state where you're going to say is submitting, and then we're going to have set is submitting, which is going to have a use state, a default value of false. And then right here in our button, we can now disable the button based on the state of our form submission. And this is going to be disabled if we are submitting like this. And here we can also give this button a type because it's inside the form. We're going to set it type submit like this. And then inside this button, we can now say if it's submitting, to go on and show creating, otherwise to go on and show create. You can also put this in our typography component, but I think it's fine like this for now. All right, so let's define our onSubmit. So right over here, this onSubmit, to make sure we're not having this error, and then we can test it out. So const onSubmit is definitely going to be an async function where we're going to have our form like this. So this is going to be taking in data, and data is going to be of type z.infer, the type of our form schema. And we have an error here because we need to, do we need to bring in useState from React? Yes, we need to bring in useState. And also this should come from @/components UI button like this. Okay, so we have data. We know data is just going to be an object with a name property, so we can already destructure the name. And to be sure we have done everything correctly, I'm just going to log the name to the console right over here like this. And then I can save this, and this is going to be logged on our browser. So let's see. And we have our form, which is not correctly styled as we see over here, because this is your channel name. The description is too close. So let's see what so this is our form description, and here we have our, so we have this typography and we have our form control. So what can happen is this description, let's just give it a margin Y of 3. And once we do, I actually don't see any change. So I'm going to cut this and add this right to our typography component. This shouldn't be showing text error. Yeah, so this shouldn't be showing text error. This should be a margin, maybe we can just give a margin bottom of 4. So let's see, just to shift it a little. Yeah, this makes more sense. And if we click on create, now we see this message is too close here. So what's going to happen is I'm also going to give this a margin bottom of 2, just to slightly shift it away from the button. And it doesn't actually shift away. I don't know why. So then I place it on this button here, give this a class name of, now it's going to be a margin top, and I'll just change it to a margin top of 3, and now this should be fine. Yeah, so this is better. So let's give this a channel name, and for now I'm just going to say channel name of onboarding, and then I'm going to open up the browser console so we can see the log over here. And once we hit create, we see onboarding here. So superb, we have been able to build out the UI for creating our form. Now at this point, we are going to continue with our Supabase, where we are going to create our form schema and pick up from there. So let's continue building out our Slack project. Okay, so let's continue building out our Slack project. And first I'm going to come over to our table editor, and now we're going to be creating, we just have the users table, we have our table for our workspaces. Now we're going to be creating a new table, but it's going to be for our channel. So come over to the SQL editor. I want to create a new query. I like making use of the SQL editor, and the reason why is because sometimes we want to have RPC calls, and I just found RPC calls works fine when you work with the SQL editor than when you define it with the table editor. To be honest, I don't know why. I don't want to try it out now, but I just want to use the SQL editor to make sure there are no errors in the future. And now let's come over to user data table, and I'm actually going to copy this so that we don't have to type out too much, and also just copy from here to here. No worries, if you come over to the, by the time you're watching this, if you come over to the sql.txt, you're already going to see this add or create create channels. Yeah, you're going to see this create channels, and then I'm going to paste it right in here. So for now, let's copy this and come back to this untitled query, and then I'm going to paste this here. So this is going to be create table, and then we can change the name to channels, and this is going to have an ID of type UID, which is going to be primary key, and we are going to have a default, and the default for this is going to be this generate underscore random underscore UUID like this, and then it's going to be not null, and then we can get rid of this. We're going to keep the name because a channel is going to have a name, and the name is going to be of type text, but we can also have this constraint where it is not null. And then we are going to have we're going to get rid of everything here. Okay, so after text, the next thing we're going to have is the workspace, not workspaces. So we're going to have the workspace underscore ID. That's the workspace that this channel refers to. And this workspace ID is going to be of type UUID. And this is going to be referencing another table. And the table is going to be the public dot workspaces like this. And we want to reference it by the ID, and we also want this to not be null. Now, before we continue, it's important that we come over to here. I'm just going to keep some space so we know that all of these has been set. It's important we come over to our workspace and confirm the type, okay? Because we see we are referencing another table. So if we come here to your table editor and you come over to your workspace, you will see that the type of ID is UUID. So this definitely has to match. Okay, it has to be UUID, else you're going to have errors. So come back here, and this is why we have UUID over here. Now, after workspace ID, the next we're going to have is the user ID. So I'm going to bring this down because it's going to be very much the same. And rather than workspace ID, this is going to be user ID, which is going to be referencing public.users. And by ID, and we say not null. So then we can continue. The next is going to be members, because we want to know or keep track of the members that currently belong to the channels, right? So the channel is going to have members text like this, and then we are also going to have let's come over to our table. You don't have to come with me, I just want to verify over here that here we have regulators. Okay, so here in the SQL editor, after members, this is going to have regulators, and regulators is going to be of type text array. So that's about it. And now we're going to have some arrayless we need to enable. So alter table, and this is going to be alter table channels, where we enable not real-time channels like this. We're going to enable row level security, and then we're going to create policy can view on user data on channels for select using auth.id equal to, and now it's going to be equal to what? Okay, so auth.id is going to be equal to this user ID. Okay, so not ID, so it has to be user ID, because this user ID you can see is referencing the users and the ID. Okay, so this is UID is what we actually need, like for here, not ID, because ID you see here is for these channels here. Okay, it's for the channel ID, and there's no way, it's definitely going to fail. This auth.uid is no way going to be linked to this ID. It's actually linked to the user ID. That's why we use ID over here. And then I'm going to bring this 2 more times, shift option, and then down arrow key, because we're going to have for updates, and we also want to have for insert. So this is going to be not can view. We're going to change this to can update. This can be anything. This is just a name for you, so this can be anything, but every other thing we write here should be the same on channels for, and this is not going to be for select, this is going to be for update query or operation using auth.id, which is also equal to user ID. That's everything here. And then you can come in here, and rather than view, this is going to be can insert on user data on channels for insert, and we are using auth.id equal to UID. So this is all we need to do. And then I'm going to copy this and come here and paste it right here, so you can have access to it once you clone the project. So this is it. And then I'm going to save this file, and we can come back here. So here, let's run this query and see if it's actually, if we don't have any errors. And we actually do have an error, and we have an error calling express reference in default. So here we definitely have an error, and this is, yeah, this is meant to be a function, so we need to call this like this. And again, I'm going to copy this, and that means I need to update the file. If I run this, there's also an error, only with check expression allowed for insert. So where do we have insert? This is where we have insert auth.uid equals to user underscore id. So this should not be, this is for insert. So here should also be with check like this, and then with check, and then we don't need this using here, so sorry about that. So with check auth.id uid equals to user id. So sorry about that. Let's run this again, and success no rows returned. So that means I need to update this file over here and paste this new one in. So this is the query you need, and to be sure everything is fine, obviously everything is fine here, you can come over here to your table editor. You're going to see this new channels table, and with this new channels table, you see we have all of these fields, and we have these 3 auth policies which we define: can insert, can update, and can view. So this is the first step. We are also going to be needing some RPC functions, so that we can also, if you come to your table editor to your users, just right here, you're going to see that you have the channels. So we also want to save the channel here. So we need an RPC for that. And if you come over to Workspaces, you see here, it doesn't have channels, or does it? So here you see it also has channels, and we need to also work on this. So guys, let's work on this together. And to work on this, we are going to create a new query, and this is going to be create. So let's also copy, see where we can copy. I think we can copy this add workspace to user. I'm going to copy this, and to be honest, I would just want you to copy what we have here, so by the time we're done, because if you copy and paste with me, you might have some errors. So it's just advisable to come here and copy the whole expression, so that you can just run it in your project as you follow along. So here we are going to have create or replace function, and this is going to be update user channels. That is the name. So update underscore user underscore channels like this, and we're going to need the user ID. User ID is of type UID, and then we need the workspace ID. Sorry, not workspace. This is the channel underscore ID, which is of type text, and this is going to be returning void as this. So begin, we're going to say update users, and then we're going to set so update users, and then on the users table we want to set channels, and channels is going to be equal to channels, and then we want to add a new channel, which is going to be this channel ID, not channels ID. So channel ID, and we are going to paste it here, and then we're going to say where ID is equal to user ID. So this is the SQL we need, and I'm going to copy this. Before I do, I'm going to run selected, and it's successful. And you can just click on these 3 dots, rename SQL, so that the Supabase AI can give you a name. So this update user channels function, but I'll just go with update user channels and rename this query. So here, let me paste it in. So update user channels, and I'm going to paste this right in here. So this is the SQL that you need, and save this. All right, so we need, again, I'm going to copy this, and this time around is to update the channel members. So here you can click on new query and paste in this. So this is going to be update channel, so update channel underscore members, and this is going to take in the new member ID. So here, new member, and the type is going to be of type text, because the members is an array of text, so it has to be of type text. And the channel ID is of type UID, and this is going to be returning this. So we're going to begin update channels, and these channels, then we go on and set the members. We want to set the members here, and this is going to be equal to members, and then we want to add the new member. So like this, we want to add a new member, and where the ID is going to be equal to the channel ID. Okay, so this is what you need to do here. And so let me just explain quickly. We are updating our channels, right? And we want to update the channel where the ID is going to be equal to this channel ID that we are receiving here. So that's why we have channel ID here. And then this is all we need to do. Let's go on and run this. Is it successful? Yes, it is. And then we can click here, rename query. Let the Supabase AI give us a name, and I'm just calling it update channel members like this. And then I'll come here and paste this in. So update channel members, and I will paste this in here. All right, so then I can exit this. This is all we need to do. If you come to your database, you're going to see in functions, under functions, you're going to see the two functions that we created. So this updates channel members, and this for update user channels like this. So if you made an error, it's always good practice to come here and you can always view. So here it says edit, but here you can also take a moment to view. So you can delete duplicates, because if you have duplicates, you're going to have errors down the line. All right, so we have this set up. We are going to come back and now we are going to test out or write a function that is going to be discussing with these RPC calls that we just created, and then we can continue building out our Slack project. So right here in our submit function, the first thing I would like us to do is to have our try catch. And here we are going to set is submitting. We're going to set is submitting and give it a value of true. And also, if we have an error, we also need to set reset is submitting. So we're going to set it back to false like this. And we're going to continue next. Before we have the function, the server action that goes on to create the channel, just right here, we are going to say, maybe we say set is submitting to false first. And then we can also say set dialog open to false. Yep, we are going to close the dialog. And next we are going to leave the dialog open if we have any errors. And the next thing we're going to do is to reset our form. So here we're going to say form.reset, and after that we can also show a toast message. So here we're going to say toast.success, and then we're going to say do we have an error, or where did toast should be, where do we import those from? Oh, we don't have it yet. So let's come here and import those from Sonar library, and this should be taken right over to the top of here. So I'm going to just import it here. All right, so once we are done, we are setting a submitting back to false. Then we are going to close. That's if everything is true. We're going to close the dialog. Then we're going to reset the form and then show the user a toast. All right, so now let's have our server action that is going to go on and create the channel. So here we're going to have create channel, and to create our channel we need what do we need to create our channel? First, if we come over to our Supabase, you see our channel needs a name. The UID is going to be generated automatically. It needs a name, and it also needs the workspace ID, and it also needs the user ID. So this is all that we need. And the step we are going to go through, we are going to add this user to the channel members. So automatically this user is going to be the channel of a member of the channel, and this UID means this is the user that created the channel. So hopefully you're not getting things tangled and you're following along. So that's why we are going to pass the name, the user ID, and also the workspace ID to this function. So let's create this function, and here, this create channel, I'm going to come here in our actions, and we have one action for our workspaces. Maybe you can also add more to make this more organized. I'm going to be creating one for our channels.tsx like this. Channels.tsx, sorry, it's not tsx, it's channels.ts here like this. And here I'm going to, we can start up by having our use server directive here. Use server, where am I having typos? All right, so here I can export, sorry about that. So here we can export const, and this is going to be this create channel, which is then going to be equal to this async function. And this async function is going to be taken in some arguments, and here we're going to have our function body. So let's already import this create channel, which is going to be coming in from our actions, and here channels like this. and then we can save this. I know we have errors because we need to pass these types. So let's come over to our channels, and here we are going to define what type of properties that we need, and this is going to take in an object. We are going to have the workspace ID, and the workspace ID is going to be of type string, and then we are going to also have the name, and the name is also going to be of type string, and then we are also going to have the user ID, and the user ID is going to be of type string. And from here we can destructure the name, we can destructure the workspace ID, and we can also destructure the user ID like this. And this is going to have our function body, and we should not have any other errors here. So why do we user ID does not exist? Yeah, so we no longer have any errors. So let's make use of these, and the first thing we're going to do is to bring in our Supabase client. So here comes Supabase, and Supabase is going to be equal to await our Supabase server client, and our Supabase server client needs to be imported. And after that we can get our user data. So const user data, and user data is going to be equal to, and then we await, not await Supabase, we're going to await get user data function like this. And this get user data is going to return us our user data, so we can have a check that if we don't have any user data, then we don't want to continue, and then we're not going to throw an error, we are just going to return, so our app doesn't crash. We're going to return this error where we are going to say user not found or no user data. I think no user data makes sense, so no user data. And to be honest, the user shouldn't actually get this error if they are not authenticated, but it's just an extra check for this function. And then we are going to go and create the channels. So here we're going to have our data, we're going to have our error, and we are going to have our data, and we can change this data to be equal to channel record. And this is going to be equal to, now we can call await our Supabase, and we have from, and not like this, Supabase.from, and there we have channels. Now if you don't get auto completion at this time, I know we have workspaces. No, we are not also seeing workspaces here. If you're not getting auto completion, or maybe you start getting some errors, one thing we can do quickly before we continue, I'm just going to shut down our terminal, is to make sure that we have our Supabase types, because we added a type for channel. So quickly, if we come over to your source, and in your source you come over to types, and here for types you come over to Supabase, you will see here we have users, we have workspaces, but we don't have channels. And the same for our RPC calls that we defined. So what we're going to do is to quickly update this file. I'm going to come here. So I already have this tab open. I'm sure I have linked to I have the link for this in our, do we have a file for that? I know we do have a file, which is our docs.txt, and you're going to see the Supabase types here. All right, so here we just need to copy this for Supabase login and paste this right here so that we are logged into Supabase. Obviously, press enter, which is going to open up your browser. It actually did open up my browser on the window on that screen, but now I am authenticated, and you see you are now logged in. And the next thing I want to do is to copy this command. So I'm going to copy it and clear the terminal and paste this right in here. So npx Supabase gen types Typescript, and now we need our project ID. Quickly, I'm going to close this and come here, come over to project settings, come over to API, and here we have our project ID. Where is the project ID? Come over to general. Yeah, so this is the project ID. And then quickly I'm going to come here, and still inside the double quotes I'm going to paste the project ID, and then the path to our Supabase is in our source. So remember, it's in our source folder, and there we have our type. I'll just zoom out a bit so you can see it. So source, types, and Supabase, and that path should match what you have here. So if you open this up, you'll see it's the source, type, Supabase here. So it should match. And what happens is I'm going to execute this, and then we are going to have our types pulled in here. Okay, so then I'm going to quickly restart the project and come here to our types Supabase.txt, And here you're going to see we now have our channels, we have the users, and we also have workspaces. All right, so we have these. For now, I am not going to be updating our app.ts because now we just have for user and workspace, but we're going to be doing that when we need it. So here, let's continue creating the channels. So from channels, we want to go on and insert, and we want to insert these properties, and this is going to have this name, which is going to be linked to this name. We are also going to have the user underscore ID. So user underscore ID, and user underscore ID is going to be linked to this user ID. And lastly, we are going to have our workspace ID, which is going to be equal to workspace ID. So please make sure there are no typos. This user underscore ID and workspace underscore ID, they actually need to match what you have here in your, this workspace underscore ID and user underscore ID. So with all of these set up, we also want to make use of the data because we want to run some updates. So we're going to say select all, and then we are going to check if we have an error. Then we want to go on and return our object. So here we're going to return this object, which is going to have this error, and the error we're going to return is going to be we're just going to return this here that say insert error. Okay, so let's continue. And after this error, we want to go on. So this is the first thing we have done to create the channels. Next one to do is to update the channel members array, and then lastly add channel to users. So we are going to update channel members array. And yeah, so here we need under function to help us do that, and this is going to be equal to await, and then await our update channel members like this, and we need to pass some some arguments. So let's go on and define this update channel members, and to do this we can also we can do it right here because this is the function for creating the channel. So let's define it right here because these are channel actions. And here we are going to have the const update channel members. And this is going to be equal to an async function. And to update the channel members, we are going to need a user ID, and we're also going to need the channel ID, which both should be of type string. So here we're going to also need our Supabase client, and Supabase is going to be await our Supabase server client. And now we're going to update the channel record. Now what we're going to do here is going to be making use of our RPC calls. So here we're going to get our data, which is going to be equal to this update channel data, and then we can also get our error, which is going to be update channel error, and then we can call supabase.what. So we're going to call RPC. And this RPC is somewhat close to what Copilot thought. So let's take a look at it together. This RPC we are calling is to update the channel record. Okay, so let's come back to our Supabase, and here in Supabase we should come over to SQL editor, and here in SQL editor we want to come to this update channel members, right? And this is the name, so update channel members. This name should match this name over here, so make sure there are no typos. And this function is going to be taking two arguments. So the first argument is this new member, which is of type text. So we need to pass the new member, and this new member is going to be equal to the user ID. And the next argument it is going to take is this channel underscore ID, and this channel ID is going to be the channel ID. So we have this, we are making use of the await keyword, we need to return, and we are going to return an array, and the array is going to be update channel data and also update channel error. So we can save this, and I'm quickly going to rerun our application so it compiles, and then we can come back to this create channel, and this create channel needs to pass the functions or the arguments to this update channel members, and it needs the channel ID. So here we're going to pass the channel record, it's an array. So this is going to be, this channel record here is going to be an array. So here we're going to take the first result, the ID, and we are also going to pass the user ID here. So this is the channel ID and this is the user ID. And from this array, we can get two arguments because here we have the update channel data and the update channel error. So we don't need the data, so I'm just going to add this comma here, and then we are going to bring in this update channel error. We are going to be bringing this here. Now we can have a quick check in case we have an error if update channel error or update channel members. So let's just add the members here. So if we have this update channel members error, we are going to be returning this error, which is going to say be this update channel members error, or we can have our own custom error. So let's have our own custom error here. So we can say update members channel error like this. And then we can continue. The next thing we want to do is to go on and add the channel to the user workspace array. So the first thing we have done over here, this function is going to get called. So the first thing we have done is to go on and insert this channel in the channels table. Then we have gone on to update the channel members array, which is what this RPC call is doing. And lastly, we need to update the user channels array. So we're going to say add channel to users channels array, and to do that we are also going to have this function here, another RPC call, which we are going to say await, and we're going to say add channel.user. We can give this function the name add channel to user like this, and we are going to define it right in here. So here I'm going to copy this function name, or I'll just define it right in here. So const add channel to user is going to be equal to this async function. And here we can have our Supabase. Const Supabase is going to be equal to this. And here we are going to need a user ID. And this user ID is going to be of type string. And next we're going to have a channel ID. And the channel ID is going to be of type string. And with our Supabase, we are going to update the user channel. So const, we bring all of these in, and then let's see if Copilot gave us, and we also need to return. So let's see if Copilot gave us the correct data. So first we're going to get data, which is going to be add channel data, or we can update the name to update. We can leave it like this, add channel, and then add channel error. And then we have supabase.rpc, and this RPC is add channel to user. So let's confirm that. And we have this update user channels, which is this, and this is update user channels. So let's update this name to update user channels. And here we are going to receive the user underscore ID. So this should be user underscore ID here, the first argument. And next is channel underscore ID. So here we are going to have the channel underscore ID, which is this channel underscore ID right over here, and it's going to be equal to channel ID. And once we are done, we are going to be returning these two. So everything seems to be fine here. We can continue writing here, add channel to user. And add channel to user needs to pass the user data. And from user data, we are going to have .id. And then it needs a channel ID, and this is a channel ID. So from here, I'll just have this command where we can get this add channel error. So add channel error, or add channel to user error. And here we can just have this check that if we have this, then we're going to return this error object like this. All right, so we've written out a bunch of code, and let's go through the flow once more. We have our on submit. We're going to set is submitting to true, and this is where all the action is done in this create channel function. And once we come to this create channel function, the first thing we do here is to get our user data and also the Supabase client, and we just have this check in case we don't have the user data. And then we go on to insert the channels to our channel table that we created together. And if we have an error, we return this, and if we have data, then we continue. Okay, so this is the channel record. Next, we're going to update the channel members array, and this is going to be calling on that function, this updates channel members. And here is a function which is making of our RPC call. And once we update the channel members array, the next thing we're doing is to add the channel to users channel array. And that is what we are doing over here with also this RPC code that we have here. So add channel to user. So let's try it out. So I'm going to come back to this dialog and come back to our Slack application just to reload to be sure that everything is working fine and to be sure that we are working with our latest changes. And quickly, if we just check our application, we see we saved all the files. So I'm going to click not here. I'm going to click here to bring out our dialog. Our validation still works. And the channel name is going to be, let's say we are creating an onboarding channel. And once we click on create, we should see this change to creating and the button is disabled. And if it's successful, we see channel created successfully. All right. So now we see it, it's actually a good sign. And if we come over to our SQL, our Supabase, and we come over to our table editor and we click on channels, we should have one channel with the name of onboarding. And you see the workspace it belongs to, we see the user ID, which is the user that created this. And you see this user is added to the members array. Super cool. And automatically you can change this to admin or whatever, but the user is not added to regulator. But when we need privileges, we obviously would give privilege to the user that created this channel, and the user can be able to add regulators. And lastly, if you come over to users and you take a look at these user channels, here you see that it has also been updated. So quickly, I'm going to delete some workspaces here because these workspaces don't have channels. Okay, yeah, it's totally fine. Yeah, it's totally fine for a workspace to not have a channel. And yeah, so if we check these channels, we actually don't see the channel in our workspace. So we also wanted to see the channel here, right? Because currently we are this code with lari channel, and here code with lari, we see the channels is empty. So let's quickly check what is wrong. It actually isn't a bug on our end, because if we take a look at our code, we are doing three things. So this channels.ts, you see the first thing we are doing is the insert to create the new channel. So this works fine. And after the insert, we are updating the channel members array, and then we are adding the members to user, but we are not also updating the workspace, because quickly come over here to our workspaces, to our SQL editor, we have no, okay, add member to workspace. This is add member. We are not adding, the channel to workspace, okay, because in the table editor for our workspaces, you see here the channels list is empty. So let's quickly do that. SQL editor, I'm going to copy this function, add a new query, and I'm going to paste this in here, create or replace function, add member to workspace. So this is going to be add channel to workspace. And to add the channel, if we check, it's going to need the workspace ID, and it's also going to need the channel underscore ID. Channel ID is going to be a text, and the workspace ID is going to be of type UUID, and the channel is going to be of type text. Okay, so here we have the channel of type text, the workspace ID of type UUID. Now we're going to begin update on workspace, where we're going to set the channels, and this channels is going to be equal to what it is already, and then we're going to add a new channel ID, and where the ID, and this ID is for the workspace, is going to be equal to this workspace ID. So this is all we need. So I'm going to run this to be sure it's successful, and once it is successful, we can make use of this. So we can rename the query with the Supabase AI and add channel to workspace. I'll just get rid of the function and rename this query. Okay, so that means I need to update the sql.txt file, and this is update workspace channel, and paste this right in here. And that means we need another function. So I'm going to duplicate this function, which is updating the channel members, and this is going to be update workspace channel. So let's get rid of members. This is going to be update workspace channel, and to update the workspace channel, we need the channel ID, and here we're going to take the channel ID of type string, and we also need the workspace ID. So here we don't have the name. Okay, let's take the name for the RPC call, which is this add channel to workspace. And that's the name we are going to use here. And then we are going to get our update workspace data and also update workspace error. And to add this, we need two things. We need the channel ID. So here we're going to have the channel underscore ID, which is of type channel, which is this channel ID. And we need the workspace ID, which is this workspace ID. And that means this should be updated to workspace ID, workspace ID. And that's about it, right? So here we are going to update this to the data, and this is going to be the error. So now we can make use of this update channel workspace right in here. So that's the next thing we are going to be doing. We are going to have our const. Sorry, not here. This should be inside this function here. So this create channel function, it should be right inside here. And that's the next thing we are going to be doing. So just right after this, we are going to come here and say add channel to workspace channels array. And now we can bring this, which is going to make use of this our update channel, our update workspace channel. And here we can take the channel ID, which is what it needs. It needs the channel ID and the workspace ID. And we also pass the workspace ID. So lastly, we can just have this check in case we have an error. We are going to return this. All right, so let's try it out. And quickly, I'm going to come back to our table editor, and I don't need to delete the channel. I just need to create another channel for this workspace. So let's click here. Do we have the workspace ID? Yeah, we do have our workspace ID. So create channel, and I'm going to create this channel of, let me give it a name of private, and click on create. And this is creating, and give this a second, and we have channel created successfully. Let's come back to our Supabase, come over to channels. We should see we have two channels here. So this is private, this is working fine. Come over to users, and here we should now have two channels that this user belongs to. So if we click here, you see we have this first channel, and we also have this second channel. And now if we come over to workspace, which is this code with lari, and here we also have channels which is not updated. All right, so definitely we must have made an error in our Supabase. So this is channels. Come over to your SQL editor, and this should be, oh, here. So sorry, I think you must have seen this. So this should be channels. Okay, so please, if you made the same error, I'm sorry, you can fix this. And obviously now I am updating this. This is the right sql.txt that you're going to be making. So this is the error. Okay, so I'm going to paste this. It's updated. And so we can try this again. So let's create a font channel. I'm going to click here and create a channels for font, and then click on create. And now this time around, once we get our success, we come here and we check our table editor straight up. I'm going to come over to users, and I saw it move. So if we come over to code with lari here, you see now we have a channel in here that belongs to this workspace. And the same for users. Now this should be updated to 3 channels. So 1, 2, and 3. And lastly, we have 3 channels here. Cool. All right, so let's continue building out our project. The next thing we want to do is to list out our channels here. And yeah, this text is now too boring. So let's continue building out our Slack project. Together, I am always excited. All right, so far we have made tremendous progress in building out our Slack clone. We are now able to create our channel and display this channel or save the channel in our Supabase database. But I actually want us to go one level up, and what I want us to do is to make sure that we can list or we can display the channels. But the way it's going to work in our application is that we are going to only display the channels that belongs to a specific user. So let's say we have a private channel and other members of our workspace might not want to have the ability, or we might not want to give them the ability to be able to go into that channel and maybe see all the conversation that we have in that channel, right? So we only want to fetch and display the data that belongs to, or the channels that belong to a specific user. Now, before we do that, here we have our create channel dialog to make sure that when we create a dialog or when we fetch in the dialog that we see it instantly. So I'm going to bring in a hook just right here, and that is going to be our use router hook. So const router is going to be equal to use router. Now use router is a hook that should come from next navigation, so please don't import it from next router. It should come in from next navigation. And with this router hook, once we submit the form, before we start doing all of this, I just want to call router.refresh like this, so that we can get the current data, and all of these should be fine. So this one change, and let's come over to our info section. And actually we are going to be doing this in our, we are going to be fetching this data in our workspace ID page. So it is this page over here. So this page is in our app main workspace, and then the ID, and this page, that .tsx file here. And here we want to go on and fetch or get current user, get user workspace channel. So here we're going to have this const, and we can call the function get user workspace. Now it's not going to be workspace data, it's going to be workspace channels. And this is going to be a function that we are going to call. So let's define this function. So we can call this equals to await. We can call this, give this a name of user channels or user workspace channels, because these are going to be the workspace that belongs to this specific channel. And this function is going to need two things, right? Because it's going to need the workspace ID so that we know the ID that we want to fetch, and it's also going to need a user ID. Now the workspace ID here is the current workspace data, and there we have the user workspace data. This is the current workspace data, and here we have .id, right? Yes, we have .id on because it's just of type any, and we're going to be fixing the types for this as well, for the channels. And we also need the user ID. The user ID is going to be coming from the user data.id. All right, so let's fix this. Get user workspace channels, which is going to be an action. And where do we define this function? Is it under workspaces? Is it under channels? Or is it just get user data? All right, so let me add, or we can add one for user, but I'm just going to throw it in here. So this is going to be get user workspace channels.ts. All right, and then I'm going to mark it as a server component with the use server as a server action. And then we're going to have const get user workspace channels is going to be equal to this async function. And this function is going to need the workspace ID and also the user ID. So let's export this. We're going to export this, and now we can import this right in here. Okay, and let's be sure that our application is up and running. Bun run dev. And here I am just going to restart the application while it's building. All right, so one thing we're going to do first is to log this user workspace channels. And we're definitely not going to see something yet, but I'm just going to log it to the console. And here we are going to have our function body. So because we need our Supabase client, we can bring it in. So const Supabase, and Supabase is going to be equal to, we're going to await our Supabase server client, which should be imported. And with our Supabase, we are going to have this call, which is going to be equal to, and then we're going to await Supabase, and there we say from. And first we're going to say from our workspaces, workspaces. Okay, we want to go on and select. So what do we want to select from our workspaces? We want to go on and select channels, not everything this time around. So here, channels. So what are we doing? We are saying from our workspaces, we want to go on and select this channels table that we have over here. So let's give this a second for it to load up. And here, this is the channels. So we want to select these channels that we have here and select channels. And that's not all. We need to have our matcher, and then we're going to say equal, and we're going to say where ID. So the workspace ID is going to be equal to this workspace ID here. Now this is going to give us data, and this is going to be of type, not type. We are renaming it to workspace data, and we can also get an error or null. I feel it's null, not quite sure. You can just say workspace error. It's gonna be null. Okay, if it doesn't match, to be honest, I don't know, but we can try it out already to see what we get if we have our error. Not error like that, workspace error, because this function, remember, is already called. So let's load this, and we see on the find, here, yeah, so we see null, and then so this null is coming in from here. I don't know the one that gets called first. Yeah, so this null is coming in from here, obviously, because it's a function before it's used here. So we get null, and I don't want us to actually throw an error because, yeah, we might have null. It's very much possible for us to have null. But in this case, I think we should have. So what channel are we currently on? We are at code with lari channel, and this channel has this workspace. And this workspace, where is the name of this workspace? So this name code with lari has this one channel. All right, so it actually shouldn't be null. Okay, so let's see. And we need to add dot single here like this as well. So let's save this and take a look here. We should still see, yeah, we should still see null. And the fact we actually see null makes sense because we are logging the error to the console. But if we come on and log the workspace data, then we should see the actual data, which is this channels, which is an object with this result over here. So we want to check if so in case we have null, if there is no if there's workspace error, so in this case we have null, we don't want to return, just want to return an empty object, okay, because it's not really yeah, so if we have null, we want to return an empty object. Yeah, we're just gonna return an empty array like this, but we want to also log it to the console for debugging purposes. Now we should go on and get the channel IDs. So we're going to say channel IDs, and channel IDs is going to be equal to this workspace data that we have over here. And we don't need this check because we are returning here. So workspace data dot channels like this. And this is going to give us the channel IDs, and we can also quickly have another check. So we can check if there are no channel IDs, and we also want to come here and check if the channel IDs dot length is equal to 0. So channel IDs dot length. And why do we have an okay? So we know, yeah, we're not getting Typescript help here. Well, if this is equal to 0, then want to go on everything. You can also log to, you can also come here and have some console.log. So you can just have a console.log here. We're going to say no channel found for this workspace, and then you can just come here and return an empty object. So we're going to continue, and the next thing I want to do is to go on and get the channel IDs. So what did I do? Return. So just right after here, we are going to say const, where we're going to get our data or error, which is going to be equal to await, and then we call supabase.from, and from channels, we want to go on and select everything this time around. So select everything, so select star, and then we want to do what again? We want to have in, where in ID channel IDs like this, and this is going to give us our data, and data can be channels. Can rename it to channels data, and we can also get our error, and we also call error the channels error like this. And here let's log to the console the channels data, and if we log the channels data to the console, then we should see the data right over here. Let's give this a second, and once it compiles, yep, here we see the channels data. So this is the channels for this workspace. Why do we see only one channel? Here we see only one, and this is the workspace ID CF. So let's confirm. Yeah, so if we come over to this workspace, how many channels? We just have one, so that's why. All right, so let's continue, and here we can surely have another check in case we have an error. So we're going to say if channels error, then we want to console.log the channels error, and then we want to return just an empty object. So now we are going to get the user's channel. So const user workspace channels is going to be channels data.filter, where we have the channel, and this channel is not going to have this type like this, so we can get rid of this. So here we have the channel, and we are going to return the channel not like this. Okay, so we want to get the channel and the members of the channel, and then want to check if it includes the user ID, because here you see members. So that's what we're doing here. So the one that is for this user, and we can go on and return the user channel, user workspace channels. But first, if you hover on this now, you see just going to be returning a promise, which is going to be of type any. So quickly, let's also sync our TypeScript types to this, and for that I am going to come over to our Supabase Types, and it did open up on another browser for me, so I will bring it here. And quickly, the first thing I'm going to do is to log in. You have seen us do this, so quickly I'm going to first, before I log in, I will just log out to be sure. So to go on and log out, and once you successfully log out, you can log back in, and it's opened up on my other window. And once I am successfully logged in, you would see it here. So I was able to log in successfully, and then want to copy these types and then paste it right in here. So we need the project ID, and I'm going to quickly update the path to be our source types. Okay, so this, I will zoom out a bit. So source types, and the next I want to do is the project ID. So let's come over to our Supabase project and grab the project ID. And here in our project, the project ID is right here in general. You will see your project ID. So you can copy your project ID, and once you have it, you can get rid of this placeholder and paste it in. So with this, we are going to have the types for our channels, which we didn't have previously. And bun run dev to restart our application, and I am going to also restart it here. So quickly, let's come over to our source, and in our source, you can come over to the types, and here in Supabase, you will see here we have a types now for our channels. So what's going to happen is I'm going to copy this type for channels that we have over here, this whole object, okay? And then I'm going to close this and come into our app, and here in our app, we want to export another type, and this type is going to be for channels. And channel is going to be equal to this object that we just copied. So now we have our channel type. We can make use of it right in here. And here, before we return, here we are going to say as channel, and channel needs to be imported from our types, and we have our array like this. So now if you hover on this, you're going to see the type here. And what's going to happen is if we log this to the console now, you're going to see the details here. All right, so now we have this. We are going to send it right to this, our info section. So user workspace channels is going to be equal to user workspace channels. Now this is definitely going to throw an error, because here we are going to update this type and say this is going to be of type channel. And channel needs to be imported from our app, and it's going to be an array, and we can also destructure it from here. And now here where we have these dummy channels, I'm just going to get rid of 2. Okay, and here we're going to have this object where we're going to map through the user channels, and here we need to return this typography. So I'm going to copy this and paste this here, and then I'm going to give this a key, and the key is going to be the channel.id. The variant is paragraph, and the text, I'm going to get rid of this, and the text here is going to be this backtick because I want to have a hashtag, and then I'm going to have the channel.name, and every other thing remains the same. So now if we save this, we are just going to be seeing one channel over here by the time we collapse this, and this is the channel. And then we can create another channel, and then I'm going to give this channel a name of Hangout. So maybe we have a Hangout channel, and click on create, and once it is successful, we should see the Hangout channel right over here. So we're going to give this a second, and we should see the Hangout, and here is it. All right, so definitely we can click on these channels now, but nothing happens. And that's what we're going to change next, because once we click a channel, we want the channel information to load up here. And this is a very interesting time for us to make sure that we clean up this content here. All right, so we're going to have a placeholder content here in case there are no data selected. And once we do have more like the channel selected, we're going to load the channel data, or if we have Hangout selected, we're going to any of the channel, we're going to load the data here, and it's also going to be the same for our direct messages. So our application is coming together. And what happens when we go to a channel that doesn't have any, to a workspace that doesn't have any channel, we should still see the same. So we have an error, and the error, it was okay that we tried it out. Remove event listener. So I actually don't know when I added this, coming in from get user workspace. So I'm so sorry about that. Maybe you noticed. So I'm so sorry about that. If you noticed, please, and you didn't type it, that's okay. But if you didn't notice, please do go on and remove that. That was a bug from my end. So now the application is going to rebuild, and here we see we have no channel. So let's try again to come over to this test channel, and you see here that this channel, this workspace doesn't have any channel. And lastly, if you come back to the channel, to the workspace that has channels, we are going to see the channel listed here. So everything is working fine. I am super excited to continue building out this project with you. Now let's go on and change this dummy data that we have over here. I'll see you. Welcome back. Let's continue with our project. And the first thing I would like to do is to run dev application to get up our application started up. And then I'm going to reload this. So the first thing we're going to do now is to at least get rid of this dummy data we have here. And then we are going to be creating a new page so that when we click on these channels, we navigate to the page. So let's start by getting rid of the dummy data that we have. And if you come over to your page.tsx, so this is your main workspace and your ID, so your workspace ID. Let's get rid of all these dummy text that we had for testing our typography component, and we can already get, or perhaps I just leave one and then get rid of, we don't need to get rid of anything. So let's save this, and this is what we have currently. And the next thing I would like us to do is to have this here. So I don't know if you prefer the light mode or the dark mode, whichever you prefer. So so let's have the click handlers to these two functions, sorry, to these two, to this typography that we have over here. So to do that, we are going to come over to our info section, and here in our info section, just on this typography, we are going to have the onClick. So onClick, we are going to call this function that we are going to call, give a name of navigate to channel. So here we are going to navigate to channel, and we are going to be giving it the channel ID. Now this will obviously cause errors in our application, so let's fix it. We are going to come down here and define the function which is going to be getting the channel ID. So the first thing I would like us to do is to have a URL. So const URL, and URL is not going to be this. The URL is going to be /workspace, and then we're going to have the current workspace ID, so /workspace/ID, and then we're going to have channels. Okay, so here let's have channels, and let's be sure it is workspace. Yeah, it's workspace channels, and then we're going to have the channel ID. Now we have the URL. Let's bring in our router. So const router, and router is going to be equal to use router like this, and use router is going to throw an error if it is imported from next router. So the use router hook needs to come in, but it needs to come in from next/navigation like this. And with this use router hook, we can go on and call the router. So right in here, we are going to router.push, and we're going to push the user over to this URL. If we save this, we are going to have an error by the time we click on one of the drop downs. But there's something that I also want to do over here in this collapsible content. I want it to have a default value, so it's channel collapse. I want it to have a default value of true, and also I want this for direct message to also have a default value of true, so that when we navigate between pages, we're not going to have just, we're not going to have that functionality when it's when this is just going to be closed. Okay, so with this, let's try to navigate to the phone channel, and this is going to push us, going to take some time, and then it's going to push us over to the form channel, which is a 4.4 page currently. Now, before we start working on this page, there's something else I would like us to quickly update, because I also want us to keep track of the current channel that we are navigated to, so that we can just give it this background color. So let's do some more updates, and this is going to change a little bit. For one, I'm going to get rid of this hover. Yep, it's going to break, but we're going to be fixing it. And once we get rid of the hover, there is something else that we need to do. So right here, rather than call it hover bg, I can call it, I don't have a suitable name to call it now, but I can just call it secondary bg, which is going to give us some errors. So quickly, I'm going to fix the error on these drop down for the users where we currently make use of it. And here for the FA plus, I'm going to also give it this. So now the gist of everything is right over here. Where do we have our typography? We have the this for direct messages. So this is it. And this is for the FA plus. So this is where we're going to be using this. And here we need to also update some of the styling, because we're going to lose our hover state, right? So here where we use it on hover, sorry, I will just undo these changes. So I want to see where we make use of it on hover. I think that's about it. So here is not used on hover, and here it's actually going to be used on hover, because that's what we have. So I'm going to have the secondary bg, and then I'm going to fix it as we go. So here I'm going to update this, and this is going to have this back tick where we're going to have hover like this, and then I'm going to provide this secondary bg for this. So this is going to be how we are going to make use of it. And with this, we can also update it here like this. So it's also going to work on hover. And then here, we are going to update it like this. So it's also going to work on hover when we hover on the FA plus. And that's the same for all these which are hard coded for now. So we're going to change this just as we change the channels, but for now, this is okay. So how do we know the route that is currently active here? So the channel that is currently active and style it accordingly. The first thing I'm going to do is to cut this. And once I cut this, I'm going to get rid of this here so that we can have a real function body. So this is the real function body, and here we need to return this JSX. All right, so the reason why we did this change is so that here we can try to calculate the current channel. So we can say const current or we can say active channel or anything like that. So active channel, and it's not going to be making use of this. It's going to be making use of a prop that we don't have yet, and that prop is going to be equal to the, I think we have the channel that we are looking at. So this is going to be the current, we can call this current channel ID. Now, how do we get this current channel ID? We're going to be getting it from the props, but before we fix that, let's make use of this active channel. So here we have this, So we're going to add another one and say the active channel, if it is true, then we want to go on and give the active channel this our what did we call it again? So is it hover BG, or what do we call it? Yeah, secondary BG. Yep, so we're gonna give it this secondary background, and here we have an error because we don't have our current channel ID. So let's come over here in the prop and say we're going to be expecting current channel ID, which is going to be of type string. Yep, so here in our page.tsx, this is definitely going to be an empty string because this is the workspace, and the workspace doesn't know the current channel because it is going to be on another page. So we are not going to be using this as a current. We are going to be using an empty string because none is active when we are on the workspace. Yep. So with this, if we come back here, there should be an error actually, because no error. The error comes when we try to navigate. So if I click on this font channel and you try to go over to another channel, you see we are loading this 404 page. Let's go define this. So to define this, we are going to come over. We're going to come over here, and here in our app where we define routing inside this workspace ID, because that is the URL we are navigating the user to. So we are taking the user to /workspace and then the ID. So we just need these channels and channel ID. So that is inside this workspace ID. We are going to be creating another one for channels like this. And inside channels, we need this, where is it? Sorry, I lost it. So inside these channels, we need to create our channel ID. So it's important to give it the name of ID. And I'm going to come to Y in a second. So channel ID, and this is L, and this is uppercase I. Looks like double I or double L. All right. So, and then inside here, I keep losing it. We are going to have our page.tsx. So let's take a look at how it looks like here. We have this, and this is going to be our channel ID. We can save this and take a look at the breadcrumb here. So you're inside workspace, and then you have a folder here, and then you have another folder for channels. You have the channel ID, and here you have the page.tsx. So now if you come back to the application, we don't see any error, but we need two things. We need our sidebar, and we also need our info section. So let's go on and bring these two components in. Let's come over to our workspace. So here in our workspace, we just need to bring these stars. Okay, so these stars, we don't need this, so but we're just going to take it and get rid of it. So we're going to need these stars, which is could be in the layout, and the reason why I don't put this in the layout is because here we need the params. Okay, so that's why I'm actually putting it in a page, and then we can reuse this. All right, so this can be its own component, so all three of these, so that is easy to move along. But here in the channel ID, I'm going to get rid of all of these and paste it right in here. Then I'm going to get rid of this hello world and put our channel ID text here. So the first thing we're going to bring in is the sidebar. And the sidebar definitely doesn't come in from the Seed React. It comes in from our components. And the next thing we're going to bring in is the info section, which also comes in from our components. And then we have our typography, which also comes in from our components. And we have this is a workspace ID, which is an alias here. So let's bring it in. Yeah, so this we're going to bring it in and put it right in here. So what are we missing? We are missing this check that we have here. So let's get all of these, and we're going to see the one we need and the one we don't need, or if we need them all. So this is going to be equal to an async function because we need to get the user data. And get user data needs to come in from our actions, get user data, get user data. And the next thing is this redirect, which should come from next navigation. So let's move this right over to the top. And then we have this get current user workspace data, also an action. This is also an action. So you see how easy it is for us to make use of or reuse things in our application. Now there's something I'm going to do, because you see this is screaming for ID. Okay, so because of that, I'm going to just comment all of these out and also do the same for this, so that we can log to the console. And then it's going to show, I'm going to show you why I wanted us to use this name of channel ID and not make use of ID. So this is going to be taken in params, and we can say params is of type object. So this the props that this is going to take in, and then we're going to say params, and we're going to say params is going to be of type any. We're going to fix this any type now, but I just want us to come somewhere here and log params to the console. So let's console.log params like this, and open up our terminal to see what params is. So you're going to see that params is this object, or did we see it already? Yeah. So you see params has ID and it has channel ID. This ID we see is because we named this ID. So now I'm thinking we can go over there and update it to workspace ID. So here it's going to break things obviously, but we're going to be fixing it. So let's rename this to be equal to workspace ID like this. And let's copy this workspace ID, because if we come inside the workspace page, which is this page, so this page, you will see here we are making use of ID. So here we are getting ID. We need to update this because we just changed it. It's going to become workspace ID, and then this is going to become workspace ID. So now you see here it has already updated to workspace ID, and that's why we need to change it, because our application is going to be broken if we're on the workspace. So with this, we can save this, and what we can quickly do is to copy this object here, or you don't need to copy it. You're going to see where we make use of it. So I'm going to come back to channel ID and say this params is going to be of type this object. And then we can get rid of this string and say this is going to be of type string, and also update this to be of type string. And one thing we can do again is to come into params and destructure, params like this. I want to destructure the workspace ID and also the channel ID. And did I bring in one to many? Let me see. Params is of type. Just params like this. Did I miss somewhere? Let me undo what I have got. And this seems to be okay. So it's an object params. So here in params, I want to go and bring in the works channel ID and also the workspace ID. All right, so here we no longer need to log params to the console. We already know what it is, and we can now bring this in and fix the error that we had previously. All right, so talking about fixing the errors, let's update this ID here, and this is going to be the, you see, get current workspace data. So this needs the workspace ID, and that's about it. The info section, we need to update this current channel ID, and the current channel ID is now going to be equal to this channel ID. So now if we save this and we come back to our channels page, we expect to see our sidebar and our info section. And if we don't see this, it might be because we broke our application at some point and it's not able to reload. So we need to automatically, or we need to hard reload the page ourselves. So go on and refresh your page, and now you see the layout is back. Okay, we have our channel ID, and I'm going to quickly give this a padding, put this in a div where I give this a padding of 2 in case we need to change it later. We are going to be changing it. So this is going to have a padding of 2 on all sides. And yeah, so we can switch between the different channels we have. So let's try to go to the Hangout channel. It's going to take some time, to go on and load the channel. And once it does, we're going to see this here. We're going to get into adding loading states to application, but no worries. It's gradual, and we can come back to the fun channel, and we are going to see, we don't see it, but if you take a look at the URL, you're going to see the URL updates to the current channel that we are on. So you can go over to the Hangout And let's say we go to a channel, to a workspace that doesn't have a channel, then nothing happens. We are just going to land over to the workspace. So this is going to update to workspace, and then we're not going to see any channel. So let's see, it's still loading up, and then we see our hello world. We don't see any channel here, so there are no channels for us to navigate. Yeah, so this is the state of our application at the moment. The next thing we are going to do is to have a splash screen. So the first screen, the user, not really a splash screen, an empty set screen, rather than see this hello world. And then we can now start focusing on building out our channel page. So let's continue. We're going to start by making sure we have an empty state for this. And once we are done, we are also going to make sure that when we have a user, when a user comes over to the application and the user has a channel, we are automatically going to redirect the user over to the channel. So before we do that, it makes sense for us to start up with our empty state. So here, where we have our workspace.id, we have this hello world text. We're going to be updating it, and we are going to be making use of a screen which I would call no data screen. You can obviously give this any name of your choice, and we need to create this component. So right here in our components, we are going to be creating this new file, and the name of this file is going to be no data component.tsx. All right, and this is going to be the JSX no data screen. Let's get rid of the React.js import, and now we can import the no data screen right inside of this file over here, and we can take off the typography component. All right, so we can save, and if we come out to the application, we should see no data screen here. It should update, and then we should see no data screen, or do we have it here? No data screen. All right, so the first thing I would like us to do is to pass some props that we are going to be passing over to this no data screen. And here we're going to say is of type FC, and this no data screen is going to be taking in these props. First, it's going to need the workspace name. So here we're going to have workspace name, and workspace name is going to be a string. It is also going to be needing the user ID, and this user ID is going to be a type of string. And lastly, we are going to be needing the workspace ID here. So let's bring it in, the workspace ID, and the ID is also going to be of type string. Now here we can bring in these props, the user ID, the workspace ID, and lastly the workspace name. And if we save, we are most likely going to have an error. So let's provide the props. For this, we are going to say the user ID is going to be equal to the user data, and there we have the ID. Not if, we have the ID, and next we have the workspace ID, and the workspace ID is going to be equal to the current workspace data, and here we have the ID. And lastly, we need the workspace name, and the workspace name is the same, going to be equal to the current workspace data dot name. All right, so we can now focus on building out our no data screen, and this component is going to be a client component. So let's have our use client here, and the reason why is a client component we are going to see in a second. And here we can go on and have the JSX for this. Now here I want to give this some class names. Let it take the full width, and for the height, remember we have this height difference right here on top, and right here just vertically here and here. So because of that, we are going to be setting the height to this calc, and this calc is going to be taken in these properties, where we are going to give this 100 viewport height, and then minus 63 pixels like this, and we are going to give this a total padding of 4 like this. So if you hover on this, you're going to see the properties. All right, so inside this div, we are going to have our typography. So let's bring in our typography component. which will be coming in from components UI typography. So let me quickly update this import over here. And here it is saying welcome to, and here is saying to the, and here we can have a hashtag. So welcome to the hashtag workspace name, and then we can give this workspace like this. And the variant for this is going to be H3, and I'm going to add a little waving emoji right here. So welcome to, and here we have to the workspace name, and then we have workspace. Now we have this because it can't find this module, which will come from at component UI typography, or is it components? Yeah, components. And after the typography, we are going to have another typography, which is going to be more like the description. And this is going to say, not you have not created any channels. It's going to say get started by creating a channel or direct message like this. And the variant is paragraph, and it's not going to have, or the class name is going to have is margin y of 3. All right, so the next two components, first is going to be this div, and this div is going to have this width of feet. And in here we are going to make use of our button component, which should come in from our components UI button. So let me quickly update this to come from @components UI button. And this button is going to have the class name, and the class name is going to be with full, and give this a margin y of 2. And then it's going to have an on click, which we're going to come to in a second. And here we're going to also make use of our typography component. And this is going to have this text of create channel, and the variant is going to be paragraph, and this is going to be self-closing. Okay, so we have this button, which is going to tell the user, or give the user the opportunity to create a channel. Now, to create a channel, we have this functionality over here for channels, which brings up this modal. Now, we want to have the same functionality here to see our button. So in order for us to do that, just right after this button, we have this create channel dialog, and that is the reason why we brought in those other props. So here we are going to bring in our create channel dialog, and this create channel dialog is going to be taking in all of these. So the channel ID is also going to take the, I don't know, let's bring it in first, and then we can let TypeScript tell us the props that it needs. So this is going to come from /component and create UI, create channel dialog. So yeah, it doesn't need the workspace name, it just needs the ID. Next is going to take is the dialog open, and dialog open is going to be equal to a state we don't have yet, and then set dialog open. So let's define the state. So here we're going to say const and dialog open, set dialog open is going to be equal to use state, which we can go on to import from React. And here we're going to pass the dialog open, and next we are going to pass the set dialog open like this. So now if we save this and come back to application, this is what it looks like. So welcome to this workspace. This is the workspace name, and then we have this create channel here, and it should also look fine on our light mode, or also on our dark mode, and also on any other of our color preferences. So everything is fine. So let's go on and click on this button to create a channel, and we don't see the modal. So I'm gonna quickly reset, and here remember we needed to add a on click here. So on click we just need to set the dialog open to true. So here I am going to call this function set dialog open and set it to through. So now we can go on and test this out. Let's come back to the browser, and now if we click on create channel, we see the dialog open for us to create a channel. Now the next thing I would like us to do is to immediately navigate the user to the workspace once the user comes over to the workspace. So this is the workspace. I want to direct navigate the user to the channel, that is if the user has some channels. So we need to add a check here. We're going to quickly say if the user workspace channels.length is truthy, so we don't actually need to add this greater than 0. If you like, you can keep it. If you like, you can remove it. But if workspace.length, then we want to redirect the user, and we're going to be redirecting the user to this /workspace, workspace ID /channels, and then /workspace channels and the ID. All right, so with this change, we should automatically now be redirected to the first channel, which is the phone channel. So you see the application build, and then the URL should also update to the phone channel. So we're going to give this a second, and you see we are now at the channel ID. The phone channel is the highlighted channel, and you can also switch from the phone channel to also the Hangout channel, and immediately you switch. All right, so what happens now? So if we come here, I don't think this channel has I don't think this workspace has a channel, so I don't know, we shall see. Yep, it doesn't have a channel, and that's why you see we have this, and we are prompting the user to go on and create a channel. So this is the functionality that I wanted, and this can also create a Hangout channel. So this workspace can go on to create this Hangout channel, and once this workspace has this Hangout channel, you're going to see that the user automatically is going to be redirected to that channel, which is the which makes sense. So that's it for building out the layout. The first steps, obviously, building out the layout. Now we know, or we have the functionality that we can switch between workspaces, create channels. We now need to start adding the flavor or the meat of our channel, which is now building out our actual channel layout. And this is where the fun continues, because we have been having fun all through. So let me not waste much of your time. Now let's start building out the layout, the conversation, the chats, and all those super interesting stuff. So let's continue building out our Slack clone. Hello, welcome back. So let's continue building out our Slack clone project, and we want to continue building with the layout for the channel and then the channel ID page, so for each individual channel. And for us to start, we are going to start by building out the chat header. Now this page is, I'm going to close all here, and this is the channel ID page, so this page over here, and you can find it if you come over to your main, so over in app, main, workspace, and then you have the workspace ID, you have channels, and then you have your channel ID. So this page we are going to be working on, and let's start with the chat header component. And for us to do that, just outside this info section here, we are going to have this div, and I'm going to give this div a padding of 4, give it a relative, then give this a width full, and give this overflow of hidden like this. And in here, we are going to be having the chat header component. So for now, I am commenting out the typography. Let's bring in let's have this chat header component, which is definitely going to throw an error as we don't have this component yet. And for us to do that, we are going to come over to the components, and here we can have this chat header.tsx file, and then we are going to have the template, this chat header, get rid of the React.js import, and then we are going to import the chat header component right inside here. Now, if we come back to the application, we should see chat header here, and this chat header is going to be used not only in this component, it is also going to be used when we are going to be making use of our direct messaging. But for now, we are going to pass only one prop to this, and as we go, we are going to customize it according to our needs. So let's bring in FC from React, and this chat header needs the title, so we're going to have this title here, and the title is going to be of type string. Sometimes you see me have the type like this, or you can come here and have type the chat header props, and which is going to be equal to the object. Now, whichever you prefer is fine, but for simple cases like this where I just have one prop, I just love hard coding it here. And here we can come over here and destructure the title, and let's style this. We are going to give this a position of absolute and give this a height of 10, and then I'm going to give this a top of 0, give this a left of 0, and give it a width full. Now you know it's absolute, and if you come over here, you see we are giving this div relative. Okay, so inside this chat header we are going to be having another div, and this div is going to, so inside this outer div, the parent div, we are going to have a child div which is going to have a height full, and then flex items center. We are going to give this justify between, give this a px of 4, and give this position of fixed. Give this medium devices. The width is going to be dynamic because here if we try to resize our application, you'll see that this info section shrinks. So if we just try to, you see it shrinks. So because of that, we are going to have a dynamic width, and the width is going to be calculated. So we are going to make use of the calc function, and so here we're going to use this calc function, and it's going to be 100% width, but we want to go on and subtract 305 pixels, so minus 305 pixels. So please make sure you don't have any typos. I will just try to zoom in a bit so you can see it clearly, and if you hover on this you will see the classes. And we are not done, we also need to give it another width. So I'm going to copy this for large devices this time around, LG, and the difference, rather than have 305 pixels, this time around we are going to have 447 pixels. Now this is kind of some test on my side to be able to come up with these values. I'm going to give this a BG of white. On the dark mode we want to give this a BG of neutral 800, and then we want to give it a border bottom and give it a border bottom white, but with a little opacity of 30, and give this a shadow MD. So these are the styles, and inside this div we are going to have our typography component. So here let's have our typography component, and we need to bring in our typography component. And so here I'm going to just reorder this import, and for the typography component to come from @/components UI typography. Now this typography component we know needs the text, and the text is going to be dynamic based on the title, so we're going to come back to that. And the variant is going to be the H4 variant, and we need an icon. So here we are going to have this IOMD head set. I don't get auto completion, but let's try to import it. So right here we are going to import this, which will be coming in from React icons /IO, and what we're going to be importing here is this IOMD headset. Okay, so I had a typo here and I'm just going to fix it. And now for this text we are going to, you can use backtick, you can use concatenation like this, where we're going to have this hashtag, and then we're going to just add an empty space, and then we are going to plus add the title that we are destructuring from right here. Alright, so whichever you prefer, either you do like this or you just use backtick, and then you're going to have the same. So you're going to have your hashtag, you're going to have your space, and then you can now have the title like this. So whichever works fine for you. Let's save this and come over to the page.tsx over here, where we need to provide the title prop to this chat header. And here we're going to have title, and the title we are going to be providing is going to be the current channel data and name. So here we should have the current, not workspace. If you check right up here, you would see that you have this, we have this user, and we have this current workspace, but we don't have the current channel data. So we need to go one level up to make sure that we are fetching the user workspace channels, and this is the user workspace channels. Then we need to get the current workspace data. So let's bring it in here. So const current channel data, sorry. current channel data is going to be equal to our workspace data.find. And find is going to take this function where the argument is going to be the channel. So we are going to get the channel, and we want to return where the channel.id is going to be equal to the channel ID. Now we know that this channel ID is coming in from our params here. So this channel ID, and this is going to give us our current channel data. We can just have a simple check here, and we don't want to redirect to 404. We want to redirect to the home page. Okay, so now we have this current channel data. All we need to pass here is the current channel data and the name. So we are going to be passing the current channel data dot name as the title to this chat header. Now with this, and I'm going to get rid of this typography here, we should have our chat header. So let's come here and we see this. Now this obviously looks weird, so let's fix it. If we come back to the chat header, we should be missing this somewhere. And the reason it was looking weird is because right here we also need to give this a height of 10 rather than give it a height full. Now with that height, you should see it automatically adjust over here. So this is our chat header. And the next thing we are going to be working on next is going to be our text editor component, which is just going to be below here. Now, before we work on the text editor, just outside this, we should come, so not in the chat header, just outside this chat header, we are going to have a div, and I'm going to give this a class name, and the class name I'm going to be giving this is a margin top of 10. Now, the reason why I'm giving it this margin top of 10 is because if we come over to the chat header, you see this has a height of 10, which is 40 pixels. So we just want to shift it away from this height, and that's why it has this margin top of 10. And here we can just have our typography, which is going to be the chat content, which we don't have for now at this point in time. So let's save this, come back to our browser, and we should see the chat content somewhere here. So cool. And then I'm just going to give this a h4. All right, so to continue, we need to build out our text editor, which is going to be another component. So what we're going to do is we're going to have another wrapping div. All right, so I'm going to cut this because the text editor is going to be somewhere below. We're going to see it in a second. So cut this. What I just did was to Ctrl X, and then we're going to have another div, and I'm going to paste in the content of what we have right inside this div like this. And this div is the one with hidden MD block, and now this is the other div. And now just right outside this div, we are going to have another div, and this div is going to have the text editor. So here, let's have this div, and this div we can give it a class name, and the class name we are going to give it is a margin of 4. And here we can just have the text editor for now, and let's save this. And if we come back to our application to have a preview, I want to see the text editor component. So we see it here, but by the time we're done with the styling, we expect to see it somewhere here, and we see the margin of 4. Now let's come back to the application, and what we want to do next is to provide some styling to this component that we have over here. So to this outside div, the parent div, and I'm going to give this a class name of height, and the height also is going to be dynamic. So we're going to use our calc function to say you're going to have a height of 100 VH, and then we want to give this 256 pixels like this, and we want to give it an overflow of Y auto, and we are going to be providing some WebKit stylings. Now if you come over to the main content is in your source components, and you have your main content. Right over here we have some WebKit styling. Now that is going to change, and what's going to change here is that these styles are going to still remain, but right here where we have the overflow Y of scroll, we're going to give it an overflow Y of hidden. And what's going to happen is we are going to cut all these styles, so they are no longer going to be here. We are going to be moving them right over to the page.tsx. So cut them, and this is what you should have for now in your main content, and go on to save this. Now we are going to be coming back to the page.tsx, and here we are going to be pasting in these styles that we did cut from the other components, from the main content. So this is it. It has this styling. You can take a moment to quickly preview the styling, and this is what your styles should currently look like. Okay, so once you have all these stylings, what's going to happen next is we should just save and come back to the application to be sure that our application looks like this. And now you see the text editor. So what did we do? We kind of separated this over here. We kind of separated this, and now this is where we're going to be having the chat content, okay, which is this chat content. And now we need this text editor to be pushed downwards, and for it to be pushed downwards, we just had to calculate this height for it to push it downwards here. So one way to always visualize things, you know, the hack we use for testing, if you give this a bg red of 400, I'm going to quickly remove it. You should see that only this area, you see, and we have some little space here, but it's not going to show because we are always going to be on the light mode and the dark mode. And this was just more like calculated myself. You can obviously extend it by a couple of 8 pixels to get the perfect match. So this is it, and now we have this text editor, which is going to be holding the text editor. And you know, here we added the scroll bar and we had the overflow. So if this chat content grows over time, which is very much likely, then this area is going to be scrollable while you have the text editor fixed right there. So that's the layout, and we can now come over and save this, and we are going to be building out the text editor. So come over to your workspace. So here in your components, you should have a text-editor.tsx file. So text editor.tsx, and we are going to bootstrap the component text editor and save. So let's get rid of the React.js import, and now this text editor, rather than have this placeholder here, we are going to have our text editor like this, and this text editor needs to be imported. So did we import it already? So here it is already imported. So let's save, and our application should just have the text editor right here. Now let's head over to the text editor component, and we know it's going to be taking in some props obviously, but for now we are just going to focus on building out the layout, and we need to also have some imports. So open up your terminal and let's make use of Bun and install at Tiptap. So install at tiptap/starter like this /-kit. So make sure you don't have any errors. And we are also going to need at tiptap/react at tiptap/extensions -placeholder like this. So I'm just going to zoom out. This is everything at Tiptap starter kit, and after that we are going to need the at tiptap-react, and lastly at tiptap-extension -placeholder. So go on and run the installation, and once you we have an error for the Tiptap extension placeholder. So I probably have a typo. That is not extensions, that is extension. So I'm going to copy this and use Bun install to also install. Okay, I'm going to bring back everything, and this shouldn't be extensions, this should be extension. All right, let's hit enter again to go on and install, and we have the 3 packages installed. So the starter kit, the React, and the extension placeholder. And now you can run dev to restart your development server and just reload your application. Now with all of these installed, we are going to be using it to build out the component. So what we're going to do now is to come to this div and give it a class name, a padding of 1, give it a border, give it a on dark, we are going to give this a border zinc, and we are going to give it a border zinc of 500 like this, and give it a border neutral of 700. Here, give it some radius rounded MD, and we are going to give this relative and overflow hidden like this. So this is the styling, and inside this text editor we want to have it sticky. So we're going to have this div, and we are going to have this class name. Actually, this is for the menu bar. So here we're going to have sticky and give this a top of 0 and give this a Z of 10. So like this. All right, so we are going to be having our menu bar here. So let's leave this comment for the menu bar, and we can save this. And then outside this div, we are going to be having another div, and this div is what is going to be holding the editor content. So let's give this a class name of height. Give it a height of 150 pixels. Give it a padding top of 11. Give this a flex, a width full, and we are going to be giving this a grow one like this. Sorry, give me a second. So a grow one like this, and here we are going to have the editor content right in here. All right, so we have two placeholders which we are going to be coming to, and then outside this div, so this is the first div and this is the second div, and now after this second div we are going to have another div, and let's give this a class name of absolute. Give this a top of 3. And this div is just gonna help us to have attachments to send images, send PDFs right in the chat. Give this a Z of 10, give this a right of 3, give this a BG black, give this a dark variant, let it have a BG of white, and give this a cursor pointer and transition all. Give this a duration of 500 like this. On hover we want to scale, and we want to scale it by 110. Give this a text of white, and give this a display of grid. Give this a place content center and rounded full, and give this a width of 6 and a height of 6. If I was too fast, please you can slow me down, or you can just copy the code from the GitHub, which is made available right in the description. And here we want to have the FI plus, and basically these styles are just the same styles that we use for this over here. So this plus and also for this. All right, so this FI plus should be imported, and we are going to have a click and some other functionality, but for now let's give this a size of 28, and we are also going to give this a class name, and the class name we're going to give this is on dark variant. We want to give this a text of black like this. So let's save this, have a first preview. Now this is what this box looks like that we just worked on, and here this is the plus icon. So gradually we are building out this text section right here for the text editor, and then outside this div, which is holding this, we are going to be having another not div, but this time another component, which is going to be our button component. Should come from the components UI button. Quickly, I'm going to update this to come from @components-UI button, and this button is going to also have some functionality which we don't have yet. So but for now we can give this a size of small and give this a class name, because we want it to also be absolute. We want this button to be somewhere here, more like a send message button. So we're going to be giving this a class name of absolute, and we are going to give this a bottom of 1, and we are going to be giving this a right of 1, not ring. So a right of 1 like this, and this button is just going to have this send icon. Now this send can be brought in from Lucid React, so let's go on and bring it in, and we are not going to have any other customizations to this send button. And now we should see the send button just somewhere here. Did we save the file? Yes, we did. So we should have this here, and here it is. All right, so let's see how it looks also on our light mode, and you see everything adjusts fine. And what's going to happen next is we can now start building out first the menu bar. So let's work on the menu bar component. And this menu bar component, first we need an editor. And to have this editor, we are going to come just right here, and we should initialize it. So const editor, and this editor is going to be equal to the use editor hook. Now this use editor hook, we should go on and import it, and the importation is going to be coming in from the Tiptap React. So just right in here, we are going to be importing this from, and it is going to be coming in from @Tiptap /React, not -React. I'm sorry. And here let's bring in the use editor like this. Now we have this use editor hook. We need to surely pass some customizations, and it needs some extensions. Now you know that we added two extensions. First is the starter kit extension, and we also added the placeholder extension. So let's bring in these, and first, which is the starter kit, we can come here and import starter kit, and this is going to be coming in from at tiptap/starter kit. Now the placeholder is going to be coming in from, so here we can import a placeholder, and this is going to placeholder, and this will be coming in from at tiptap not here /extension, and the extension hyphen placeholder extension like this. Now let's customize this starter kit, and this starter kit that we have over here is going to be just one, and the next is going to be the placeholder extension. Now this placeholder, we want to obviously have a placeholder, so we're going to use .configure, and we want to configure which takes in an object, and now you just see type something. Now we want to, which is what Copilot is suggesting, we want this to be dynamic, so we're going to say message, because this editor can be used right here, and it can also be used in DM. So for now we're going to message and hashtag, and we want to have the channel name. So this channel name is going to be coming in from prop. So for now we're just going to leave it like this, and if the channel name isn't available, maybe it is a direct message, we are going to have the username. So for now we can just hard code username like this, and this shouldn't be like this. Actually, this should have our $, and the $, this every other thing should just be in here. So I'm going to cut this and move it in here. So we want to have something more like an expression, and what we want to have here is the channel name. So channel name, we're going to check if it's available, we use it, otherwise we are going to be using the username. So this channel name, in a second we are going to be changing this. Yep, so let's save this, and now we can come over to building out the menu bar. And to build out the menu bar, we are going to come right in our components, and here we are going to have a menu-bar.tsx file, and we can now bootstrap the menu bar JSX and get rid of the React.js import, come over to the text editor, and here where we have this menu bar like this, we are going to first have a check. So we're going to check if we have editor and it's truthy, then we want to go and display the menu bar. So here let's have the menu bar components that will be coming in from @/components and the menu bar. So this menu bar, let's take a look, is going to need the editor as a prop. So here let's pass the editor as a prop, which is surely going to give us an error as we don't have the prop configured yet for this menu bar. So here right inside this menu bar, we need to, so this menu bar, let's give it the name of menu bar, and let's have the prop. Now this just has one prop, and you can have the prop like this, you know, which is going to be equal to this object, or you can follow the best practices that we have been following here. So this is going to be needing the editor, and here we're going to say this editor is going to be of type editor, and editor should be imported from @tiptap/react. So now that we have this, we also want to have a theme. Now this theme is going to be for our emoji, which we don't have yet, so we're going to keep an eye on our eyes peeled for that, but we can already get in our resolved theme, which is going to be equal to this use theme. Now how do we do this build our menu bar? First we are going to be having it build up on different buttons. So we're going to have this flex items center, give it a flex wrap in case we have more buttons that we need, so it's going to stack on top each other. Give this a gap of 2, give this position absolute, give this a z index of 10, give this a top of 0, give this a left of 0, give this a width full, and give this a padding of 2, give this a bg neutral, and it's going to have a bg neutral 100, and on dark mode like this, we are going to give this a bg neutral 900. So bg neutral 900, and here we have the menu bar. So let's have our first button, and this button is gonna have so many functionalities which I cannot explain because this is already getting quite long of a course. So but you can obviously check the Tiptap documentation to know how you can customize this to your project needs. But as this is a crash course, as is a project-based tutorial, you're going to learn the basics of what you need to get started and customizing your own project. So here we are going to have this function which is going to call the editor, and basically this is for bold, so we can bring in bold from Lucid React. Okay, so this bold, and it's not just editor like this. We need to call the chain method, and on the chain method we can call focus like this, and we want to call the toggle bold, and we want to go on and call dot run like this. So this is what we need, but we also want to disable this button if something based on certain conditions. So if there is no editor like this, editor.can, and then we want to say can chain, and we'll call it, and here we want to have dot focus, and we also call it, and we want to have dot toggle bold dot not dot get but dot run like this. Then we want it to be disabled, and then we can now give this some class name. So the class name we are going to be giving to this is going to be dynamic. So here we are going to say if the editor dot is active, and we want to check if bold is active. So if bold, and then we want to go on and apply this class name. Otherwise we are going to have an empty string. Now the class name which we are going to apply, let's see. For now we are just going to leave it like this, and when we see the functionality we are going to know how it looks. So I'm just quickly going to know the styling to bring in. So we're going to give this a class name of width 4, and also give this a height of 4 like this. So let's save this and have a first preview of what the menu bar component looks like. Now this is building up because we need to make use of let's see, class value is undefined. So this might be a React class being rendered in a server component. Yeah, because now we need to make use of a client component, and this text editor needs to be a client component, which is for now a server component. So let's turn it into a client component, making use of the use client directive, and now we shouldn't have any of the error. It is currently rebuilding, and once it is done rebuilding, okay, yeah, so it's refreshing itself. We should see a first preview of what the menu bar looks like. So let's just give this a second for it to rebuild, and once it is done, yeah, so this is our menu bar. This is what it looks like, and already we have a hint that something is wrong. It doesn't look like it doesn't look okay on the dark theme, but if we take a look at the preferences light mode, we should see that it looks way better. So we just need to edit this a little bit on how it looks like on the light theme. And so for us to on the dark theme, so here where we have this BG zinc of 500, this sorry, it is the menu bar. So right here where we have this BG neutral 100, are you sure? If we hover on this, okay, it is applied, and on dark mode we want this to be BG neutral 900. Now I'm kind of confused because whenever we make use of BG, we always get to see the we also always get to see how it looks like, right? We always get this kind of icon that shows us the background that we apply. So here I'm gonna give this a BG of neutral 100, and now I see the box which gives us a hint of what it looks like. And on dark mode I want this to be BG neutral 900. So I'm gonna save this again. I don't know why it wasn't showing previously, and now it looks way better. So if we click on this, it becomes active, and if it's active, maybe we want to give this a BG white. I don't know yet, but we're gonna see. Otherwise we'll give it a BG black. let's just see how it looks like. And these values we can change as we build that. So this is the PG white because it is active, but if we click on it, yeah, so this doesn't obviously look better. And what I'm going to do now is, rather than do this on the BG, I'm going to give this a border. So border white, and otherwise it's going to have the border black, so that we just know that it is currently active. So it doesn't make much for you to spend much time on this. It's just for styling, and you can obviously customize this to your needs. So what's going to happen is I'm going to bring this down again, and this is going to be for italic like this, and italic should be imported from Lucid React, and this is going to remain the same, but the functionality surely changes. So rather than toggle both, all we need to, I'm going to use Ctrl D to hold both, and now I'm going to toggle italic like this. And here we should be taking we should be looking out for italic like this, and this is just all you need to change. Okay, so you see how it is. And next we are going to bring in the strike through. So here we can bring in this strike through from Lucid React. And here, what are we going to be changing? We just go and change the toggle strike. And remember, we are also doing it for the disabled button, not only for the on-click functionality. And its active is going to be looking for the strike, not for static. Strike like this, and everything should remain the same. So we are going to continue, and the next is going to be for list. So what's going to happen is, let's bring this down and change this to list. Now list should be brought in from Lucid React, and now we are not going to be toggling strike, we are going to be toggling bullet list. So toggle bullet list, and we don't need this disabled for this. Okay, so this is gonna be toggling the bullet list, and this is all that we need to do. So go on and save this, and this is active. Sorry, this is active, should be for bullet list. So bullet list like this. All right, so I just mistakenly brought down so bullet list, and I will just increase the brightening for myself. Okay, so I'm gonna bring this down again, and rather than list, this time around is going to be list ordered. Should be brought in from Lucid React, and it's not going to be toggling the bullet list, it's going to toggle ordered list, and this is going to be for ordered list, and you can style it, you know, anyhow you wish. We are not focusing too much on the styling, and we just need to do this 2 more times for the code block and for the square code. So here I'm going to bring this down, and because this code needs some disabled functionality, I'm going to be copying this, and once we copy this, just bring it down, and here rather than strike through, we are going to bring in code should come from Lucid React, and we're going to have editor chain focus, and this is going to be toggle code like this, and this is also going to be toggle code, and here this should be for code, and everything remains the same. And we are also going to have one more, and this is going to be for a block of code. So let's bring in square code, and all these icons, you know, are icons that make sense to me. If you want to change the icon, you feel free to change the icon. Okay, it doesn't impact the functionality. So I'm going to get rid of this disabled, and rather than toggle code, this is going to be toggle block, code block, and you can see you can add as much as you need to edit your text, your text. So here this is going to be for code block, and I think that's about it. And now we are going to have a typography component more like in between, and the first side we are going to have, if we come here to have a preview, this is what we have. So I just need some typography to have a bar or a pipe that is going to separate. So right outside, after this strike through, where do we have it? So just outside this, that's in between this strike through and the list. Let's bring in our typography component. We should be coming in from components UI typography. So quickly, I'm going to update this import to come from /components UI typography. And if this is our typography component, we need to pass a text. Now the text I'm going to pass to this is just going to be this pipe over here, just to separate what we have currently. And we have an error, and the error is because this was also updated. So I'm going to quickly fix this, and everything should now be okay. So now we have fixed this. We are going to give this a variant, and the variant is going to be h6, and I'm also want to remove any margin that we have, so give it a margin of 0. Now you can copy this typography component, and right after this list ordered, we can go on to make use of the typography component, and also just outside this square code, we are also going to make use of the typography component. So this is what it does. It's just more like help us group, and you see this spacing that we now have over here. All right, so this makes sense. Now we are going to work on having our emoji in our menu bar. Okay, so we are going to be making use of our emoji, and to make use of emoji in our project, we are going to be making use of Emoji Mat React, which is just really straightforward. So we are not making use of Bun npm, so we need to make use of Bun, and we are going to be installing 2 packages. So this is going to be Emoji Mat /react, and the next is also going to be emoji -mat /data. Okay, so run the installation, bring in these 2 packages, and you can now run dev application to restart your application. And I'm just going to hide the menu bar. All right, so we just have new import, so let's bring them in. So data is going to be coming in from at emoji mat /data, and then we also need to bring in the picker, which is going to come from import picker, and picker is going to be coming in from emoji mat /react. So not just emoji mat like this, emoji mat /react. Now we have an error, and why do we have this error? Because cannot find module, so we need to have the @ right here. So here we are going to be having our picker. Now this picker is going to be somewhere around here. So when we click on it, we want to see our emoji icons, right? So what's going to happen is, just outside this typography component, we are going to make use of a popover component. We have made use of popover a couple of times in this project, so we shouldn't spend so much time on it. And this will come from @/components and UI popover. All right, so what is going to be the popover trigger? It's going to also be a button component. So let's have the popover trigger, which should come from @components UI, and here we are going to have a button. And this button is not going to have these texts and stuff like this. It's going to have this BS emoji smile, which is going to be coming in from React icon. So BS emoji smile should come from React icons /BS. And let me just be sure that it has been moved right to the top. And here in this BS emoji smile, we can just rack up the size a little by giving a size of 20. And now we are going to see this popover over here, but yeah, well, it doesn't have a popover content, which we are going to be working on now. So after the trigger, you know you have the popover content. It should come from components UI popover, and this popover content is going to now be the picker. So here, let's have the picker that we just brought in, which is going to be a self-closing, and this picker, we are going to give it a theme. And if we don't give it this theme, it's not going to work well on the light mode and dark mode. So this theme is going to be the resolved theme, not like that. So resolved theme. And after that, we need to give this picker the data, and the data is going to be equal to data that we just imported. Now, what's going to have happen on emoji select? So we want to add this to our text. Now, if we save this, we see the picker, and we see this weird box over here. And what we can do to change it is to come over to this content, give it a class name, and the class name first we are going to give this is going to be width fit, so that it takes the width of a box and it's going to work. But we also see this because it has some padding. So let's give this a padding of 0 to disable any padding that we might have, and you should see everything now fixed fine. And what we're going to now do in the speaker is to say on emoji select, we are going to have this function. Now this function is going to be concatenating to the text that we already have, and this is going to have the emoji. The emoji is going to be of type any, and the way it's going to work is to have the editor that we are using, and then we can call .chain, and we can also .chain, we need to call it, we can now call .focus like this, and after .focus we want to call insert content. Now we need to provide the content we want to insert, and this is going to be the emoji .native like this, and we can now call .run. So with this we have added the functionality of adding whenever we have a text right here to the text that we currently have. Now we have no way of seeing our content, and that's what we are going to be working on next, so that we can have a place to type, right? So we just finished working right on the menu bar. We need to have the editor content, so that is going to be coming right up. Please, if you're new, do go on and subscribe. Let's continue building out the project. If you have any issues, check my code, compare your code to mine, and if you're not able to find it or have a resolution, perhaps something changed, please don't hesitate to hit me up. All right, so let's continue. And here where we have this placeholder for the, where do we have the placeholder in the text editor? Here we're going to have our editor content. So let's come back and build this. Yeah, welcome back. So let's build out this editor content, the component, and this is going to be the editor content, and this editor content needs to be imported from Tiptap-React, and then to this editor content we are going to be passing in the editor. Now we can pass some class names, not class ID. I want to pass a class name to this editor, and then we're going to pass with full. We're also going to give it a height of full, and we're going to give it on the dark variant, on the dark theme, we want to give it a text of white, so just like this. All right, and then we're going to give it leading, and we are going to give it leading 1.15 pixels, and also so I'm just going to have this closing here, and then I'm going to give this overflow y of hidden, and give this white space pre-wrap like this. All right, so this is the editor, and if we save this already and come back to application, then the application goes on to rebuild. Now we should see the text editor which we can type, and this text editor is going to have the placeholder. Now for some reason I am redirected to /auth to authenticate myself, so please give me a second for me to authenticate, and then we can have a preview. Okay, so I just need to be sure that the authentication goes fine, and then I'm redirected back to the application, and we're going to be redirected to Workspace, and once that compiles, we are going to now be redirected to the channel and the channel ID. So let's wait for all of that to happen, and while that's going on, we need to install the package. And this package we are installing is a Tailwind Typography package, which we are going to be needing. And let's have a preview. So this is it, the Workspace channels and the channel ID. And for some reason I didn't see that compile. So anyways, we still don't have this, or we still don't see the text editor. So I'm going to reload this, and then I'm going to open a new browser here. So Bun install, and the package we need to install is at Tailwind CSS /typography like this. Go on and run the installation, and once the installation is complete, we are going to have a class name that we can now use to, so I'm going to kill this terminal. Okay, and the class name that we actually need right here in our text editor is this prose class name. Okay, you can hover on it. It just helps us to format our typography, and it's very much needed right here for this editor content. Now there's also some styles that we need to apply to our globals.css, and the reason why we need this style in our globals.css is because we are going to have some more like some formatting issues. So let's come back here, and I'm going to close this, and what we're going to do is to come right here, and here you're going to have the tiptap.prose mirror, And the class name we are going to give this is outline none, like this. And just after that, we are also going to have this Tiptap, not the prose mirror. So we are going to have this Tiptap and here P. And we are also going to check is editor. Now this class name, a class name that is defined by the package. So we are just making use of it to make sure we customize it. And here we are making use of before, empty, first child, before. And we want to give this a color. And the color I'm going to be giving this is this color here. So hashtag ADB5BD, like this. And after that, the content is going to have this attribute data placeholder. It's going to float to the left, and quickly just going to give it a height of 0 and pointer events none. So these class names we also need to apply. Now let's see why we don't see our editor content. And now we actually see our editor content after adding the styles. So we see our editor content. Okay, so first, the reason why we have this here is because when we installed this into our project, so the Tailwind CSS typography component, we forgot to add this in the plugins array of our Tailwind CSS. So, and that's why we just got this behavior. So let's come over to our Tailwind config. So come over to the Tailwind config.js. And in the plugins array, you can go on to add this Tailwind CSS typography. Now, when you save this, let's try it out. Let's come back to application and try to input something here. So something, and everything is fine. We can try to even add an emoji. So if we want to add an emoji, let's not highlight everything. Let's just pick one emoji. And we have the emoji here. We can obviously turn this to a bullet point or to numbers. So everything seems to be working just fine. And if we come over to our preferences and let's switch over to our light mode, everything is working just fine. So let's continue with our project. And the next step of our application, before we go into the aspect of the file upload, because then we're going to have our Supabase storage where we can upload PDF or also add images in our chat. But before we get to that, I would like us to have the ability or to go over to our Supabase, and right here in our Supabase, let's create a new table. Now this table, we have one for Workspace users and channels, and this time around is going to be for our messages. And these messages, this table is going to hold the different message that is going to belong to respective channels, which belongs to respective workspace. All right, so what's going to happen is come over to your Supabase project, click on create a new table, and we need to give this table a name. I'm going to give it the name of messages. And here I'm also going to enable RLS, which is row level security. And for the different columns, we are going to have an ID, and we're also going to have these timestamps, which the default is going to be now. And then we're going to have another column, and this column is for the user ID. Now this user ID is for us to keep track of the user that creates this message. And this user ID is going to have a type of UUID, and we can choose the type here. Now for this type, for the ID, we use int8. We can change it to UUID just to be consistent to our type. You can use any type of your choice, and the default is going to be this function, which is generate random UUID. And next column we are going to have is for the file URL. So here let's have a file underscore URL, and this file URL is going to be for the different files that we're going to store in our storage, and it's going to belong to the message. Okay, so it could be a PDF or it could be an image file. We're going to see how we can know the file type. We're going to get to that in a second. And this is going to be of type text because it's a URL, and the default value is going to be null. And for constraints, let's come over here actually for the user ID, because we want this to not be nullable. We always want to have a user associated with an image, with a message, and that means we need to also have some relationship here. We're going to come to that. And for this file URL, we should come here and allow nullable, because not every message is going to contain a file, right? And after that, we are going to have the actual message, or you can call it whatever you like. We can come here and have message, and this message is going to be of type text, or we can just change this to be content like this, any name of your choice. This is the actual content that we are going to be typing right in here. So this is going to be referencing this in the future. And for constraint, it can also be null. So either we have a file URL or we have our content. Okay, so let's add another column, and this column is going to be the workspace ID to know the workspace that this message belongs to. So we're going to have this workspace ID, and the type is going to also be UUID, or we can just leave out the type. And we can also leave out the type here because we are going to have this foreign key relation, and this is not going to be nullable because each message we have is going to be referencing the workspace. And then we are going to have another value which is going to be is_deleted, and this is going to help us to keep track if a particular message has been deleted or not. And the type obviously is going to be a boolean, so we're going to choose this bool, and it's not going to be nullable, and by default a message isn't deleted, so we are going to give it a default value of false. And then we're going to create add a new column, which is going to be the channel underscore ID. Now this is the channel, in this case this font channel, that this message is going to be referencing. And because this is also going to have a relationship, we can leave out the type and we can just remove this is nullable flag. And then we're going to have another column which is going to be for updated underscore at, and the type of this updated is going to be of type timestamps. Okay, so let's look for the type timestamps, so this with a Z. Okay, and the default value is also going to be now like this, so let's have this now function, and this is not going to be nullable. Okay, and so this is all we have. We can now come over to this foreign key to add a foreign key relation, and this is going to start with the public schema. And here in the public schema we want to reference users, and here in users, this is selecting, please select the column for public users to reference to. So from public messages, we want to select the user underscore ID. And now it's going to be referencing another table, which is the public users, and we want to associate them by ID. All right, so now we have this action. If reference role is updated, we are going to choose cascade and also cascade over here. And then we can come over here to save. So once we have this, we can add another foreign key relation, and this time around it's going to be for our workspace over here. So let's do that. We're going to come over here and select the table, which is going to be the workspace, and for our public messages we want to select this workspace ID, which is going to be referencing this ID over here. And also we can select cascade for update and cascade for removed. And now we can click save. And lastly, we need another relation for our channel ID. And if you see here, we already have this type UUID for the workspace, and the same type. The same is going to be for the channel ID. So once we come here, we are going to be referencing the channels table. And from public messages, we want to choose the ID. And we want to have the relationship with the public channels with the ID as well. And then we can select cascade and also cascade over here. Then we can go on to save. So now if you come here, we don't see the type for the channel ID. And okay, we can go on to choose the type, and the type we are going to be choosing is UUID over here like this, and everything should be okay. Actually, I don't see the relation, or do we have it? I don't see the relation for the channel, so let's try it out. I'm going to remove this default. Okay, and what's going to happen is I'm going to remove this and then re-add it. So I'm going to come over here, sorry about that, to add foreign key relation. And I'm going to be selecting the channels, and from public messages I want to select this channel underscore ID. So I totally must have selected something wrong. I'm going to double check. And for public channels I also want to select the ID, and this is going to be cascade, and this is going to be cascade, and then we can come on to save. So let's see what this ID is. This ID, okay, so everything is fine over here. Okay, so let's come here and click on save. If we've done everything correctly, we should see success, get the success notification. So let's give this a second. And after this, we see table messages is good to go. We have this chain here for the user ID, and you can see it's referencing public.users ID. Totally fine. And if we come here and see for the workspace ID, the same is referencing public workspace and the ID. And lastly, we see this is referencing the channel's ID. Please double check that you don't have any errors at this time. And now is the time for us to add row level security RLS. So click on here, and we want to add 3 policies. And one policy we want to add is for insert. So here we are going to click on create policy. And here we want to select insert, okay, and here we want to select also insert like this. And with this is only all that we need. We already have the policy name, for us, and all we just need to do is to click on save policy, and we have this policy here. Another policy we would like to add is for select. So click on add new policy, and here you want to click on select. And here you just want to click select like this, and that's all we also need to do here. And we just want to save this policy, and we should have the policy here. Another policy we would like to create is for update. So come over here, and here we want to choose for update like this. And we just want to come over here and write true like this. And all we need to do is to just give this policy a name. We can just say enable updates. You can give this any name that you can use to know this later on, and every other thing here should be fine. So click on save policy, and now we have 3 policies. Let's come over to our application, and I would like us to update our so let me look for our docs.txt file so we can update our Supabase types. So I'm going to open this. So I'm going to copy this link, and I will be pasting it right in here. And here we need to come over here. We already have this, and we just need to npx Supabase login. So let me copy this and come over here and paste this in so that we can log into our Supabase project. You just hit enter, and once you are in, you should be fine here. So now we are in. The next thing we are going to do is to run this init. I think we've done this already, so we might not really need this, but let's just run it again. So I'm just going to paste this in. We shouldn't have any need for this. Generate VS Code settings for Dino. I'm going to stop this actually, and we're not going to need it. And this is MPX, and we used MPX here, so we are meant to use Bun, but it's totally fine. All right, so let's copy this, and now come back to our project. And here in our project, I'm going to paste this in. And this time around, I'm going to change the MPX to Bun X. And now we have Supabase generate type Typescript and our project ID. Let me get the project ID. We can now close this up. We would not be needing it. So here under settings, we want to come and copy this reference ID. So I'm going to remove everything here except the double quotes, paste this in, and for the location is going to be inside our source, and in our source we have the types. So here this is going to be pointing at source types and then the supabase.ts file, and I'm going to execute this. And now we should have our types updated. And one way we can know, let me run dev our application. One way we can know is if we come over to the styles, sorry, not in styles, in types, and here in the supabase.ts file, we have the tables, and we have one for the channels, we have one for messages, and you see this contains the different fields that we have always specified not quite long in Supabase. And you can see our different functions: add channel to workspace, add member to workspace, and all of these. So everything is fine. Now we have defined our message schema. All right, so good. The next thing I would like us to focus on now is to make sure that we can now create messages. And once we have the ability to create messages, then we are going to focus on integrating the socket IO for real-time messaging feature in our application. Hello my friends and welcome back. So the next thing we want to do now is to be able to create messages, to store messages right here in our Supabase backend. Now let's not waste any more time. We previously created these message tables. Now let's make use of it. And the next thing we're going to do is to come back to our IDE here. And for now, I'm just going to close all these tabs that we have open, or I will just leave only the text. Okay, I did close it, but I just wanted to leave the text editor component open. And here we have this send button, which isn't doing anything for now, but we definitely have the content right here. The first thing we have to do is to create a new Supabase client. And the reason why we are doing this is because we need to have WebSocket connection right in our project. And for that, we are going to not make use of the app router. We are going to make use of the pages router. We are going to get to that in a second. But for that, let's come over to our Supabase folder. And here in our Supabase folder, we want to have a Supabase server. But this is for our pages. Okay, so we're going to call it Supabase server pages.ts. And here we are going to be having the Supabase client. So let's export to default. And this is going to be a function that we can call Supabase server client. And then we can just add these pages like this. And this is going to be taken in the request. And the request is going to be of type Next API request, which should be imported from Next. And then we are going to have the response, which is also going to be a Next API response like this. And this is our function body. So I'm just going to fix the typo I have here and everything should be fine. Now this Next API response also needs to be imported from Next. So let's have the import here. And these two, they are types. So we can just have this type prefix here like this and everything should be fine. All right, so I'm just going to zoom out a bit so you see the function. And the next thing we want to do now is to have our Supabase client. So we're going to be creating a new Supabase client and we can call it Supabase. And this is going to be equal to the create server client. Now create server client is a function that we need to import. So let's go and import this create server client function. And this should be coming in from the Supabase SSR package. So let's come here and import this from at Supabase/SSR package like this. Now we have the Supabase client. We are going to come here and say, now we need to provide some other information to this create server client. And the information is the Next Supabase URL, our Next public Supabase URL, and also our Next public unknown key. Now we know that both of these is going to be coming in from our process.env. So let's head over to our env.local here. And then I'm going to zoom in, and this is our Next public Supabase URL. We can copy this and we can provide it here. Not like this. Next public Supabase URL. And next we need to bring in our, and this should be a like this. And next is going to be our Supabase unknown key. So we're going to have our process.env, and now let's come over here and copy this Next public Supabase unknown key. Please do copy it and paste it right in here. Okay, so what else do we need? We can also pass some options, and the options we are going to pass is quite identical to what we have over here in our Supabase server. So we just copy this object that we have here. So all the way here, so this object, sorry, and yeah, like this. And then we can paste it right in here. Now, if we need to change anything, we are going to see in a second, but for now, this is cookies. And then we have this function to get cookies, which takes in the name. And rather than make use of cookies store here, we are going to be making use of, just can get rid of everything. So this is going to be rec.cookies. And now we can access the name. Okay, and the next thing we are going to do, the name which is coming in from here is for set, and set is also going to take in the name, the value, and the options, which is going to be of cookie options. And cookie options needs to be imported from Supabase SSR. So let's come over here and also import the type cookie options from Supabase SSR package. Okay, so now I have my formatting, and this is how everything should look like. And the next we are going to have here is not cookie store.set. So what we're going to be doing here is quite different. So we can get rid of everything here. We are going to be saying res.append header. And this header window append is this set cookie key, and the value is not going to be this. The value is going to be serialized. Now, serialized also needs to be imported from the Supabase SSR package. And you see Copilot is telling me it needs the name, the value, and the options, which is totally correct. So make sure you have this serialized imported from the Supabase SSR package. Now, for remove, we also need to append header, but this time we are going to be having an empty string like this as the value. So here we are passing the value because we are removing, we are taking the name and we're passing it here, and we are just passing an empty string. So this is the Supabase server pages, the Supabase server client for the pages, which we are going to be making use of right now. And then we can go on to create the handler. So before we go on to create the API route, we shouldn't forget to return the Supabase. So just right here, we should come over here and we need to return Supabase like this. All right, so the next thing we're going to be doing is now we need to create the API route that is going to handle the creation of a new message. And to do that, we can come over to the source folder. And in the source folder, we are going to be creating a new folder. Okay, so this is the pages folder. If you're not used to the pages folder, I have a couple of tutorials in the past where I worked with this pages folder for Next.js 13. And again, the reason why we are making use of the pages folder is because of our WebSocket connection. Otherwise, it can just live fine in the API folder here. So right here in the pages folder, we are going to be creating a new folder for WebSocket. So here we can have this WebSocket folder. And inside this WebSocket, then we are going to have a route for messages. And in here, we are going to have the index.ts. So when we are sending a post request, we should go into pages, and we forgot to create a new API folder. So this is going to be pages, API, and then it's going to have this WebSocket and now our messages. And right inside this message, we want to have our index, which is going to be our index.ts file. So your breadcrumb should look like this: source, pages, API, WebSocket, messages, and this index is any request coming to /messages. So /API /WebSocket /messages is going to come inside this index route. All right, so let's go on and export our default function. And we are going to call this handler. You can give this any name of your choice, but handler is a name you're going to see more quite often. And the request is going to be of type next API request. So here, let's have the type next API request, and this should be imported from next, and the response is going to be next API response. Now we're going to be sending back a response in the future with WebSocket connection, where we're going to be emitting the message that gets created. But for now, we are going to be sending the next API response type. Okay, so what are we going to do next? We can have a check for the request.method. So here we can check if the request.method, and we want to check if the method is not equal to post, because this is for creating a new message. In that case, we don't want to continue. We want to go on and return a response.status, and this is going to have a status code of 205, and actually not 205. This is going to have a response of 405, and we should have this here, so not equal to post like this, because we only want to access post request. And we can also send back a JSON response, which is going to be this object that says method not allowed. And after that, we can now go on to have our try catch, and our try catch block. For our error handling, we can just come here and log the error to the console. So console.log, and we can have the error, give it more like a descriptive name. So here we can say creation or message creation error. and then we can console.log the error. But that's not enough. We also always want to return a response back to the client. So we're going to return this response with a status code of 500 and a message of internal server error. All right, so now we are going to handle the try block, and the first thing we want to do now is to get the user data. So const user data, and this is going to, now remember, we are going to be making use of we need to write another function to get the user data, because the function we had in the past, if we come over to our actions and somewhere we can find the get user data, you see this is making use of the Supabase server client. Now we need to get or have another function to get the user data, but this time around we want to make use of the Supabase server client for the pages. So in this case, we are going to come over to our actions, and here in our actions, we are also going to create this in our get user data. Now, this is the one we had from previously, and we are going to be creating a new one that we are going to be using here, which is going to be in line with this Supabase server client for pages. I hope it makes sense. All right, so here let's have export another function, which is going to be get user data. And here we can have pages, and it's going to be equal to this async function. Now Copilot is saying to get the ID. That's totally wrong, and we just need to get rid of all this. So this is the function here, and this is going to take the request, and the request is going to be a Next API request, which should be imported from Next. And then we also need a response, and the response is also going to be a Next API response, which should be imported from Next. So let's confirm that we have these two brought in from Next, and I'm just going to move them right over to the top. Now we have the request, and we also have the response. We can say this function is going to be returning a promise, and this promise, when it resolves, is going to resolve to be of type user, or we can get null. And let's confirm we have the user. Yeah, we have the user imported from our type. All right, so the first thing we're going to do now is to have our Supabase client. If you're still getting this error, it's totally fine. It's because we haven't returned anything yet. Now, the next thing we're going to do is to have our Supabase client. So we're going to say const Supabase, and Supabase is going to be equal to Supabase server client. And remember, we are going to be making use of the pages. So do make sure you import the Supabase server client pages, which is this that we just created, and it should be imported here. And now we need to pass two things to this. It needs the request, and it also needs the response. Now with this, we can just quickly make a call to Supabase, and this is going to be not this. This is going to be await supabase.auth, and then we can call get user like this, and this should give us the user. And we're just going to close this up here. So we should now check if we don't have any user, then we're going to return null. And here we can go on to make the request to get the user. So const data error is equal to awaiting supabase.from users. We're going to select everything. And this is our where clause where the ID is going to be equal to this user that we find here, .id. Now we're going to check if we have an error. Now in that case, in case we have an error, we want to return null, and we want to just log the error to the console. And if we have data, we want to go on and return the data. All right, so now we have this get user. We now need to make use of it in this index.ts. And coming over here, we are going to call this get user data pages, and it's going to be imported from the actions, and this needs the request and the response, and we are going to pass it across to it. Now, if you have an error for the await, that's because this function needs to be async function, and we are going to use it right here. Now, I'm just going to separate the import over here. This is coming from Next, and this is coming in from our own file. And let's not forget to save this file here. And here we should be good. All right, so now we have the user data. We need to check in case we don't have a user data, in case it's null, because if you hover on this, you see it's of type user or null. So we need to check if we don't have any user data, then we are going to return a response of 401 with JSON message of unauthorized. Now, then we need to get the channel ID and the workspace ID from the request, okay? We're going to come over to the content, which is going to be coming from the request body. But for now, we want to have the channel ID and the workspace ID from the request.query. So here we're going to have channel ID, and we also want to have the workspace ID. Workspace ID, and this is going to be equal to the request.query like this. Now, in case we don't have the channel ID or workspace ID, we want to return this bad request. So request response with a status of 400, and then this JSON response of bad request. All right, so now we need to get the content and the file URL from the body. Okay, so if we come back to our Supabase project, remember here, what did we call it? I'm just going to give this a reload. In case it's not loading for you, as I saw delay for me, I just got the notification, which is gone. So hopefully everything loads this time around. Yeah, so it does load, and you see we gave this a name of content. Okay, so it depends on how you want to send it over from the client to the server, but we should bear in mind that we gave it the name of content. So for that, I'm going to stick to content over here like this. So the content is going to come from the request body, and we could also have a file. So let's also get a file URL from the request body. Now we can check if there's no content. Then we want to tell the user that content is required. But remember here, if we just come here in a second, we see that content is optional. So I'm just going to say edit, and we see here is nullable. So we can have content and we can have file URL, but we need to make sure that we at least have one. So with this, we're going to check if we don't have a content and we don't have a file URL, then we're going to send back this bad request to make sure that we at least have one. All right, so now we can go on to have our Supabase client right over here, which we don't have for now. So const Supabase, and Supabase is going to be equal to Supabase server. We need to import this, and after importing is this so this isn't async function, so we don't need to use the await keyword. And let me verify. Yeah, so this is the import here. Okay, now we have our Supabase client. The first thing we want to do is to go on and check if the user is a member of a channel. So we're going to say const, and we are going to get a data, which we can rename to channel data, and we can also get error, which we can call channel error. And over here, we are going to await Supabase, and we can say from, and then we can say from the channels. Okay, which is the channels table. What do we want to go on and do? That we want to select everything where the ID is going to be equal to the channel ID. Now, that's not all. We also want to make sure that it contains the member. So if we come here back to our Supabase client and we take a look at channels, you will see channels has this members, which is a test string. So we also want to check if it also contains the member ID. Okay, so we're going to say dot contains, and contains is going to be for the members, and now is going to be the value is going to be this array where we're going to have user data.id like this. Okay, so we're not going to be making use of the channel error, so we can just get rid of this. And what we can check here is if we actually have data. So we're going to say if there is no like this, if there is no channel data dot length, so here let's add dot length because it's meant to be a list, an array. We're going to return this response with a status of 403 and a JSON of, we can just say channel not found or forbidden, anything like that would work. So after this, the next thing we want to do now is to go on and insert the message, and that's pretty much straightforward. We can come here and say const, we are going to get our error, or we can come back to that in a second. This is going to be equal to awaiting Supabase, and from messages we want to go on and insert like this. And insert is going to take an object where we can provide the different fields. Now we need the user ID, which is user underscore ID, and this is going to be the user data.id. So what we are doing now at this point, we are providing these fields for messages. So this user underscore ID, the created that comes automatically. Remember, we gave a default. The file URL isn't going to be there. It can be nullable. It could be the content. It could also be nullable. Workspace ID is deleted, and this also has a default of false. The channel ID and the updated that also comes automatically. Okay, so we have the user data. The next thing is going to be the workspace ID. And the next thing we want to provide is the channel ID. And after the channel ID, we want to have the content. Could be null, could be and then we have the file URL, and this is all we need. The next thing we're going to have here is we could have an error, and we can call this creating message error. And we can also go on to have our data. All right, so what do we want to check here now? We want to, we are not done with this query, please, because we want to go on and select everything after creating a new message, and we are going to use this star here to select everything. But that's not all we want to select. We also want to populate the user. Okay, so we're going to have it like this in this user, and then we are going to say the user underscore ID, and from there we are going to take everything. Now what we are doing here is we are selecting all the fields that belongs to message, and we additionally want to add this user key, and this on the user underscore ID is saying come inside this user underscore ID, which has this for relation to the public user's ID, then go into that table and fetch everything. All right, and we can also say dot single like this, and everything should now be okay. Now let's check in case we have an error. So if creating message error, in that case, we want to go on and return a response. We're just going to console.log message creation error, and this is going to be the error message. And then we're going to return 500, where the message is going to be internal server error. All right, so the last thing we're going to do, at least for now, until we have our WebSocket, is to now send back a message to the client. So we're going to return the status of 201, which says successfully created. And then the JSON is going to have this, we just have this object with a message and message created, and we can also add the data. All right, so now we have the API route that is ready to create a new message. The next thing we're going to do now is to make sure we can post the message right here from our text editor. Okay, so what we're going to do is to have a function that we are going to call when we click on the button. So here we can have the function defined somewhere around here. So const, we can call this function handle send or send message, anything like that. And this is going to be equal to an async function. And what we're going to do now is to come over to where we have this send button over here. And here we are going to give this on click, and on click of this button, we want to call this handle send. Now that's not all. We also want to disable this button if we don't have any content, or we can say if the content isn't long enough. So maybe we don't want to access or have the user send just one letter as a message. Maybe we want to have a minimum of 2. So we're going to say if content.length is less than 2, then go on and disable the button. In your case, you might just want to disable it if there is no content at all. It just depends on how you want to build the application. But in this case, I'm going to disable the button if the content length is not up to 2 characters. All right, and every other thing here should remain the same. So all the work we are going to do here is to now send the message. The first thing I want to do is to make sure we have the content whenever we click on the button. So for now, I'm just going to log the content to the console, come back to our application, make sure we just give this a reload to be sure that all our changes that we have made so far has been applied. And this is going to take some time to load up. So let's give it a second for it to load. And while it is loading up, we can just come here and open our developer tools to be sure we have everything up and running, and also to check if we have any errors. Okay, so it's taking some time to compile, and now it is done compiling. We have more warnings, and this is very much okay. It seems to be some third-party libraries. So what we're going to do right here is to type message And once we hit this send button, we should see it here. So this is the message we typed here. And let's also try to add an emoji to be sure that everything is still working fine. And once we send this, we see our emoji inserted right here. Okay, so we are sure that we are having the content here. The first thing we want to do now is to also have the check. And we're going to check if the content.length is less than 2. So if content.length is less than 2, in that case, just go on and return, and we can now have our try catch block over here. Now, in case of any error, let's handle the error part first. We're just going to log it to the console. And what we can now do here in the try block is to make use of Nextjs. Now, I don't think we have Nextjs installed, so let's come over here and install Nextjs. I'm going to open a new terminal tab, and we can say bun install Nextjs like this. And Nextjs is going to be our HTTP client for sending the message or post a message to our backend. Now we have Nextjs installed. We need to bring it right here in our project. And for that, I'm going to move this send from Lucid React right over here at the top. And I'm going to import Nextjs. Nextjs is going to be coming in from Nextjs like this. All right, so now we have Nextjs brought in. Let's make use of it. We're going to await Nextjs, and we can call .post. And this post now needs to point to our URL. Now remember, the URL we want to target is this /API/WebSocket/messages. So please make sure you don't have any typos. /API/WebSocket/messages. Okay, and that is going to be dynamic because this text editor is not only going to be used in this component, it is also going to be used in other components. So let's bring in this API URL as a prop. I think it makes sense. So right here, this text editor now is going to be taking in some props, and for that we can map it as a functional component where we import FC from React. Now this is a generic type, as you know, and right up here we can now define the type. So we can say type our text editor props is going to be equal to an object, and we need two things. We need the API URL. The API URL is going to be of type string. And again, we want to know if this is used as a channel and if this is used for our direct messages. So for that, we are going to have the type, and the type is going to be either channel or direct. Any type that you can identify within your application. And I'm just going to, I think this is going to be making sense. But for direct, I'm just going to call it direct message like this. Now we have this, we can take this type text editor props and pass it right in here. So here we can have our text editor props like this. And that means we can come right in here and destructure the API URL and also the type. We don't need the type yet, but we shall see when we need it. So right here in the handle send, we are now going to be posting this message, which is going to be going to the API URL like this. And now we can have this API URL. We should be getting an error already somewhere, and I think that should come from the page. So if we try to go to the channel ID page, and the channel ID page is right on your app main workspace ID, channels, channel ID, page.tsx. So this is the tree. And here, where we are making use of this text editor, we now know we need to pass the API URL. And this API URL now needs to match, what we've discussed here. So /API/WebSocket/messages. So /API/WebSocket/messages. Please make sure you don't have any typo, else it's not going to work as you expect. And the type is going to be for channel. So we can save this and we can continue right here in the text editor. So we need to also pass some query parameters, because if we come here, we are looking for these two query parameters. So just right over here where we are accessing request.query, give me a second here. So we need to pass the channel ID as well as the workspace ID. So I'm going to copy these two and come back here to the text editor. And here we can now have them like this. So the channel ID is going to be equal to the channel.id, and that means we also need to accept this as prop for the channel ID. It's the same as the workspace ID. So here we're going to have an AND to separate them, and the workspace ID is now also going to be equal to the workspace ID. So that means this needs a channel and this also needs the workspace data. So let's come here and say, hey, give us a channel, and the channel is going to be of type channel. Channel should be imported from our type, and also the workspace. So here we're going to say workspace data, and the workspace data is going to be of type workspace, which should be coming in from our types. Now that means we have an error in the page.tsx, and here we can now say the channel is going to be equal to the current, do we have it here? Yeah, the current channel data. And next we need the workspace data, which is going to be equal to the current workspace data. So in case you've forgotten, in the past we brought in this current workspace data, and we also brought in this current, where is it? Current channel data, which is this over here. Okay. So we have provided these two, we can save, and now we can come back here and destructure these. We can come here and say, hey, the channel data and the workspace data. Now this type is going to make sense to configure this placeholder that we have here. So here we can update this, right? Because we don't just need the channel name like this. And if we come here, let's just have a preview. I'm just going to get rid of this so we can see the placeholder. So you see message channel name. Now we have the channel name here, we can update it. So what we're going to do here is to say message, and we can say if channel.name, if it's channel, so we can say if type equals to channel, then we want to go on and display the channel.name. Otherwise, we want to display the username. And for that, we are just going to have username yet because we haven't gotten into direct messaging. So that's what we're going to have. And once we save this, everything should be fine. But let's provide the channel ID as well as the workspace ID. So for here, we are going to have the channel, and you know that channel can be null. So we can say channel.id. And for the workspace, we are going to say, which is going to be equal to, and now we're going to say the workspace data.id. Now, I know you're thinking, okay, because right here, we can also have for the direct message, you know, all those properties. When we get there, we're going to make this dynamic, and here we can have a comma so that we can have the data. Now it's also important, if you come over to the index.tsx, over here you're going to see you have the content and you have the file URL. Okay, so we need to also pass these two right here, and to do that we can come here and say the content like this. Now the file URL is going to be different. We're going to come to that, but for now we just need to pass the content. The file URL is going to be handled somewhat differently because that's going to be going over to the Supabase storage buckets. So once we have all of these, after sending this request, we want to come here and set our content back to an empty string. And we also want to come here and say our editor like this, editor, if it's available, .commands, and there we want to set content. So set content back to an empty string like this. All right, so let's save up, and I feel good for us to try this out. And we're not just gonna send, because we are going to have real-time WebSocket connection here. We're not gonna have a toast notification to say message sent or anything like that. So let's try this out. We have the browser update, and we are gonna keep an eye on Supabase, because for now we are not displaying the message here. So I'm going to have here and say, you see, these are the updates to message phone. You can add, you know, message phone workspace or work channel. But here we are going to have the first message. And if we've done everything, we should see the message clear up after a while. And if we come over to our Supabase, we should see the message there. So we have sent this, and it's taking some time. We haven't seen anything. And if we come over here and just give this a reload, if we don't see a message here, that means something actually went wrong somewhere. So we're going to reload this, and we don't see our message, and we don't see this clear up. So definitely something is wrong. We already have the access error. And if we inspect this error, what is it saying? It is saying, all right, my friends, so welcome back. Actually, I didn't change anything. I just had to quit the development server and give it a reload, and everything started working fine. So please, if you still have errors, make sure you just come over here, quit your dev server, and have everything restart on its own. You see the API URL is still the same, and right here in the text editor, nothing changed, so everything is still the same. And also over here in the index, I can also get rid of this console.log that I was using for debugging purposes, and everything remained the same. So please just shut your process and restart, and everything should be fine. And after testing it out, I came here and then I saw the message, a first message. So everything is gonna work fine. So I'm just gonna give this some time for it to reload. And once it reloads, we can give it another trial. But now we are done with this ability to send message. I think now it makes sense for us to have the ability to also post PDFs. So we can have some message and also some PDF files that we can work with as we build out our project. So just loading up here, and the next thing we're going to do is to set up our Supabase storage. So let's come over here and try to post a second message. So we can say a second message. And once we click on this, we give it a period of time and this should clear up. Yeah, so we see it clears. This button is now disabled. And if we come here, we should see the second message, and here it is, second message. So now we are sure we can post messages. The next thing I would like us to do is to come over to your project, come over to storage, that is your Supabase project, and you need to create a new bucket. So I'm going to come here and give this bucket a name. You can give this any name of your choice. I'm going to give this a name of chat files, and I'm going to make it a public bucket so that it's just easy on us. And you can set some additional configuration. And this, you can, for one, go on to restrict the size. You see here, if you toggle this, you see here the global upload limit, has this over the value that you set here. So it takes precedence over this value, which is 50 megabytes. So even if you set this to 100 MB, you know that the global is set to 50 MB. And then you also have this allowed MIME types. So we can just copy this to say we want to allow images. And we can also have a comma here for PDFs. For PDF, we can say application /PDF. So once you have all of that saved, done, you can come here and click on save. All right, so we're going to save that. And with that saved, the next thing we need to do now is to create policies. So let's come over to this policies section over here, and we're going to create a new policy. We can come over for full customization. We can give this a name of select. We can also just click or select insert, update, delete. We can give this a name of chat policies, chat files, policies. Everything should be fine here. We can come over to preview and click on save. So once we click on save, we should see our policy here. So we have one for select, for insert, for update, and also for delete. And now we have set up our Supabase storage. Remember, we have this name of chat files. We can now try to work on our file upload. And to work on that, we should come over to this menu header, because right over here, we have this button to open a model. So if we come back to our project, and I'm just going to close others. And now in this text editor, we have this FI plus. So it's not actually in the menu header, it's right here. We have this FI plus. And what we're going to do here is just add an on click. And on click of this, not on can play, on click, we want to have a function which we can call toggle file upload. So toggle file upload model, like this. And now we need to make sure that we create this toggle file upload model. And to do that, we need to make use of some values that we are going to store in our state. So right here, we are going to have this file upload modal. Set file upload modal is going to have this use state and the default value of false. And right below it, we can now have the function that we call toggle file upload modal. And we can go with this way of just inversing what we have here, or a much more React way is to take when the new state depends on the previous state, we can have the previous state and then we want to go on and return the inverse of the previous state. So we have this file upload modal. We need to chain it to something, right? So for that, we need a dialog. And let's create a dialog component, which is just going to be right below this button, this send button. And we need to import the dialog. So let's have the dialog component. I'm sure we've used this previously. So let's bring in dialog, and dialog should come from our components. I'm going to update the imports right here to come from /components and then UI dialog. We have the dialog component. We need to chain the state values for the onOpen change. So here we have onOpen change is going to be equal to the toggle file upload modal. And for the open state, we need to open if the open file modal is true. So what did we call it? We called it file upload modal. Okay, so here we're going to have file upload modal. And with that, we can have our dialog content. So here we can have our dialog content, and dialog content should be imported from our components. And this dialog content also needs some class names. So here I'm going to give it a class name of SM, give it a max width, and the max width I'm going to be giving to this is going to be MD medium. And inside this content, we are going to have a dialog header. So let's also import our dialog header right from our components. And then this dialog header is going to have a dialog title and not footer, so dialog title. And this dialog title, we can go on to wrap it in our own typography component, but in this case I think it already has the pre-styled for the dialog title. So here I'm just going to have our file upload for the title. All right, so I'm going to save this and we're going to have a preview shortly. And after the title, we can have our dialog description. So let's have our dialog description, which also needs to be imported from our components. And here we can provide a description, which is going to say upload a file to share with your team, anything of your choice. And I think this is a beautiful time for us to come over here and try this out. Okay, so we have an error. Let's be sure that everything is working fine and good. Is this a client component? Yes, it is a client component. Make use of the use client directive. And this reload can take some time. So it actually did log me out. So I'm going to reload and let me see. And now we are logged out. We just need to sign in. I need to sign back into the application. And once I am authenticated, I should be redirected back to the channel. Okay, so now I am authenticated. Let's continue while it uploads. And just right after this header, we need to have a chat file upload component, which is a component we are going to be creating. So here we're going to have our chat file upload, and this is going to be a self-closing component. So what does this need? This needs the user data, which is going to be equal to user data. It also needs the workspace data, which is going to be equal to the workspace data. And lastly, we need the channel, which is going to be equal to the channel. Now we have an error, obviously, because we don't have this chat file upload. So let's come over to our components and create it. So right here in the components, we need to create a new file, which is our chat file upload.tsx. Now we could have made use of Uploadthing, but I want you to see, because we have made use of Uploadthing in the past, and maybe you want to be familiar with also how to use Supabase storage bucket. So that's why I also try to bring this solution into this course. Okay, so we know that this is going to be a client component, so we can have this use client, and let's import most of the things we are going to need. So we need card, and card is going to be coming in from @/components UI card. We also need input, so let's import input, and input is going to be coming in from our components UI input. So from @components UI input, and we also need our button. We also want to go on and import Z from Zod. So here let's import Z, and Z is going to be coming in from Zod. And we also need to import our UUID. So let's come here and import v4, and v4 we can import it as UUID, and this is going to be coming in from UUID package. We also need our Zod resolver. We also need use form. Use form can come in. We also need our Zod resolver. So here let's have our Zod resolver, which will be coming in from at hook form /resolvers/Zod. And we also need to import some things from React, which is FC, and we also need to bring in useState from React. We obviously need to import way more. And lastly, we're going to bring in Toast, and Toast is going to be coming in from Sonar library. So this is going to be all for now, and I can't obviously cover all we need, or maybe I just bring in form, and form is going to be coming from @components UI form. So we can get started with this, and this also shows that we are going to be needing a form inside this component, this modal. So here let's have the declaration. So const chat file upload, which is going to be equal to this function. Now we can save ourselves some errors by coming here and already importing this chat file upload, which should be coming in from the components, and we are not exporting it. So here let's export the default, and this is going to be the chat file upload. We can save this, come over here, and do well to import it right from our @/components. And then we have the chat file upload. Now we can save this, and we have errors because of these props that we don't provide. All right, so we're going to be fixing the errors right about now. And what we're going to do is to say this is of type FC function component, and we are going to have the type. We can have the type inside here since it's 3 types, not much, or you can outsource this right in here. You can just copy this or cut. And right here, you can say the type and the chat file upload props, which is going to be equal to the object. And you can then copy this and paste it right in here. So this is going to be having the user data, and the user data is going to be of type user. We also know we need to bring in the user, and the user should come from our types. And I'm just going to differentiate this from the third-party imports. And then we also need our workspace data. So here let's have our workspace data, and we know workspace data is going to be of type workspace, and workspace also should come from our types. And lastly, we need a channel, and the channel is going to be of type channel. I believe we have the channel type already from our types. All right, so this makes sense, and we have an error because we are not returning. We need to return JSX, and we can get the channel. We can also get the user data, and we can also get the workspace data. So let's save this and come over here, and we need to provide the types. The user data is going to be the user data. Or what did we call it? Did we call it current user data? Let's see. So we don't have the user data. So let's ask for the user data here as well. So the user data is going to be of type user, and user needs to be imported from the types. Okay, so we know this text editor props is being used in the channel ID page, which is here. Now we need to just give it to users. We are doing some prop drilling over here, but I think it's fine. We have it 1 level here, and then come over to the workspace. We have it 2 levels here. So now the user data, do we bring it in? Sorry, if I'm moving too fast. We need to bring in the user data here. So let's destructure it, and now we can pass the user data to our chat file upload, which needs the user data. And we already have the workspace data, which is going to be workspace data. And lastly, for the channel, we have the channel, I hope is channel. Let's verify. Channel is of type what? Channel. Okay, so we have all the types we are passing to this chat file upload. Now let's make use of it here. So the first thing we're going to do before we can go on to start building our component, let's come here and, okay, I think we should go on and build our component and then we see what we need. So we need first a card, and this card we have already imported, and this card is not going to have any extra styling. Here we can close up our card component, and right inside this card we are going to have our card content. So here let me get rid of these. So card content, and card content needs to be imported from our component UI card. Now this card content needs some class name like a padding round of 6 and a space y4. So okay, now this card content is going to be holding a div, and this div is going to have a class name of border and border dashed, and it's also going to have border gray 200, is going to have rounded LG, is going to have display of flex call, is going to have a gap of 1. Okay, it's going to have a padding of 6, is going to have items center like this. All right, and in here you are going to have a file, and this file is what we in the icon that we imported from Lucid React. So here let's have our file, and we can close it right here, give it some class names. I'm just going to bring not file up like this. I'm just going to have the class names here, and the class name we are going to give it just width of 12 and give it w12, w12, and give it a height of 12 like this. Okay, so I think by now at this point we should be able to start seeing this. And why are we having an error here? We have an error because void, yeah, React node. Now we are returning JSX. I don't think we should be having the error. And we obviously needed to bring in file, and file should be brought in from Lucid React. And I'm going to move this right here to the top, and everything should be fine. And we are having this error because we forgot to have our return keyword. So here, let's have our return, and we no longer have the error. Everything should now work fine. Okay, so what's going to happen is we can click here and we see our file, which is looking good. And we can also come over to preferences for the light mode, click here, and we see, so it works fine on our light mode and also on our dark mode. All right, so the next thing we are going to do after this file is to have a span. So let's have a span tag here, and it's going to have some class names like text sm, give it a font of medium, give it a text gray of 500, and right in here we just want to give the user a hint, drag or drop your files here, and we can make it up our typography components for that. So let's bring it in, and it's going to have this text, and the variant is going to be a variant of paragraph. And after that, so after this div, we can now start building out our form. Give this a class name of space y2, and also give this text sm like this. And let's save this, and inside here we are going to build our form. So let's have our form component, which we have already imported, and we need to build our form. So here we are going to be spreading out the form like this, but this is going to give us error as we don't have this form built out right now. So for us to do that, we need to have some form schema and all of that stuff. So right outside this component, let's have our form schema, and our form schema is going to be equal to z.object. And in here, what do we need? We can have file, because we need to have a file, and this is going to be not like this, z.instance, instance of like this, and we can have an instance of file list. Okay, and this is going to have this dot refine, and this refine we are going to have here is going to take in the files, and we just want to go on and return the, you can just say files like this. We can check the length. If the length is equal to 1, okay, and then we can have our error message here. If the condition isn't met, we can say file is required, like this. All right, and we can also chain another refine, so dot refine, and this refine is also going to get access to the files, and this time around we want to have access to the file. So here we are going to return this const. So here we're going to have this object body where we're going to have const file, and file is going to be equal to files, and we take the one at first index. And here we can go on to have a return, which is going to return this check over here. So we can say if if the file.type isn't equal to, because we want to support just PDF, so application/PDF, or we want to check if the file.type is going to start with, so starts with image like this. Okay, so that then we can come right here after the return and have this not here, just after this refine, we can have our comma here, and we can say file must be an image or a PDF. So this error message like this is going to work just fine. So we have a form schema, and we need to make use of the schema to build the form. So what we're going to do here is going to first, let's try to have a state on when we are submitting the form. So we can say is uploading, and then we can set is uploading, which is going to be use state a default value of false. And now we can have our form. So const form is going to be equal to use form, and use form we can pass the type here. We can say z.infer, and we're going to infer this from what type? We're going to infer this from the type of our form schema like this. And with this, we can now pass a default value. So the default values we are going to pass, it knows that we have file because we have defined file in our schema. And by default, file is going to be equal to undefined, not this, undefined like this. Okay, so we have this, and I don't think we should have any error. Do we have an error? Cannot find name file. This should be file, and everything here should be fine. I think it's just false alarm from Visual Studio Code. Yeah, so it's gone. And the next thing we're going to do is to have the image ref, and the image ref is going to be equal to our form.register, and we are going to register this with the file name like this. Okay, and lastly, because we are going to need on submit, let's just have this async function, which we can call handle upload, any name of your choice, which we know is going to get the value. We're going to come to that later. Okay, so now we can make use of all these that we have built to wire up our form, and we are having error because now we can have the form tag, HTML tag here, and we can have the onSubmit. The onSubmit now should be pointing into this handle upload. So we can now pass the handle upload here, but we're not going to pass it like that. We're going to have this form.handleSubmit, and now we can pass in our handle upload. And we can give this some class name. I'm just going to give this a class name of space y8 like this. And after this, we can have our form field, and this form field should be imported from our components UI form. And this form field is going to be a self-closing tag. And here we're going to have our control, and the control is going to be equal to form.control. We are also going to have a name, and the name is going to be equal to file, and we are going to have the render function. And this render function is going to take a function that is going to return JSX, and the JSX is going to be our form item, which is going to be coming in from components, and this is going to take in children. So it's not going to be self-closing, and your structure, your HTML structure should look something like this. If I am too fast, please, you can get all the code from GitHub. I have made everything available. All right, so this render function is going to be taking in some arguments automatically, such as the field, and we can make use of this field here. Right here in the form item, let's have our form label. The form label should be brought in from our components UI form. And I'm going to close this up, and this is going to have the HTML4, and this is going to be HTML4 file. like this. We can give this some class name, and this is going to have this text SM and give it a font medium. Okay, and because we have this form label, we can just have the file. Not making use of our typography component is totally fine. And after form label, we can have our form control. So here we can just bring in form control, and form control should also come in from our components UI form. And a form control is going to be this input component, which we have already imported into this file, and input is going to be self-closing. So this is going to take in the type, and we're saying, hey, you're going to be of type file, which is a HTML attributes type that the input is aware about. And we want this to accept image like this. So this is going to accept image, and we have a comma for application /PDF for it to accept only images and PDF files. So remember, we created an image ref. So this is the time where we are going to spread the image ref in here like this. But that's not all. We need a placeholder, and the placeholder is going to be equal to choose a file or file, anything of your choice. And we will need to have the onChange, and the onChange we're going to pass to this is going to take in the event. And with the event, we want to come here and say file.onChange. Do we have an error? I don't think so. It shouldn't be file, it should be field, that field that we are destructuring from here. So field.onChange, and then we're going to pass event.target. We have this check here, files like this, and the error is gone. Okay, so we have built our form. We obviously need to have a button that is going to help us upload our form. So for that, let's have a button right in here. It's going to take in a type. The type is going to be type submit, because a button within a form goes on to submit the form. And we want to disable this button. If we are uploading like this, we can obviously give it a size, and the size is going to be LG for large. And here we can close up our button. And for the upload, let's make use of our typography component, which is going to be having a variant of paragraph like this. So let's save this. I don't think we need to do any more change yet. All we're going to do now is to make sure that when we submit the form, to be sure that we have done everything correctly on this onSubmit, we are going to get the values, and we're going to say these values is going to be of type z.infer, and this is going to be our type of, and then we can have our form schema right here. So what we are going to do is to make sure that, hey, we can just console.log this value to the console to be sure that everything is working fine. So I'm going to save this now, and with this save, we can come back to our application, and I'm going to open the console so that we can see our log right in here. And then I'm going to click here, and as I click, I see this, and then I'm going to choose it. So right here in the desktop, in my desktop, I'm just going to choose this AI image and click on, you can see that this video is cancelled out, so it allows us to pick only images and only PDFs as well. So once we click on this upload, we see our file, which is of type file list. Now we have this file. It's time for us to go on and submit this file in our Supabase storage bucket. I'll see you, and please, if you have any questions, don't forget to ask in the comment section. All right, welcome back. So we are at this point where we have our modal. We are able to log to the console to at least upload a file, and we just log it to the console here. So now let's make sure we are sending this file to our Supabase storage bucket, and Copilot is giving me loads and loads of helpful suggestions, but let's start from scratch. So we're going to say set is uploading to true, and then we need a unique ID. So const unique ID, and the unique ID is going to be equal to UID. We obviously need to have access to the file, and the file is going to be equal to values.file, and then we take the first element, and then we can have a check. If we don't have any file, then let's go on and return. We don't want to continue. And next, we may need to have our Supabase client. So const Supabase client, and Supabase is going to be equal to Supabase. Remember, we are doing this on the client side, so we need the Supabase browser client, which should be imported from Supabase client. So it should come in from here, And so let's continue. The next thing we are going to do right now is to, why do we have it? Yeah, it's not callable, so it should just be like this. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is to have our file type prefix, because if we are storing an image, we want to have a prefix. If we are storing a PDF, so that when we retrieve this file, we'll be able to split by either IMG or PDF. I know that, hey, we are looking at a PDF, or hey, we are looking at an image. Else it's going to be somewhat difficult for us to know if the file we are looking at is an image or a PDF, because when we retrieve the URL, we're just going to have a URL and it's not going to show if there's an image or a PDF. We're going to see what I mean. So let's have this variable which we can call file type prefix, and this is going to be equal to an empty string. So it's not going to be images, it's going to just be an empty string. And now we need to check if the file type is equal to application /PDF. So this for PDF. In that case, the file type prefix is going to be PDF. And else if it starts with img like this, then the prefix is going to be img. Let's not use image, let's just use img like this. And with this prefix, we can now go on to construct the file name. All right, so let's bring this in, and we see the file name is going to be equal to chat. And if we have this chat, it means, hey, right inside of our Supabase bucket, so right here where we have this bucket chat files, do go on and create another folder which we are going to name chat. So that's what this chat / is doing over here, is creating a folder within that storage. And after that, we are going to have the prefix, and for the prefix, we just have the unique ID. We don't need to add the file name, so we don't have super long file name. So this is very much okay. And then we have the file name, we have the file right up here. Where is it? Here we have the file, and here we have Supabase. Now we can go on to have our upload. So const, we are going to get this, which is going to be equal to Supabase. And then we have supabase.storage, and from storage we can say, hey, from what key? Okay, so the key, you see, the key or ID is going to be the bucket ID to operate on. And the bucket ID, if you're wondering, is this chat files with an S. That's the name we called it, right? So here we are going to tell it and say from chat files, so with a hyphen and with an S, we are going to say go on and upload. So we're going to call not update, upload. And this upload is going to need the file name. You can see the path. The path is the file name that we just created. And after which we are going to need the file body, and the file body is the file, okay? And what else do we need to pass? We can now pass some options, so file options. And the options we are going to pass right here is the cache control, and the cache control we can pass 3600 and say offset to be equal to not false. Not true, we can say false like this. And here we can get data, and from data we can also get error. Okay, my friends, so let's say we have an error. If we have an error, what do we want to do? We want to just log the error to the console. So we're going to say console.log the error. We can be more descriptive, so say error uploading file and then have the error. And we want to go on and return. We want to just return an object with the error. Not going to make sense, but we don't want to continue. So we just say error, and then we want to have the error dot message like this. Okay, so that's for the case we have this. So this goes on to, it just goes on to upload. But remember that this also is a message. So we need to create a new message with the file URL, right? So let's do that here. Right here, we can do this in two ways. We're going to see if we need our socket for this to immediately emit. If we don't, we can just, it's okay for it to leave here, okay? But anyways, we are going to come here and say const, then we have this, which is going to be equal to await. And now we need to await our Supabase client. So here we can say supabase.from, not like this. From, we can say from messages, because we need to create a new message. Please do go on and insert this for us, a new message. And this insert is going to take the file URL, because now we have the file URL. And remember, it's file underscore URL, and this is going to be equal to the data. So this data we get from the storage is going to have the file path. So data dot path like this. Okay, and that's not all. We also need a user ID, and the user ID is going to be user data.id. We also need the workspace ID and the channel ID, and the workspace ID is going to be workspace ID like this. And now from here we can get our data, and the data we are going to get here, let's remap it to message data, and the same for the error case. So error like this, we can have this to be message insert error. And what else do we need after this? We can say if we have a message error, then let's go on and return and also log this to the console. So we're going to log it to the console and also return. And if everything is successful, we want to set uploading to false. We want to go on and have a toast. I'm also going to go on and reset our form. So we can call form.reset like this, and everything should be fine. So we have an error. Let's inspect. And this error we have is because of these keys that we have here for our upload. We have data which we are not making use of, and data is being referenced here as well. So we can rename this to be what? I don't think I'm going to rename this. Why are we having this duplicate? Let's see. Data does not exist on, because we need to await. Okay, we forgot to await, and now we are awaiting this. We no longer have any errors. Okay, so sorry about that. We had this. I thought it was duplicate, but it isn't duplicate as we were renaming it here, and that's why we didn't get the Typescript completion for data.path. So I was wondering for a second, and now we have it. We can go on to try this out. So go on and reload, make sure that everything you have is working as fine, and also reload your application just to be double sure. You should come back to your browser, to your IDE, and you should see your IDE updating as well. Let's click here, let's choose a file, and this file, I'm going to choose this AI image. You can choose PDF files, and once I click on open here and click on upload, you see the button is disabled. Now it's going to upload this to our Supabase storage, and then it's going to also create a new message. So it's doing two operations for this. And once it is successful, this modal should go away. We should see our toast notification. Hopefully we have done everything correctly, and actually at this point I would say it's taking quite a time for this to be done. So while it's still uploading, I'm sure we should have some error somewhere down the line. And we see we have an error uploading file. So what is this error saying? The MIME type. Okay, so here we have an error for the MIME type is not supported. Let's take a look at our upload. And here, this is why we were having the errors that we were getting. So here you see we are uploading the chat files, and rather than upload the file itself, we are uploading the file name. So I'm super sorry for that. We can undo all our changes here, or this is what we had, image slash and PDF like this. So that was why we were having the error. I'm super sorry about that. I didn't notice. I will definitely leave a comment at this point now that I find it. So please, it should be file and not file.name. Was it what we had previously? Can't remember anymore. Now with this change, I believe we are good to go. So I'm going to come back to the application because I was kind of worried about the MIME type. I knew everything here looked okay. Now if we click here and we choose a file, and I'm going to choose this AI image, click on upload this time around. It's going to upload to Supabase bucket, and once it is done, we should see our toast notification. It should create a new message. I don't see any of that. So do we have an error? Error uploading file. So the object exceeded the maximum allowed. So, and the reason we are getting the error is because we are restricting file size for the bucket. So this should be toggled off. I'm so sorry. It should be toggled off. We toggled it on and we left it at 0. So, and it's very much beautiful that we see these error messages, and this would, tell you what you should set and what you shouldn't set. So this shouldn't be checked. Okay, so we shouldn't have any error. I promise this time around we are going to have everything working fine. We can exit out of here, and we should keep an eye right here. We should come back to our application, and our application should be up and running for us to try it out. And I'm super confident that this is going to work, that I feel like I don't even need to leave the console right open, but we shall see. So it should be up now. Give this a second, let it come up. And here, let's try it out. I'm gonna click here now, guys. Come here, choose the same AI image, which I know is gonna work this time around. Click on upload. We should see our Asana notification. We get our notification. We don't close this modal. So that's something we should be doing. So once it is successful, we actually do close it. So why does it stay? Why does it stay? We set is uploading to false. We don't close it. What do we change right here to this model? So give me a second. This is the text editor, the file chat upload. Yeah, we're actually not closing this model. Yeah, what we're doing, we're just setting uploading to false. So and this is where the model is. The model is right. The dialog is right here. So we can have a way to close it. We already have this toggle file upload, and all we need to do is to pass this toggle file upload here so that we can close the modal, and we say this is going to be equal to this, and we are going to have an error in the chat upload page, but we can copy this. I just want to copy this to be a function that returns void so that we can make use of it right here, and we can ask this from the props. We can ask this like this. I thought I copied the type. Anyways, once we're here, what we can do is to get rid of this, and we're going to say this is going to be equal to like this. Is going to be a function that returns void. Now we can take this type and destructure it right from inside the component, and all we need to do is to call the function once we are here. So we're going to set this to false, and then we're going to call this function, which is going to toggle the upload modal. But that's just for user experience. And one thing we're going to do now, if we come back to our bucket, we should see our file over here. Now we don't, okay, we have this button to reload, and once we reload, you see we have this chat folder, and that's what I was saying right here because of the way we create our file name. So this chat, and then we're going to have the prefix and then a hyphen. Now this prefix, if we come here, you would see we have this image because we uploaded an image. And then we have this, and if you click on this, you will see the preview, which is our AI image. Okay, so let's try again. I don't have any suitable PDF for testing. So if you do, please do go on and upload a PDF. This time around, I'm just going to upload this company image, just so we see the modal go off. So I'm going to give this a second. The modal goes, we get the upload successful. We come here, give this a reload, and we see the other image, which is going to be our company image. Okay, so this is the image, and here it is. At this point in time, we are going to have our WebSocket connection, because this is time for us to start creating this messaging component, which is going to be super fun. So guys, give this a subscribe if you haven't yet. If you have any errors or issues, don't forget to ask in the comments section. But for now, we are going to go over to the WebSocket connection section. I'm so excited to be building this with you.